Chapter 1, My martial arts can train themselves and even lead to sudden enlightenment. Early morning, I woke up in my studio apartment, greeted as usual by the alert tone, thunder/diligently trained all night, full of vigor, with steady progress surging. Swift wind step refused to fall behind, and in a flash of insight, broke through to the proficient realm. Savage bull strength tempered itself tirelessly through the night, boosting your physique by a notch. By now, I had long shed the initial panic upon hearing the notification chime, murmuring softly to myself, making progress again. I carefully contemplated my current strength, my face composed. I lifted my hand, exerting slight force, and immediately a strong gust arose, causing the ceiling lamp to sway. Yet my gaze remained indifferent. This wasn't me putting on a cold front, it's just that in this world, my current strength was nothing to be proud of. The high martial world I'd transmigrated into boasted not only advanced technology but also countless martial arts beyond measure. Through cultivation, people can harness formidable supernatural powers. Even janitorial staff possess the strength to lift massive bronze tripods, while high-level warriors can topple cities, cleave mountains, rend the skies, and traverse galaxies, akin to the deities of legend. Here, martial arts thrive, and cultivation is universal. This is evident even in the college entrance exams, where academic subjects occupy only a minor portion, while the primary focus assesses a student's combat prowess. The person I transmigrated into is a high school senior about to take these exams. I'm no slouch academically, I made it into a top-tier city high school, but when it comes to combat aptitude, ignoring written grades, I've been lingering at the bottom of the barrel. With my current strength, though I'm no longer dead last, I've only just brushed against the threshold for a martial university, still stuck in the stubborn bronze tier. Yet, the corner of my lips curled as my thoughts shifted, summoning the system interface before my eyes. Strength Awakening Stage 4. Raging Bull Technique Mastered, Progress 23%. Gale Steps Proficient, Progress 1%. Lightning Flash/Basic, Progress 20%. Not long ago, when I time traveled, I brought this system along with me. The martial arts I've learned can actively cultivate themselves within the system, operating 24 hours non-stop with rapid progress speed. For example, Gale Steps breaking through to the proficient realm. If it were the original me, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 months of hard training, but the system achieved it in less than a week, improving efficiency tenfold or more. Unfortunately, the progress in cultivation realms is somewhat slow. At this stage, I can't even catch a glimpse of Awakening Stage 5 yet. Though Raging Bull strength for body tempering serves as a breathing technique, advancing in its own realm isn't an issue, but physical refinement is limited. Breathing technique cultivation has 2 aspects, advancing personal realm and tempering the body. The higher one's personal realm becomes, the more efficient the tempering process. However, with insufficient energy supply, physical quality still can't break through. The solution is to eat nutritious food, such as professional martial arts nutrient solutions or beast meat, but these are too expensive. My original self was an orphan, with the only income being a government pension of 1,500 yuan per month. It was enough to cover basic necessities if spent frugally, but far from sufficient to support martial arts training. It's said that scholarship flourishes in poverty, while martial arts thrives in wealth. I need to find a way to earn some money, I muttered to myself as I got out of bed. I wanted to get into a good university because, with the help of my system, I could practice multiple martial arts disciplines, and top universities offer the most extensive martial arts programs. After a simple breakfast, I left my rented apartment complex. It was early March, and despite the first signs of spring, the morning air still carried a chill. The roadsides were beginning to show patches of green, with frost clinging to the tender leaves. The apartment was located in the old district, well connected by public transport. A bus stop stood just outside the complex gates. Fare was only 1 yuan, with an additional 20% discount for student cards. But when I checked my bank account and saw the balance dwindling to triple digits, I resolutely chose to jog to school instead. On the way, I tested my speed. A full sprint over 100 meters took just 7 to 8 seconds, and with swift wind step activated, it could be even faster. If this were my previous life, I'd definitely qualify as an urban military king. Half an hour later, I arrived at Qingshan City No. 1 High School. Gradually slowing down, I shifted from running to walking. Sweat beaded on my forehead, but my breathing remained steady. This was the endurance-boosting effect of the rampant ox strength technique. As I approached the school gate, I ran into my good friend Guorenyu. The pudgy kid had a round face and a crew cut, sharing the same class with me. Even our homeroom teacher advised him not to waste energy on cultivation, saying the college entrance exam wasn't worth it. He looked me up and down, his eyes filled with confusion, scratched his head, and said, "I feel like you've changed so much these past few days. No arriving late or leaving early, paying close attention in class without any distractions." Keeping a straight face, I smiled faintly. There are only 100 days left until the college entrance exams. It's time to work hard, or it'll be too late to get into Galaxy University. Galaxy University was the strongest institution in the Human Federation, and the number of martial arts disciplines there spoke for itself. Guo rolled his eyes. Don't daydream in broad daylight. But if you put in the effort, your chances of getting into an ordinary university aren't bad. I chuckled and changed the subject. What about you? Why are you here so early today? Uncle Lu just got a fresh batch of old goods. I'm going treasure hunting. Guo grabbed my wrist excitedly and dragged me toward the commercial district. Class doesn't start for a while. Perfect chance to show you my skills so you'll stop calling me a sucker. After crossing several streets, we entered an alleyway that led to an antique shop called Duobao. The store was small, with just a few display shelves. The moment we stepped in, Guo shouted, "Uncle Lu, I'm coming, no need to yell." A gaunt old man with a goatee emerged from behind a curtain, spinning walnuts in one hand while pointing to a shelf with the other. "Over there, just arrived. Saved them special for you. Aren't you the filial one, Uncle Lu?" Guo eyes lit up as he hurried to the shelf, pulling out a magnifying glass for closer inspection. Though Lu looked exasperated, the customer was king, he had no choice but to tolerate it. I gave a wry smile, having little interest in the antiques in the shop. These kinds of antique stores open near schools simply prey on students' love for bargain hunting. There's no chance of finding anything valuable. From what I remember, the most valuable item Guo ever dug up was worth less than 500 yuan, yet he spent 1,000 yuan on it. What a business genius. I casually picked up a clay pot on the counter and glanced at it. Old Lu beamed as he walked over. This clay pot is a real treasure, a pre-federal artifact dating back over 3,000 years, once used by emperors. I'll let you have it cheap, just 3,000 yuan. That's less than 1 yuan per year. My lips twitched as I clearly spotted a line of tiny characters embossed on the inner wall. Produced by Qingshan City People's Pottery Factory, March 5, Federal Year 1099. Suggested retail price, 1.5 yuan. I helplessly pointed at the small print and said, "Old mister, the oldest thing in your shop is probably you yourself. Watch your tongue. I'm not a thing. Damn it." Old Lu glared at me irritably and ignored me, walking over to Guo instead. I shook my head and stopped browsing the shop's merchandise. With a thought, I activated the system and narrowed my eyes slightly as I stared at the lightning / entry, basic, progress 20%. Among the 3 martial arts I practice, lightning / progress is the slowest, gaining only about 4% per day. But it's a B-class technique, one of the most challenging even within its grade, with enormous potential. The federal government classifies martial arts into 6 tiers, E, D, C, B, A, and S. With each ascending tier, both the power and the difficulty of cultivation increase significantly. But since my martial arts can actively cultivate on their own, difficulty isn't an issue for me. Even the slowest progress like Thunder Flash / will reach the skilled realm by the end of this month. I thought to myself, my heartbeat quickening slightly. Martial arts realms are divided into 6 levels: beginner, skilled, mastery, exquisite, expert, and perfect. Reaching the skilled realm allows one to demonstrate considerable martial prowess. By then, my combat strength should rank around the middle tier at Qing Mountain High School. At that moment, I heard Old Man Lu clutching a battered, ancient blade while patting his chest and swearing vehemently, "I stake my lifespan on it, this warblade definitely belonged to a divine general. Look at these lightning-patterned engravings on the blade, proof it's been bathed in Thunder Beast blood." The Thunder Beast is a formidable savage creature, renowned for its lightning speed, moving as swiftly as a thunderbolt cleaving the sky. The Flash Thunder Slash is a martial technique developed over many years by a divine general specifically to counter its speed, crafted for the sole purpose of slaying Thunder Beasts. Guo didn't even lift his eyelids as he sneered, "Old Lu, save your breath. If your oaths meant anything, you should have dropped dead right when you sold me that so-called Peerless Warrior's shield last time." Old Lu chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't know the shield would shatter when it fell. The seller told me that when I bought it." As he spoke, he placed the old sword back on the shelf, probably realizing the student had been cheated too often to easily fool this time. With nothing better to do, I walked over for a closer look at this battle blade. It was slender, about 2 fingers wide, with barely perceptible curvature. The silver-white blade was streaked with faint purple markings like crackling lightning, just my aesthetic. It's a shame it's so badly damaged, covered in cracks like a spider web, with one chipped edge after another. Forget combat, it probably couldn't even slice vegetables properly. I stretched out my right hand, intending to pick up this battle blade. I didn't buy into Old Lu's talk of divine weapons, I just wanted to casually examine it. But the moment my fingers wrapped around the hilt, I froze completely. A continuous mechanical synthetic voice rang through my mind. Lightning / detects profound thunderous insight, immediately entering epiphany state. Cultivation speed skyrocketing. Progress increased by 35%. Progress increased by 35%. Progress increased by 30%. Flash Thunder / accumulated sufficiently. Profound insights gained, advancing to the next realm. Insights about the Thunder Flash / continuously merged into my consciousness. Unlike simple stat allocation in games, martial arts auto-cultivation imprints itself into the depths of one's mind like sudden enlightenment. Under normal circumstances, this assimilation occurs gradually. But in moments of epiphany, the flood of insights hits me like a data torrent, leaving me momentarily dazed. Mastery progress increased by 25%. Mastery progress increased by 25%. The lightning strike accumulates deeper, gaining new insights, achieving yet another leap forward, advancing to the mastery realm. Progress increased by 20%. It took a while before the notification sounds finally stopped. Regaining my focus, I immediately summoned the system interface. While other martial techniques remained unchanged, the entry for Lightning Strike had undergone a massive transformation. Lightning Strike, Mastery, Progress 92%. Staring at those semi-transparent glowing characters, I swallowed hard, my heartbeat uncontrollably quickening. The progress of Lightning Strike utterly surpassed my expectations. It had actually skipped the proficient realm entirely, directly ascending to the mastery realm, just a step away from the subtle realm. An average person practicing a B-grade martial art would need to persist in rigorous training for at least 20 years to reach my current level. That's nearly half a lifetime of effort. Just imagine how enormous the breakthrough from this sudden enlightenment truly is. My heart surged with overwhelming waves of emotion. With my mastery of the lightning flash, I could now fight above my rank. Among 5th stage awakened students, not only could I hold my ground against them, but I could also defeat the vast majority, perhaps even achieve an undefeated record. Crossing ranks in combat was already a remarkable feat, but surpassing a greater cultivation realm was even harder. In the entire Changshan No. 1 high school, only a handful of students could accomplish this, each one a true prodigy among prodigies. And now, I had stepped into their ranks. What mattered most was that it wouldn't be long before I advanced even further. Once my lightning flash broke through to the microcosmic level, I could dominate unchecked among all 6th stage awakened students in the school. Because the minute subtlety realm is a distinct watershed, fundamentally different from the previous 3 realms. Once breached, it brings about an earth-shaking qualitative transformation. Of course, the hurdle to break through is also extremely high. It's not something diligence alone can achieve. One must grasp the essence of martial arts, which heavily tests a cultivator's innate talent. I took a deep breath inwardly, steadying my mind and suppressing my restless emotions. Picking up the warblade, I studied it intently until my eyes ached, yet I failed to detect any profound artistic conception, nor did another epiphany regarding thunder flash strike me. I wondered, could it be that the lightning artistic conception contained within this blade only allows thunder flash to reach the proficiency realm through sudden enlightenment, setting an inherent limit? Regardless of right or wrong, old Lu truly guessed correctly. This warblade has an extraordinary origin and was likely once the weapon of a formidable expert. If I could afford it, I absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. I called out to old Lu, casually waving the warblade in my hand as I feigned indifference and asked, "How much for this blade?" Guo paused his actions, glancing at me sideways before teasing, "Kid, you called me a sucker before. But now, look at you, with judgment this poor, I don't even know what to say." Even putting it charitably, this knife is nothing but a defective product of modern industry. I wouldn't take it even if it were free, it'd just take up space at home. Old Lu cursed at Guo, then turned to me with a smile wrinkling his face like a chrysanthemum. "Young man, you've got great taste. This is a divine weapon that slew multiple thunder beasts in its heyday, truly priceless. Considering you're a student, I won't ask for much." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. 80,000. I raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. "How about a discount? Round it down and have it?" Old Lu sighed dramatically, putting on a reluctant expression. 4,000 yuan? That's too harsh, the wholesale price alone costs more than that. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, take it away. Consider it a gesture of friendship." I earnestly corrected him, "It's not 4,000, you miscalculated, Lu Yi." "How much was it?" Old Lu asked, somewhat puzzled. 4 yuan. Hearing that number, old Lu's mouth opened slightly before he fell silent. Guo burst into laughter. "Old Lu, still dare to shoot your mouth off so boldly next time? Learned your lesson today, didn't you? 4 yuan definitely wouldn't cover this knife, it's barely enough for a bowl of plain noodles in the cafeteria. I was just sending old Lu a signal. I'm no greenhorn, so don't try to rip me off." The old man wheeled and dealt with a tactical retreat. "If you really want it, just pay 2,000 yuan, at least let me make some travel money." I pressed my advantage relentlessly, shave off 2 zeros. "Kid, hand me that knife, I'm fighting you. Who bargains like this? Weird? Is this too much to ask? I'm a student, you know. And what if you're a student? Shouldn't you give it for free when facing the future hope of the Federation? Better yet, why don't you give me some extra cash if it's no trouble?" "So cash is what you're saying?" "Mainly considering elderly folks aren't great with online payments." "Old Lu, if you can wire money, I won't object, just transfer it to this card." In the end, after some intense haggling and back and forth, we settled on a price of 235 yuan. Of course, I was the one paying old Lu. The free gift bit was just my bargaining banter. I pulled out my phone and happily paid the bill. A weapon imbued with profound martial essence, even if utterly shattered, could never be bought for just a few $100. This was an absolute steal. I fatally realized I might have stumbled upon a money-making scheme. By judging whether my martial insights could suddenly enlighten me, I could determine the authenticity of antiques. Though there were significant limitations like only applying to items once used by martial artists, and requiring them to embody certain essences my martial arts could resonate with. With so many constraints, running into such an antique on the market was already sheer luck. Counting on this to strike it rich seemed highly unlikely. But the key point is that martial enlightenment can bring about a qualitative leap in my strength in a short time. Of course, if money can be made, I definitely shouldn't let the opportunity slip. After paying, though I didn't hold much hope of success, I immediately went about touching every item in the shop, not even sparing the 2 walnuts clenched in old Lou's hand. Unfortunately, my prediction came true. Apart from the battle blade I bought, none of the other items triggered any reaction in my martial arts. I inferred 2 possibilities: either old Lou's antique shop was filled entirely with modern industrial products without a single genuine artifact, or there were authentic items, but none aligned with the 3 martial disciplines I practiced, thus incapable of bringing me enlightenment. Whatever the conclusion, I needed to cultivate more martial arts. Even if I couldn't stumble upon hidden treasures, mastering more disciplines would still enhance my strength. My martial arts practiced automatically, requiring no effort on my part. There's no harm in learning more techniques. Skills are never a burden. Not long after, Guo put away his magnifying glass and reminded me, "It's about time, let's go." The 100 Days Pledge Rally for the college entrance exams is being held this morning. We'll be in big trouble if we're late. I nodded, carrying the worn-out combat knife, and walked out of the antique shop with Guo. Soon after, we arrived at class 15 of the senior year at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Entering the classroom, most of our classmates had already arrived. Since there were no classes in the morning, everyone was chatting in small groups. Many boys frequently stole glances toward the podium, where stood a stunning woman. She wore a fitted white blouse and a tight pencil skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure, with a fair, oval face framed by black-rimmed glasses exuding both charm and mature elegance. She was Su Yun, our homeroom teacher for class 15. At 27 years old, a graduate from a prestigious university, she possessed both talent and beauty, making her the dream heroine in the fantasies of countless male students. However, precisely because she was exceptionally outstanding, few students at Qingshan High School, not even the male teachers, dared to initiate conversation with her. Being a seasoned player, I've seen it all. After placing the old battle knife under my desk, I confidently walked up to Su Yun. Within just a few words, I managed to widen her almond-shaped eyes in surprise. "Ning Chuan, don't even think about it." Su Yun planted her hands on her slender waist, her willow-like brows rising as she scolded me. "Just a few days ago, you learned the B-rank martial skill Lightning Flash Slash. Now you want to pick up another one? I won't allow it. Mastery lies in depth, not quantity. I swear, just this one more time. After this, I won't ever bother you again." I tweaked my Playboy line slightly, gazing at her with eyes as sincere as a baby's. Su Yun seemed a bit flustered by my intense gaze and averted her eyes before asking, "What tier of martial arts do you want to choose?" "Just tier B will do," I said with a light cough. Tier B martial arts typically ranged from several $100,000 to $1 million on the market, but they were free to learn at school, provided the homeroom teacher approved. Su Yun pressed her red lips into a cold smirk and glared at me. "Only tier B? That's too low. Why not choose tier A or S?" "Miss Su," I chuckled, "Qingshan No. 1 High is just a municipal key school. The highest martial arts clearance we have is tier B." As soon as these words were spoken, nearly every male student in the classroom glared at me with hostility, silently adding my name to Qingshan High School's must eliminate student list. This bastard actually dared to flirt with their goddess. On the podium, Su Yun's anger had mostly subsided. She sighed and advised me, "Higher-tier martial arts undoubtedly possess greater power and combat effectiveness, there's no question about that. But their difficulty increases exponentially, requiring vast amounts of time and effort. If you just entered high school, I wouldn't dissuade you. But with the college entrance exams approaching and only 100 days left, mastering even one B-tier martial art would be a stretch for you, let alone 2. Teacher Su, true martial arts means fearing no hardship. I have confidence in myself," I replied with a smile. After all, with my automatic martial arts cultivation ability, I had every reason to be confident. Confidence isn't arrogance. With your level, dreaming of mastering 2 B-grade martial arts within 100 days? What a clown, just seeking cheap laughs, sneered a freckle-faced boy in the front row, arms crossed. He didn't lower his voice, so the whole class heard him clearly. Guo couldn't stand seeing me humiliated and instantly fired back. "Mahai, quit your nonsense. At least Ning Chuan has the guts to practice B-grade martial arts. If it were you, would you even dare try? Ridiculous. For someone who might not even get into college to attempt B-grade martial arts, it's plain vanity, no doubt about it. After graduation, he could go to work and boast to unaware people around him, say, for example, that he's mastered 2 B-rank martial arts techniques." Mahai deliberately mocked, his gaze filled with scorn and jealousy as he stared at me. He couldn't understand how a bottom-tier student like me dared to chat and laugh freely with Su Yun. Guo Rinyu snorted coldly, provoking him, blindly making assumptions. If Ning Chuan really passes the exam, what then? Would you dare to forfeit your own college entrance exam score? Ma Hai's face stiffened. He truly didn't dare agree. The college entrance exam tested not only martial arts but also academic subjects, and I ranked among the top in those areas. But of course he wouldn't admit his mistake. With a cold sneer, he changed tactics. So what if he passed? Those are just bottom-tier garbage universities anyway. Those schools charge outrageous tuition. He's an orphan with no parents, who's going to pay his fees. He'll still end up working menial jobs after graduation. Don't push it too far. Guo Rinyu slammed the table, glaring furiously. Was anything I said wrong? Ma Hai sprang to his feet, fists clenched. And how dare you slam tables in front of me? You've got a death wish. Let's settle this during next combat training. Ma Hai outright threatened. Guo Rinyu couldn't help but take a step back. Ma Hai was at the 6th stage of awakening and could take both of us down with one hand. Ma Hai, sit down. We're all classmates here. There's no need for such hostility. After graduation, it'll be hard enough to see each other again. Noticing Su Yun glancing over, Zhang Wenxi stood up and spoke softly. He was handsome, with an elegant smile on his face. Yes, class president. Ma Hai fawned with an ingratiating smile. Zhang Wenxi gave a slight nod before turning towards me. His tone was indifferent as he instructed, Ning Chuan, why don't you come down and return to your seat first? Though Ma Hai's words may sound harsh, you're not entirely blameless either. You shouldn't use martial arts training as an excuse to frequently disturb teacher Su Yun. She's already worked hard enough worrying about our class. Mind your own business. I shot Zhang Wenxi a glance, a cold smile playing at the corners of my lips. Zhang Wenxi and Ma Hai were birds of a feather, one rough and boorish, the other sly and delicate, but both essentially sought to trample on others to prove their superiority, especially in front of beautiful women. You, Zhang Wenxi's gaze turned icy, but upon noticing Su Yun nearby, he shifted his tone and forced a resigned smile. Ning Chuan, there's no need to be so agitated. The path of martial arts requires a calm and steady heart. Too much emotional turbulence will hinder your climb to the peak. A cold smile curled at the corners of my mouth again. Zhang Wenxi truly lived up to being the class monitor. He had some clever tactics. His speech had not only showcased his magnanimity and ambition but had also subtly taken a dig at me. But my top priority now was acquiring a B-rank martial arts technique, and I had no interest in bantering with him. Turning to Su Yun, I pleaded, let me choose just one more. Su Yun didn't respond immediately. She had heard about my background as an orphan and felt sympathy for me. In her eyes, I was already knocking on the doors of university. With a little more effort, I might even get into a decent ordinary college and change my fate. However, if I devoted all my time to pursuing B-rank martial arts, the returns would be disproportionate to the effort, more loss than gain. As my homeroom teacher, she naturally didn't want to see that happen. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun said, you can choose martial arts, but there's one condition. Please go on, I replied. With a faint smile curling her red lips, Su Yun said, your martial arts must reach the subtle realm. Lightning slash? Hearing this, I felt reassured and said with satisfaction, Teacher Su, it's a deal then. I'll come find you again once I reach the subtle realm. My thunderbolt slash technique has already surpassed 90% proficiency, and I'm on the verge of reaching mastery. Beside him, Ma Hai couldn't resist sneering. Ning Chuan, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk? You've only practiced thunderbolt slash for a few days, yet you dare boast so shamelessly. You underestimate how difficult powerful martial techniques truly are. Don't even speak of mastery. Have you even properly grasped the basics of thunderbolt slash yet? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of mocking laughter erupted as nearby students grinned broadly. Mastery did indeed sound far-fetched. Ma Hai, don't be so harsh. It's completely normal for Ningchuan to not master Flash Thunder Slash in just a few days. Zhang Wenxi interjected with outstretched hands, delivering a backhanded compliment. Even if it were me, I might not be able to do it. It took me 5 full days just to barely learn a C-level martial technique. If our class president had learned Flash Thunder Slash, he'd definitely outperform Ningchuan, no contest. Laughter rippled through the classroom. Quiet. No more nonsense. Su Yun straightened her delicate expression and waved her hand to silence the students. After a brief pause, she turned to me and said, here's what I'll do, I won't demand perfection in Flash Thunder Slash. After all, it's a B-level martial technique, far too difficult. Just master any one technique, no matter the rank, even an E-level works. As long as you reach the subtle mastery stage, I'll let you pick another B-level technique. Progress in martial arts cultivation depends not only on personal talent but also on the martial art itself. The lower the level, the easier it is to master and the faster the improvement. This was exactly Su-Yun's reasoning. She saw that my strength had just barely reached the 4th stage of awakening, and pushing further before the college entrance exam seemed unrealistic. So, focusing on a low-level martial art would be the most cost-effective approach, perhaps allowing me to defeat stronger opponents in the exams and secure admission to a decent civilian university. After a brief pause, I asked, so, I can only choose one B-level martial art? If you can reach the profound mastery before the exams, making other requests, well, that might not be out of the question. Su-Yun shot me a glance, her eyes teasing. She didn't believe I could do it. The subtle realm was a watershed in the 6 martial arts realms. Even an E-rank technique presented immense difficulties. Many prodigies could master an E-rank technique and reach the peak of proficiency in less than a year, but breaking through to the subtle realm? Plenty had been stuck there for over a decade. I blinked. I just wanted to learn another B-rank technique. I had no idea what Su-Yun was imagining. But oh well, no problem, I agree. Without hesitation, I declared firmly, deal. As soon as the words left my mouth, I turned to leave, only to startle. The boys across from me were staring wide-eyed, their gazes almost burning with intensity. Especially those who had already mastered a technique to the proficiency level. They gritted their teeth, itching to strike me down and take my place. Don't get the wrong idea, everyone. I just wanted to practice martial arts. I forced a laugh and returned to my seat. Guoringyu sat beside me, jabbing his elbow sharply into my ribs as he chuckled. That's some impressive work. Instant inclusion on the student must-die list with that one move. No wonder you suddenly wanted to learn lightning flash / earlier. You were setting up your finishing move all along. He lowered his voice with an admiring grin. Damn brilliant, this plot within plots. I sighed helplessly. I genuinely just wanted to cultivate grade B martial arts. Got it. Guoringyu patted my shoulder with that universal guy expression of mutual understanding. Keep your voices down, you two. Ma-hai turned his head, his face cold as he scolded. Guoringyu curled his lip and muttered after Ma-hai looked away, that guy Ma-hai is always stingy. He's probably got his eye on us. Let's keep a low profile these next few days and not give him any chances. Don't worry, it'll be over in a week at most. I smirked slightly. In my vision, visible only to me, a glowing number flickered, flash thunder / mastery, progress 93%. Chapter 3, The Oath-Taking Ceremony, Slaying the Thunder Sparrow Before the Eyes of Thousands. At 9 in the morning, the sky was clear and bright. Whoosh! From the layers of clouds, several purple-feathered birds burst forth, darting at incredible speed over the bustling training grounds of Qing Mountain No. 1 High School. A motivational rally for the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exams was underway here. The surrounding green wire fences were draped with red banners printed with various slogans for the exams. With blades drawn, we forge ahead fearlessly, vying to be the top scholar. Who but me deserves to pluck the laurel branch from the Moon Palace? Every second saved underfoot, every ounce of strength in our fists, overwhelms 1,000 competitors. 12 years sharpening the sword, 100 days forging glory. Guoringyu scanned these banners and sighed emotionally. How stirring. It's getting me all fired up. I can't wait to start working hard and dominate the battlefield of the exams. With that, he pulled out a piece of crispy roast pork belly he'd bought from who knows where and took a loud, crunching bite, oil dribbling down his chin. You'd have better luck buying antiques from old Lou. Slim as those chances are, they're still higher than getting into college. I teased, extending my left hand to pat Guoringyu's shoulder while my right hand gripped the worn combat blade. This wasn't an ordinary weapon, and fearing it might be unsafe in the classroom, I'd brought it along to the training grounds. 50 steps laugh at 100, look at you two bottom feeders, daring to talk about university. You'd better start figuring out which construction site you'll be hauling bricks at after high school. Ma-hai walked past from behind, hands clasped behind his back, shooting Guoringyu and me a contemptuous glance before strutting off. Pa! Once Ma-hai was out of earshot, Guoringyu spat on the ground in frustration. So what if he's a 6th stage awakened? Who cares if he's proud of that? I'll talk about college if I damn well please. Keeping my expression neutral, I watched Ma-hai's retreating figure and said, 6th stage awakened. With normal performance, he could get into a top-tier university. He's earned the right to act proud. Based on previous college entrance examination trends, awakening to the 4th stage could get you admitted to some bottom-ranked universities. Reaching the 5th stage would secure a spot in an average university. The 6th stage corresponded to top-tier universities, while achieving the 7th stage or higher already placed you in the elite category, with formidable strength sufficient to enter prestigious universities. As for the Star River University, ranked number 1, it existed on an entirely different level. Its admission standards were notoriously stringent. Even those at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening might barely scrape by. Qingshan No. 1 High School was a municipal key institution with over 3,000 students per grade. On average, only one genius student every 2 or 3 years managed to get into Star River University, and even then, they usually entered as the lowest-ranked admittee. When I told Guoringyu earlier that I aimed for Star River University, it was largely meant as a joke. 100 days was too short a time. But who knows, I mused, Maybe the timing just hasn't arrived yet. I narrowed my eyes slightly, gazing at the banner hanging on the opposite railing. Its gilded letters shimmered conspicuously under the sunlight. The game isn't over yet, you and I are both dark horses. Soon, the assembly began. Several school leaders took the stage one by one to deliver their speeches, followed by Manhwa, a senior-year student representative, a beautiful girl and also the campus belle of Qingshan No. 1 High School, who took the stage to recite the college entrance exam pledge. The content was pretty similar to the slogans hung on the fences, all motivational speeches designed to get people pumped up. But it had to be said, the effect was quite good. The stirring rhetoric, coupled with the presence of a gorgeous campus belle, fired up a lot of students, making their blood boil with excitement. Guo Ringyu, however, remained indifferent, hiding in a corner at the back as he heartily devoured an assortment of delicacies. Beside him, I too wasn't paying attention to the speech, focusing instead on studying the worn-out combat knife. If I couldn't uncover its unique qualities, I'd surely be bargained down when it came time to sell it. Guo Ringyu, watch out. In the distance, Suyun caught sight of something in her peripheral vision. Her delicate face abruptly changed color as she shouted a warning that echoed across the entire training ground. Whoosh! A purple bird, about the size of a human face, came swooping down from high above at terrifying speed, accompanied by a sharp whistling of wind, charging straight toward Guo Ringyu. Thunder Falcon. I was the first to react, my pupils contracting sharply as I recognized the bird. It wasn't a true vicious beast, but contained a trace of thunder beast bloodline, renowned for its speed, capable of hunting eagles itself. A truly formidable raptor, its diving speed surpassed even a high-speed train at full throttle. However, precisely because it wasn't an actual vicious beast and was typically fearful of humans, police departments across regions generally wouldn't intervene unless someone filed a complaint. This thunder falcon attacked Guo Ringyu, likely having starved through winter and drawn by the delicious food in his hands. At this moment, Guo Ringyu also noticed the thunder falcon, but his combat skills were too weak, his movements couldn't keep up with his reactions. He could only watch helplessly as the falcon swooped down, his face twisting in terror. Given his physical strength, the high-speed impact would shatter his bones. Many powerful martial artists were present and wanted to intervene, but like Su Yun, they were too far away to act in time. Guo Ringyu had deliberately positioned himself at the back to sneak food, with only me beside him. His current strength was merely at the fourth stage of awakening, utterly inadequate for this situation. Several school officials broke into cold sweat, frantic with worry. At such a solemn event as the mobilization rally, with live television broadcasting, a student's death would draw relentless public censure. No amount of PR, not even an army of spin doctors, could wash away the shame. Boom! At the critical moment, a thunderous sound erupted out of nowhere, reverberating across the vast training ground, startling many and sending tremors through their hearts. Accompanying the thunder was a blinding silver light, like electricity born from the void, soaring skyward, too swift to discern as it slashed toward the diving thunderbird. That was the blade I swung, unleashing the lightning flash slash. As the silver light flashed, a sickening squelch followed, midair, a blossom of crimson unfurled. The thunderbird, the size of a human face, was cleanly cleaved from head to tail, splitting into two halves before crashing to the ground beside Guo Ringyu's body, painting the earth in blood. The ancient bloodline of the thunderbird unveiled itself. Sensing the faint traces of thunder intent within, lightning flash slash entered a state of enlightenment, a flash of inspiration, breaking through to the subtle mastery realm. A prompt chime resonated through my mind as I gained an entirely new comprehension of the thunder flash slash martial technique. As though undergoing a qualitative transformation, the improvement was monumental. Countless awe-stricken gazes turned toward me, but I paid them little heed. Staring at the battered combat blade in my hand, a flicker of bewilderment and surprise flashed through my eyes. How could the bloodline of an ordinary fierce bird like the thunder sparrow trigger such sudden enlightenment in my martial arts? Absolutely unbelievable. A grin tugged at my lips. Still, this is undeniably good news, I murmured, and now I can even select a new B-rank martial technique. Simultaneously, the scene erupted like a boiling cauldron. When that blade was drawn, thunder erupted from his very flesh. My god, that was the B-rank thunder flash slash. The thunder is so condensed, this level is definitely not low. Which big shot is this, who actually mastered Class B martial arts? Most students only cultivate up to Class D at best. Slashing down a lightning-fast diving thunder sparrow in one strike, so damn cool. Too bad the one saved wasn't a beauty, or it'd have gone viral online. The students in the training ground buzzed with chatter, utterly awestruck, their gazes fixed entirely on me. Guo Ringyu, meanwhile, paid little attention. Having just narrowly escaped death, he was drenched in cold sweat and hadn't even had a chance to calm down when his peripheral vision caught something above. Panicked, he cried out, "Ningchuan, run!" But before he could finish, the furious screech of a bird drowned his voice. Screech! High in the sky, the remaining three thunder hawks, witnessing their companion slain, were roused to fury. With a violent flap of their wings, they swooped down toward me like sharpened blades. The thunder sparrows had a timid nature towards humans, yet they carried the bloodline of fierce beasts in their veins, making them wildly untamed. The school officials were so frantic they could have cursed. Earlier, when they saw me save Guirinu, they were too preoccupied with relief to notice the thunder sparrows in the sky. 3 thunder sparrows attacked simultaneously, a force even a 6th level awakened would struggle to withstand. "No problem," I said calmly, signaling Guirinu to stay composed. With a flick of my arm, I swung out my worn-out battle blade. Immense strength breeds unshakable confidence. Lightning flash slash. With a deafening bang, thunder erupted again. Amidst the crowd's gaze, 3 slender silver arcs materialized, slicing through the air like bolts of lightning, each striking one of the 3 thunder sparrows attacking from different angles. I held only a single blade. Yet, lightning flash slash was a martial technique renowned for its speed, and after mastering subtle control, I could push fast to its extreme. I delivered 3 slashes in under a second. Many lacked the dynamic vision to perceive more than the afterimages burned into their retinas. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds of swift blade cutting through flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Holding my saber with one hand and keeping a straight face, blood blossomed in the air about a meter ahead of me. 3 thunderbirds were sliced in half without even letting out a screech. Blood spattered down like a storm, dyeing the ground beneath my feet crimson red. The scene fell silent for a few seconds before boiling over like scalding water. Looking at the 3 thunderbird corpses on the ground, I felt slightly disappointed. This flash thunder slash didn't bring me any epiphany, though this outcome was within my expectations. The thunder sparrow is ultimately just a mundane beast, with only a minuscule trace of thunder beast bloodline. That it could elevate the lightning slash technique to the subtle realm was already an unexpected boon. It's hardly surprising that no further advancement could be achieved. But what if it were a true thunder beast? The thought flickered through my mind before I shook my head. My martial path has only just begun. Creatures as formidable as thunder beasts remain far beyond my current reach. Unaware of my inner thoughts, observers seeing me shake my head after instantly slaying 3 thunder sparrows assumed I regretted the creature's lack of strength, that the lightning slash hadn't had its fill of battle before the fight ended. This person's the real deal. His blade is way too fast. At awakening stage 5, I can't even track its movement at all. The thunderous resonance is deep and powerful, concentrated into a single stream. What an impressive young man. This is the hallmark of lightning slash mastered to the subtle level. A B-grade martial art refined to the subtle realm. Why has he remained unknown until now? With the college entrance exams approaching, all the hidden powerhouses are revealing themselves, aiming to become dark horses in stage miracles. The training ground was bustling with excitement. Everyone's minds were in turmoil as they engaged in heated discussions. Slaying 3 thunder sparrows wasn't particularly difficult, since they weren't truly ferocious beasts. Any student ranked in the top few dozen of the senior class could manage it. But achieving the subtle stage in a B-grade martial technique? In all of Qingshan First High, forget students, even among the teachers, only a handful had reached that level. Suyun stared at me, the shock in her beautiful eyes intensifying. She knew perfectly well, just 3 days ago I'd applied to her for the martial imprint of lightning flash slash, yet here I was already at the subtle stage. Ning Xuan, you took down 3 thunder sparrows in an instant. How the hell did you do that? Guirinu exclaimed excitedly, unable to hold back his swearing. Without waiting for my reply, he turned to Mahai nearby and shouted, "Weren't you the one saying I was just showing off by learning lightning flash slash? Well, how about you show off something like this?" Mahai's face immediately turned as red as pig liver. He had no idea how far I'd advanced in mastering lightning flash slash, but the sheer speed of my blade made it clear it was no joke. His earlier remarks now seemed downright ridiculous. Guirinu, relentless now that he had the upper hand, continued jeering, "So, do I qualify to talk about university now? With just this one B-grade combat technique, lightning flash slash, I might even bag a full scholarship from a top-tier school. With judgment as poor as yours, forget university, just come work as a laborer hauling bricks with me after graduation." Mahai gnashed his teeth in fury, yet found himself unable to retort. He simply turned and walked away. I kicked Guirinu and said irritably, "If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead." Yet the first thing you do after being given a second chance is mock others? Mainly because Mahai's words were too vicious, Guirinu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Just as we were talking, the principal hurried over with a group of school administrators in tow. "Student, don't you know eating is strictly prohibited in the training ground? One demerit for this violation, and you'll be responsible for cleaning the training facility all month." The principal spotted Guirinu still holding a fried chicken leg in his hand and flew into a rage, reprimanding him harshly. Guirinu's face fell in dismay. The principal then turned to me, his stern expression vanishing, replaced by a radiant smile that nearly split his face from ear to ear. He gave my shoulder a hearty pat and exclaimed, "Well done. Facing danger head-on and daring to raise your blade in defense, truly worthy of being a student from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Rest assured, our school has always been generous in rewarding acts of bravery." Not far away, the TV cameras were trained on the scene. The principal gave me a meaningful glance, and I immediately caught on. Putting on a solemn expression, I declared loudly, above all, it's Green Mountain High School's excellent teaching that empowered me, giving me the ability and courage to sacrifice myself for others. The principal laughed heartily, seeing that I was quite adept, perhaps he could be a little more generous with the reward. Afterward, the principal had someone clean up Leike's corpse and proceeded with the pep rally. But given what had just happened, no one had the mind to listen to those motivational speeches anymore. Instead, they were all whispering about me, eager to learn more. I didn't pay much attention to these details. After calming the excitement from Thunderflash/'s advancement, I continued examining the damaged battle sword closely. Despite being covered in cracks, looking as if it would shatter completely upon slicing vegetables, it had withstood my rapid swings and successfully killed 4 Thunderbirds in succession. My eyes narrowed as I noticed something odd. The blood on the battle blade had vanished. I'd clearly seen the blade completely stained crimson with the Thunder Sparrow's blood moments before. The cracks have reduced, and one of the chips on the edge has visibly shrunk. It struck me, this battered blade repairs itself by absorbing blood. My heart pounded wildly. This weapon was far more extraordinary than I'd imagined. I won't sell it for now. There must be other mysteries hidden within it worth uncovering. Besides, this blade suits the lightning flash/ perfectly, I concluded. Since I'm keeping it, it deserves a name. This is no ordinary weapon. After some thought, I decided, silver blade that drinks blood. I'll call it Silver Blood. Under the sunlight, the reflected gleam from the blade seemed to shimmer faintly in response. It was almost noon when the mobilization rally ended. Come to my office for a chat. Suyun approached me and called out gently. Getting called into the teacher's office usually didn't bode well, but Suyun was an exception. Being scolded by this domineering older sister type might even feel somewhat pleasurable. Many nearby people were staring at me, their eyes full of envy, resentment, and jealousy. Especially the boys who knew about the arrangement between Suyun and me. They were so furious they practically ranked me first on Qing Mountain High School's students who must die list. What are you standing there for? Go after her. Guo Renyu chuckled and shoved me forward. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the office. Suyun sat in her chair, her snug clothing accentuating her voluptuous curves, undeniably alluring. She studied me carefully before asking, care to explain? What happened with your lightning flash/? While practicing lightning flash/ hard this morning, I suddenly had an epiphany. Afterward, I was just one thin layer away from the subtle realm. Back at the training ground, in my hurry to save Guo Renyu, I instinctively unleashed the lightning flash/. Unexpectedly, I gained some insight and pierced right through that final layer, achieving a breakthrough into the subtle realm. With a calm expression, I said indifferently, Flash Thunder/'s epiphany, when you round it off, isn't it just like my own enlightenment? My ability to slay the Thunder Sparrow was entirely due to my own efforts. Epiphany. Suyun nodded slightly, as this aligned perfectly with her speculation. Your luck is truly exceptional. Suyun couldn't help but exclaim. Epiphany is an extremely rare state. Entering it depends little on talent. To put it bluntly, it's all about chance. Many geniuses go their whole lives without experiencing it even once. After some thought, Suyun cautioned me, enlightenment comes by chance, not by force. Progress in martial arts still depends on one's own relentless day and night practice. Never pin your hope solely on sudden enlightenment. That's utterly unrealistic. Got it, I grinned. Even in my sleep, I never stop cultivating. Stop the nonsense, I'm not joking with you. Suyun's pretty face turned serious as she spoke solemnly. The most difficult part of martial arts cultivation is perseverance. Persisting for a day, a week, or a month, anyone can grind their teeth and get through it. But what about longer periods? Repeating the same thing endlessly would bore anyone. Especially when hitting a plateau. Practicing hard for days without seeing progress is pure torment. Many geniuses get stuck at this very stage, never reaching their rightful potential. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth? My smile unchanged, I replied honestly, I'm different from them. Martial arts cultivation only brings me joy. Suyun sighed, thinking I was still basking in the excitement of my enlightenment, unaware of how difficult it is to maintain day in, day out training year after year. Teacher Su, my lightning slash has reached the subtle level. I cleared my throat and said, don't you think it's time to fulfill our agreement? Hearing this, Suyun felt an uncontrollable unease in her heart. She took a deep breath and feigned composure as she said, apart from that B-rank martial art, what other demands do you have? Go ahead, speak. Well, you know. I rubbed my hands together with an embarrassed smile. Suyun grew even more flustered. As a teacher, she knew all too well what a teenage boy of 17 or 18 might be wanting. She probably regretted being so firm with her words back in the classroom. Chapter 5. Of course one should choose the most challenging martial arts to learn. I want to master all the B-rank martial arts in the school, Ning Chuan said. Suyun blinked and said, did I hear wrong? Seeing Suyun show no reaction, Ning Chuan thought she hadn't heard clearly and raised his voice to repeat, Teacher Su, I want to master all the B-level martial arts in the school. I heard you, no need to shout. Suyun waved her hand and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. The young man opposite was indeed somewhat arrogant when it came to martial arts, but his character was ultimately decent. That request of yours is unacceptable. Gathering her thoughts, Suyun shook her head and said. She then explained the reason. It's not that I'm unwilling, but Qingshan High School has a rule: all students can learn at most 3 to 4 martial arts techniques. After all, the inheritance of martial seals is limited. Hearing this, Ning Chuan pondered and realized there was indeed such a rule in his memories. Normally, a high school student would cultivate 3 to 4 martial arts techniques throughout their 3 years of study. Like the original owner of this body, who barely used his allotted slots for martial arts, focusing almost entirely on the bull charge technique to strengthen his foundational abilities. Suyun thought for a moment and reminded him, you selected Swift Wind Step in your 2nd year of high school, and just a few days ago, you came to me to inherit the Lightning Flash Slash. Then I'll choose 2 more grade B martial arts techniques. Alas, sighed Ning Chuan, resigned to the presumption that he could select only 4 martial arts disciplines. Suyun sighed, somewhat reluctantly. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but mainly because he feared it might hinder Ning Chuan's future. In her view, since Ning Chuan had mastered the subtle realm of Lightning Slash, he should now focus on breathing techniques to strengthen his own fundamental abilities. If he could reach the 5th stage of awakening before the college entrance exams, he would have a shot at entering a prestigious university. However, Suyun worried that if she refused, Ning Chuan might make unreasonable demands. Left with no choice, she reluctantly agreed. 2 doors it is, but I'm coming with you to Martial Arts Tower. No problem. The two left the office, crossed half the campus, and entered Martial Arts Tower. It was noon at that moment, and Martial Arts Tower was nearly empty. Ning Chuan had been here once before and wasn't curious, heading straight for the top floor where the Class B martial arts techniques were stored. The top floor was empty. In the very center stood a row of bulletproof glass display cases, divided into more than 30 compartments. Each compartment housed a square metal block, slightly larger than an adult's fist. That metal cube is the martial seal, a medium for storing martial techniques. Many martial arts cannot be fully described with mere words. They possess a certain essence, an intrinsic meaning that can only be passed down through martial seals. What kind of martial art are you planning to choose? Suyun asked aloud. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before replying. I'm already capable of fighting above my level. I want to choose a body-refining martial art to enhance my defense. Yes. Suyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she nodded and said, though body-refining martial arts have always been difficult to master, once perfected, the benefits will last you a lifetime. And what's the other martial art? She pressed further. Ning Chuan stroked his chin and didn't answer immediately, lost in thought. He was torn between 2 martial arts techniques. One was a movement technique. Although he possessed Gale Steps, its tier was mediocre, belonging to the lowest E-rank martial arts. If one could master a powerful movement technique, once their cultivation level improved, combining it with the lightning-fast lightning slash would be enough to push their strength to an extremely formidable level. The other type is unarmed martial arts. Compared to movement techniques, this type of martial art would surely have little effect on lightning slash, but it would still significantly enhance overall strength. The second martial art. Ning Chuan exhaled softly, making up his mind as he declared, I'll choose an unarmed combat technique. The martial arts exam for the college entrance test changes every year. This year might emphasize unarmed combat. To score higher, I can't have any obvious weaknesses. Ning Chuan knew clearly that his priority at this stage was still the college entrance exam. As long as he could get into a top-tier university, or even better, Stellar River University, martial arts wouldn't be a problem anymore. Moreover, Swift Wind Step was progressing rapidly, and within a short period of time in the future, it would be more than sufficient for his use. Choosing bare-handed martial arts was more suitable. Excellent. Suyun's delicate face revealed a faint smile, brimming with satisfaction, and her somewhat nervous heart finally calmed down. She had specifically come to the martial arts library because she was worried that Ning Chuan might be blinded by a single moment of enlightenment and end up choosing 2 saber techniques. Now it seemed her concerns were unnecessary. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Chuan had finalized his selection. Bare-handed martial arts, bone-shattering technique, renowned for its ruthless and bizarre nature. When executed, its moves are cunningly deceptive, striking from angles enemies least expect, making it virtually indefensible. The inherent destructive power is immense. Once mastered, it can easily shatter every bone in a target's body, hence its name, Thousand Bones Shattering. Hard body training, diamond body, consisting of 9 progressive levels. Upon complete mastery, the practitioner's physique becomes unbreakable, impervious to bullets and immune to firearms. However, Ning Chuan had another reason for choosing the King Kong body. This was an incomplete martial art. When complete, it had 18 levels and was classified as an S-grade martial art. If there's ever a chance to restore it in the future, he could advance even further. What kind of martial art did you pick? Suyun's red lips twitched as she glared fiercely at Ning Chuan, realizing she had rejoiced too soon. While the Diamond Body and Thousand Bones execution technique are undoubtedly powerful, the might of martial arts is directly proportional to their cultivation difficulty. This holds especially true for top-tier B-grade techniques like these. For greater power, they become excruciatingly obscure, even surpassing ordinary A-grade martial arts. After the reprimand, Suyun softened her tone and advised, "You shouldn't blindly pursue martial arts' destructive power alone. From a holistic perspective, you should consider switching to different techniques. How about Ironclad Physique and the 36 Ironblood forms?" Suyun explained, "These are all military combat techniques, mutually complementary, producing results greater than the sum of their parts. There are even matching tutorials online, making it easier to integrate them into your own strength. No exchange." Ning Chuan lifted his head at a 45-degree angle, his expression resolute as he declared with pride, "Only the weak fear difficulties and cower in retreat. A true warrior faces challenges head-on and dares to raise their sword against the stronger." Hearing this, an almost imperceptible black line faintly emerged on Suyun's fair forehead. It's true that the strong fear no difficulties, but a fourth-stage awakener was nowhere near strong enough. She had been mistaken before. Ning Chuan must have gotten abnormally arrogant after his sudden realization regarding lightning flash. "Go ahead and choose if you must." Suyun clenched her silver teeth and said resentfully, "Don't regret it later." With the subtle level thunder strike as his foundation, Ning Chuan was practically guaranteed to get into university. Besides, it wouldn't hurt him to endure a few hardships while he was still young. It'd only make the road ahead easier to travel. At this thought, Suyun called over the administrator of the martial arts pavilion, opened the compartment, and retrieved those 2 martial seals. "Go on. The building has a transmission room where students can inherit martial arts." "Thank you, Teacher Su." Ning Chuan smiled, took the martial seal, and entered the nearby transmission room. Inheriting the martial seal is extremely simple. Just place it on one's forehead, and the stored martial arts knowledge will flow directly into the mind. Before long, Ning Chuan had fully comprehended both martial arts techniques, then summoned the system interface. A translucent screen materialized before his eyes. Realm, Awakening Stage, 4th Tier. Rampaging Bull Force, Mastery, Progress 25%. Gale Step, Proficient, Progress 7%. Flash Thunder / Subtle, Progress 3%. Thousand Bones Slaughter Art, Foundation, Progress 0%. Indestructible Body, First Layer, Progress 0%. Ning Chuan noticed that the realm description for the Vajra body in the final column differed from those of other martial arts. This was only natural. External martial arts were rather unique, placing greater emphasis on enhancing the body's fundamental defenses, and thus didn't conform to conventional realm classifications. However, as a branch of martial arts, there presumably wouldn't be any significant disparity in terms of relative progress advancement. I've just started practicing these 2 martial arts techniques, so I can't assess my progress yet. Let's check again tonight. Unlocking the door, Ning Chuan stepped out of the training chamber. Suyun was waiting for him outside. After returning the martial seals to the administrator, the two left together down the stairs. "Teacher Su, treat me to a meal." On the way, Ning Chuan grinned and said, "I'll work hard at cultivating and strive to get into a good university." Ning Chuan had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to save the cost of one lunch. He wasn't planning to sell the Silver Blood Warblade. Money was desperately tight these days. Before finding any other valuable items, every bit saved counts. "Sure, let's go to the commercial street outside campus. There's a restaurant with decent food." Suyun gave it some thought and agreed directly. Ning Chuan's modest request had earned him considerable goodwill from her. After scoring a free lunch, Ning Chuan returned to the classroom. There are still 3 culture classes in the afternoon: mathematics, physics, chemistry. Each is vitally important. Not just because they're tested in the college entrance exams, they also greatly benefit martial arts cultivation. The creator of the Lightning Flash /, who holds a doctorate in physics, once stated that without aerodynamics, there would be no lightning flash / faster than a thunder beast. Moreover, one of the Federation's supreme martial arts, the nuclear fist, has even more stringent requirements regarding physics. To master it, one must thoroughly understand the principles of nuclear fusion and fission. Otherwise, even the basics would be impossible to grasp. Of course, mastery in mathematics, physics, and chemistry does not make one a formidable warrior, but it serves as an essential foundation for reaching the peaks of martial arts. In a way, martial arts and subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry are all manifestations of exploring the profound truths of the universe. Thanks to his predecessor's strong foundation in academics, Ning Chuan found learning these subjects quite manageable. Ding-ling-ling, class break. Ning Chuan closed his book, lifted his head to stretch his neck, and noticed students in the class pointing at him and whispering. This scene had long become commonplace to Ning Chuan. Too many had witnessed him slaying the Thunder Phoenix at the training grounds that morning. He became utterly famous. Just at the 4th stage of awakening, yet able to slay a Thunder Sparrow. Ning Chuan's mastery of Lightning Flash / must be terrifyingly high. That's a B-grade martial art, after all. Many students sighed with admiration, green with envy. Seeing this, Ma Hai grew displeased. With a cold snort, he berated, "You're overestimating him. The thunder sparrow isn't as hard to kill as you might think. It's not some ferocious beast, its intelligence is extremely low. Though its diving speed is fast, just calculate the timing of your strike right, and you can cut it down without even using martial arts." As he spoke, Ma Hai strode over to Ning Chuan, looking down at him with a questioning tone. "Don't you think I'm right? What level has your lightning flash reached? Is it at proficient yet?" Ning Chuan looked at Ma Hai in feigned confusion, saying, "Why the sudden change of tune? Didn't you just say my lightning flash strike hadn't even reached beginner level?" Ma Hai's face stiffened before he replied coldly, "Enough nonsense. Just say what you've got to say. If you're so eager to know, why not experience it for yourself?" A cold glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he gripped the hilt of silver blood, rising to his feet in one smooth motion while swinging his arm in a fierce slash. Martial arts cultivation values the unimpeded flow of one's will. If you can win a fight, there's no need for idle talk. Boom! His musculature erupted with thunderous roars, deafening to the ear. Ning Chuan directly unleashed the lightning flash. A flash of silver light illuminated the classroom, accompanied by thunder, as if electricity had sparked from the void. Ma Hai never expected Ning Chuan to dare strike first. He only felt a flicker before his eyes, and by the time he realized what happened, a battle blade was already pressed against his neck. The chilling touch of the razor-sharp blade sent goosebumps rising on the skin where it rested. "Now, what realm do you think I'm in?" Ning Chuan bared his teeth at Ma Hai in a grin, his teeth gleaming white. Chapter 6, The Campus Bell's Invitation, Instant Karma. "You asking for death?" Ma Hai paled in fright, then flew into a shameful rage. Lifting his foot, he charged at Ning Chuan, ready to throw hands. But the next moment, Ma Hai's foot froze midair. The blade pressed against his neck was steadily cutting into his flesh. The cold metallic sensation of the edge transmitted clearly through his skin. Staring at Ning Chuan's smiling face, Ma Hai felt a surge of terror. His instincts screamed that taking one more step forward would make Ning Chuan truly dare to slit his throat. You resort to violence in private and sneak attacks. Do you want to get expelled from school?" Ma Hai swallowed hard and said sharply. The students in the class were all watching. At a time like this, he couldn't back down. But no one was foolish, they could all see that Ma Hai was already unconsciously giving in. When student conflicts arise, who would actually cite school regulations as justification? Ning Chuan has some nerve. Many students exchanged glances, looking at each other in bewilderment. After all, Ma Hai was exceptionally strong, ranking in the top 10 of their class, and had a close relationship with class president Zhang Wenxi. His domineering attitude and arrogant behavior made him someone few students dared to provoke. "Ning Chuan, put that knife away immediately." On the lecture platform, the physics teacher finished organizing his teaching materials and looked up to see the scene, urgently calling out to stop it. "I understand your thunder flash has reached the microcosmic mastery level, moving as naturally as your own limbs. But you can't perform such dangerous actions. If there's even a slight mistake, considering the power of thunder flash, it's no trivial matter, it could lead to disastrous consequences." The physics teacher reprimanded with evident displeasure. "Sorry, Teacher Wang." Ning Chuan smiled and said, "Student Ma Hai was curious about my thunder flash level, so I just let him experience it firsthand." With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the silver blood warblade. Ma Hai didn't relax because of this, his face turned incredibly ugly, alternating between shades of green and red. His previous words became the butt of jokes again. Ning Chuan's lightning slash had reached the subtle realm. A B-grade martial art in the subtle realm is powerful enough to surpass 2 levels in combat. No wonder Ning Chuan didn't give Ma Hai any face and subdued him in a single strike. The classroom erupted in noise as many couldn't help but discuss excitedly. Lightning slash is a purely offensive martial technique with terrifying destructive power. In our school, aside from those high-level awakened students, probably no one can withstand Ning Chuan wielding a blade. Doesn't this mean Ning Chuan has potential to enter top-tier universities, even prestigious ones? Hearing the surrounding voices, Zhang Wenxi's expression darkened. Being the center of attention in class had always been his privilege. Now that the spotlight had been stolen, he felt particularly annoyed, especially since it was Ning Chuan who took it, the same person who had publicly refused his request before. Zhang Wenxi stood up and walked straight to Ning Chuan's side. This spot instantly became the focal point of all the students' gazes. Looking around, Zhang Wenxi chuckled and said, "It's still very difficult to get into a prestigious university." "I'm not looking down on you, Ning Chuan. The lethality of flash thunder slash is something I'm well aware of, undeniably strong. But the college entrance exam isn't a martial arts competition. It assesses a student's comprehensive abilities. Simply having combat power comparable to an awakened 6th stage practitioner is only at the level of an ordinary university." After a pause, Zhang Wenxi explained with a smile, "Just like 2 years ago, the college entrance examination project in our East Forest Administrative District crossed the Dragon Ridge Mountains, covering over 300 kilometers. Without enough endurance, agility, observation, and other qualities, you wouldn't achieve good results. The class monitor is right. Pure attack power alone just makes you a reckless brute. Voices echoing Zhang Wenxi's remarks rose one after another. After all, Ning Chuan, a previously unknown student, had suddenly become a prominent figure in the school, inevitably stirring up negative emotions like resentment and jealousy among his classmates. Sour grapes, if you're so capable, why don't you master a B-grade martial art technique with microcosmic awareness yourselves? Guo Rinyu let out a cold snort, feeling indignant on behalf of Ning Chuan. Was there anything wrong with what the class monitor said? Ma Hai steadied his emotions, revealing a faint cold smile as he taunted, "It's not just the college entrance exams. Even after graduating and job hunting in the future, it'll be the same. In the modern federation, where does all this fighting and killing come from? Without substantial hard skills, no one would ever hire you. What's the use of only being good with a single offensive saber technique? You'll be unemployed the day you graduate." Hearing this, Ning Chuan hefted the silver blood battle saber in his hand. He should have been more ruthless earlier. Let Ma Hai spill some blood to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. "President Liu, what brings you here?" At that moment, someone exclaimed, and the crowd turned their heads to look. At the entrance stood a beautiful girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with an oval face, fair and delicate skin, and long, lustrous hair that shimmered in shades of light cyan and blue, cascading down to her waist like a starry sky. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Lu Mangyue. Ning Chuan's eyes flashed with recognition as the girl entered. Student Council President of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She had represented all senior year students during this morning's motivational rally. There's the reason of her stunning looks, but more importantly, it's her formidable strength. At the peak of awakening 9th stage, just half a step away from becoming a certified martial artist, with great potential to be admitted to Star River University. Zhang Wenxi seemed familiar with Lu Mangyue as he greeted her with a bright smile, saying gently, "Mangyue, what brings you here? You didn't need to come in person, just a phone call would have sufficed." "Zhang Wenxi, I'm not here for you. Let's go," Lu Mangyue said coldly, her steps never faltering as she left Zhang Wenxi standing there with an awkward expression. The nearby students flushed crimson at the sight. If not for considering Zhang Wenxi's position as class monitor, he would have burst out laughing long ago. Bypassing Zhang Wenxi, Lu Mangyue took a few more steps and, under the curious gazes of those around, came to a halt before Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan, is that right?" Lu Mangyue looked at Ning Chuan, a faint smile appearing on her delicate face as she spoke. "Looking for me?" Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. In his memory, the original owner wasn't acquainted with Lu Mangyue. Lu Mangyue gave a slight nod and said, "I saw you slay the Thunder Sparrow this morning. Your flash lightning slash was exceptionally skilled, far surpassing mine." As she spoke, she pressed her fingers together and forcefully swung them forward in a slashing motion. A thunderous roar erupted from within his body. However, compared to Ning Chuan, the sound was extremely dissipated, barely resembling thunder. "My thunder flash slash has been stuck at the threshold of proficiency for far too long. That's why I'd like to ask you to guide me in practicing the thunder flash slash." Lu Mangyue stated her purpose straightforwardly. After a pause, she added, "As for the tutoring fee, 1,000 yuan per hour, does that suit you?" The moment her words fell, the classroom erupted instantly. Lu Mangyue, a student standing at the very top of the pyramid, had actually taken the initiative to ask Ning Chuan for guidance and even offered such a high rate. To put this in perspective, the per capita monthly income in the relatively prosperous Qingshan city wasn't even 4,000 yuan. To everyone's astonishment, Ning Chuan didn't immediately agree. "What are you hesitating for?" Guo Rinyu urged anxiously from the side. Ning Chuan remained unmoved. Lu Mangyue's offer satisfied him greatly. The problem was, the profound mastery of Flash Thunder Slash was achieved entirely through the technique's own efforts to break through. He only had corresponding insights but was completely unaware of the difficulties in cultivation, let alone guiding others. As for deceiving her to swindle some salary, Ning Chuan had no such intention. Not that he didn't want to, he simply didn't dare. The Ghetto Martial Arts Gym, ranked number 1 in Qingshan City, was owned by Lu Mangyue's family. Trying to deceive Lu Mangyue was completely unrealistic. If things went wrong, not only would there be no salary, but also a severe beating. However, such a high-paying job was rare and hard to come by. Ning Chuan truly didn't want to give up. Lost in inner turmoil, his brows furrowed tightly without him realizing it. Opposite him, Lu Mangyue noticed Ning Chuan's expression and quickly surmised why he had remained silent all this while. She leaned forward slightly and said, "Classmate Ning, this was my oversight. The hourly rate of 1,000 yuan is the tuition fee set by our martial arts school. Since Lightning Slash is one of the most difficult B-rank martial arts techniques, the instruction fee should naturally be higher. I simply hadn't considered it before. It wasn't meant as any disrespect toward you. My deepest apologies. Let me revise my offer. 3,000 yuan per hour, would that be acceptable?" "Ha?" Ning Chuan blinked. "This comes with unexpected benefits? I'll take on the mentoring job." Ning Chuan agreed without hesitation. Judging by Lu Manhua's extravagant demeanor, even if the teaching didn't go well, he'd likely still get paid for at least the first hour. 3,000 yuan was no small sum, equivalent to 2 months' worth of survivor benefits. There was no reason to turn down free money. The college entrance exam is approaching, and time is running short. Let's start from today. I'll wait for you at the school gate after class, Lu Manhwa declared briskly, then bid farewell to Ning Chuan and left the classroom. Many students gazed at Ning Chuan with particularly complicated expressions. Some were envious, some resentful, but most carried a sense of shame. They had just echoed the sentiment that Ning Chuan's flash thunder slash was useless. Ning Chuan secured a high-paying job just like that. The slapback didn't even wait overnight. Gui Ringyu laughed triumphantly and declared loudly, 3,000 per hour, just casual tutoring, and you can easily make 100 grand in a month. In Xingshan City, even some certified martial artists don't earn salaries this high. Even in those megacities, only martial artists who graduated from top universities could hope to earn that kind of income. With that, Guo Ringyu turned to Ma Hai and grinned mockingly, sneering, not tough enough? Unemployed upon graduation? Can't find a job? Ma Hai's face darkened. Without a word, he hung his head and slunk out of the classroom. That humiliation cut deep. Not far away, Zhang Wenxi's expression looked equally unpleasant. He stared at Lu Manhua's retreating figure, his gaze shadowy and inscrutable. Who could tell what thoughts were churning beneath? Chapter 7, Willing but Unable. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang Mountain High School dismissed its students. The setting sun dipped westward, its lingering rays soft and casting a warm-hued twilight. Just as Ning Chuan stepped out of the school gate, a bright red convertible pulled up in front of him. Lu Manhwa sat in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel. She lifted her eyes to look at Ning Chuan and said simply, "Get in." Ning Chuan's gaze lingered on the car emblem for 2 seconds. The Windblood sports car starts at 5 million yuan even for the base model. TSK, so she's a little rich girl, no wonder she casually offered me 3,000 per hour. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. The unfortunate truth was his martial arts training had gone too well, leaving him with teeth too strong for chewing soft rice. Ning Chuan opened the car door and got in with some regret. Even now, his appearance remained strikingly handsome, such natural gifts being solely reliant on personal effort seemed rather wasted. Lu Manhwa pressed the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, merged into the traffic. We're going to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Their facilities are complete and suitable for practicing lightning flash slash, Lu Manhwa said while driving. After the training session, I'll have the driver take you home. Thanks. Ning Chuan nodded lightly, then remained silent. Lu Manhwa couldn't help but glance at Ning Chuan again. Among the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School, few could treat her with such indifference. It's not that she's vain. Her talent, abilities, and family background were all exceptional within the school. Fellow students, even if only considering her academic ranking, couldn't help but regard her with admiration. But in reality, Ning Chuan was simply racking his brains over how to instruct Lu Manhwa in practicing the lightning flash slash. Or perhaps, how to make Lu Manhwa feel like she was actually being instructed. A job paying 3,000 an hour, rare as hen's teeth, was something Ning Chuan desperately wanted to land. If he could keep it up until the college entrance exams, the earnings would be enough to multiply his capabilities several times over. While Star River University might still be a stretch, he'd undoubtedly secure admission to one of the other top 10 prestigious institutions. But Lu Manhua's family ran a martial arts school. Without genuinely helping them, there was no way he'd get the position. One step at a time, then. Ning Chuan sighed quietly to himself. 10 minutes later, the red sports car executed a perfect drift and came to a steady stop right in front of the Extreme Combat Hall's main gate. It was a massive structure, not tall, just 3 stories high, but occupying an exceptionally large area comparable to the open-air training grounds of Green Mountain High School. Young mistress. A man in black walked briskly forward and greeted them respectfully. Prepare a private training room for me. Lu Manhwa got out of the car and casually threw the car keys to the man in black with a swift motion that made Ning Chuan raise an eyebrow in slight surprise. Leading the way, Lu Manhwa took Ning Chuan into the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Passing through the gate, Ning Chuan heard an uproar of clamorous voices. In the first-floor hall, under the glare of bright incandescent lights, over 1,000 students clad in martial arts training uniforms were diligently practicing. Among them were children as young as 7 or 8, as well as teenagers similar in age to Ning Chuan. The school's instruction in martial arts cultivation was far from comprehensive. After all, teachers handle multiple students at once, and their energy is limited. They simply can't attend to every student's needs individually. Families with decent means would send their children to martial arts schools to receive more refined education. Before long, the two stepped into the elevator and arrived at a training room on the 2nd floor. Inside, it was exceptionally quiet, unlike the bustling hall, with no other trainees present. Lu, how do you expect me to guide you? Ning Chuan asked the question that concerned him most. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chuan continued, I haven't been practicing flashing thunder slash for long. It was only through a sudden moment of enlightenment that I managed to reach the subtle realm. First, lay the groundwork for not being able to provide guidance. If Lu Mengyue were to become displeased, there would at least be an explanation ready. You don't need to be so formal, just call me by my name. Lu Mengyue stretched lightly, her face breaking into a smile as she said, don't be nervous. With your mastery of the lightning slash at the subtle realm, guiding me shouldn't be hard. You demonstrate the lightning slash, and I'll point out any shortcomings from the side. Hearing this, Ning Chuan finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. This matter was far simpler than he had imagined. Earlier, he thought explaining to Lu Mengyue how to break through the bottleneck would require elusive clues he hadn't yet grasped. In truth, this misunderstanding stemmed from Ning Chuan's insufficient knowledge of martial arts principles. The bottleneck between realms is profoundly mysterious, it cannot be fully explained through words alone. To achieve a breakthrough, the cultivator must attain enlightenment through personal comprehension. I got the 3,000 an hour job. A faint smile curled at Ning Chuan's lips as he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. His cultivation speed was about to skyrocket, and the outline of a top 10 federal university seemed vividly within reach. By the way, just as Ning Chuan was contemplating which prestigious university to apply to, Lu Mengyue walked to the weapon rack by the wall, picked up an unsharpened slender combat sword, and pointed it directly at him, saying, one more thing I almost forgot to mention, you'll be taking on a part-time job as my sparring partner. We'll train using lightning severing strike. Lu Mengyue pointed out that such practical combat could deepen her comprehension of the lightning flash slash. Combat? Ning Chuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, completely dismissing any thought of showing off in front of a beauty, and stated bluntly, I'm only at awakening stage 4. Not that he was cowardly. At the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Even his perfected thunderflash slash proved utterly useless. The gap was too vast to bridge. Lu Mengyue suppressed all tricks with brute force, impossible to withstand. It's my fault for not making it clear, I'll suppress my strength and keep my physical speed and power at roughly your level. Seeing his reaction, Lu Mengyue pursed her red lips slightly with an awkward smile. After a moment's thought, she asked, which breathing technique do you practice? D-grade Raging Bull Force. Ning Chuan shrugged and answered truthfully. He knew exactly why Lu Mengyue had inquired about his breathing technique. Different breathing techniques not only have distinct characteristics they lean toward, but also vary in how they temper the body. Simply put, the higher the grade of the breathing technique, the more profound its body tempering effects. There are noticeable differences in strength, speed, endurance, and even the 5 senses. However, powerful breathing techniques are a double-edged sword, they consume substantially more energy during the process. Without sufficient resources to support it, an ordinary breathing technique would actually be preferable. That's precisely why Ning Chuan didn't choose a B-grade breathing technique when selecting martial arts earlier. It simply wasn't worthwhile. Nowadays, with his diet failing to meet the requirements, cultivating a high-level breathing technique does more harm than good. It would only hinder his progress and strength improvement. Then let's begin now. Lu Mengyue took a deep breath, calming her mind as a solemn expression settled over her delicate face. She raised her battle blade, and with a thunderous surge from her body, swung the weapon in a single motion. To ensure Ning Chuan could clearly track her movements, Lu Mengyue exerted only a fraction of her true power. Your wrist angle is incorrect, it's tilted too far upward. While this grip does provide some extra power, Lightning Flash is a technique that prioritizes pure speed above all else. Ning Chuan paused briefly, pinpointing Lu Mengyue's mistake. Let me try again. Lu Mengyue swung her blade once more. No, the movement is too deliberate. The Lightning Flash slash doesn't follow fixed forms, its essence lies in coordinated exerting force from multiple muscle groups simultaneously. How about this? Under Ning Chuan's guidance, Lu Mengyue practiced persistently. Before they knew it, an hour had slipped by. That's all for the guidance. Lu Mengyue took the towel handed by the waiter nearby, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, and said, next, we'll spar using Flash Lightning Slash. Good. With a crisp response, Ning Chuan set down the silver blood battle blade and walked straight to the weapon rack, drawing out a blunt training sword. Perhaps due to his morning experience of slaying the Thunder Sparrow, his mindset had shifted, he no longer feared engaging in combat. The two arrived at the center of the field, facing off against each other. Begin! With a sharp exhale, Lu Mengyue forcefully pushed off the ground, her feet sinking deep into the thick mat. In 2 or 3 steps, she closed the distance, pressing right before Ning Chuan. Boom! Her body erupted with a crack like thunder as she swung her blade. The air split cleanly, shaping into a piercing whistle. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on his saber, likewise unleashing a lightning flash strike. Screech! The battle blade swiftly tore through the air, descending in an overhead slash aimed directly at the horizontally swung saber of Lu Mengyue. His lightning flash strike surpassed Lu Mengyue's by 3 whole realms. In a direct clash, with Lu Mengyue restraining her strength, he could gain the upper hand. Bang! The 2 blades collided, sending sparks flying as the deafening clang of steel rang out. To Ning Chuan's surprise, his right hand gripping the hilt did not feel the expected powerful recoil from a forceful impact. It's a feint. Ning Chuan's heart clenched with alarm. He saw Lu Mengyue's battle blade tilt inward with a flick of her wrist, deflecting the power of his vertical slash while simultaneously sweeping toward his throat. The mirror-smooth blade swept through the air, clearly reflecting Ning Chuan's pair of dark eyes. Though slightly flustered, he never lost his composure. Lightning slash. With all his might, Ning Chuan retracted his sword to defend. Reaching the realm of subtlety, his speed was astonishing. The blade left silver afterimages in the air as it barely managed to block Lu Mengyue's strike. Clang! Sparks flew as Ning Chuan staggered backward from the impact. Lu Mengyue halted her steps, choosing not to press her advantage. Their duel was meant to hone the lightning dodge technique, not to determine a winner. After a long while, Ning Chuan stomped down firmly, securing his stance on the soft mat beneath him. He raised his eyes to gaze at Lu Mengyue, a faint trace of confusion surfacing in his expression. Despite possessing a significant advantage in cultivation realm when using the same flash thunder slash technique, why did he find himself on the defensive? It felt like punching cotton effort without effect. After pondering for a moment, a spark of understanding flashed through Ning Chuan's eyes. His actual combat skills are insufficient. Neither he nor the original body were familiar with fighting. At best, they had just begun to grasp the essentials. The previous killing of the Thunder Bird was more about brute force domination. Compared to someone like Lu Mengyue, who has been through countless battles, they weren't even in the same league, as different as clouds and mud. But that's not a problem. The essence of combat is technique. Through rigorous training, one naturally masters how to strike appropriately, when to attack, when to defend, and when to evade. Ning Chuan murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. In the next moment, his figure darted forth, swift as the wind, commencing another round of confrontation. Lu Mengyue honed his lightning flash slash. He could also improve his combat skills through battle. Training partners benefit mutually. Bang bang bang. The two men engaged in rapid combat, their battle knives continuously clashing, sparks flying like festive fireworks blooming in all directions. Nearly half an hour later, the battle ceased. The one who called for a stop was Ning Chuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, his pay was hourly, and he would have gladly fought longer. But reality wouldn't permit it. Under such high-intensity combat, his physical strength was draining rapidly. He could barely remain standing, needing to lean on his sword for support. This kind of sparring is highly effective. I can already feel my bottleneck loosening, Lu Mengyue remarked with a satisfied smile. Starting today, we'll spar once daily until I break through to the adept realm. If you agree, then our deal stands. As a peak-level 9th stage awakener, such training was naturally effortless for Lu Mengyue. Ning Chuan leaned on his sword, barely managing to stand upright. Too exhausted to speak, he simply nodded in agreement. Lu Mengyue glanced at the wall clock and said, nearly 2 hours. But your skill level surpassed my expectations, we'll count it as 2 hours. Thank you. Ning Chuan pondered momentarily before asking, could payments be settled daily? His current funds could barely sustain his daily cultivation needs. You're welcome. I was planning to settle the accounts daily anyway, who knows when we'll make a breakthrough. Lu Mengyue flashed a smile, turning her delicate profile slightly toward the middle-aged man waiting nearby. Uncle Yang, could you fetch 6,000 in cash for us? Right away, miss. The middle-aged man hurried off. Chapter 8, Getting Stronger Through Beatings. Uncle Yang, there's no need to drive me all the way to the neighborhood. Just drop me off at the shopping plaza up ahead. Inside the moving black sedan, Ning Chuan turned his head and spoke to the middle-aged driver beside him. The old district where he lived was sparsely populated and relatively remote, with only one large shopping plaza nearby, making daily shopping inconvenient. However, the advantage was the cheap rent and independent apartment cost only 400 yuan per month. Alright, the sedan slowly pulled over to the curb. After thanking Uncle Yang, the driver, Ning Chuan pushed open the door and stepped out, walking straight into the adjacent shopping plaza. Without wandering around aimlessly, he strode directly to the counter selling monstrous beast meat. This place was completely different from an ordinary butcher's shop, more like a bank's cash transport with armed security guards constantly patrolling the area like an armored convoy. The security was exceptionally tight. After all, the price of beast meat was exorbitant, with cheaper cuts costing several hundred yuan per pound. Higher quality cuts surpassed the price of gold of the same weight. Young student, would you like a piece of this scaled boar's lean meat? It's packed with energy and easily absorbed, perfect for someone in the awakening realm. The middle-aged salesman behind the counter, noting Ning Chuan's school uniform, said cheerfully, it's on special offer right now, just 888 yuan per pound. Damn expensive. Ning Chuan's teeth ached with a sharp twinge. He did a quick mental calculation, the 6,000 yuan he'd earned today would only buy around 7 jin. With his appetite, if he really indulged, even 2 meals wouldn't be enough. Uncle, what kind of fierce beast meat is that 399 yuan per pound? Ning Chuan's eyes scanned the counter before he pointed to a pile of meat at the back and asked. This is also scalehorn pork, from the hind leg. It contains about the same amount of energy as the lean meat, but it's harder to digest and the body absorbs it more slowly, the salesperson replied truthfully. Don't be fooled by the low price. In terms of cost-performance ratio, it's not as good as the lean meat from scalehorn pigs. The salesperson, seeing Ning Chuan's polite attitude, explained, for students like you practicing breathing techniques, 10 hours a day is the maximum. Lean meat digests quickly, and the energy it contains gets fully absorbed during cultivation, making it highly efficient. But with hind leg meat, absorption is slow, often taking a whole day, and much of the nutrition gets wasted. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. His breathing technique allowed for continuous cultivation without interruption. The disadvantage of slow digestion was not a problem for him. Uncle, give me 15 caddies of hind leg meat. That'll be 5,985 yuan altogether. Customers want to buy, and the salesperson naturally wouldn't refuse. As he reached for his money, Ning Chuan wore an expression of visible reluctance. The cash he just earned hadn't even warmed his pockets before being spent. Yet, he didn't dwell too much on it, paying swiftly without hesitation. Boosting his strength would make earning money much easier anyway. Before leaving the shopping mall, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and went back to the produce section to pick up some side dishes. Back at home, Ning Chuan chopped some scallions, ginger, and garlic, added water, and stewed them together with the scalehorn pork in a pressure cooker. This method yields average flavor but preserves much of the nutritional value. Before long, the pangolin pork was thoroughly cooked. Unable to wait for it to cool, Ning Chuan eagerly picked up a large piece and began tearing into it voraciously. After a busy afternoon in fighting Lu Manhwa until completely exhausted, his stomach had long been growling with hunger. After just a few bites, a mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his mind. The Savage Bull Strength technique detects energy surging through the body, invigorating the mind. Cultivation speed increases by 335%, lasting until energy is depleted. Ning Chuan grinned. At this rate, he would soon advance to the 5th stage of awakening. After dinner, Ning Chuan opened the system interface to check the progress of the 2 new martial arts techniques he had cultivated that morning. Bone Severing Technique Basic, progress 2%. Vajra Body First Layer, progress 1%. Staring at the interface visible only to himself, Ning Chuan frowned. It had been barely 10 hours since he began practicing martial arts. The 1,000 bones killing technique's progress increased by 2%, which translates to about 5 to 6 percentage points per day, slightly faster than Flash Thunder Slash. This was within his expectations. After all, the cultivation difficulty of Flash Thunder Slash ranks among the highest for B-level martial arts, making its practice considerably more challenging. But the progress of Diamond Body far exceeded his anticipations. It actually can't compare to the Lightning Flash Strike. And the difference isn't even slight, it's more than double. After all, the Diamond Body technique has 9 levels of mastery. Converted, each level is somewhat simpler than the standard 6 realms of regular martial arts. This cultivation efficiency is clearly abnormal. Ning Chuan fell into deep thought for a moment, recalling relevant memories in his mind with a pondering expression. Body forging martial arts enhance the defensive strength and resilience of one's physique, requiring energy consumption. To a certain extent, they share similar principles with breathing techniques. Both often require external aids to accelerate the tempering process. The difference lies in the fact that pure energy holds little significance for body forging martial arts. Therefore, his Diamond Body technique didn't accelerate cultivation with the scaly boar meat's energy like the Raging Bull Strength did. External martial arts all seem to require specific medicinal baths. Picking up his phone from the table, Ning Chuan opened the browser to search for information about Diamond Body medicinal baths. When he saw the prices of those key ingredients, his face uncontrollably twitched as he immediately set the phone down. They were charging by the gram, just like gold. It's ridiculously expensive. The fee for guiding Lu Manhwa is barely enough to support the breathing technique cultivation. If I want medicinal baths, I'll have to find another way to earn money. Ning Chuan tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The next day, 8 a.m. Qingshan No. 1 High School. Ning Chuan walked along the stone path toward the training ground. This class was martial arts combat training, which required an open space for sparring, taught by their homeroom teacher Su Yun. After chatting for a while with Gui Ringyu, the class bell rang. Su Yun surveyed the students standing in neat rows before her and spoke solemnly. The techniques of combat and the key points to remember during battle, I've repeated them countless times. Going over them again won't be of much use. You'll need to grasp these things for yourself through actual combat. For the next quarter of an hour, pair up and duel each other. Yes. The students quickly dispersed, each searching for an opponent. Come on, let's fight 300 rounds. Gui Ringyu sauntered toward Ning Chuan with a mischievous grin. In previous combat training classes, the two of them had always been grouped together, coasting through the sessions. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked Gui Ringyu and turned toward Ning Chuan. You fight me. With the college entrance exams approaching, I need an opponent. Let's spar today. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Mahai's mouth. He had already noticed Ning Chuan didn't have a combat blade in hand. Even if he had one, it wouldn't matter. For safety reasons, practical combat classes only allow unarmed fighting. Weapons are strictly prohibited. You want to spar with me? A glint of sharp light flashed through Ning Chuan's eyes, as if he'd thought of something. Exactly. Manhwa nodded, then looked at Ning Chuan with a provoking gaze and declared loudly, I'm doing you a favor by sparring with you. If you refuse, that means you don't know what's good for you. Unless you apologize to me publicly right now, this matter isn't over. Nearby students, hearing the commotion, all turned their gazes over, curious about how Ning Chuan would respond. Make your move. Ning Chuan stretched his body faintly and said. He did not agree just to save face. In his duel with Manhwa, to favor her, he could only use the lightning slash. There are certain limitations. When facing Manhwa, he could freely unleash all his martial skills without restraint. Ning Chuan understood clearly that Manhwa was 2 realms above him. The battle would be extremely arduous. Yet, as long as he could withstand the pressure, the rewards would likewise be immense. His combat skills would improve rapidly. With the college entrance exams approaching, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with various real combat scenarios. Even if Manhwa didn't pick a fight this time, he wouldn't loaf around with Guirinu anymore. He'd find a 5th or 6th stage awakened student to spar with. Quite the tough spirit. But without actual strength, being too hard-headed isn't good. A hard slap will teach you some sense. Manhwa's gaze was mocking as he took a single stride, covering over 10 meters in an instant, arriving right before Ning Chuan. Arg! Raising his right arm, Manhwa tensed it with force, straight as an axe cleaving through the air, and swung it heavily toward Ning Chuan's face. Battle axe strike. This is a bare-handed martial art, renowned for its overwhelming force. So fast. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened, startled by Manhwa's speed. Battle axe cleave wasn't known for swiftness. Manhwa's skill level couldn't be low. Yet he didn't panic. Quickly raising both arms, he crossed them before his chest in a defensive block. Thud. A dull sound rang out. A heavy force struck, and Ning Chuan found it impossible to withstand directly, compelled to retreat continuously to dissipate the impact. Wherever he stepped, the training field's grass was trampled into deep, distinct footprints. After taking 7 or 8 staggered steps, Ning Chuan finally steadied himself. Most of his sleeve had been torn apart by the force, and the exposed skin quickly turned red and swollen. Your body has sustained damage. The indestructible body technique feels deeply ashamed and redoubles its efforts in rigorous training, progressing at a remarkable speed. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows. An unexpected bonus? From this perspective, frequent hand-to-hand combat alone could accelerate the cultivation of the Vajra body, even without medicinal baths. Let's see how many moves you can withstand. Manhwa sneered coldly, giving Ning Chuan no chance to catch his breath as he instantly closed the distance between them. Through this single exchange, he had already confirmed the obvious gap in their abilities. Fire Tiger Claws. Manhwa's right hand descended swiftly, his 5 fingers like iron hooks piercing through the air with a sound akin to tearing silk, slashing out viciously. Whoosh! Ning Chuan exerted strength through his feet, activating gale steps. He had already advanced this martial skill to the proficient realm, and his speed was exceptional. With a sideways dash, he narrowly evaded Manhwa's claw strike. At the same time, while dodging, he circled around to Manhwa's side. Screech! Ning Chuan spread his 5 fingers like a sharp sword and thrust swiftly toward Manhwa's throat. The air trembled violently, emitting a tearing sound as if fabric were being ripped apart. Child's play. Manhwa's cold smirk remained unwavering. As a 6th stage awakened, his dynamic vision was formidable. In less than a second, he had already tracked Ning Chuan's attacking trajectory. He swiftly threw a punch, striking rapidly toward the anticipated position. Yet, just as it was about to hit Ning Chuan's wrist, Manhwa's gaze shifted. In that instant, Ning Chuan's right arm gave a sharp flick accompanied by a crisp sound as if it had gained several extra bones, dodging the attack at an uncanny angle, like the eerie sway of a venomous serpent's head. The next moment, smack, Ning Chuan slapped Manhwa across the face. The force was tremendous. Manhwa's head jerked sideways under the crowd's shocked gazes, a vivid red handprint instantly blooming on his cheek. Viper Strike, one of the 5 forms of the thousand-bone slaughter technique. This move enables rapid mid-course directional shifts, making its attacking trajectory the hardest to predict. The cultivation time is still too short. If I had mastered it to proficiency, this Shadow Serpent Strike could have still hit Manhwa's throat after dodging his attack. It was extremely fragile there. Even if Manhwa surpassed me by 2 realms, I could still defeat him. Instead of like now, where I could only change tactics midway and slap him in the face. Ning Chuan thought to himself, sighing with slight regret. Not far away, Suyun's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, her fair and delicate face filled with shock. Just yesterday at noon, Ning Chuan had only begun learning the thousand-bone slaughtering technique. Yet now he could already execute a move with remarkable semblance. This simply couldn't be attributed to sudden enlightenment either. Could it be that Ning Chuan actually possesses remarkable martial arts talent? Suyun pondered in her heart. Martial arts talent can generally be divided into 2 types. One pertains to physical aptitude. Individuals with superior innate gifts cultivate swiftly, encountering almost no barriers between realms, and when they do, they break through with ease. There is another type, which is enlightenment. Those with exceptional talent in this aspect can quickly grasp any martial art and gain insights in a short period. Suyin felt that Ning Chuan might be this latter type of genius. However, she couldn't understand why Ning Chuan hadn't shown this ability before. At the same time, the surrounding crowd erupted in clamor, bursts of exclamations rising continuously. Ning Chuan actually slapped Ma Hai across the face. Though Ma Hai wasn't seriously injured, the act of slapping someone leans more toward humiliation itself. It's absolutely unbelievable. You should know that when a 6th stage awakened fights a 4th stage, it's normally an absolute and unsurprising domination. We underestimated Ning Chuan. He doesn't just know lightning flash /, he's mastered other powerful martial arts techniques too. Ma Hai should be ashamed. Wasn't he the one who said he'd slap Ning Chuan? Turns out he's the one who got slapped. Guo Ringyu shouted from within the crowd. Ning Chuan's martial arts technique is terrifying, like a viper weaving its head before striking, capable of altering its trajectory multiple times before hitting the target. Truly formidable. Even a 6th stage awakener failed to perceive it and took that slap full force. Listening to the whispers around him, Ma Hai's face flushed crimson, completely masking the scarlet imprint of the slap. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Ma Hai pointed at Ning Chuan, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Getting slapped was an undeniable fact. You seem to have failed to teach me what's good for me. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, rubbing his fingers, and said, after slapping you in the face with action so many times before, it turns out actually doing it myself feels much better. Don't gloat. It was just a careless slip on my part, letting you luck out and gain an ounce of advantage. Ma Hai roared in fury, striding forward like a charging tiger as he lunged at Ning Chuan, aiming to return the slap and wipe away his humiliation. Ning Chuan fearlessly stepped forward to meet him. Swift wind steps, diamond body, 1,000-bone slaughter technique. Ning Chuan alternated between various martial arts techniques, battling fiercely against Ma Hai and pushing his combat power to the limit. However, overall, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, 2 realms separate them in cultivation level. There was a significant gap in physical attributes like strength, speed, endurance, and sensory perception. Moreover, apart from flash lightning /, his other martial techniques weren't particularly advanced in cultivation. Bruises and swellings continually surfaced across Ning Chuan's body. His fist was still bleeding, yet his understanding of actual combat deepened rapidly. Unfazed by the pain, Ning Chuan kept his gaze steady, pouring all his concentration into the battle. His strikes were timely, every move deliberate and precise. Ma Hai assaulted with ferocity, yet he couldn't conquer Ning Chuan in a short span. Ding-ling-ling. A quarter of an hour later, the rest bell rang. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai still hadn't determined a winner. In the end, Suyin spoke up, and only then did the two stop fighting each other. You're nothing but a madman. Ma Hai glared fiercely at Ning Chuan, spitting a mouthful of bloody foam onto the ground. Though he'd maintained the upper hand throughout, he'd failed to land a single slap on Ning Chuan's face. Instead, he'd taken quite a few hits himself. All were wounded through Ning Chuan's injury-for-injury attacks. But the problem was, his fists carried far greater force than Ning Chuan's. Exchanging wound for wound should have put Ning Chuan at a disadvantage. Yet his opponent persistently employed this fighting style. Ma Hai, beyond his disdain, felt mostly seething frustration. Had there been no time limit, he surely would have won. Who? Ning Chuan gasped heavily for air, his body covered in large patches of bruises and swelling. But he paid it no mind. A pair of dark eyes shimmered with excitement, gazing at an interface visible only to himself. Indestructible body, first layer, progress 5%. This fight alone boosted the indestructible body technique by a full 3 percentage points, more than a full day of normal cultivation. You'd better quit your job guiding President Lu Manhwa. Someone like her is far beyond your station. Ma Hai glared at Ning Chuan, lowering his voice to a threatening growl. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every single day. Ma Hai said coldly, even without combat class, I can find a reason to take you on. The school can't do anything to me, try me if you don't believe it. Ning Chuan blinked. 1 meal a day. And this counts as a good thing? This is practically free training delivered right to my doorstep. Though inwardly overjoyed, Ning Chuan sneered visibly and retorted, if I'm not qualified to approach Lu Manhwa, then you think you are? My father's a multimillionaire with 7 properties, how could an orphan like you possibly compare? Ma Hai snorted disdainfully. A scene from a movie automatically surfaced in his mind. Leaning slightly forward, Ma Hai brought his mouth close to Ning Chuan's ear and said in a cold voice, this beating is Brother Zhang's way of saying hello to you. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than you can imagine. Brother Zhang? You mean Zhang Wenxi? Good that you know. Ma Hai was addicted to acting, feeling he should appear even colder. After saying this, he turned straight around and strode off purposefully. Is it a crush on Lu Manhwa, or some other reason? Ning Chuan glanced at Zhang Wensi not far away, stroked his chin, but didn't step forward to confront him. Awakening Stage 7 had already crossed the threshold into high-level cultivation, possessing formidable strength. Even with his silver blood battle blade, Ning Chuan would find it difficult to match such an opponent. This grievance would have to wait for another day. Ning Chuan, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the school clinic? Guo Ringyu hurried forward, his face filled with worry. Ning Chuan shrugged and smiled faintly, saying, "It's nothing serious, just some minor scrapes and bruises. A bit of medicated oil and a few days rest, and I'll be fine." As his voice trailed off, nearby students couldn't help but glance at Ning Chuan a few more times. A look of admiration rose in his eyes. Fighting across two realms and holding his own to this extent is truly remarkable. "Come with me to the office." A soft voice, gentle as water, sounded as Su Yun came beside Ning Chuan's side. The gazes of the boys on the scene immediately changed. Admiration vanished. Fury surfaced. For a moment, they had actually forgotten. This is the top target on the student elimination list. How I wish I could take his place. Chapter 9, Breaking Through in a Single Night. Office. Su Yun stared at Ning Chuan, her lips curling in a half-smile as she said, "Don't just stand there. There's no need to be formal in front of your teacher. Let's sit down and talk." "I'd rather stand. As a student, the most important thing is to respect my teacher and uphold moral principles." Ning Chuan cleared his throat. Earlier, while the battle spirit hadn't yet faded, he hadn't noticed it. But now, with his mind calming and adrenaline wearing off, the soreness from his injuries became increasingly noticeable. The slightest movement intensified the pain from his injuries. Only someone as tenacious as him could endure it without losing composure. Su Yun's delicate face couldn't help breaking into a smile as she teased, "A fourth-stage cultivator daring to trade injuries with a sixth stage, I really thought you were impervious to pain." As she spoke, she spread open her right palm, where an emerald glow pooled like flowing water, steadily gathering strength. Ning Chuan immediately perked up, widening his eyes to scrutinize the emerald glow intently. This was the force, a formidable power that only certified martial artists could master. "Quit staring, move closer so I can treat you properly," Su Yun said. With a mere thought, the emerald light in her right hand surged upward like dense mist, completely enveloping Ning Chuan and continuously seeping through his skin. "Ha!" Ning Chuan felt as if cool water was washing over his body, the soreness rapidly fading away. A few moments later, the emerald glow faded away. Ning Chuan did not feel the slightest bit of pain. He lowered his head to look. There wasn't a single swollen wound on his body, not even the split skin on his fists had already healed. How did you do that?" Ning Chuan looked at Su Yun with a stunned gaze, finding it hard to believe. An official martial artist could actually be this powerful, and Su Yun was only considered one of the weaker martial artists. Those peerless experts, described as godlike beings, perhaps it wasn't an exaggeration after all. "You're too weak right now, there's no need to know these things. When you reach the 9th stage of awakening, your university mentor will naturally tell you." Su Yun waved her hand and said. Then, she pulled open the drawer beneath the desk and retrieved a cloth-wrapped bundle, square in shape and about the size of a soccer ball. "Yesterday, after you killed the Thunderbird and saved Guo Ringyu, the school authorities inquired about your information and decided to grant you this after deliberation." Su Yun handed the gauze-wrapped bundle to Ning Chuan. "Is this a medicine pouch?" Ning Chuan took a light sniff, detecting a faint herbal aroma. "Yes." Su Yun nodded and said, "This is a special herbal bundle for golden body medicinal baths. Just toss it into the water and soak your body in it." "Thank you, Professor Su." Ning Chuan beamed with delight. This was truly getting a ready-made pillow when sleepy. Su Yun rolled her eyes slightly and retorted in annoyance, "Don't celebrate too soon. The medicinal bath only provides some convenience for cultivating the Vajra body, but it doesn't change the fact that it's extremely difficult to master. Don't even think about breaking through to the second layer before the college entrance exams." "And what if there were no medicinal bath?" Ning Chuan asked curiously. He wanted to know what level the progress speed of the Vajra body cultivation was at. If you cultivate day and night without pause, with some luck, you might break through to the second layer before graduating from university. Su Yun said bluntly. She hoped that through these words, she could make Ning Chuan realize the difficulty of the Vajra body and shift his focus to the breathing technique instead. Su Yun realized she had miscalculated again. Ning Chuan actually burst out laughing. Was he mocking her for being wrong? "Take your medicine bag and get back to class." Su Yun gritted her silver teeth, even forgetting to ask about the martial talent matter. "Goodbye, Teacher Su." Ning Chuan left the office with a cheerful laugh. It seems he misunderstood this martial art technique called diamond body. It's still very intense competition. Even without the stimulation of physical injuries, the progress of the Vajra body cultivation exceeds 2 percentage points in a single day. In just over a month, one could advance to the second level. For ordinary people, it would take at least 4 years. Returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan immediately drew sidelong glances from his classmates. Guo Ringyu circled Ning Chuan several times, his face full of confusion, and asked, "Where are your wounds?" "Teacher Su Yun used the force to heal me," Ning Chuan said casually. Snap. In the classroom, many male students seemed to hear the sound of their own hearts breaking. Treating injuries isn't an easy task for a martial artist either, especially when Ning Chuan had so many injuries. Su Yun was utterly exhausted, yet she was still willing to provide treatment. In his seat, Ma Hai held an ice-cold water bottle, rubbing his swollen cheek, feeling so frustrated he could cry. He was injured too. Why didn't teacher Su Yun help him with the treatment? He's an outstanding student. It must be because treating that guy Ning Chuan exhausted teacher Su Yun. Otherwise, she would have definitely healed me. It's not that she doesn't value me. Ma Hai glared at Ning Chuan with resentment. Soon, the day's classes were over. Ning Chuan got into Lu Mingyue's red sports car and arrived at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Just like yesterday, it was instruction first, followed by actual combat. When his stamina was completely drained, Ning Chuan took the 6,000 yuan in cash he'd earned and was driven by Uncle Yang to the shopping plaza, where he bought 30 pounds of scaled horn pork before carrying it all back home. Note, changed 15 jin to 30 pounds for natural English readability while maintaining approximate weight equivalency. After dinner, let's test the effects of the medicinal bath. Ning Chuan quickly walked into the bathroom and began filling the bathtub with water. A little more or less wouldn't matter. Water is merely the medium for conveying the medicinal properties, as long as it covers most of the body. Seeing there was enough water, Ning Chuan turned off the tap and tossed the herbal packet into the bathtub. Before long, the water inside turned a golden yellow, resembling orange juice. Taking off his clothes, Ning Chuan slowly lowered himself into the bathtub. The diamond body undergoes medicinal bathing, striving upward with cultivation speed skyrocketing dramatically. The potion's energy is abundant, continuously absorbed by the diamond body, with progress advancing rapidly. Progress increased by 1%. Mechanical synthesized voices sounded one after another. As Ning Chuan listened, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he drifted into slumber. After 2 battles in a single day, he was completely exhausted. The night passed without incident. When he woke again, the sky was already bright. Through the small window on the east wall, the morning clouds burned like fire as a newborn sun rose steadily. Ning Chuan noticed the water in the bathtub had once again turned clear and transparent. The medicinal effects must have been completely absorbed. Ning Chuan pinched his skin. It felt remarkably firm yet resilient, like repeatedly tempered leather armor. Ning Chuan's eyes flashed as he vaguely realized something, immediately summoning the system panel. A translucent luminescent interface floated before his eyes. Upon seeing the final column, Ning Chuan froze in shock. Vajra body, second layer, progress 13%. He had broken through a realm in one night and with progress significantly surpassing expectations. The effects of the medicinal bath far exceeded Ning Chuan's expectations. Ning Chuan's heart pounded fiercely. With an ample supply of these medicinal baths, he could reach the 9th level perfection of the Vajra body in a short time, strong enough to withstand many thermal weapons. At this thought, Ning Chuan rolled out of bed, hastily ate some boiled scaled boar meat for breakfast, and sprinted at full speed toward Qing Mountain High School. 7 in the morning. Ning Chuan pushed open the wooden door to Su Yun's office. At the spacious desk, Su Yun was just setting down her bag, clearly having arrived only moments ago. She asked casually, "What brings you here?" Ning Chuan cleared his throat and said, "Teacher Su Yun, do you still have any medicinal packs for the golden body technique? Can I get another 8 or 10 packs? You actually dare to ask, do you have any idea how expensive medicinal bundles are?" Su Yun shot Ning Chuan a sidelong glance. A single bundle costs over 40,000 yuan, equivalent to a year's income for an average resident in Qingshan City. If it weren't for the live TV broadcast when you rescued Guorinyu, the school wouldn't have been so generous. Ning Chuan gave an awkward chuckle. As a public school supported by the Federal Education Department, Qing Mountain No. 1 High School had ample martial arts resources but limited financial funds. A reward of over 40,000 yuan was indeed a significant expenditure. After some thought, Su Yun reminded him, "Don't throw away the medicinal pack. That's a month's supply. It can be reused. As long as it can still produce color, it means the medicinal potency remains." "Not really. I absorbed it all in one night with excellent results. My indestructible body technique has already broken through to the 2nd layer." Ning Chuan answered truthfully. He knew full well this kind of advancement speed was astonishing. Perhaps precisely because of this, it might catch Su Yun's attention and prompt her to apply for another medicine packet for him. "Ha!" Su Yun raised an eyebrow at Ning Chuan and quipped with a teasing smile, "The diamond body from the 9th layer might be close enough. Given the school's limited financial resources, one medicine packet is the maximum if the diamond body crosses into the 2nd realm overnight." She merely assumed Ning Chuan was joking. Never mind whether one medicine packet could sustain the cultivation of the diamond body to the 2nd layer. Breaking through overnight is simply a pie in the sky. After all, physical martial arts are inherently a grind, demanding gradual tempering of the body through daily accumulation. No matter how gifted one is, mastery can never be achieved in one leap. Ning Chuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling slightly helpless. Suyun didn't believe him, and there was really nothing he could do. The martial art of Vajrabhati only begins to show some distinctive features upon reaching the third level. Wiping the smile from her face, Suyun pondered Ning Chuan's intentions before saying, "Are you somewhat short on money right now?" "Not somewhat, extremely." Seeing there was still room for maneuver, Ning Chuan quickly spoke up. "You're short on money? Everyone at school is talking about your 3,000 an hour coaching fees. That's even higher than what a certified martial artist like me earns." Suyun pursed her lips and said. Ning Chuan gave an awkward chuckle. "That's just temporary, who knows when it might vanish. Even now, it barely covers the cost of buying beast meat." Suyun, having been through similar experiences herself, knew Ning Chuan was telling the truth. Considering his orphan background, she spoke up. "The Qingshan City Education Bureau has a talent cultivation program." Ning Chuan cut her off, declaring solemnly, "Teacher Su, to be frank with you, I am that genius, the one in 10,000 kind. I was just young and foolish before, indulging in pleasures without revealing my true potential. In fact, I have what it takes to enter Galaxy University." Suyun slightly raised her delicate willow-like brows, amusedly saying, "Why don't you just claim you can become the top scorer in the imperial exams for our Donglin administrative region? No problem. Just give me 10 S-grade martial arts manuals and tens of millions in cultivation funds," Ning Chuan declared with absolute confidence. "I'll sweep aside all challengers and pluck the laurels at the imperial exams." As he spoke, Ning Chuan lifted his gaze to the azure sky outside the window and proclaimed in clear tones, "When that day comes, Qingshan High School's legacy will be written in bold strokes of glory. And you, Teacher Su Yun, will have your name etched in history books because of my magnificent achievement." It's still morning, a bit early for daydreaming. Seeing Ning Chuan getting more and more carried away, Suyun helplessly waved her hand, signaling him to stop, and said, "If you manage to rank in the top 100 in the school's monthly exam next time, I can apply for a wild beast nutrient solution from the education department for you." Hearing this, Ning Chuan perked up. The wild beast nutrient solution, a tonic extracted from the essence of over 100 fierce beasts' flesh and blood. One bottle costs over 100,000 yuan. Rich in nutrients, it can significantly accelerate the cultivation of breathing techniques. Ning Chuan rubbed his hands together and smirked awkwardly. "Teacher Su Yun, do you think I could get an advance on the 100 beasts nutrient solution? After all, with my mastery of the subtle realm's lightning slash, no one below the high awakening stage stands a chance against me. In the senior year, there are only about 50 or 60 students who have awakened to the advanced stage. I'm definitely ranked within the top 100, it's a sure thing." "That sounds about right." Suyun flashed a radiant smile, her eyes curving into crescents, and said, "Since you're invincible below the advanced stage, I shouldn't underestimate you either. How about changing the condition to ranking within the top 10 in the grade?" "Ha, just kidding, don't take it seriously, you've got things to do." Ning Chuan turned and walked away. It wasn't that he was scared. Being in the top 10 of his grade, by all means, he should awaken to the 8th stage. Chapter 10, I've always been a man of my word. The next monthly exam is still over 20 days away. Distant water can't quench present thirst. What's more, the 100 Beasts nutrient solution is beneficial for enhancing strength. I won't sell it for money. Walking through the corridor, Ning Chuan pondered in his heart. He hadn't realized how effective the medicinal bath could be before, but having experienced it once now, he was utterly captivated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for Suyun first thing in the morning. Right now, I've mastered 5 martial arts techniques, not a small number among my peers, but hoping to stumble upon martial enlightenment through sheer luck is like waiting for a hare to dash itself against a tree trunk. It all comes down to chance. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. While this approach wasn't completely hopeless, the odds of success were vanishingly small. If you want to make money, you'll have to find another way. Returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan was surprised by the unusually lively atmosphere this morning, with many students whispering to each other. After listening for a while in his seat, Ning Chuan figured out the reason. Zhang Wenxi had managed to hire a night-level martial artist as his coach, which was what caused such a huge sensation. After all, the path of martial arts begins with awakening, then proceeds to the formal warrior stage, and only beyond that can one reach the night level. At that level, warriors are also known as supreme powerhouses, possessing overwhelming combat strength. Even Qingshan City, with its population of over 10 million, barely has a handful of such individuals. Brother Zhang, from now on, just give the word, and I'll carry out your orders without hesitation. Ma Hai stood in front of Zhang Wenxi, slightly bowing with a sycophantic expression. We're all classmates, just treat me as an equal. No need to be so formal. Zhang Wenxi flashed a handsome smile and said, I'll be home this weekend anyway, just come by then, and I'll have that coach give you some pointers. Thanks, Brother Zhang. Ma Hai's face lit up with excitement. The nearby students couldn't help gasping repeatedly, their faces full of envy. A night-level martial artist isn't someone you can hire with just money, it requires deep connections. Guo Ringyu curled his lips and whispered, no wonder Ma Hai's always sucking up to Zhang Wenxi. His family's assets are in the tens of millions, by rights. He shouldn't lack money or need to grovel before Zhang Wenxi. Now we know the reason. He must have caught wind of this long ago. Ning Chuan's interest was piqued, and he asked, does Ma Hai value a night-level martial artist's guidance that much? Of course. Guo Ringyu pondered and said, a night-level martial artist possesses profound insights into the martial path. A few casual words of guidance might spark an epiphany for Ma Hai, allowing him to break through to the 7th level of awakening. If that happens, he'll stand a chance of getting into a prestigious university. How could he not take it seriously? Good that he takes it seriously. Ning Chuan murmured softly, his gaze flickering slightly as he looked toward Ma Hai. Noon, with the scorching sun hanging high above. Just as Ning Chuan stepped off the stairs in front of the cafeteria, a shadow loomed over him. Ma Hai blocked his path. At the same time, several other students stepped forward swiftly from the side, their expressions defiant as they surrounded Ning Chuan. Care to have a private chat? Ning Chuan remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow at Ma Hai as he spoke. He had been meaning to find Ma Hai anyway. Come with me. After a brief moment of thought, Ma Hai nodded in agreement and waved his hand, signaling the students surrounding Ning Chuan to disperse. The cafeteria entrance was bustling with people coming and going, not an ideal place for a confrontation. If Ning Chuan caused too much commotion, it might catch the attention of the school administration. He gathered other students to surround Ning Chuan, mainly to intimidate. Before long, the two arrived at a grove of trees behind the training ground. It was mealtime, and the place was eerily quiet with hardly anyone around. You've got some nerve. Daring to go to the martial arts hall with President Lu Manhwa. Ma Hai cracked his neck with a crisp sound and said, seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson so you won't take my words lightly. Ning Chuan shoved his hands in his pockets and said coolly, after school today, I'll resign as Lu Manhwa's tutor. At least you know what's good for you. Upon hearing this, Ma Hai sneered, secretly relieved. Now he could report back to Zhang Wenxi. Perhaps if Zhang Wenxi was in a good mood, he might let him spend more time interacting with that night-level warrior. But the next moment, Ma Hai's expression froze. Ning Chuan said coldly, I'll make it clear to Lu Manhwa that the reason I quit was because Zhang Wenxi had you, Ma Hai, constantly harassing me to the point of unbearable annoyance, forcing me to resign. You're looking for death. Ma Hai grabbed Ning Chuan by the collar, glaring at him with fierce eyes, and said, if you do this, Zhang Wenxi won't let you off. Why aren't you calling him Brother Zhang anymore? Ning Chuan sneered, staring mockingly at Ma Hai, and asked, Zhang Wenxi holds a grudge against me, but what about you? As the one who revealed the truth behind the scenes, do you think he'll take his anger out on you? Can you still obtain the coveted guidance from that night-level martial artist? Upon hearing this, Ma Hai's expression changed dramatically, and he involuntarily loosened his grip on the collar. He had become Zhang Wenxi's lackey precisely for that night-level martial artist's mentorship. Otherwise, given his well-off family background, why would he stoop to shamelessly fawn over someone? Ning Chuan, you. Ma Hai regretted it so much his guts turned green. I wish I could slap myself from yesterday. Stop showing off. Trying to recreate movie scenes ended up leaking the secret, and now Ning Chuan has got you by the short hairs. What do you want? After a long silence, Ma Hai spoke through gritted teeth. Ning Chuan smoothed the wrinkles on his collar and smiled faintly. I want money. Ma Hai pondered for a moment, then said coldly, I'll give you 10,000 yuan, forget what I said. Ning Chuan shook his head gently and extended 2 fingers. Ma Hai showed dissatisfaction and said, you want 20,000? Don't go too far. No, I mean 200,000. Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Aren't you afraid the wind might cut your tongue? Do you even know how much money this is? Ma Hai's eyes burned with fury. Ning Chuan shrugged, his tone puzzled as he said, my hourly rate is 3,000. I coach Lu Manhwa for 2 hours a day, earning 6,000 daily. On weekends, it's even more. Do the math, that's just 1 month's salary. What's the issue here? Ma Hai. He'd completely forgotten about this. You'll find these 200,000 yuan extremely well spent. Ning Chuan spoke with calm confidence as he explained, being Zhang Wenxi's lackey, if you want to distinguish yourself, you'll need to solve problems for him. But aside from me, hardly anyone in our class dares to cross Zhang Wenxi. I took the money and continued mentoring Lu Manhwa, which would surely gnaw at Zhang Wenxi when he saw it. To maintain his image as the model student, he had no choice but to let you deal with me. Your importance will keep rising enough to earn guidance from his coach. As these words fell, Ma Hai's eyes began to glitter. Ning Chuan saw this and curved the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, knowing Ma Hai was already moved, though still somewhat hesitant. Forget it if you don't agree. I'll go tell Lu Manhwa about this. With that, Ning Chuan turned to leave. He hadn't gone far when he heard the expected shout behind him. I agree, Ma Hai said through gritted teeth. The guidance of a night-level warrior was something he simply couldn't bear to lose. Make the transfer. Ning Chuan recited his bank account number. Ma Hai dawdled as he pulled out his phone, fiddled with it for a while, then set it down again, saying, 200,000 is too much, how about 20,000? Ning Chuan didn't respond, lifting his leg as if to walk away. Fine, 200,000 it is. Ma Hai quickly stopped Ning Chuan, took a deep breath, and said, but I need to pay in installments. There's no way to sign a contract for this. What if you take the money and deny it later? Pay 100,000 up front, and the rest in installments. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking. He didn't want to push Ma Hai too hard. If things fell apart, he couldn't actually afford to quit his job. Beep beep beep. The phone rang. Ning Chuan opened it to see an alert message from the bank. The 100,000 yuan has been deposited. A glint of joy appeared in Ning Chuan's eyes. It was enough to buy 2 medicinal packages. Don't leave just yet. Ning Chuan put away his phone and called out to Ma Hai, who was walking toward the edge of the woods. What else do you want? Ma Hai turned his head with an irritated expression. Just like that, 200,000 was gone. Nobody would be in a good mood after this. Bang! The response to Ma Hai came in the form of a swiftly incoming fist, leaving him with a black eye. I took the money, so of course I'll do the job. I've always been a man of my word, no need to threaten me to hold back. Ning Chuan grinned, his teeth gleaming white and bright. Come at me. Chapter 11. The diamond body technique is so powerful that I'm afraid Ma Hai won't be able to handle it. You ignorant fool, do you really think you're my match? Yesterday I merely held back out of respect for Teacher Su, or I would have crushed you. Already seething with rage over the 200,000 yuan extortion, Ma Hai's fury towards Ning Chuan burned even hotter. Now with this additional punch, he could no longer contain his wrath. Swish! Ma Hai lunged forward with lightning speed, his right leg raised high as he unleashed every ounce of power. Cutting through the air in a fierce arc, it shot toward Ning Chuan's face with devastating force. Earth-shattering chop. The wind howled as the strike roared through. Ma Hai's strike, fueled by fury, carried even greater force than the previous day's attack. However, precisely because of his excessive anger, his technique lost some precision, allowing Ning Chuan to easily anticipate the move and gain sufficient time to evade. Won't dodge. Ning Chuan hesitated slightly before raising his arms in a crossguard before him. He wanted to test the toughness of his second layer indestructible body. Bang! With a dull thud, Ning Chuan was struck and forced to retreat several steps. He wasn't particularly surprised. The indestructible body enhanced the resilience of his physique but didn't increase his strength, so it was perfectly normal that he couldn't withstand Ma Hai's 6th stage awakened power. Taking several quick steps back, Ning Chuan steadied himself as his back pressed against a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist. A glance at his sleeve revealed it had been torn to shreds in the earlier collision. Unlike yesterday's devastating injuries, his exposed skin showed no severe wounds this time. Only a faint red mark remained, radiating a dull pain scarcely worth mentioning. This injury is just slightly more severe than what ordinary attacks from Ma Hai inflicted yesterday. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The second layer of diamond body directly elevated his defensive capabilities to a whole new level. How powerful would that third-level diamond body be? Again! Suppressing the anticipation bubbling in his heart, Ning Chuan charged towards Ma Hai, engaging in a fierce battle with him. Bang! 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 The continuous sound of collisions echoed through the forest, with tree branches shaking violently from time to time, causing newly sprouted buds to fall. Withered tree bark shattered from punches and kicks, scattering in all directions. Ning Chuan coordinated with swift wind steps, executing the thousand-bone slaughter technique as he exchanged blows endlessly with Ma Hai. Due to the disparity in hard strength, it was inevitable to be outmatched in a head-on collision, but relying on the defense of the diamond body, he could withstand it. Surprisingly, he didn't fall behind and could barely hold his own. Ning Chuan felt exhilarated. During the battle, his progress wasn't limited to the diamond body, his combat experience had also sharpened significantly. Ma Hai across the way frowned tightly, feeling that something was definitely off. Ning Chuan's strength and speed hadn't improved much since their last encounter, yet he somehow felt harder to deal with. I refuse to believe I can't hurt you. Gritting his teeth, Ma Hai stamped his foot and lunged forward for the kill. Bang bang bang. Almost an hour passed. The sounds of collision gradually ceased, replaced by the continuous wheezing of bellows being pulled in the woods. Phew! Phew! 2 figures stood motionless, panting heavily with clothes soaked in sweat. After such a long battle, their stamina was completely drained. In other words, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai fought to a draw. In fact, Ma Hai was 2 realms higher than Ning Chuan, so his endurance should have lasted longer. However, wanting to wound Ning Chuan, they attacked in fury, putting all their strength into each move, which greatly drained their stamina. Ning Chuan, aware of his own disadvantage, always held back. He relied more on his Vajra body, defending and counterattacking while using weakness against strength. After all, the harsher the beating, the faster his progress. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Ning Chuan leaned against a tree to stand up, catching his breath as he said, Ma Hai, you're vicious today. Wait till my wounds heal tomorrow, and we'll fight again. Free labor, can't let that go to waste. At least you know what's good for you, otherwise. Ma Hai panted heavily, his hands propped on his knees as he prepared to mock Ning Chuan. But the moment he lifted his head, he froze in shock. Now that the fight was over, he could examine Ning Chuan more closely. To his astonishment, Ning Chuan's injuries were far less severe than the devastating wounds from yesterday's battle. Not even a drop of blood was visible. The swelling and redness were present, but all relatively mild. To put it bluntly, they weren't much more severe than the injuries he himself had sustained. In other words, had this been an arena duel, Ning Chuan could have fought him to a draw. And that too, without even wielding his blade. If he were to take up arms? At this thought, Ma Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How did you do that? This is too terrifying. He was fully 2 realms stronger than Ning Chuan. The crucial point is, the martial arts Ning Chuan employed didn't seem particularly profound to him either. Yet he simply couldn't land an effective hit. A glint flashed through Ning Chuan's eyes. If he revealed it was the Golden Bell defense technique, Ma Hai might not have been willing to continue sparring with him. This is free training assistance. It's immensely beneficial for him. It can accelerate the cultivation of the indestructible body. Just from that last battle, the progress of the indestructible body improved by 4 percentage points. It boosts combat experience too. Has brought him immense benefits. A few more rounds like this, and he might be able to defeat Ma Hai using the Vajra body as his foundation. Can't give up now. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before putting on a cold, arrogant expression and sneered, "This concerns Teacher Su. Do you even have the capacity to understand what I'm saying? Don't get too smug. Do you really think Teacher Su can keep protecting you forever?" Ma Hai's face turned livid. With a cold snort, he said, "Once Teacher Su's help is gone, I'll make sure you learn just how painful it is to fight me barehanded." As he spoke, Ma Hai's chaotic state of mind gradually calmed. So what if Ning Chuan's strength came from external forces? He always has a chance. Ma Hai didn't doubt Ning Chuan's words. On one hand, he instinctively refused to accept that Ning Chuan could fight him barehanded to a draw. On the other hand, formal martial artists were something Ma Hai didn't know much about. He only knew they were divided into 9 grades, from 1st to 9th. They could wield primordial force. As for what specific powers they possessed, that was beyond his knowledge. With Ning Chuan's feigned expression adding to the act, it was natural for them to be utterly convinced. Same time tomorrow, same place. If you don't show up, forget about getting the rest of the money. After issuing another round of threats to Ning Chuan, Ma Hai strode away. So be it, even without Teacher Su's help. What does it matter? So what if I get beaten up? Ning Chuan pretended to be aggrieved, though he was practically laughing inwardly. This was truly something too good to even dream of. Never mind the boost to his abilities. He even got paid. However, Ning Chuan knew full well that as his strength increased, it wouldn't be long before he could grind Ma Hai into the dirt. At that time, unless Ma Hai was completely foolish, he would surely be able to recognize the situation. The money would probably still be paid. After all, it concerned the guidance of a ninth-level martial artist. As for whether someone would still be willing to spar with him at full strength, that remained uncertain. However, after being able to decisively defeat Ma Hai, the effectiveness of sparring had diminished considerably. Part of me wishes he'd realize later, but another part wants him to discover it sooner, just to see what kind of expression he'd make. Ning Chuan grinned. He had a bit of a mischievous taste in him. Having regained some strength, Ning Chuan took out his phone and checked the time. Seeing there was still a while before class, he headed towards Su Yun's office. He wanted to see if he could get another free treatment out of her. Though his injuries weren't serious, they'd still take days to heal naturally. If he could get quick healing, that would be perfect. Walking down the street, Ning Chuan opened the shopping app called Martial Arts Resources. Admittedly, the name sounded a bit outdated at first glance. Yet its strength was undeniable, jointly funded by the Martial Arts Alliance and the federal government. It could be said that nearly every resource needed for martial arts cultivation could be found on this platform. With just a brief search, Ning Chuan found the medicinal package for the diamond body technique. Price, 45,000 per portion. For many in Green Hill City, this amounted to an entire year's income, enough to cover both food and living expenses. In martial arts training, aside from breathing techniques, the most resource-intensive practices were always the body-forging disciplines. Way too expensive. Ning Chuan secretly clicked his tongue, his heart aching as he reluctantly placed an order for 2 servings. The 100,000 yuan I just wheedled out of Ma Hai had dwindled faster than a snowflake in summer, barely 10,000 left already. In fact, 2 medicinal packets would normally sustain the diamond body for 2 months. It works out to about 1,500 per day. Not an astounding amount for martial arts training. But for Ning Chuan, 2 medicinal packs could be absorbed in just 2 nights. The efficiency at which the golden body absorbed the medicinal properties was terrifyingly high. For a moment, Ning Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ma Hai still owes me 100,000 yuan, but that's only enough for 2 medicine packs. I'm still short on money. I hope Zhang Wenxi sees that Mahai is useless and sends a few more rich kids to teach me a lesson, so I can extort some more money from them. Ning Chuan muttered softly as he arrived at Su Yun's office. Who did you get into a fight with? Seeing Ning Chuan's torn uniform and injuries all over his body, Su Yun raised her willow leaf brows and looked him up and down. Student fights weren't exactly rare at Jingshan No. 1 High School. Although school rules strictly prohibit it and require supervision by teachers during sparring, the enforcement is not very effective. At this age when passion runs high, once tempers flare, it's impossible to hold back. Teacher Su, nothing of the sort. With a serious expression, Ning Chuan declared aloud, I was merely practicing combat techniques with others to improve practical skills and act of utmost diligence. He didn't stop even when injuries appeared on his body. I just want to improve my strength as soon as possible, achieve good results in the college entrance exams, bring honor to our school, and also win glory for you, Teacher Su. Quite the sweet talker. Su Yun cast a sidelong glance at Ning Chuan, fully aware of his intentions. She didn't ask anything either, her slender fingers tightening as she gathered the force and began healing Ning Chuan. Had it been any other student, Su Yun might not have bothered with healing them. After all, healing wasn't an easy task, and she was no saint either. But Ning Chuan's concession in yesterday's wager left her feeling somewhat indebted to him. Plus, Ning Chuan's orphan background stirred her sympathy. Naturally, she tended to give him extra care. Nighttime, the old district. Ding ding ding. Ning Chuan had just arrived home when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found the Diamond Body herbal package had arrived. The shopping website backed by the federal government was financially formidable. Deliveries could be made anytime within 24 hours, as long as customers desired. Unwrapping the tightly packed parcel, Ning Chu took out a medicinal pouch and entered the bathroom, starting to run the water for his herbal bath. Before long, Ning Chu fell asleep. The night passed quickly. When he woke up, daylight had already broken outside. The medicinal properties in the water had been fully absorbed, leaving it clear once more. He pinched his skin and noticed its elasticity had significantly improved. Ning Chuan hastily opened the interface and looked at the final column. Indestructible body, second layer, progress 50%. Last night before the medicinal bath, Ning Chuan saw the progress at 17%. Converted, this night's improvement was 33%, undoubtedly much slower compared to previous nights when he gained a full tier. This was perfectly normal. Martial arts become increasingly difficult to cultivate as one reaches higher levels. Moreover, no pain, no gain. The more healing kits the diamond body consumes, the stronger the third layer must be. This made Ning Chuan even more eager. There's still one more healing kit left. Tonight, I can push the progress to over 80% of the second layer. But with only 10,000 left in funds, given Mahai's temperament, it's unlikely he'll hand over the 35,000 I need to buy another kit anytime soon. But then again, Ning Chuan smiled faintly as he rose from the bathtub. His figure was tall and slender. After advancing to the second level of the diamond body technique, his daily active cultivation progress had slightly decreased, but not by much, still maintaining around a 2 percentage point increase. It won't take long to advance to the third level. Chapter 12, Shocking Progress, so strong it scares Mahai, so tough it astonishes the campus beauty. In the following days, Ning Chuan gradually adapted to his current identity. Life went on without much turbulence, just a routine between home, school, and the extreme martial arts gymnasium day after day. Since his martial arts techniques cultivated themselves automatically, he couldn't really be considered busy. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan didn't slack off. He devoted considerable time to studying martial arts theory to enhance his understanding. On weekends, he even went antiquing with Guirenyu at a few antique shops. Unfortunately, none of the martial arts manuals showed any reaction. And so, days passed one after another, with Ning Chuan's strength steadily rising as he gradually grew stronger, beginning to approach the peak of the fourth stage of awakening. He was even closing in on the fifth stage of awakening. After all, cultivation is always a meticulous endeavor, requiring one to ascend step by step. The process was extremely arduous, often measured in years. Ning Chuan could accomplish this primarily by relentlessly tempering himself day and night with the fierce bull strength, supplemented by consuming some beast meat daily, thanks to mentoring Lu Manhwa, which provided nutritional support. Of course, the former was far more crucial than the latter. Even if it were talents like Zhang Wenxi or top students like Lu Manhwa, their progress would pale in comparison to Ning Chuan's if they only consumed a dozen or so gene of ordinary beast meat each day. Moreover, the most significant improvement was actually in his combat skills. So incredibly huge. This was evident from his battle with Mahai. Ning Chuan's moves grew increasingly ruthless, his timing precise. With each battle, his injuries diminished. Especially in recent days, he had begun turning stalemates into victories, completely dominating in battle, pummeling Mahai relentlessly. However, achieving this level was also thanks to the contributions of two B-grade martial arts, the indestructible body and thousand bones combat technique. One afternoon, Qingshan No. 1 High School, training ground, the woods at the back. Thud, Thud, thud. In recent days, at this exact time, heavy and powerful thudding sounds would always echo through the woods. However, today's thumping was exceptionally rapid. It hadn't been long since its appearance when, accompanied by a scream, it quieted down. In the woods, Manhwa lay battered and bruised among the trees, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a pitiful sight, his face twisted in grief and indignation. Beside him, Ningchuan stood tall and straight, his posture as sharp as a freshly honed blade, without a single wound visible on his body. This isn't Professor Su helping you. Manhwa looked up at Ningchuan with panicked eyes, his voice trembling as he said, "It's purely because you've mastered a powerful defensive martial art." Slowly, realization dawned on him. Suyin helping Ningchuan would at most prevent Ningchuan from being bullied. There's no reason it should enable Ningchuan to turn around and attack others. Manhwa, you've misunderstood. Ningchuan cleared his throat, trying to salvage the situation, and said, "Actually, this is just the technique of a formal martial artist, too powerful." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Manhwa cursed furiously in anger. However, when he saw Ningchuan's cold, indifferent gaze looking down at him, he immediately shut his mouth. Ningchuan was not just formidable in physical combat training. Even if his defense was equally high, Ningchuan had managed to wound and floor him in no time, leaving him unable to get back up. "Are you an idiot or not? Doesn't matter." Ningchuan stopped hiding it and openly admitted with indifference, "So what if I'm exceptional in body tempering and possess formidable martial combat techniques? Do you want to call it off? Or rather, do you dare? No longer interested in guidance from that night-level martial artist?" Manhwa remained silent. Ningchuan didn't press further. He turned to leave but after a few steps, doubled back with a smirk. "Oh, nearly forgot, I haven't transferred today's payment yet. Today's sparring session, wait no, you hit me today, so you owe me compensation." Manhwa gnashed his teeth, his heart overflowing with helpless indignation. Ningchuan had just slipped up with his own words. "He's just a sparring partner. And what's more, you're expected to pay willingly. This is utterly outrageous." Ningchuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, once I'm out, I'll voluntarily make some bruises to give you something to report to Zhangwensi." Manhwa resentfully took out his phone to transfer the money. Then, he watched Ningchuan leave with satisfaction, his eyes burning with anger and fury. Along with that, there was also a trace of fear. He didn't understand. In such a short time, how did Ningchuan become so powerful? This makes no sense. As time passed, Ningchuan's progress remained steady and continued. Another Friday arrived. Evening. Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. The vibrant sunset poured through a vast expanse of crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding a private training room on the second floor with warm and gentle light, fully showcasing the beauty of spring. Yet, two combat blades moving so fast they left silver trails in their wake paid no heed to such poetic scenery. Roaring forth, razor-sharp, relentless and frenzied clashes, accompanied by peals of thunder, surged wildly as if to shred the very light. Those wielding the blades were none other than Ningchuan and Lu Manhwa. The two were locked in fierce combat, engaging in a duel of lightning flash swordplay. As for the situation, it was evenly matched. Whoosh! Lu Manhwa swiftly sidestepped like lightning, barely dodging Ningchuan's blade that whistled through the air. A few strands of her turquoise and blue-tinted hair nearly got severed by the strike. Lu Manhwa didn't mind, her eyes fixed intently on Ningchuan, with a trace of peculiar emotion hidden deep within them. Half a month ago, she had crossed swords with Ningchuan for the first time. She was well aware of his combat skills. That kind of rustiness couldn't be faked. An absolute novice in combat. Yet today, he could engage in such a fiercely contested battle with her. Indeed, when both possessed nearly equal strength and speed, Ningchuan's lightning-quick flash thunder slash at the micro-level gave him the advantage. But her five senses and neural reaction speed were at the peak of awakening ninth stage, far surpassing Ningchuan's. It's only been a little over 10 days, yet your combat skills have improved to such a level. This battle talent is truly remarkable. Lu Manhwa inwardly marveled. Ningchuan's combat proficiency still had some way to go before matching hers, but that rate of improvement gave her faint palpitations. Bang! Two blades collided, sparking a flare of fire in midair. Lu Manhwa was momentarily distracted, giving Ningchuan the opening to strike with a decisive thunder flash technique. The brutal impact sent Lu stumbling backward. Whoosh! Ningchuan executed Gale Step, closing the distance in an instant as if aided by swift winds beneath his feet, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, while Lu Manhwa was still retreating, Ningchuan had already closed in. Gale Step wasn't a high-level technique, merely the lowest tier rank. But Ningchuan's mastery was high, having already reached the third-level proficiency. Once activated, it was like a gust of wind sweeping past, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Lightning slash! Ningchuan swung his blade down, the silver light flashing as it sliced through the air, leaving Lu Manhwa no chance to steady herself. Bang! Lu Manhwa swung her blade to block, but clearly struggled. Amidst the clashing sounds, the impact sent her staggering once more. Her mastery of lightning slash fell short of Ningchuan's. A direct confrontation would leave her at a disadvantage. Ning Chuan relentlessly swung his blade, executing lightning slash maneuvers as he pressed Lu Mengyue further. After so many days as a sparring partner, this was the first time he'd held such a commanding advantage and tasted the possibility of victory. Excitement inevitably welled up in his heart. But in the next instant, Ning Chuan dispelled it. His dark, inscrutable eyes regained their composure. In battle, distraction must be avoided at all costs. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Chuan's body erupted with thunderous crackles as he unleashed one ferocious slash after another. The gleaming silver arcs of his blade resembled a cascading waterfall, nearly drowning Lu Mengyue beneath their onslaught, leaving her scarcely any room to breathe. Opposite him, Lu Mengyue remained unflustered. Having weathered countless battles, she knew precisely how to respond, channeling every ounce of her focus into the fight. Gradually, her lightning flash technique became fluid and effortlessly precise. Boom! With a single slash, the thunder erupting from Lu Mengyue's body sounded much more resonant than before, now carrying the distinct rumble of true thunder. And amidst that thunderous roar, the bottleneck of her foundational realm was completely shattered. Lu Mengyue's lightning flash strike officially advanced to the second realm of proficiency. Boom! The deafening clang of metal striking metal reverberated through the air. The next moment, Ning Chuan's blocking saber was forcefully knocked from his grasp by the impact. Damn it! Lu Mengyue's eyes sharpened with focused intensity. At the moment when flashing thunder slash broke through the realm, she felt a surge of emotion and unleashed her full power in an instant. Though she reacted quickly and tried to rein in her strength, it was difficult to stop the battle saber. After knocking away Ning Chuan's battle saber, the weapon in her hand continued its swing, striking fiercely toward his arm. Screech! The battle saber sliced through the air as it came hurtling toward him. Ning Chuan remained utterly composed, extending his right hand with fingers spread wide to meet the incoming strike. Don't! Lu Mengyue couldn't help crying out in alarm. If her blade struck his arm, Ning Chuan would only suffer a fractured bone. If it had been fingers, even with an unsharpened battle blade, the power of this lightning flash strike would at least have severed 3 of Ning Chuan's fingers. The latter's injury was clearly more severe than the former's. To perfectly reattach severed limbs without any aftereffects is no simple matter. Were you too hasty in your haste? Lu Mengyue thought with some anxiety. But then, her gaze froze. As the combat blade struck Ning Chuan's right hand, a golden light suddenly flashed across the surface of his palm's skin. Thud! The war blade struck as if hitting solid metal, producing a tremendous clang as several sparks flew. Ning Chuan was shaken to the point that his legs bent halfway down. Clearly, the force behind that blade was formidable, but his right hand remained completely unharmed. Ning Chuan stood up, shook his hand, and said with a smile, Lu Mengyue, you finally made a breakthrough, congratulations. With his mastery of the flash lightning slash technique, he could naturally discern the level of skill in Lu Mengyue's blade strike. How did you just manage that? Lu Mengyue stared at Ning Chuan, asking in astonishment. Just a defensive martial art technique. Ning Chuan chuckled without concealment. With a thought, a faint layer of translucent golden film covered his palm, radiating a sense of resilience. This was one of the abilities he'd gained after advancing his Vajra body technique to the 3rd level. The body can actively transform into a golden form. In this state, the body becomes extraordinarily tough, comparable to refined steel. Its formidable resilience speaks for itself. However, with Ning Chuan's current 3rd-level diamond body, achieving complete golden transformation is still beyond reach. The area that could be enveloped by golden body transformation was only about half the size of a palm. The duration lasted roughly 1 second. Chapter 13, 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution, 20-fold Speed Boost. The martial art golden adamantine body was extremely difficult to master, making it an obscure technique with few practitioners. As a result, Lu Mengyue failed to recognize it. But from him blocking her slash, Ning Chuan's mastery of external martial arts was undoubtedly formidable. Lu Mengyue's estimation of Ning Chuan rose considerably in her mind once more. It must be known that external martial arts had always been difficult to cultivate, requiring perseverance day after day across many years, a true test of any practitioner's mental discipline. Many talents fail to achieve results despite training diligently. Lu Mengyue said, with lightning strike at the subtle achievement level combined with such mastery of external martial arts, you'd have a chance at any of the Federation's top 10 universities. Ning Chuan shook his head and replied, prestigious universities require at least the late-stage awakening realm. I'm still not quite there yet. Those above the 7th stage of awakening are referred to as the late stage. That was a new level. Power would surge within the body like a spring, exceptionally potent. Even with a blade in hand, Ning Chuan had no confidence in defeating a 7th stage awakened, at best maintaining an undefeated stance. Combat strength isn't the sole criterion for the college entrance exams. These 2 martial arts of yours will earn you significant bonus points, Lu Mengyue said. Afterwards, she and Ning Chuan chatted for a while about the college entrance exams. Their days of interaction had made them much more familiar with each other. Ning Chuan, there's something I'd like to talk about. Lu Mengyue cleared her throat slightly and said, my lightning slash has reached the proficient level. It's unlikely to undergo any qualitative improvement before the college entrance exams. From now on, my main focus will be on advancing to martial artist. Therefore, the guidance on lightning slash will be temporarily postponed. No problem. Ning Chuan nodded and readily agreed. He had anticipated this day would come. Yet, uncontrollable waves of regret still rose in his heart. Jobs paying 3,000 an hour aren't easy to come by. Lu Mengyue turned to the middle-aged man at the sidelines and said, Uncle Yang, bring 30,000 in cash, and fetch a beast nutrient solution. Yes, miss. The middle-aged man hurried away. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man returned again. In one hand, he held money. In the other, he clutched a test tube containing a dark red liquid, sparse bubbles continuously rising within. It was precisely the beast nourishment solution. Give it all to Ning Chuan. Lu Mengyue instructed Uncle Yang. Ning Chuan didn't immediately reach for it, instead raising his eyes to look at Lu Mengyue. Though he needed money, he wasn't about to accept charity. He has his own steadfast principles. Ning Chuan, this is what you deserve. Lu Mengyue smiled and explained, 30,000 yuan is your bonus for mentoring me. Breaking through that bottleneck in just half a month, you've more than earned this amount. After a pause, she continued, as for the beast tonic, that's your compensation. That you practice toughening martial arts is your own business. My failure was failing to control my strength when I swung the blade at you. These two things cannot cancel each other out. Thanks a lot then. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan took the money and nutrient solution. Oh, one more thing. Lu Mengyue seemed to remember something and said, this weekend, if you don't have anything urgent, it's best to stay home and not go out. As she spoke, Lu Mengyue turned her face toward Uncle Yang and instructed, this time, you'll escort Ning Chuan all the way to his doorstep. Did something happen? Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, asking curiously. Lu Mengyue replied, a spy has fled to our Qingshan city. Are you talking about Zhao Weiping? Ning Chuan recalled the morning news he had seen. Yes. Lu Mengyue nodded and said, this weekend, the police in Qingshan city will launch a massive manhunt for him. He's a certified martial artist, with terrifying lethality. If encountered outside, it could lead to many dangers. Ning Chuan echoed, saying, we need to apprehend him as soon as possible. Qingshan city has a population of over 10 million, especially in the downtown area where crowds are dense. An uncontrolled martial artist is more dangerous than a bomb. A single moment of carelessness could lead to tragedy. Lu Mengyue, who knew some inside information, pondered for a few moments before saying, if Zhao Weiping isn't captured by this weekend, the police department will recruit martial arts teachers from key high schools in the city, along with some senior year students, to assist in the search operation. Martial arts teachers are one thing, but it's far too dangerous for students. Ning Chuan looked at Lu Mengyue with confusion and asked, could they be high school students who already possess warrior-level abilities? There probably aren't many people like that in the entire city. And even if there were, they might not be willing. The gap between a peak level 9 awakened and an official martial artist far exceeds the difference between level 6 and level 7 awakened. To put it dramatically, it's an impassable chasm. Not necessarily. Lu Mengyue pondered for a moment before saying, Zhao Weiping has already been severely injured from the attack, and exhausted from fleeing. His strength has significantly weakened, not impossible for an awakened-level martial artist to contend against. Moreover, she continued, the bounty for capturing Zhao Weiping is exceptionally generous. What kind of reward? Hearing this, Ning Chuan perked up. With the guidance session for Lightning Strike completed, he was precisely in need of a money-making opportunity. I don't know, but one thing is clear to me. Lu Mengyue chuckled lightly. Qingshan No. 1 High only has 10 spots available. Forget it then. Ning Chuan shook his head, dismissing the anticipation in his heart. He didn't even ask how the selection process worked. As a municipal key school, Qingshan No. 1 High had nearly 20 third-year students who had awakened to Tier 8 or even Tier 9. There was simply no chance that it would ever fall to him. 9 p.m. Living room. Ning Chuan sat upright on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed as he focused on sensing his own strength. The awakening realm has 9 stages, with each stage further divided into 4 tiers, initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. However, these finer distinctions are typically not made below the advanced stage of awakening. After all, the differences between these tiers aren't particularly significant. Ning Chuan had been making rapid progress these days with a steady diet of fierce beast meat, and now he had firmly reached the high tier of the 4th awakening stage. The official price of one bottle of 100 Beasts nutrient solution is 180,000 yuan. The energy contained within must be incredibly abundant. Without a doubt, it's enough to help me break through to the 5th awakening stage. Ning Chuan gazed at the test tube on the coffee table, his eyes revealing a trace of anticipation. Advancing from the 4th to the 5th awakening stage was just a normal breakthrough. For him, it was a significant qualitative transformation, clearly surpassing other advancing students. The reason was actually quite simple. Below the fourth stage of awakening, breathing techniques only tempered bones, muscles, and skin. But upon reaching the fifth stage of awakening, one could affect internal organs, greatly enhancing the body's endurance. He could freely wield various martial arts techniques, such as thousand bone combat arts and lightning slash, without worrying about their recoil causing internal injuries. Now, against an awakening 7th stage fighter, I can at best hold my own without losing, but reaching awakening 5th stage would be completely different. Ning Chuan's gaze brimmed with confidence as he picked up the beast nutrient solution, opened his mouth, and drank it all in one gulp. The mechanical synthesized voice of the system immediately rang out in his mind. The savage bull strength sensed the surging energy and became utterly exhilarated, with its cultivation speed increasing by 1850%, a nearly 20-fold enhancement. Ning Chuan could perceive just how fiercely potent the savage bull strength's tempering effects were. His entire body was tingling with a faint, numbing sensation. The sensation was completely different from consuming the flesh of fierce beasts. You really get what you pay for. The Brutox energy is expected to be depleted within 48 hours. Another notification chime sounded. Ning Chuan froze in astonishment. For an awakened high-level martial artist, exhausting a single beast nutrient solution would usually take about 10 days. Yet the martial techniques within him consumed energy with terrifying efficiency during their automatic cultivation. This held equally true for both the ferocious bull strength and the indestructible diamond body techniques. Coming back to his senses and seeing that there was still some time before bed, Ning Chuan opened his phone and selected a video of a high-level awakening duel to study. The martial arts could cultivate automatically without his concern, freeing him to focus on other matters. Chapter 14, Duel Breakthrough, the selection tournament arrives. Saturday. Ning Chuan didn't sleep in. Regular routines had conditioned his biological clock well. He woke up promptly at 5:30 in the morning. Heeding Lu Manhwa's advice, Ning Chuan stayed home reviewing math, physics and chemistry, then took several martial arts theory online courses. During breaks, I also read quite a few news articles about that spy. Zhao Weiping was a spy from a planet called Celestial Martial Realm. That planet belonged to the same star system as Ning Chuan's High Martial Realm. 1,000 years ago, the two sides had waged a brutal war, the Twin Realms War, which claimed hundreds of millions of lives and left deep-seated enmity between them. Though peace has come these days, there are still undercurrents of unrest. Getting caught would be worse than death. Ning Chuan shook his head, steadied his thoughts, and resumed his studies. Soon, evening arrived. The savage bull strength technique had been tempered for a full 24 hours. Ning Chuan once again heard the synthesized voice of the system. After prolonged and arduous tempering of savage bull strength, your strength has achieved a breakthrough, advancing to awakening stage 5. His muscles emitted crisp bone-cracking sounds as an overwhelming sense of power surged through his body. The 5 senses have sharpened slightly. Immediately following, another synthesized voice sounded. Insight gained from the savage bull strength technique, breaking through barriers to attain the subtlety realm. Savage bull strength energy absorption efficiency accelerated. Estimated depletion in 15 hours. As the words fell, the tingling sensation throughout the body suddenly intensified. Areas that hadn't been affected before also began to tingle. Mastering the breathing technique wasn't merely about improving efficiency. More importantly, it allowed for a more refined tempering of the musculature. That kind of tempering might not significantly enhance the body's superficial data like strength or speed. However, it could bring the body into greater harmony and unity, invisibly improving one's capabilities. The day passed quickly. Sunday. By noon at 12 o'clock, the tingling sensation in Ning Chuan's body dissipated, as the energy from that beast nutrition fluid was completely exhausted. Ning Chuan assessed his strength mid-tier of the 5th awakening stage, 1 tier higher than he'd anticipated. Ning Chuan grinned widely. This was an unexpected delight. The main reason was his savage bull strength technique advancing to the 4th realm, microcosmic mastery. System. Ning Chuan silently called out, summoning the interface. Strength, awakening stage 5. Furious bull technique, mastery, progress 2%. Gale step mastery, progress 31%. Lightning strike perfection, progress 35%. Thousand bone slaughter technique proficient, progress 11%. Diamond body 3rd layer, progress 20%. Gazing at the translucent panel, Ning Chuan suppressed the joy in his heart, his eyes narrowing gradually. He was contemplating his next steps in cultivation. Among these considerations, resource allocation was of paramount importance. Currently, the resources at his disposal consisted of just over 30,000 yuan in his bank account and the beast tonic promised to him by Su Yun. As for the 60,000 yuan in outstanding payment from Ma Hai, with the completion of mentoring Lu Manhwa's work, it's unlikely he'll ever see that money. Barring any surprises, these are all the resources he'll have before the college entrance exams. Careful consideration is needed. No need to worry about other martial techniques. The focus should be on the breathing technique Raging Bull's strength and the body strengthening technique Indestructible Body. Ning Chuan stroked his chin. The advantage of investing resources into the Furious Bull Strength technique was evident. Furious Bull Strength tempered one's comprehensive physical qualities, strength, agility, stamina, and even the five senses would all improve. Just like this time, he advanced to the 5th stage awakening level, confident that he could stand his ground against his 7th stage opponent. However, even if he were to elevate the Golden Body technique another level, it would only ensure he remained undefeated, making his defense marginally easier at best. But I don't have enough money. Ning Chuan's thoughts swirled. His current cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the 5th awakening phase, still far from reaching the high awakening phase. Even if he invested all 30,000 yuan plus a beast nutrient solution into the Berserk Bull technique, it wouldn't be enough for him to advance before the college entrance exams. However, breaking through to the 6th awakening phase shouldn't be an issue, even without consuming monster beast meat. Relying solely on the brute force cultivation method can also achieve results. There are still over 2 months until the college entrance exam, which is plenty of time. Under these circumstances, investing resources in the brute force method clearly isn't cost-effective. Below the awaken high stage, the gap between early stage and peak stage isn't particularly significant. Selling the beast nutrient solution that Suyun applied for me and using the money to buy the body of steel medicine packets is what suits me best, Ning Chuan muttered to himself. After advancing to the 3rd level of the body of steel, each medicine packet still boosts progress by about 15%. On the second-hand market, the beast nutrient solution is priced at around 160,000, and with the over 30,000 in the bank account, he can afford 4 body of steel medicine packets, representing 60% progress. Before the college entrance exams, it should be enough to break through the diamond body technique to the 4th level. With this, the top 10 prestigious schools of the Federation aren't just empty words. I'll sell it as soon as I get the beast nutrient solution. Ning Chuan made up his mind. This was different from his initial plan. However, he never expected Lu Manhwa would compensate him with a vial of beast nutrient solution at that time. Plans should never remain unchanged. Evening fell under an overcast sky. Dark clouds gathered relentlessly, carrying a chill in the wind. Qingshan City's first spring rain seemed finally about to arrive. Ning Chuan ordered a takeout. While waiting, he turned on the TV. Local news channels in Qingshan City were repeatedly broadcasting photos of the spy Zhao Weiping, while urging residents not to go out at night. The police department had failed to capture Zhao Weiping over the weekend. Buzz. During dinner, his phone vibrated. Suyun had posted a series of messages in the class group chat. Ning Chuan picked up his phone and skimmed through them, almost all concerning Zhao Weiping. The school had received notification from the police department and would dispatch some teachers to assist in the search operation. Students below the 7th stage of awakening will switch to online classes at home. The last message was about the selection tournament Lu Manhwa had mentioned earlier, which would choose 10 students to participate in search and capture operations alongside experienced teachers or police officers. It's not an arena duel, but rather a competition to seize a cube called a spy device, quite unusual. Ning Chuan stared at the screen, lost in thought. This method doesn't demand absolute combat strength, but participants still need to be exceptionally capable. The selection tournament will begin tomorrow morning and will be held at the school, starting Monday morning. Since there might be dangers involved, high school seniors were free to sign up. The school didn't insist on participation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated again in quick succession. Many students in the class group chat started popping up to comment, showing keen interest in the final selection round. Tang Xiaowan, so it seems the key to the selection trials isn't about whether you can seize the spy device, but whether you can keep it. Whoever gets their hands on the spy device will inevitably become the target of siege, so only students at Awakening Stage 9 stand a decent chance. Those at Stage 8 might fail once surrounded. Zhouhe, who knows what those people at the police department are thinking? When it comes to capturing spies, they should definitely send the strongest. Zhang Wenxi, Zhouhe, combat strength isn't the top priority. That spy may be severely injured, but a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Never underestimate a warrior. If they fight desperately, taking a few Awakening Stage 9 lives would be all too easy. More than strength, the police department values how alert the students are. Mahai, the class president is truly impressive, analyzing things with such sharp insight. You're definitely going to seize one of those spy devices. Wang Dong, ha, no one understands vigilance better than me. This spy device, I call dibs. Li Shanyun, Awakening Stage 3? Are you going there just to be cannon fodder? Zhouhe, I'll go first, it's mine for the taking. The conversation quickly veered off into who knows what territory. Ning Chuan withdrew his gaze from the screen, tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment's consideration, he decided to participate in tomorrow's selection competition. Winning the spy device would certainly be ideal, but if he failed, that would be fine too. His main objectives were to test his own skills and cross swords with Zhang Wenxi. Not fighting back wasn't in his nature. Judging by Zhang Wenxi's statement, he's almost certain to participate in the selection competition. I'll keep an eye on him. With the right approach, I might even squeeze some money out of this. Ning Chuan's eyes glinted faintly. A sudden thought occurred to him. Finished mentoring Lu Manhwa. Zhang Wenxi hadn't a clue. Chapter 15. Mahai Ning Chuan is the urban special forces king. I'll pretend to take one path while sneakily taking another. The rain started at midnight, falling in a steady drizzle, only letting up at daybreak. Early morning. Qingshan No. 1 High School. Among the senior high school students, many arrived earlier than usual, buzzing with excitement and heated discussions, eagerly anticipating the upcoming selection contest. However, not everyone was in high spirits. Mahai was utterly frustrated. He wanted to lash out. But in front of Zhang Wenxi, he could only suppress his temper and say meekly, "Class monitor, I'll do my best. Haven't I been the one constantly inflicting injuries on Ning Chuan?" Ning Chuan would deliberately inflict some injuries on himself to give Zhang Wenxi a satisfactory explanation. Of course, Ning Chuan wasn't foolish enough to seriously injure himself. Zhang Wenxi impatiently waved his hand and scolded, "Enough with the nonsense. Some minor skin redness, what does that even count for? It's been over half a month, and you still haven't dealt with Ning Chuan. How hard can it be for him at just the fourth awakening stage? Don't think I don't know what tricks you're up to." Mahai opened his mouth, swallowing his bitter grievance. These past few days, he couldn't lay a finger on Ning Chuan at all. It's unclear what external martial art Ning Chuan had mastered, but his body was unbelievably tough. Even a full-force punch couldn't leave so much as a red mark on him. Employing the strongest D-grade martial art, splitting mountain palm, could barely inflict minor injuries. Moreover, to make matters worse, Ning Chuan had also mastered an extremely vicious unarmed combat technique that proved nearly impossible to defend against. After every battle, the injuries he sustained were extremely severe. The medical expenses already amounted to tens of thousands. "Monitor, please ask Uncle Lee to guide me one more time. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the 7th stage of awakening." Mahai lifted his head to look at Zhang Wenxi, pleading, "Once I reach the 7th stage of awakening, I'll cripple that Ning Chu guy outright, make sure he can't even attend the college entrance exams." Uncle Lee was the night-class martial artist. "You dare play tricks with me, moron?" Zhang Wenxi snorted in disdain and turned to leave without another word. "As for Ning Chuan's matter, I'll handle it myself. Besides, our class only needs one awakened high-rank student to bring glory to teacher Su Yun, me." Upon hearing this, Mahai's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Uncle Lee's guidance matter fell through. Watching Zhang Wenxi's retreating figure, Mahai's gaze was filled with venomous resentment. He had gone to such lengths to ingratiate himself with Zhang Wenxi, yet just because of one failed mission, Zhang didn't even give him a chance to explain before kicking him to the curb. "You'll regret this, Zhang Wenxi." Mahai gnashed his teeth and muttered to himself. He was no match for Zhang Wenxi, and didn't dare provoke him, but he knew someone who would dare. Ning Chuan, that guy isn't a 4th stage awakened warrior. Mahai was convinced in his heart. He refused to believe that Ning Chuan's transformation, from being brutally beaten by him to beating him up, was due to progress made in just half a month. That was simply a fairy tale. After pondering for the past few days, he vaguely guessed the reason. Ning Chuan must be hiding his true strength, trying to play the fool to catch the tiger. Then, make a grand move and astonish everyone with a single feat. In previous years, there were such individuals unbelievably strong yet deliberately hiding their talents, aiming to unleash themselves as dark horses during the college entrance exams to shock the world. Ning Chuan must be the same. Mahai's thoughts wandered freely. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and a cold smile crept onto Mahai's face. 8 a.m., 1 hour before the selection competition begins. Training field. All senior high school students had gathered here. Hosting the selection was a young man from the police department, in his 20s with a short crew cut. Perhaps because the pursuit of Zhao Weiping was extremely urgent, the young man skipped formalities after taking the stage, merely restating the rules briefly. Then, he announced the long-awaited reward. 1 million yuan bounty dead or alive for capturing spy Zhao Weiping, the crew-cut youth declared. The sound spread through the microphone. The training ground immediately erupted in noise. At Qingshan No. 1 High School, there were quite a few students from wealthy families, but the money all belonged to their parents. At their age, if you said they had money, there actually wasn't that much. A spark of fervor flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. With a million as foundation, he would undoubtedly break through to the upper stage of awakening before the college entrance exams. On stage, the crew-cut young man continued without pause. Zhao Weiping, a man of heinous crimes, betrayed the Federation and caused immense losses to it. Therefore, the Donglin Administrative Region Police Headquarters declares that any senior high school student who can bring him to justice will be eligible to participate in the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp. As these words fell, the crowd below first fell silent, then erupted with excitement. Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Since the twin martial stars war 1,000 years ago, the high martial world has abolished national boundaries, with tens of billions of humans worldwide forming a unified federation. Administratively, the federation is divided into 99 major districts. The Eastwood Administrative District, where Green Hill City is located, is one of them. Each administrative region administers its own college entrance examination independently. The Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp is an official senior year student cultivation base established by the Donglin Administrative Region specifically to prepare for the college entrance exams. Its educational resources are exceptionally robust. It ranks first in the Donglin Administrative Region. Students graduating from there, even the lowest-ranked ones, get into the top 10 prestigious universities in the Federation. Half of them can even secure admission to Star River University. Keep in mind that even officially certified martial artists aren't guaranteed acceptance at Star River University. This just goes to show how exceptional the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp truly is. I want to sign up. Me too. I'm gonna take Zhao Weiping's damn head and stride through the gates of Stellar River University. Shouts echoed one after another across the training field. Ning Chuan remained quiet amidst the clamorous crowd, his eyes slightly downcast. He was pondering the meaning behind the buzzcut youth's words. Apprehend and bring to justice. Did it mean being accomplished by a single person alone? Should just assisting the police be enough? The underlying principle is probably that the police department reserves the final right of interpretation. For students from influential families like Lu Mengyue's, having connections with the police department and assisting in arrests allows participation in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. But for someone like him, he'd likely have to apprehend Zhao Weiping single-handedly. That's an official martial artist. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan's fiery heart gradually calmed down. Just like before, try your best, no need to force it unnecessarily. Ning Chuan silently murmured to himself. On stage, the close-cropped youth pressed his hands downward, signaling for everyone to quiet down, and said, "Students wishing to participate in the selection trials, please register at the west side below the stage. Fill in your personal information for subsequent reporting." The crowd filed toward the west side of the stands. Lured by the promise of the Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp, even those who initially showed no interest signed up. Nearly 1,000 participants registered for the selection trials. They compete for 10 spy devices together. This makes the final outcome even more unpredictable. After all, even a 9th stage awakened can't withstand the assault of 100 people. 10 minutes later, west side of the platform. Wait a minute. Just as Ning Chuan finished registering and stepped away from the crowd, someone called out to him. Turning his head, he saw Ma Hai striding toward him. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up as he said, "Enough talk, wire me today's money first." The matter of concluding the mentoring work couldn't stay hidden for long. Even if Lu Menghua didn't speak about it, once she stopped giving him rides, the news would naturally spread. While Ma Hai still remained unaware, every opportunity to profit should be seized. Even the smallest gain is still meat on the bone. What's more, according to his agreement with Ma Hai, he would get 2,500 yuan per day. That's quite a sum. Stop thinking about the money. Ma Hai sneered mockingly. I found a new way now. I don't need to suck up to Zhang Wenxi anymore. You can say whatever you want to Lu Mengyue, don't expect to get another cent out of me. Ning Chuan must never find out that his relationship with Zhang Wenxi has soured. Otherwise, it would be hard to drive a wedge between them. He wants Ning Chuan to unknowingly teach Zhang Wenxi a lesson on his behalf. How can one live without integrity? Ning Chuan curled his lips disdainfully. Without another word, he stepped around Ma Hai, scanning the crowd for Zhang Wenxi. Compared to Ma Hai's meager handful, Zhang Wenxi was the real prize. If this operation succeeds, perhaps another windfall is coming my way. Wait a moment. Ma Hai grew somewhat anxious seeing this. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. The plan hadn't even been executed when the person left. Ma Hai quickly strode forward to catch up, blocking the way ahead, and said firmly to Ning Chuan, "I know your capabilities." Ha! Ning Chuan's expression froze momentarily. How did Ma Hai know he had advanced to the 5th stage of awakening? Perceiving others' cultivation realms is an ability exclusive to official martial artists. The next moment, Ning Chuan realized he had misunderstood. You might fool others, but not me, the one who's fought over a dozen battles with you. Your strength must be at least awakening stage 7. Seeing Ning Chuan's expression, Ma Hai became even more convinced of his speculation and sneered, hiding it on purpose. You're probably planning to make a stunning impression in the college entrance exams, right? By the way, taking the chance to leave a deep impression on Teacher Su as well. This tactic is indeed much more sophisticated than Zhang Wenxi's. Chapter 16, 60-something thousand with odd change is too troublesome. I'll round it off, give me 70,000 instead. He really has quite the imagination. Ning Chuan roughly grasped Ma Hai's train of thought. After brief consideration, Ning Chuan made no effort to offer an explanation. Instead, he snorted arrogantly and declared, "So what? What's that got to do with you? I was just coming over to give you a friendly warning." Ma Hai said with a grim expression, "Just yesterday, Zhang Wenxi asked me to find someone to cut off the surveillance cameras in building 1 of the school. This definitely has something to do with the selection competition. As for whether you go to see it or not, suit yourself, I couldn't care less. Ning Chuan glanced at Ma Hai and sneered. I guessed right, you and Zhang Wenci have fallen out, haven't you? You don't dare to confront Zhang Wenci yourself, so you're trying to use me as a cat's paw. Ma Hai's expression changed. Ning Chuan was unexpectedly sharp, he had seen through his plan at a glance. So what if I am? Ma Hai abandoned all pretense of subtlety. With teeth gritted and reckless abandon, he retorted, you can't possibly refuse. This is the perfect chance to deal with Zhang Wenci. Ning Chuan fixed his gaze on Ma Hai, sized him up for a moment, then sneered coldly, you're right, I can't refuse. But don't think you'll sit back and reap the rewards while others fight. Nothing that good could ever happen. I'll report your words truthfully to Zhang Wenci. When the time comes, I shall watch you dogs tear each other apart. Wrong. Ning Chuan shook his head and laughed. You're no match for Zhang Wenci at all. You'll only get crushed by him. You have no proof. Mere words won't convince Zhang Wenci. A flicker of fear flashed in Ma Hai's eyes. Although he had a falling out with Zhang Wenci, he still didn't dare to provoke him openly. Whether it was family background or actual capability, Zhang Wenci completely outmatched him. Ning Chuan took out his phone and said with a grin, Ma Hai, we're inseparable partners, aren't we? The transfer records you sent me are solid evidence, why wouldn't Zhang Wenci believe them? Ma Hai's face immediately darkened. Zhang Wenci already suspected him of playing tricks, and with this transfer record added into the mix, it would confirm his suspicions beyond any doubt. No matter how much he tried to explain, he couldn't clear his name. What do you want? After a long silence, Ma Hai spoke bitterly. This time, just like the rerun from half a month ago, his weakness fell right back into Ning Chuan's hands. Ning Chuan flashed a brilliant smile and said, I'm someone who values honesty and credibility, just pay me the remaining sum you owe. Upon hearing this, Ma Hai felt so furious he nearly cursed aloud. Not only had he lost the guidance from a night-level martial artist, but he still had to cough up the payment. Ning Chuan continued unhurriedly, once the money arrives, I'll go deal with Zhang Wenci. What you just said, I'll bury it deep in my heart. Ma Hai thought for a moment before replying, you teach Zhang Wenci a lesson first, then I'll give you the money. Ning Chuan shook his head, no way. Transfer it now. You've tried to welch before, I don't trust you. Fine, have it your way. Transfer incoming. Ma Hai stood off against Ning Chuan for a while, but seeing him remain unyielding, he could only pull out his phone. Over 60,000, with odd change, too much hassle. Standing nearby, Ning Chuan glanced at Ma Hai's phone, cleared his throat lightly, and said, I'll round it off, just transfer 70,000 directly. Hearing this, Ma Hai turned his face sharply, glaring at Ning Chuan with fury. He truly had his eyes opened. Is there such a thing as a rounding up method that charges extra money? Don't worry, as compensation, I'll give Zhang Wenci a black eye, make him lose face. Your money will be well spent, Ning Chuan said with a smile. Alright. The mere thought of Zhang Wenci with dark circles under his eyes gave Ma Hai a bit of satisfaction, making him not mind spending an extra few thousand yuan. The transfer was completed quickly. Do you have any other demands regarding Zhang Wenci? As long as the money is right, everything can be arranged, Ning Chuan said with a laugh. Ma Hai's heart skipped a beat. Without a word, he turned and left. He practically flew out of the training ground, terrified that Ning Chuan might try to trick him out of his money again. Ma Hai resolved that from now on, he wouldn't merely avoid provoking Ning Chuan, he'd absolutely forbid himself from even speaking to him. Why do I feel more and more like the villain in this story? Watching Ma Hai ride into the distance, Ning Chuan felt cheerful and grinned from ear to ear. 9 a.m. Ding-a-ling. The bell's resounding toll across the skies heralded the opening of the selection trials. Swish, swish, swish. Like a surging flood, the competing students rushed out, each employing their own movement techniques as they dashed toward the nearest spy devices. There were 10 of these cube-shaped devices in total, placed around the training field earlier. Many students had already noticed them before the competition began. In mere moments, several students at the Awakened Ninth stage were the first to succeed, each securing a spy device and quickly putting distance between themselves and the others to avoid being cornered and attacked by the swarm of competitors. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze, shaking his head slightly to himself. As expected, although seizing a spy device wasn't as straightforward as arena combat, solid strength would ultimately be required. With 2 hours of competition time, even if I managed to seize a spy device now, it would likely be stolen from me quickly. The only real chance might be at the last moment, Ning Chuan rapidly analyzed. But the later it gets, the stronger the students holding spy devices will be, making theft even more difficult. Keeping his thoughts clear, Ning Chuan watched the chaotic battling students and knew his chances of success were slim. Fortunately, his main purpose in today's competition was Zhang Wenci. Targeting me won't come without a price. A glint flashed through Ning Chuan's eyes as he took out his silver blood warblade, walking steadily toward building number 1 with deliberate ease. This selection trial imposed no restrictions on weapons or equipment. After all, the ultimate goal is to catch the spy. Zhao Weiping wouldn't care about fairness in the slightest. If you truly have the capability, even if you show up in a mech suit, the police headquarters wouldn't refuse, they'd actually applaud your arrival. 5 minutes later, Ning Chuan arrived at building number 1 that Mahai had mentioned. This is the oldest batch of teaching buildings at Qingshan number 1 High School, currently left unused and repurposed for storing desks, chairs, and other school supplies. Crossing the gate, Ning Chuan unleashed his Gale Steps technique. In an instant, the sound of footsteps became faint and nearly undetectable. This was one application of the Gale Steps technique. On one hand, he wanted to see what Zhang Wenxi was up to. On the other hand, Mahai telling him about this matter might have been a trap set up together with Zhang Wenxi. Although the possibility was slim, he couldn't afford to be careless. Ning Chuan silently began his investigation through the building. First floor, nothing found. Second floor, same as before. Third floor. As Ning Chuan stepped out of the stairwell, he faintly heard footsteps coming from a classroom not far ahead. Zhang Wenxi? A thought stirred in Ning Chuan's heart. None of the 10 spy devices were here. Clearly, no other students would come. Clenching the silver blood combat knife between his teeth, Ning Chuan lowered his body and crawled forward on all fours. After advancing over 10 meters, he peered through a classroom window facing the corridor and spotted a figure inside. It was indeed Zhang Wenxi, no doubt about it. The next moment, Ning Chuan's entire gaze was transfixed by what Zhang Wenxi held in his hand. It was a test tube rack made of wood, single row with 3 holes, each socket holding a test tube filled with dark red liquid that bubbled and churned as gas rose through it. Ning Chuan was intimately familiar with it. Not long ago, he had just consumed one, propelling him to the 5th stage of awakening. Beast Nutrient Solution. Rob him? Ning Chuan's heart burned with fervor. 3 bottles of Beast Nutrient Solution should be enough for him to advance to Awakening Stage 6. However, after brief consideration, Ning Chuan silently shook his head. Although the surveillance here had been cut off by Mahai's orders, any action would inevitably leave traces. Given Zhang Wenxi's family background, the police department would undoubtedly take the matter seriously. The risk is too great. Suppressing his greed, Ning Chuan regained his composure and continued to secretly observe Zhang Wenxi. Soon, there was a new discovery. Zhang Wenxi paced back and forth in the classroom, occasionally glancing at his phone. His movements and demeanor clearly indicated that Zhang Wenxi was waiting for someone. Who is he waiting for? Ning Chuan's thoughts raced as he swiftly analyzed the known information. Having Mahai deliberately disable the surveillance, 3 bottles of 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution stand prepared, waiting for someone to arrive here. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, an idea flashed through Ning Chuan's mind. Zhang Wenxi wants to exchange 3 bottles of 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution for a spy device. The more Ning Chuan thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The fact that Zhang Wenxi's family could afford to hire even night-level martial artists spoke volumes about their influence. Finding a few martial artists to help Zhang Wenxi capture Zhao Weiping would be effortless. Safety wasn't an issue. Zhang Wenxi is an awakened 7th stage, making it nearly impossible to safeguard a spy device. If exposed, it would be extremely dangerous. Hence, the transaction will only occur in the final minutes of the selection tournament when the outcome is already decided. Ning Chuan's heartbeat quickened considerably. Of course, whether this is actually true or not remains uncertain. After all, it was merely speculation on his part. However, Ning Chuan was willing to take the gamble. Given his own capabilities, the probability of securing a spot was far too low. I can't stay in this stairwell. If Zhang Wenxi's contact arrives, I'll be spotted immediately. Need to find another hiding place. Ning Chuan crawled on all fours as he changed direction and retreated from the stairwell. After carefully scouting for a long time, Ning Chuan found an ideal spot. Outside the building stood a large tree near the classroom where Zhang Wenxi was located. Nearly half a month into spring, its foliage had grown dense enough to conceal his figure completely. He nimbly climbed up the tree. Ning Chuan selected a tree branch near the classroom window and silently settled into position. A pair of dark, penetrating eyes observed Zhang Wenxi through the dense foliage, patient and detached, like a predator sizing up its prey. Chapter 17. Now that the deal is done, it's time to reel in the net. Qingshan number 1 High School, Surveillance Room. Several school administrators accompanied the buzzcut young man from the police department as they observed the students' battle situation. What's wrong with the surveillance feed from Building 1? The dean pointed at several dark patches on the screen and asked with a frown. A staff member replied, "There's an issue with the signal line, it might be severed." Hearing this, the dean turned to the crew-cut young man and inquired, "Officer Zhou, should we suspend the selection competition for now and wait until the surveillance is repaired before starting?" "No need." Zhou's eyes swept across the screen before he shook his head and said, "All 10 spy devices are within surveillance range. There's no need to waste time. The top priority is to apprehend Zhao Weiping as soon as possible. A wandering certified martial artist is far too dangerous to remain at large. If this leads to mass civilian casualties, the police department will undoubtedly shoulder the blame." On the other side, Wang Ping, can you really protect the spy device alone as just a 5th level awakened? You're below advanced rank yourself, how dare you mock me? Ha ha, as for this spy device, I, Li Jian, won't stand on ceremony. Shouts and yells filled the air. All across the campus, students were battling each other. The student who obtained the spy device gradually found themselves trapped in numerous encirclements. Even those awakened to the 9th stage students faced fierce competition. As time passed, the identities of the holders continually shifted. 10:50. Only 10 minutes remained until the selection competition concluded. The chaotic battle was nearing its end, with only 1 or 2 spy devices still being contested. All others had already been claimed by their owners, with no further disputes. There was no other way. Only a handful of students remained in the arena, nearly all utterly exhausted and incapable of further fighting. That classroom. Zhang Wensi kept glancing nervously at his watch, unable to hide his anxious expression. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a notification. After checking the message, Zhang Wensi let out a long exhale and visibly relaxed. Witnessing this scene, Ning Chuan grew even more convinced of his speculation. Sure enough, before long, a tall figure entered the classroom. It's him! Ning Chuan recognized the newcomer. Wei Boho, awakening stage 9, had mastered a B-class fist technique to perfection. In terms of academic ability, he consistently ranks within the top 3 of his grade. A definite candidate for prestigious universities. After a moment's thought, Ning Chuan took out his phone, turned on the video recording, and pointed the camera toward the classroom. Privately trading spy equipment isn't exactly an honorable thing to do. Did you get the spy device? Zhang Wensi strode swiftly toward Wei Boho, his face alight with eagerness. Where's the thing I asked for? Wei Boho pulled out a black box, perfectly cube-shaped and about the size of a Rubik's Cube, then handed it over with an upward sweep of his hand. Not a single one missing here. Taking the spy device, Zhang Wensi shook the test tube rack in his hand, showing it to Wei Boho, but he didn't hand it over to Wei Boho. What, trying to back out of the deal? Wei Bohu's eyes showed a hint of disdain as he sneered coldly. I'll give it to you after the selection is over. Zhang Wensi shook his head and tucked the test tube rack into his pocket, saying, if I hand over the nutrient solution now and you take away the spy device, who could I turn to for help then? So distrustful. Wei Boho let out a mocking laugh before turning on his heel and striding away. See if you dare lie to me. Zhang Wensi curled his lips nonchalantly, fiddling with the spy device instead of following Wei Boho outside. Given his abilities, if discovered, he would inevitably provoke a scramble for possession. Although the selection trials are nearing their end and the students' combat strength has significantly declined, there's no need to take unnecessary risks. Building 1 is the perfect place to hide. The praying mantis and cicada are already in position. Time for the oriole to make its move. Perched in the tree, Ning Chuan tucked away his phone. As he locked eyes with Zhang Wensi, a spark of fervor rose deep within his gaze. With a powerful push against the branch, he propelled himself forward. Bang! The bark shattered, propelling Ning Chuan forward like an arrow released from its bow. Crack! Smash! With a thunderous crash, the classroom window shattered as Ning Chuan burst through in an overpowering stance. As his body descended toward Zhang Wensi's position, his fingers clenched into a fist that he swung with brutal force. Skeleton's killing fist. The strongest frontal assault technique of the Thousand Bones slaughter art. Whoosh! A mighty fist wind howled, carrying with it dozens of shattered glass fragments, pouring down like a storm onto the bewildered Zhang Wensi. Who dares ambush me? As a peak stage awakener, Zhang Wensi reacted swiftly and threw out a palm strike. The fierce wind howled with equal intensity. His palm flushed crimson as prominent blue veins surfaced, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Clearly, he had also executed some form of palm technique. Bang! Fist and palm collided. A shockwave rippled outward, nearly tangible in its intensity, tearing apart the glass fragments suspended in midair and sending them scattering in all directions. Zhang Wensi's body convulsed violently as he was flung backward. With a resounding thud, his back slammed against the wall, shaking loose a shower of dust. Only then did Zhang Wensi manage to steady himself. On the other hand, Ning Chuan also felt a tremendous force assault him, sending his body flying backward. He tensed his core midair, executing a backflip to disperse most of the impact before landing steadily on the windowsill. From this elevated position, he gazed down imperiously at Zhang Wensi. Capitalizing on gravity's pull combined with my strongest punch, against Zhang Wensi's hasty counterattack, the odds should be 60-40 in my favor. Ning Chuan shook his head with slight disappointment. Awakening high level, power surges like a spring. Truly powerful. Ning Chuan pondered briefly, then deliberately said in a severe tone, Zhang Wensi, how dare you purchase spy equipment without authorization? Caught red-handed, surrender now. Ning Chuan added another classic line. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in court. Zhang Wensi shuddered in fear. Yet for some reason, the voice struck him as oddly familiar. When he instinctively looked up, Zhang Wensi froze momentarily, then exploded with rage. Ning Chuan! Zhang Wensi roared furiously, flames seeming to rise in his eyes. "Why aren't you trembling anymore?" Ning Chuan chuckled mockingly. "Hand over the spy device, and I'll let you leave." Zhang Wensi sneered with a mocking expression. "A mere fourth stage awakened, yet you dare boast so shamelessly. So it seems you disagree." Ning Chuan activated his gale steps, moving with lightning speed as he dashed forward with a whooshing sound. "And another thing, I'm now at the fifth stage of awakening." In the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan closed the distance, fingers straight as a blade, thrusting toward Zhang Wensi's vulnerable throat. Screech! The air tore with a sound like rending silk. "Fifth stage awakening, is this your trump card? Impressive, just like when I was a freshman." Zhang Wensi's voice dripped with sarcasm. His movements remained precise. With a forceful slash, his hand descended like a thunderbolt, aiming straight for Ning Chuan's wrist with crushing force. Viper strike! Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened. Just as Zhang Wensi was about to strike him, the arm being swung bent at a bizarre angle, twisting like a serpent's body, evading the attack and continuing to thrust toward Zhang Wensi's throat. After achieving proficiency in the thousand-bone slaughter art, the shadow serpent strike could now be executed effortlessly. Zhang Wensi's expression shifted slightly. However, he didn't panic excessively. His vast combat experience allowed him to react immediately. No dodging, just counterattack to defend. Crack! Zhang Wensi stomped forward fiercely, planting his foot firmly to shift the trajectory of Ning Chuan's thrust, causing it to miss critical spots like the throat. At the same time, his chopping hand blade tightened into a fist that punched out with force. Thud! Smack! Two voices sounded almost simultaneously. The first dull thud came as Ning Chuan's fingers tore through Zhang Wensi's clothes and pierced his shoulder, causing several streaks of blood to seep out. The second impact was Zhang Wensi striking Ning Chuan. The next moment, Ning Chuan was sent flying and landed heavily on a classroom desk. The solid wood desktop snapped instantly under the force, and the metal frame beneath twisted out of shape. The impact's force was evident. Yet, Ning Chuan stood up agilely, unharmed. After advancing to the third level of the Vajra body, not only could he transform into a golden form, but his physical defense had also reached a new height. Zhang Wensi's punch barely caused him a slight sensation of pain. Ning Chuan didn't need to look to know that the punched spot would at most show a faint redness. What kind of martial art is this? Quite intriguing. Raising his right hand and observing the slight blood on his fingertips, Ning Chuan arched an eyebrow as he spoke. The moment he pierced the skin earlier, Zhang Wensi's muscles had suddenly hardened like steel, preventing him from penetrating further. According to his initial estimation, the power of this palm sword strike should have been enough to temporarily incapacitate Zhang Wensi by severing one of his arms. "Ning Chuan, I'll break every single one of your fingers." The 4 bloody wounds on his shoulder burned with a searing pain as Zhang Wensi glared at Ning Chuan, his gaze dark and heavy like dripping water. Whimper! He strode forward swiftly, his figure stirring up a gust of wind as he pounced like a fierce tiger. Ha! A cold smile curled at Ning Chuan's lips. With a flick of his fingers, he shook off the blood and advanced fearlessly, activating Gale Step. Chapter 18, The net closes, all goods and treasures confiscated. Ning Chuan and Zhang Wensi clashed fiercely, locked in an intense battle. The air roared as if about to burst apart. Rows of desks shattered in succession. Window panes kept exploding into fragments. Strategically, Ning Chuan was at a disadvantage. The thousand-bone slaughter technique was only at the proficient level. Against Zhang Wensi at the 7th stage of awakening, it felt somewhat inadequate. However, relying on the formidable defense of his third-layer diamond body, Ning Chuan wouldn't be defeated in a short time. In fact, when exchanging injuries for injuries in combat, he could even gain some advantage. "Let me see just how durable you are." Zhang Wensi's eyes flashed with ferocity as he delivered a vicious elbow strike. His bent arm traced a sharp arc through the air, generating a piercing whistle from the sheer force behind the blow. Iron Elbow Spear. C-class martial technique. Ugh! A fierce wind whipped against his face, yet Ning Chuan's gaze remained calm and steady. Without dodging or flinching, he raised his right arm and threw a punch straight at Zhang Wensi's abdomen. Crack! A sharp crack erupted from Ning Chuan's right arm, like lightning splitting the sky or a bowstring snapping taut. In the next instant, the speed of his fist surged abruptly, appearing to leave afterimages in its wake. With a resounding thud, Zhang Wensi's face instantly flushed crimson from the impact. Lightning Fist. The second stance of the bone-crushing slaughter arts. A single fist strikes like a lightning bolt, swift as an arrow shot through the air, hence its name. Its defining characteristic is speed. The next moment, Zhang Wensi's elbow strike landed on Ning Chuan's body. Thud! A golden flash erupted from Ning Chuan's chest amid a metallic clang as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the opposite end of the classroom where dust billowed from the impact. Swish! Ning Chuan executed a kip-up with fluid precision, landing firmly on his feet. The momentary golden transformation dissipated the majority of Zhang Wensi's strike. Ning Chuan gazed at Zhang Wensi, flicking dust from his chest as he spoke with slight regret. "I'd hoped to spar with you a while longer, but time is short. We'll have to settle this quickly." The spy device was merely one of his objectives. He had other desires yet to fulfill. Make the most of your time. Anyone can talk big. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Wenxi's lips as he mocked. However, there was noticeably more seriousness in his tone compared to before. In the entire class, probably no one else stood a match against Ning Chuan besides him. What incredible stealth. Really? Ning Chuan grinned without offering an explanation, then swiftly drew the silver blood warblade from his waist and charged toward Zhang Wenxi with bold strides. The blade's tip scraped the ground, sending a trail of sparks flying. Zhang Wenxi's expression completely changed. Even in hand-to-hand combat, Ning Chuan was barely inferior to him. Using the thunder flash slash with his battle saber while in the subtle awareness state, he absolutely couldn't win. If he had a weapon in hand, perhaps there'd still be a chance to fight back. But today, he hadn't planned to compete for the spy device in the first place. His weapon was left at home. This isn't fair. Zhang Wenxi roared. The remaining words were drowned out by a thunderous roar. Boom! Ning Chuan opened with the lightning flash slash. A brilliant silver light appeared, like streaks of lightning crisscrossing the air, illuminating the classroom darkened by thick clouds. Within that radiance lay an icy, deadly edge. Zhang Wenxi felt his scalp go numb as he pushed his movement technique to its limits, desperately retreating backward. A whooshing sound cut through the air. A dozen strands of hair were cleanly severed, scattering through the wind. He had barely managed to dodge that blade. Boom! Ning Chuan paid no heed, pressing forward aggressively. A thunderous roar burst from within his body, transforming into formidable power that surged into his arm and manifested its edge upon the silver blood battle blade. Lightning slash! Silver light flashed once more as electric radiance split the air. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Wenxi's face as he dared not block the silver blood battle blade's deadly edge. He wanted to flee, but there was simply no way to break through. With mastered-level gale steps and microscopic-level lightning slash at his disposal, Ning Chuan's combat blade could appear anywhere in the classroom in a single breath. Zhang Wenxi could only keep dodging. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Ning Chuan didn't swing his blade but instead raised his foot, kicking Zhang Wenxi flying sideways. The selection match had few rules, but inflicting fatal or crippling injuries was strictly forbidden. Thunder Flash Slash's edge was too fierce, so Ning Chuan only used it to pressure Zhang Wenxi, forcing him to reveal openings before striking with fist and foot techniques. Before long, Zhang Wenxi's body was covered in dark bruises. Though Zhang Wenxi recognized Ning Chuan's strategy, he still dared not let his body directly withstand the strikes of the silver blood combat blade. He couldn't afford to gamble. If he lost, there were only two outcomes, either death, or becoming worthless. Even if Ning Chuan were to pay a price, it would now be of no avail. Opportunity. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. Under the pressure of the battle blade, Zhang Wenxi revealed a major flaw. Ning Chuan swiftly stretched out his left hand, finger splayed, piercing through the air as he seized Zhang Wenxi's arm. His entire left arm coiled around it like a python crushing its prey, twisting with brutal force. The fourth technique of the thousand-bone slaughter art, Shattering Python Strike. A domineering name. Its power matches its ferocity. Once ensnared, it can crush an enemy's bones to splinters. Snap! Zhang Wenxi's arm made a crisp sound. Then his entire right arm went limp. Is this a dislocation? Ning Chuan blinked his eyes a couple of times. It was also within expectations. After all, he was only at the 5th stage of awakening, and his breathing technique was just the ordinary bull strength method. His arm strength simply wasn't sufficient. If he had been at the same cultivation stage as Zhang Wenxi, that twist was enough to shatter Zhang Wenxi's right arm into fragments. Hiss! His arm suddenly dislocated. Zhang Wenxi gasped sharply from the pain, his defenses severely compromised. Bam! 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 Ning Chuan used both fists and feet, each punch landing squarely, battering Zhang Wenxi until he lay on the ground, completely subdued, panting heavily with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then, Ning Chuan crouched down and rummaged through Zhang Wenxi's clothes with his hands, finding the spy device. I tried reasoning with you politely earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've gotten beaten up for nothing, and it still ends up with me. Ning Chuan said with a cheerful smile. Don't get too cocky, this isn't over yet. Zhang Wenxi glared at Ning Chuan, his gaze filled with both humiliation and hatred. How dare you act so arrogant? Without even raising an eyelid, Ning Chuan hammered down with a fist, beating Zhang Wenxi until he groaned incessantly in pain. He then began rummaging through Zhang Wenxi's belongings. Soon, Ning Chuan found the test tube rack embedded with 3 beast nutrient solutions and casually pocketed it, saying, "Not bad for spoils of war, I'll gratefully accept them." Seeing this, Zhang Wenxi was stunned and blurted out, "This is robbery." "Relax, I've disabled the surveillance in this building." Ning Chuan thought for a moment but didn't expose Ma Hai. After all, he'd promised not to, but it only applied to the surveillance matter. Just you wait. Zhang Wenxi finally caught on and glared at Ning Chu with a cold smirk, already scheming about how to arrange for someone to pass Ning Chu a bar of soap in prison. Ning Chu casually pulled up a stool to sit down, looking down at Zhang Wenxi with a smile. Simply cutting off surveillance doesn't seem quite enough, does it? You're too late to realize it now. Zhang Wensi wore a triumphant expression and laughed heartily. Subjectively, you harbored intent to rob, and objectively, the act of robbery has already been established. Even if you return the beast nutrient solution to me now, nothing will change, you're still going to jail. He had read the autobiography of a notorious super criminal named Zhang San and picked up quite a few professional legal terms from it. You're quite the legal expert. Ningchuan chuckled and pulled out his phone, playing the secretly recorded video from earlier. Then tell me, what crime does this constitute? He asked. The video ended quickly. Zhang Wensi's smile faded as he fell silent. Ningchuan ignored him and poured a torrent of abuse his way, just to secure that police assistant slot. You wasted 3 beast nutrient solutions, clearly, you're plotting something massive. I'd bet you're trying to help Zhao Weiping escape. That face of yours, it looks just like a global traitor from our high martial arts world. Damn it, you're the one who looks like a global traitor. Zhang Wensi couldn't help but swear, then after a moment's thought, sneered, stop struggling. Do you really think the police would believe your nonsense? If you're not afraid of the police, let me put it another way. Ningchuan maintained his smile and said calmly, I'll spread this video, send it to every single person at our school. Then what do you think will happen? The honors student from class 15, grade 12, was actually cheating on exams. Does this mean all his previous achievements were also gained through cheating? Once skepticism takes root, there's no stopping its spread. In the end, former model student Zhang Wensi was crowned with the shame of Cheng Mountain High School. You dare! Zhang Wensi roared in desperation, struggling to get up. It wouldn't matter much if others found out about this. After all, he'd be leaving for university in another city in a few months. But Su Yun must never know. Though more calculating than peers his age, he remained a youth at heart. The mere thought of his carefully crafted persona crumbling in his crush's eyes was utterly unbearable. Chapter 19. I swear I'm not lying, but that doesn't stop me from getting something for nothing. Don't bother with tough talk, your threats mean nothing to me. Ningchuan patted Zhang Wensi's shoulder with a subtle force, pushing him back to the ground, and sneered, as for the beast nutrient solution incident, you'd better pretend it never happened. In that case, I won't randomly post this video. Otherwise, we'll all go down together. Pausing for a moment, Ningchuan added, oh, and don't even think about hiring someone to steal the phone. I've already uploaded the video to the cloud and set a timed send. Only I can cancel it. You're ruthless. Zhang Wensi gritted his teeth but didn't refuse, tacitly agreeing with Ningchuan's proposition. After that, the conversation came to an end. The two of them fell into silence. Ningchuan wasn't sure how to break the ice for a moment before raising his hand, clenching his fist, and delivering a downward chop. Bang! He then punched Zhang Wensi once more. Did I provoke you? Zhang Wensi glared at Ningchuan with fury. Ningchuan said expressionlessly, this is your punishment for sending Ma Hai to beat me up. Zhang Wensi froze for a moment before asking, how did you know I was the one behind it? He had hardly shown any hostility toward Ningchuan in class. Oh, Ma Hai told me himself. Ningchuan directly sold Ma Hai out. It's not like he ever promised anything. That bastard, I swear I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Zhang Wensi was gnashing his teeth in rage. More prone to destruction than construction. No rush, you'll have plenty of time later. Ningchuan waved his hand and said, so, you don't want me to guide Lu Manhwa, is that right? So what if I don't? Zhang Wensi snorted coldly as he spoke. Don't be so hostile. Ningchuan said with a smile, I know that rich kids like you have psychological cleanliness issues, you don't want other guys getting close to someone you admire. But this is something we can discuss. Zhang Wensi cut him off bluntly, snapping, admiring Lu Manhwa? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Lu Manhwa is my cousin. Hearing this, Ningchuan froze momentarily before asking in confusion, if she's your cousin, why are you stopping me from mentoring Lu Manhwa? Zhang Wensi realized he'd spoken carelessly and shut his mouth, refusing to answer. So that's how it is. Ningchuan's eyes flashed with a thoughtful gleam. Lu Manhwa, she was far more than just the daughter of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School's master. Her background carried significant weight. The Lu family was one of the most prominent aristocratic households in Qingshan City. One might even say, it's a family with millennial-old lineage. Zhang Wensi's mother must also be from the Lu family. The power struggles among aristocratic heirs truly know no bounds. Ningchuan sighed with emotion. Hearing this, Zhang Wensi's eyes turned icy as he said coldly, if you dare speak of this, you're a dead man. True, the Federation is a society ruled by law. But some powers inherently stand above the law. I neither care nor concern myself with the Lus or their affairs. Ningchuan shrugged indifferently and said, my stance remains unchanged. If you don't want me mentoring Lu Manhwa, that's negotiable. As long as you can pay a sufficient price. I'm an orphan who's endured enough hardship. I recognize profit, not people. With that, Ningchuan rose to his feet, intending to pressure Zhang Wensi, adding, if this doesn't interest you, I'll take my leave now. Go on. Zhang Wensi felt a stir of interest and quickly stopped Ningchuan. Let's do some math first. With a radiant smile reappearing on his face, Ningchuan sat back down and said, you know my coaching rate for Lu Manhwa at 3,000 yuan per hour. I teach for 2 hours every day. That amounts to 6,000 yuan, sometimes even more. Now, with just over 2 months until the college entrance exams, the money I can earn from Lu Manhwa will be at least 500,000 yuan. After stating this amount, Ning Chuan secretly glanced at Zhang Wensi. That face remained impassive. Of course, 500,000 is definitely not enough. Ning Chuan shifted his tone and continued, that's money I could have earned anyway. If I terminate my guidance on the lightning/technique, it'll offend Lu Manhwa. You'll have to give me another 500,000 as compensation. 1 million in total. Zhang Wensi scoffed derisively, you must be out of your mind for money. Unfazed, Ning Chuan smiled and countered, give me that extra 500,000, and Lu Manhwa's lightning/technique will remain stagnant. The profits you'll gain from this would be tenfold, maybe even 100-fold. Zhang Wensi pondered for a moment before speaking, there's only 500,000 in total. Take it or leave it. Ning Chuan's heartbeat quickened, and he was eager to agree immediately. After all, it was like getting something for nothing, a deal with no investment but huge profits. However, Ning Chuan still frowned and pretended to be displeased, saying, I'd be taking the risk of offending Lu Manhwa. Your compensation is already factored into the 500,000. I know Lu Manhwa better than you do, and you only need to mentor her for 1 more month at most. Zhang Wensi sneered. She needs enough time left to advance to a full-fledged martial artist, or she'll have no hope of entering Galaxy University. Fine then. Ning Chuan sighed, acting as if he'd suffered a great loss, and said, 500,000 it is, but you have to transfer the money immediately. Zhang Wensi took out his phone, opened the online banking app, pondered for a moment, then said venomously, it's true your strength rivals an awakened 7th segment, but if you dare play both sides, I'll make you regret ever being born. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Ning Chuan struck a righteous pose, raising his right arm as he vowed solemnly, from this day onward, I swear I'll never instruct Lu Manhwa on lightning flash/ again, may I be struck by lightning 5 times if I break this oath. Not that he could guide her even if he wanted to. The work was finished. Buzz. The phone vibrated slightly. A text message from the bank showed that the 500,000 had arrived, plus 3 more beast nutrient solutions. His current net worth had already surpassed 1 million. Ning Chuan felt as if he were in a dream. Joy gushed forth from his heart like a spring. Just yesterday, he was still agonizing over whether to sell or consume a single beast nutrition bottle. Phew! Ning Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly calming his emotions. This was not yet the time for celebration. He certainly wouldn't mind having a little more of this thing called money. Ning Chuan proudly displayed the spy device in his hand and said with a grin, this gadget here might just be our ticket to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. I'm not asking for much, just the same price as Wei Bowu 3 bottles of Beast Nourishment Elixir. Of course, a direct online transfer works too, I don't mind. Hearing this, Zhang Wensi turned pale with anger. You stole his spy device, and now you want to sell it back to him? Is there any law left? Where's your moral compass? How dare you talk about the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp when you know nothing? Suppressing his thoughts, Zhang Wensi curled his lips in a mocking sneer as he spoke with undisguised disdain. Ning Chuan remained utterly unfazed. Having just extorted over 1 million from the other party, it was only right to show some magnanimity. What's wrong? Did the place fail to live up to its reputation? No, the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp is extremely formidable, even many certified martial artists flock to it. Zhang Wensi said with a mocking look in his eyes, so without the strength of a peak-level awakened 9th stage, entering would be suicidal, you'd be devoured until nothing remains by the geniuses gathered there. Ning Chuan casually remarked, then why did you buy the spy device from Wei Bowu? Zhang Wensi snorted coldly, with a hint of pride in his tone, I only joined the selection competition to make teacher Su happy. What do you understand? Ning Chuan fell silent. He never expected that Zhang Wensi's reason would be this. You just want to make teacher Su happy, don't you? Shameless! How dare you think of becoming a disciple who betrays his master? Ning Chuan pointed at Zhang Wensi and stormed off in anger. Just to earn a little more favor from Su Yun, he was willing to spend 3 bottles of 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution. How filthy rich must they be? Even the joy of being a millionaire paled in comparison. The more Ning Chuan thought about it, the angrier he became. When he reached the classroom door, he turned back again. I don't need your help. We're not that close. Seeing Ning Chuan turn back, Zhang Wensi assumed he was coming to help and still wore an unfriendly expression. At that moment, leaning on the stool where Ning Chuan had been sitting earlier, he tried to get up, but his body trembled, making him look utterly pathetic. I'm not here to help you. With that simple, blunt reply, Ning Chuan swiftly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and swung. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds merged into one continuous sound. Ning Chuan gave Zhang Wensi 2 black eyes. That's what you get for flaunting your wealth. Why are you hitting me again? Zhang Wensi lay on the ground, roaring in fury. Don't blame me, to be honest, I'm just the hired blade. Ma Hai paid me to give you those panda eyes. I'm going to finish that bastard once and for all. Go get him then. Ning Chuan left in high spirits. Chapter 20, The School Beauty Takes Initiative to Team Up. At 11 in the morning, the selection competition concluded. All participating students ceased competition immediately and returned to the training grounds for assembly. The principal's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. As Ningchuan hurried toward the training grounds, he contemplated his battle with Zhang Wenxi along the way. That fight had given him much clearer understanding of his own abilities. Barehanded, there's still some gap compared to an awakened 7th stage fighter, unless the bone-cleansing slaughter art reaches another level. With a combat saber in hand, one could almost completely overwhelm Zhang Wenxi. Of course, it isn't actually that exaggerated. The main reason was that Zhang Wenxi didn't have any weapons on him at the time, completely incapable of resisting the Silver Blood Battle Blade. His true combat prowess could rank among the top echelon of Awakening Stage 7 practitioners at Qingshan No. 1 High School. He's still a bit short of reaching Awakening Stage 8. Still, it won't take much longer. Ningchuan glanced at the test tube rack in his hand, revealing a faint confident smile. 3 beast nutrient solutions would be ample to propel his breakthrough to the 6th stage of awakening. Removing one of them, Ningchuan tipped his head back and drank it down. Rampaging Bull Strength detected abundant energy, lifting his spirits as his cultivation progress surged by 1850%. Rampaging Bull Strength estimates 28 hours until energy depletion. The mechanical synthesized voice rang out repeatedly. Ningchuan's heart skipped with joy. As his strength increased, the time needed to absorb a beast nutrient solution decreased yet again. In about 3 more days, he would be able to advance to the 6th stage of awakening. Such speed was truly astonishing. No one else could possibly achieve this, not to mention whether the rate of energy absorption could keep up. The barrier of cultivation realms alone would take some time to overcome. Ningchuan, however, had no such concerns. His strength in martial arts would naturally break through once their progress reached 100%. Everything falls into place when the conditions are ripe. What bottleneck? Never heard of it. Who is the 10th spyware holder? Step onto the platform immediately. No sooner had Ningchuan entered the training ground than he heard Zhou Wei's urgent call. They're here. Ningchuan raised his hand and swiftly ran up the high platform. Glancing at the other 9 students who had seized the spy devices, Ningchuan found them all familiar faces. 5 at Awakening Level 9. 3 at Awakening Level 8. A 7th stage awakened one. Spotting the last person, a flicker of surprise flashed through Ningchuan's eyes. Wei Bohu. Did this guy actually manage to grab 2 spy devices? Ningchuan speculated inwardly. With his opponent's capabilities, such a feat wasn't beyond reach. Across from him, Wei Bohua caught sight of Ningchuan and was equally taken aback. Shouldn't it have been Zhang Wenxi? Zhou Wei said, quit dawdling, go and line up at the end. Yes. Ningchuan walked to the end of the line. Wei Bohua turned his head to look at Ningchuan and asked, where did your spy device come from? Of course, it was taken from someone else. Ningchuan remarked casually. Who is that person? Why are you asking about this? Hearing this, Wei Bohu frowned and fell silent. Below the high platform, the noise gradually grew louder. Because of the lightning-fast strike that demonstrated microscopic mastery, many students recognized Ningchuan. Ningchuan is insane, he directly broke into the top 10 of the grade. Maybe it's just good luck. Stop being salty, the selection tournament is indeed different from ring battles. Having high strength doesn't necessarily mean you can seize the spy gadget, but those who do seize it must have strength at least comparable to Awakened High Stage. Holy shit, didn't Ningchuan say he was at Awakened 4th Stage? That's a 3-tier combat power leap? Many people were heatedly discussing Ningchuan, their hearts filled with both envy and shock. Hearing the voices around her, Suyin gazed at Ningchuan on the stage with her beautiful eyes, her expression one of utter disbelief. She knew full well that the lightning flash at the Insight Realm could at most allow Ningchuan to dominate among Awakening Stage 6 warriors. There was still a significant gap to Awakening Stage 7. But being able to seize the spy device proves Ningchuan's strength is undoubtedly comparable to high-stage awakening warriors. Su Yun concluded firmly in her heart. It's just that, why is Ningchuan's strength so formidable? Students who failed the qualification matches may leave now. Resume normal classes tomorrow. Those seriously injured may request sick leave from your homeroom teacher in advance. A school administrator dispersed the students below the stage. Zhou Wei approached Ningchuan, studying him for several moments before asking, "You're at the 5th stage of awakening?" This man is a martial artist. A thought flashed through Ningchuan's mind as he nodded and said, "Yes, officer. Is there a problem?" "Nothing serious, just asking. Skill level doesn't matter as long as you have a spy device." Zhou Wei replied expressionlessly. He knew that near the end of the selection competition, a spy device had been taken to Building 1 where the surveillance was down. There must be something fishy going on. However, he didn't want to dig deeper. It was just one spot, not worth wasting time over. All 10 of you, from left to right, get familiar with the person before and after you, then form a small team. Zhou Wei commanded. The school official standing nearby explained the reasoning. When assisting with the search operation, one police officer will lead a small team, and the three of you will act together. I don't want to team up with Ning Chuan. He isn't even a high-stage awakener, his strength is too weak. Wei Bohua shouted loudly, visibly displeased. Unlike Zhang Wenxi, he had joined the selection competition solely for the sake of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. With Ning Chuan's abilities, he would only be a burden. Nearby, Ning Chuan remained expressionless upon hearing these words. What? You don't want to follow orders? Zhou Wei gazed at Wei Bohua with piercing eyes, like twin bolts of lightning. Wei Bohu's heart skipped a beat as he forced a dry laugh. It's not just me, Ning Chuan doesn't want to team up with me either. Am I right? Wei Bohua turned his face sideways, his gaze fixed fiercely on Ning Chuan with undisguised threat. Ning Chuan frowned. He could understand why Wei Bohua didn't want to team up with him. After all, his outward strength wasn't impressive, so he hadn't said anything before. Yet Wei Bohua actually wanted to make him the scapegoat. It was unreasonable both emotionally and logically. Ning Chuan's dislike for Wei Bohua skyrocketed. If you don't mind, I'll switch teammates with you. Just as Ning Chuan was about to speak, a beautiful girl said plainly, her shimmering hair a blend of pale blue and cyan, fluttering slightly like stars twinkling in the night sky. It was none other than Lu Manhwa. She was also one of the 10 people present. That's perfect. Wei Bohua hastily agreed, unable to conceal the joy on his face. Lu Manhwa's teammate was one of those 3 awakened 8th-stage cultivators, an ideal choice that would be useful without stealing his thunder. Are there any other questions? Zhou Wei scanned the faces of the 10 people before speaking coldly. Since there are no objections, let's move out. The group began walking toward the school gates. Lu Manhwa sought out Ning Chuan and greeted him with a teasing smile. Already awakened to 5th stage? You've outpaced my expectations. I was already brushing against the bottleneck, he replied. Then I trained relentlessly for 2 more days over the weekend. Ning Chuan shrugged and said. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Manhwa and said earnestly, thanks for helping me out of that situation just now. Lu Manhwa blinked her big eyes, revealing a hint of clever playfulness, and whispered, others might not know your true strength, but I do. Of course, I couldn't let such a capable assistant slip through my fingers. Ning Chuan smiled wordlessly. At the same time, Wei Bohua lowered his head, engrossed in a chat on his phone. Zhang Wenxi, what's going on with you? I was ambushed by Ning Chuan, the spy device and those 3 beast nutrient solutions I was going to give you, he took everything. Zhang Wenxi replied. That's your problem, don't even think about weaseling out of it. Wei Bohua typed with a cold smirk. Though the Wei family's influence couldn't compare to the Lu family's, he was still the legitimate heir. Zhang Wenxi was merely the son of a daughter married out from the Lu family. He was not afraid. You're overthinking it. I'm just kindly informing you that Ning Chuan has 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution of questionable origin. Zhang Wenxi's eyes gleamed with cunning. Choosing not to report it to the police didn't mean he would let Ning Chuan off the hook. Besides, Ning Chuan has no background, he's just an orphan. Wei Bohua glanced at Ning Chuan, feeling somewhat tempted in his heart. It might indeed be worth a try. Soon, the group arrived outside the school, boarded a large police van, and headed toward the police station. Ning Chuan and Lu Manhwa sat in the back row. After a moment's thought, Lu Manhwa asked, Ning Chuan, do you know who the police chief of Qingshan City is? No idea. Ning Chuan replied casually, his eyes fixed on the instrument panel ahead. The technology in the high martial world far surpassed that of Earth. The police car he was riding in easily surpassed 300 miles per hour, with its top speed approaching 600. Lu Manhwa added, the movement martial arts you practice is swift wind step, isn't it? Ning Chuan nodded. Swift wind steps, a great martial art, is widely circulated and often chosen as the first movement technique by many practitioners. It's quite famous in the Federation. It's no surprise Lu Manhwa recognized it. Then you must know who its founder was, Lu Manhwa said with a laugh. Gu Tianyu. Ning Chuan spoke, then suddenly realized something and said, he's the chief of police in Qingshan City? How about having him give you some guidance? Lu Manhwa tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, Uncle Gu is my father's good friend. He wouldn't refuse such a small favor. Isn't your swift wind step already at the mastery level? With Uncle Gu's guidance, you might have an epiphany and break through to the profound realm. Then I'll take your kind words to heart. Ning Chuan smiled gratefully in thanks. Although his martial arts didn't require others' guidance, he couldn't well refuse Lu Manhwa's proactive offer to help. Ha! Just then, a cold, scornful laugh came from the front row. Wei Bohua turned his head around and sneered sarcastically, some people get lucky with a single sudden enlightenment and lose all sense of proportion, daring to even speak of enlightenment. Aren't they afraid they'll talk so big the wind might cut their tongue off? Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Wei Bohua truly deserves a good thrashing. Chapter 21, Under the Spotlight, Sudden Insight into Swift Wind Steps. More than half an hour later, Qingshan City Police Station. As soon as Ning Chuan got out of the car, he saw a large open space not far ahead where students from other high schools had gathered to assist the police in the search. The crowd was dense, numbering at least 300 to 400 people. That's why I wanted to sell the spy device, Ning Chuan muttered under his breath. So many people moving together. The chances of him catching Zhao Weiping were too slim. You should gather there too. Zhou Wei locked the car and said, the police will guide your movements later. Lu Manhwa raised her hand and said, Officer Zhou, I'd like to go find Director Gu. Come with me. Zhou Wei didn't refuse. Seeing the two enter a building, Wei Bohu immediately called out to Ning Chuan, extending his hand with dominance as he demanded, give it back to me. Ning Chuan furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Quit playing dumb with me. Wei Bohu snorted coldly and said, the beast nutrient solution you snatched from Zhang Wenxi belongs to me. I merely entrusted it to Zhang Wenxi for safekeeping temporarily. Ning Chuan shook his head and said solemnly, first of all, what I took from Zhang Wenxi was only a spy device. Second, your belongings were lost by Zhang Wenxi. Shouldn't you be the one to confront him about it? No amount of justification excuses will help you now. Wei Bohe said coldly. Zhang Wenxi wouldn't dare lie to him. Wei Bohe clenched his fist suddenly, producing a muffled thud, and said, if you don't hand over the beast nutrition liquid, you'll meet a very bad end. Ning Chuan looked at Wei Bohu with a surprised gaze and said, you're threatening me? In the police station? Good that you know fear. What tricks do you have up your sleeve? Cut the crap. Yes or no, just one word. Wei Bohu's lips curled into a cold smirk as he threatened. Think carefully before you answer. Next Monday is the school's monthly exam. With my connections, one word from me can get you placed in the same competition bracket as me. Damn right it's criminal. Ning Chuan cast a deep glance at Wei Bohu before striding away. Your future's looking more and more like life behind bars. Wei Bohu momentarily froze upon hearing this, then snapped back to reality, his eyes instantly darkening with gloom. Ning Chuan actually dared to mock him. According to his original plan, with this combination of threats and intimidation, Ning Chuan would certainly cave in. Ning Chuan, just you wait. Wei Bohu took a deep breath to suppress his fury. Now is not the time for an outburst. Ning Chuan remained in the crowd. Before long, he saw Lu Manhwa step out of the building. By her side was a gaunt-looking middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, clad in a police uniform, with piercingly sharp eyes. Director Gu is here. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd instantly erupted. After all, this was a night-level warrior. There weren't many in all of Qingshan City. Lu Manhwa jogged into the crowd, found Ning Chuan, and said with a wry smile, about the guidance, Uncle Gu agreed, but not for private one-on-one sessions. That's good enough. Good job. Ning Chuan smiled. He hadn't really cared much about giving guidance in the first place. Students, welcome to the police station. On behalf of all the officers in Qingshan City, I thank you for braving the dangers and being willing to lend a hand in the search for spy Zhao Weiping, Gu Tianyu said with a smile. His voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. You're too kind, Director Gu. This is what we should do. Many students applauded vigorously. Gu Tianyu raised his hand to gesture for quiet and said with a chuckle, you are the finest young talents of Qingshan City. Beyond demonstrating the Gale Step technique, I have little wisdom to impart. As the creator of this martial art, I do possess some insights worth sharing. At these words, the students grew visibly excited, swiftly clearing the area to give Gu Tianyu ample space for his demonstration. Swift Wind Step may genuinely be an E-grade martial art, yet it has its own advantages. Its energy consumption is lower. No one can guarantee they'll never exhaust their stamina. Back then, lower-level martial arts might have played a decisive role in turning the tables. Moreover, there are connections between different martial arts. One can comprehend the analogous by studying one sample. With higher proficiency in lower-level martial arts, progressing further in advanced martial arts of the same type would be faster. Whoosh! Gu Tianyu moved swiftly, immediately activating his Gale Step technique. In an instant, many students felt a sudden gust of wind. This swift wind step is absolutely divine. Ning Chuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Gu Tianyu's speed wasn't fast, it couldn't surpass his own. Yet every step Gu Tianyu took flowed with flawless smoothness, without the slightest hesitation. You must realize that whether walking slowly or running fast, when one's foot lands, there is always a momentary pause, it might just vary in length. But Gu Tianyu had no such pause. Each stride he took was smoother than melted chocolate. It was as if he weren't relying on swift winds at all. He himself is the swift wind. Gale Step receives profound wind energy, entering an enlightened state. Cultivation speed surges dramatically. Progress increased by 40%. Progress increased by 35%. The wind stride technique has accumulated sufficiently and reached the mastery level. One icy notification after another rang out. At the same time, a deluge of insights flooded Ning Chuan's mind, hitting him so hard he nearly lost his focus. Acting on instinct, Ning Chuan stepped into the training field and began practicing the wind stride technique, helping his brain better absorb these newfound realizations. Gu Gu Tianyu caught a glimpse of Ning Chuan from the corner of his eye. The next instant, a fierce gleam flashed through his pupils. He clearly sensed it, the Gale steps of this youth before him were improving at an astonishing rate. What's up with this guy? Had an epiphany? The surrounding students also noticed Ning Chuan, with someone laughing and saying, "Holy shit, this performance, he really did have an epiphany. Which school's badass is this?" Judging by the uniform, it's from Qingshan No. 1 High School. A key municipal school, no wonder they're so impressive. Lu Manhwa gazed at Ning Chuan, her beautiful eyes flickering with disbelief. Her earlier comment about Ning Chuan's sudden enlightenment had merely been playful teasing. I asked Uncle Gu for guidance, hoping Ning Chuan would gain some insights. Little did I expect those words to come true. Not far away, Wei Bohua stood in the crowd, his face grim. The Gale steps have accumulated enough, advancing to expert realm. A notification sounded in his mind. Immediately, Ning Chuan's comprehension of Gale steps deepened once more. With each movement of his feet, his steps grew increasingly fluid. There seems to be signs of transforming into a swift Gale. He's still in enlightenment? His Gale step feels almost comparable to Director Gu's. I'm so envious I couldn't sense anything at all. Many students were buzzing with excitement. Gu Tianyu also came to a halt, his gaze fixed on Ning Chuan, showing a hint of admiration. As a ninth-level warrior, he had a profound understanding of enlightenment. This phenomenon truly couldn't be forced. It's about the face. But the precondition for judging by appearance is that one's comprehension must be sufficiently keen. Lu Manhwa stepped closer and whispered, "Uncle Gu, this is Ning Chuan, the one I told you about." His lightning flash also broke through 3 realms in one epiphany, advancing from the foundational stage directly to the subtle mastery realm. Percent. Only in his teens, yet he's already had 2 epiphanies. A trace of astonishment rose in Gu Tianyu's heart. This young man's martial arts comprehension is truly frighteningly high. Chapter 22. Do I now have the qualification to speak of epiphany? Progress increased by 10%. Progress increased by 9%. Wind stride enlightenment completed. Current realm, expert, progress 99%. Ning Chuan halted his steps, standing perfectly straight. The prompt sound continued to ring in his mind. Ascension to the perfect realm requires enlightenment to break through the realm barrier. Swift Wind Step currently lacks enlightenment and cannot break through for now. Ning Chuan blinked. His luck is just too terrible. It missed by just 1%. Apparently, there's a threshold between the expert and perfect levels in martial arts. Regaining his composure, Ning Chuan analyzed quietly to himself. Or perhaps, there exists a bottleneck. Routine cultivation won't suffice, enlightenment is necessary. As for how to achieve enlightenment, Ning Chuan had some vague conjectures. It involved exposing martial techniques to similar yet higher-level phenomena. For example, Flash Thunder Slash perceives the thunder's artistic conception. And this time, Swift Wind Step sensed the power of wind. What a pity. This kind of contact is similar to the artistic conception within the Silver Blood Warblade. There's an upper limit to comprehension. Director Gu's wind power can only bring me to the expert's peak. Otherwise, I could ask him to demonstrate it again. Ning Chuan was deeply regretful. His Gale Step technique had reached the expert level limit, seemingly just 1% away from the perfect realm. In reality, they were poles apart. Martial arts are divided into 6 realms: foundational, proficient, masterful, meticulous, expert, and perfect. Among these, the expert realm is the highest that ordinary practitioners can attain, a state of perfection, utterly flawless. Often, only the creators of martial techniques can attain it. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. The sound of applause brought Ning Chuan out of his contemplation. He looked up to see Gu Tianyu approaching, clapping his hands. Director Gu, thank you. Ning Chuan gave a slight bow as he spoke. Gu Tianyu said with a smile, being able to gain sudden enlightenment is your own ability. I wouldn't dare take credit. Without your demonstration of the Gale Step, I wouldn't have had this sudden enlightenment. Ning Chuan said sincerely. Gu Tianyu stopped declining and, after a brief pause, said gravely, if I'm not mistaken, your Gale Step has already reached the pinnacle of the master level. Yes. Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. As the words fell, ripples stirred all around, leaving many astonished. Experts represent the pinnacle group within a particular field. Such nomenclature speaks volumes about the formidable nature of this realm. Many who have devoted years to rigorous martial arts training still fail to attain this state. Even an E-grade martial art is an extraordinary achievement. Gu Tianyu pondered for a moment before saying to Ning Chuan, if your Gale Steps ever achieves perfection, come find me, I'll teach you a martial art. Thank you, Director Gu. Ning Chuan's heart swelled with joy. The martial arts taught by a ninth-level warrior must at least reach A grade. The surrounding students once again burned with envy. After chatting with those students for a while longer, Gu Tianyu returned to the building. Ning Chuan surveyed the area, spotted Wei Bohua, and strode toward him. Am I qualified to speak of enlightenment now? Ning Chuan feigned confusion as he spoke. Wei Bohua had stirred up trouble time and again, and he wasn't about to endure it silently. Merely a ninth level awakened, after all. I haven't reached the level to crush him yet. Wei Bohu's face instantly darkened as he said coldly, Swift Wind Steps is just an E-grade martial art. Even at the expert level, it's not particularly strong. A mastered B-grade movement technique could match it. That's exactly right. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement, his eyes settling on Wei Bohu as he chuckled. You sound so confident, you must have mastered a B-rank movement martial art to the proficient level then. Show me? Wei Bohu's face stiffened. Martial arts cultivation was never that easy. It requires arduous cultivation. Grade B martial arts are even more tremendously difficult. After years of bitter training, he barely managed to advance a grade B fist technique to the proficient level. Wei Bohu snorted coldly and said, even without grade B martial arts, defeating you wouldn't be a problem for me. Don't believe me? Let's test it out at the monthly examination arena. I believe it. Ning Chuan answered truthfully. These words choked Wei Bohu's breathing. Your belief won't change anything, Wei Bohu said indignantly. Ning Chuan smiled and asked, can your fist break the sound barrier? Wei Bohu's expression grew disdainful. Only a ninth-level martial artist could deliver a sonic punch. Ning Chuan was clearly spouting nonsense. Seems like it won't work, then I can rest easy. Ning Chuan patted his chest and said lightly. Wei Bohu frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? Your punching speed can't possibly be faster than me shouting my surrender, so how could you hit me? Ning Chuan asked in confusion. Don't you understand? Looks like your physics isn't up to par. With the college entrance exams approaching, this won't do. Let me tell you, anything that doesn't exceed the speed of sound can't outrun a voice. Do you understand what I'm saying? Put. Seeing Ning Chuan's utterly serious explanation, Lu Manhwa couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this level, you're clearly the king of lip service. Laughter rippled through the vicinity. Wei Bohu's face flushed crimson and then paled before he shot Ning Chuan a glare, shoved through the crowd, and stormed off. That jab of yours was way too savage, like you were treating Wei Bohu as a complete moron. Lu Manhwa remarked while grinning at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan shrugged and said, he asked for it. Just taught him a lesson. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. Another moment of enlightenment. Lu Manhwa remarked. Ning Chuan sighed and said, mixed feelings, really? What happened? Just one step short of perfection, neither here nor there irritates me more than not having an epiphany at all. Lu Manhwa, why have you gone quiet? I shouldn't have mocked Wei Bohu. The two chatted and laughed casually. Soon after, the leading police officer arrived with firm strides and a stern expression, dissolving the relaxed atmosphere on the scene. Li Haoran, Han Yu, come with me. Wan Chu Xue, Wang Wu, I'm your team leader, gather here now. The students on site began to move one after another. Ning Chuan also spotted the leading officer and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. An acquaintance, Zhou Wei. Ning Chuan glanced sideways at Lu Manhwa. Getting assigned an accredited martial artist like Zhou Wei was undoubtedly thanks to her influence. Among the police force in Qingshan City, most were still at the awakened 8th or 9th stage. Get in the car first. We'll talk on the way if you have questions. Zhou Wei led the two into a 4-seat police vehicle. After driving more than 10 kilometers, the three arrived at a massive shopping plaza in Qingshan City. The place was extremely bustling, teeming with crowds of people. Shops stood side by side with impressive and luxurious decor. According to Ning Chuan's memory, his previous self had visited here a few times. Zhou Wei pointed ahead with his finger and said, this is the search area we're responsible for. Is Zhao Weiping here? Lu Manhwa sounded puzzled. Zhou Wei explained, we've set up checkpoints at all exits of Qingshan City. If Zhao Weiping wants to survive, his only option is to flee into the wilderness. Crossing the wilderness would undoubtedly require a massive amount of supplies. He might come here to purchase them. Our job is to find Zhao Weiping when he arrives. With just the three of us? Ning Chuan looked surprised. The shopping plaza before them spanned several thousand square meters in a prime location, bustling with dense crowds. Daily foot traffic was estimated to exceed 100,000 people. Zhou Wei said, that's not an issue. All surveillance here is already connected to the police department's Luowan system. The moment Zhao Weiping shows his face, he'll be identified. Of course, Zhao Weiping wasn't stupid, he knew how to disguise himself. Zhou Wei handed out 2 earpieces. Put these on. Luo Wang's AI will tell us where the customers with undetectable identities are. We just need to approach and confirm their identities. People wearing masks or excessive plastic surgery and makeup are in the minority anyway. The three of us can handle it easily. Zhou Wei said calmly. Ning Chuan and Lu Manhwa inserted their earpieces. Zhou Wei waited for a while, and seeing no further questions, said, since there are no other issues, go familiarize yourselves with this place and get to know the layout. Understood. Chapter 23 True and False Spies. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The spring rain continued intermittently over Qingshan City without any sign of clearing. Dark leaden clouds cast an oppressive atmosphere. Even the foot traffic in shopping malls has noticeably decreased. What kind of operation is this? Ning Chuan leaned against a street tree along one of the mall's walkways, idly watching the fine mist-like drizzle. 4 days now, Zhao Weiping remained uncaptured. The subject of inspection. Whether it's wearing a mask due to illness, or having excessive cosmetic surgery or makeup that the surveillance system can't recognize. Nothing like assisting the police. No different at all from the security guards in this shopping mall. The only gain was a few phone numbers slipped to him by some attractive office ladies. If you can't hold on any longer, you can catch some sleep in the police car. Zhou Wei approached holding a black umbrella. It's nothing. Ning Chuan's eyes were bright and clear, showing no signs of fatigue. This morning he had already advanced to the 6th stage of awakening, his physique so robust that going without sleep for several days posed no problem at all. For formal martial artists like Zhou Wei, when they steel their resolve, they can easily go without sleep for 10 days to half a month. Suddenly, a rapid series of sounds erupted in his earpiece. It wasn't the artificial intelligence from Luo network that lacked emotional capabilities, the voice belonged to a dispatcher from the police department. Attention all officers, at the west entrance of Qingshan City's second ring expressway, Zhao Weiping has forcefully breached the checkpoint driving towards Wanli Qingshan direction. Vehicle model is Manhwa F230, white color. Nearby units proceed to intercept immediately. Repeat. Zhao Weiping has forcefully breached the checkpoint. Ning Chuan removed his earpiece and gave Zhou Wei a helpless smile. Looks like my job here is done. With the police department's preparations, Zhao Weiping wouldn't be able to escape as long as he showed his face. Want to come along and see for yourself? Taking the earpiece, Zhou Wei grinned. With Zhao Weiping about to be arrested, a great weight had lifted from his shoulders. Ning Chuan shook his head. The western entrance of the second ring road is dozens of miles from here. By the time we get there, the arrest operation will probably be over. Beside him, Lu Manhwa said, I won't go either. Then goodbye for now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you both to a meal. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhou Wei drove away. Ning Chuan, what are you going to do now? Heading home? Lu Manhwa watched as the police car disappeared into the rain and casually asked. Ning Chuan said, I'll just buy some beast meat and head back. Beast meat falls short compared to the 100 Beasts nutrient solution in terms of effectiveness, but its advantage lies in affordability, making it a more cost-effective choice for him. Let's go together. I'm headed to the butcher shop too. Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. What's with the surprised look? I'm hardly some delicate young lady who's never lifted a finger. Lu Manhwa rolled her eyes and said, I'm actually very interested in cooking. I've got my junior chef certification. After the college entrance exams, I'm planning to upgrade to the next level. Haha, let's go. Why won't this rain stop already? The butcher shop wasn't far, and chatting as they walked, they arrived in no time. Due to the rain, there was only one customer in the shop. Perhaps the pungent smell of raw meat was too strong. That customer was wearing a tight mask, picking and choosing intently at the counter, selecting many cuts of fierce beast meat. At the sight of the mask, Lu Manhwa instinctively said, Sir, as an assisting officer of the police department, please remove your mask and show your identification. Has it only been a few days, and already you've developed a professional habit? Just as Ning Chuan was about to tease her, he saw the customer turn around and remove his mask. The face that was revealed looked strikingly familiar. It also sent Ning Chuan into utter shock, his right hand instantly gripping the hilt of silver blood. Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. You are. Zhao Weiping's face had appeared on television multiple times, and the butcher shop owner recognized him immediately. He had just opened his mouth. Zhao Weiping delivered a powerful slap so forceful that with a loud thud, the butcher's head was crushed into his chest, a gruesome death. The two security guards in the shop reacted swiftly, raising their pistols to fire. Thud. Thud. Two muffled sounds rang out. Two high-level awakened security guards collapsed instantly, each with a butcher's cleaver buried in their heart. Blood stained the ground red. Ning Chuan's scalp tingled with terror. He hadn't seen Zhao Weiping throw those two cleavers at all. In other words, if Zhao Weiping's target had been in just now, then it would have been his heart pierced by the knife at this moment. The police department's intelligence was flawed. Zhao Weiping's injuries weren't as serious as reported. Non-martial artists stood no chance against him. And didn't they say Zhao Weiping was fleeing by car? A chill rose in Ning Chuan's heart. At the same time, Qingshan City, a stretch of highway. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, thick and heavy like repeatedly smeared ink. A white SUV tore through the rain like a roaring beast, speeding at over 500 kilometers per hour. Behind it, dozens of police cars were in close pursuit. The distance between them continued to shrink. The police cars had superior performance. Police Chief Gu Tianyu stared at the white SUV ahead, a faint trace of suspicion flashing through his gaze. Zhao Weiping had strong counter-surveillance skills. Why would he choose such a clumsy method like forcing his way through? Catch him, and we'll know everything. The suspicion vanished instantly as Gu Tianyu pushed open the door of the speeding car. In the blink of an eye, gone without a trace. When he reappeared, Gu Tianyu was already 100 meters away, standing atop the white off-road vehicle. The fierce headwind failed to make his figure waver even slightly. Gu Tianyu raised his hand like a blade and slashed downward with force. Boom! A cyan wind blade emerged, nearly 10 feet long, slicing the white off-road vehicle cleanly in half. The knight's might is unstoppable. The vehicle crashed onto the road, sending up a shower of sparks. Gu Tianyu reached out and yanked the driver from his seat. The face was identical to Zhao Weiping's, but those eyes were utterly lifeless, like a puppet being manipulated. Zhao Weiping, I declare you under arrest. Before finishing his sentence, Gu Tianyu realized something was wrong and gently exerted force with his palm. Bang! Zhao Weiping's body instantly crumbled, dissolving into a scattering of red light particles that vanished completely in the rain. The only things left were a few pieces of clothing. A doppelganger ability? Gu Tianyu's expression changed. Damn it, it was a diversion tactic. Shopping mall, butcher shop. I thought all the police had left the city. Zhao Weiping's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Wait no, judging by your age, you must be high schoolers assisting the police. One awakening 6th stage, one awakening 9th stage. Especially this girl, she's quite outstanding among her peers. Ningchuan advanced to awakening 6th stage? Lu Manhwa was inwardly astonished. Just a few days ago, hadn't Ningchuan only reached the 5th stage of awakening? However, the current situation was clearly not appropriate for questioning. But really, couldn't you just live quietly? Must you seek death and make me waste time killing you? Zhao Weiping's expression turned cold as he unleashed another palm strike. Whoosh! The palm force surged with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at Lu Manhua's forehead. First, kill this awakened 9th stage girl. Lu Manhwa strained backward with all her might, barely dodging the palm strike with her head. However, her chest was left exposed. Death throes. Zhao Weiping's gaze remained cold and indifferent. His palm strike was infused with primal force. Even if it landed on the chest, it wasn't something a 9th stage awakened could withstand. Yet, just as his strike was about to hit Lu Manhua's chest, boom! A bolt of blue-purple lightning shot forth from her bosom, streaking through the air with terrifying force. Zhao Weiping's expression instantly changed. Lightning-proof suit. Produced by Federal Academy of Sciences, priced at 5 million per piece, capable of emitting a 100,000-volt lightning bolt. Most warriors can't withstand it. Dubbed the Pervert Terminator, Zhao Weiping, being a spy, was naturally ruthless. Realizing there was no way to dodge, he pressed his tongue against his teeth and forcefully drove his palm strike forward. Bang! The shockwave felt tangible, wreaking havoc in all directions. Nearby chairs and tables were flung into the air, smashing against the walls and shattering into fragments. Such was the intensity of the collision. Ningchuan was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing through a floor-to-ceiling window before landing sprawled on the sidewalk outside. Luckily, his golden body cultivation made his physique sturdy enough to emerge unscathed. Though his school uniform had several new tears from the broken glass, Lu Manhwa wasn't nearly as fortunate. She flew backward like a cannonball after taking the palm strike head-on, crashing with a loud bang in the middle of the street dozens of meters away. Her chest caved in slightly as she coughed up blood repeatedly. Inside the shop, Zhao Weiping wasn't doing well either. His whole body trembled while electric arcs flickered around him. Boom! A bolt of lightning pierced through the leaden clouds. The rain is pouring down. Chapter 24, Bloody Battle in the Rain, live broadcast. Little girl, how do you want to die? Zhao Weiping regained his composure, stepping into the rain with a livid expression. According to his original plan, he was to quietly kill the people in the butcher shop, take enough supplies, and slip into the wilderness unnoticed. Now, that was evidently no longer possible. The commotion had been too loud, too many people had noticed him. He had no choice but to go into hiding again. The most important thing is, his injuries, due to that 100,000-volt lightning strike, triggered a chain reaction and worsened significantly. His current combat capability has severely declined. He can no longer reach the threshold of a full-fledged martial artist, though he's still somewhat stronger than those in the awakening realm. But with such strength, escaping Mount Qing City would be incredibly difficult. You're a third-grade martial artist. Lu Manhwa coughed violently, unable to get up from the ground as desperate fear mingled in her beautiful eyes. Surprisingly, Zhao Weiping hadn't been obliterated by the 100,000-volt lightning strike. Official martial artists are graded into 9 tiers, with the first as the beginning and the 9th as the pinnacle. Each step up represents a monumental advancement. Correct answer. Your prize is death. Zhao Weiping's killing intent was palpable as he raised his right hand, charging straight toward Lu Manhwa with the intent to kill instantly. Whoosh! The wind howled fiercely. If this punch landed, Lu Manhua's head would explode like a shattered watermelon. This was precisely the effect Zhao Weiping wanted. Only this could vent the fury boiling in his chest. Thud! Lu Manhwa was so frightened that she shut her eyes tightly. With a collision sound, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. But to her surprise, nothing seemed to happen. She wasn't dead and still had consciousness. Lu Manhwa hurriedly opened her eyes to look. Half a meter above, a slender battle knife, covered in cracks as if on the verge of shattering at any moment, yet steadily held firm against Zhao Weiping's fist. Ning Chuan struck with his blade. Staring at Zhao Weiping across from him, Ning Chuan's heartbeat raced with growing tension. He didn't know why he had saved Lu Manhwa. Perhaps fleeing would only bring pursuit. Or perhaps the impulse was purely to save someone. Perhaps aiming to claim the bounty on Zhao Weiping's wretched head. Hero rescuing beauty? Zhao Weiping raised his eyebrows slightly, looking somewhat surprised. The 100,000-volt lightning strike had left him seriously injured, even aggravating old wounds from his previous escape, but it shouldn't have weakened him to the point where a 6th stage awakened could stop him. Not to mention a 6th stage awakened, even a 9th stage one. If he went all out and ignored his injuries, he could finish them off in mere dozens of seconds. Ning Chuan suppressed the nervousness in his heart and smiled. No, this girl is a well-known rich kid at school. Save her, and I can definitely demand a huge sum of money. Of course, Brother Zhao, if you're willing to give me 200,000, I'll turn around and leave right now. Ning Chuan grinned. Cash or online transfer, Brother Zhao, whichever you prefer, I'm fine with either. Ning Chuan made idle chatter, trying desperately to buy more time. The three of them stood right in the middle of the street, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by who had undoubtedly already called the police. However, too many officers had been lured away by that fake Zhao Weiping. They won't be able to get here in such a short time. Trying to stall for time? Pretty clever. Zhao Weiping let out a cold laugh, not hiding the mockery in his voice. Boom! Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, a thunderous sound erupted from Ning Chuan's body as he took immediate action, aiming to strike first. Lightning slash! The silver blood battle saber swung out, transforming into a dazzling silver light that cleaved through the curtain of rain, slicing toward Zhao Weiping with lightning speed. A blade technique that's entered the subtle realm, and not an ordinary level at that. Seems your talent isn't inferior to that girl's. There was a trace of surprise in Zhao Weiping's tone. The next moment, a red glow flashed beneath his left foot as the force erupted, propelling his body half a meter sideways with ease, just enough to evade the sweeping silver blood battle blade. Die! Seizing the moment before Ning Chuan could retract his blade, Zhao Weiping curled his fingers slightly. Crimson force gathered at his fingertips, morphing into half-foot-long razor claws that tore toward Ning Chuan's throat with explosive speed, the air shuddering like thunder. Ning Chuan had no choice but to retreat. Frantically executing gale steps, his form blurred like a tempest, scattering raindrops in wild arcs. Swish! Ning Chuan narrowly dodged past the razor-sharp claws formed from concentrated primal force. His throat. 5 bloody streaks flickered faintly across it. Feeling the scorching pain, Ning Chuan's heart turned icy cold. The third-layer diamond body was practically like paper against primordial force, utterly incapable of holding it back. Had his swift wind step not reached the peak of master-level proficiency, Zhao Weiping's single grasp would have separated his head from his body. This battle was entirely different from the previous fights against Ma Hai and Zhang Wenxi. To lose meant death, meant dying, everything would be lost. Boom! The rain grew heavier, carrying a biting chill as it pelted densely against Ning Chuan's body. At this moment, an overwhelming terror surged through him like floodwaters bursting through a dam. Between life and death lies great terror. He was no exception. Phew! Ning Chuan's expression remained impassive as he took a deep breath, the chill from the rain seeping into his lungs and suppressing all traces of fear. At this point, being afraid of death was useless. It would only hasten death's arrival. Only by staying calm, composed, and collected can one ensure their survival. His movement techniques are this advanced too? Across from him, Zhao Weiping, who had failed in his initial grab, momentarily froze before revealing a dark, satisfied grin. Killing a genius like you would surely be a painful loss for the Federation. You're not good enough. Ning Chuan's eyes were cold as he stood with his silver-blooded battle blade held vertically before his chest. Zhao Weiping, you disgrace to the Federation. Drop your weapons and surrender. Little brother, we're here to help you. At that moment, several kind-hearted passers-by rushed to help. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Weiping caught sight of them, a vicious grin spreading across his lips. Bam! 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 Zhao Weiping's figure flickered like a phantom. Several more corpses littered the street, washed by the icy rain. Other bystanders who had wanted to help immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces turning pale with fright. Stay back! Everyone leave this area now! Ning Chuan said coldly. Although martial arts flourished in the Federation with everyone practicing martial arts, people typically neglected their training after entering the workforce. Most of the civilians only possessed mid-level awakening strength. Coming to assist in combat would be like offering themselves up on a platter. Not only would they fail to help, but they'd also hinder his mobility techniques. Well, young man, do be careful. A middle-aged man's voice trembled as he spoke while quickly retreating with the other bystanders. Zhao Wei didn't give chase. His figure spun around before charging fiercely towards Ning Chuan. For the 2 planets involved, 1,000 ordinary human lives couldn't compare to the value of a single genius. Kill! Ning Chuan raised his knife to meet the attack, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Killing intent surged through the rain. Just then, Shopping Plaza, West End. A van slowly came to a stop, its side bearing the inscription Qingshan City Television Station. It's so unfair. Sisterly gets to cover the police arresting Zhao Weiping, while I'm stuck broadcasting food at a shopping mall in the rain. In the passenger seat, a pretty girl in her 20s complained. Her makeup was ordinary, but she had naturally good features. Her big eyes still held a touch of youthful innocence. The part-time driver and cameraman reassured with a smile, "Ersui, you're just new to the job. It'll get better after a few more years. I've already toughed it out for over half a year. When will I ever get to report a major story?" Wang Ersui grumbled as he got out of the car. The moment he looked up, he saw a large crowd running out of the shopping plaza in terror. She quickly grabbed hold of someone to ask what was happening. Zhao Weiping was spotted at the shopping plaza, and he's gone on a rampage. Several people have already died. Right now, a young man is fighting him. Wang Ersui froze upon hearing this. Didn't the station report that Zhao Weiping was fleeing on the highway? The next instant, she snapped back to reality. Whatever the reason might be, this was breaking news. Without even bothering with an umbrella, Wang Ersui grabbed the cameraman and charged into the shopping plaza. After running hundreds of meters, two figures locked in a desperate struggle in the rain came into view. "Start the live stream." Wang Ersui took out his microphone and said to the cameraman. Chapter 25, Life and Death Moment, Achieving Perfection. Qingshan Television, this is reporter Wang Ersui reporting live. Federal Time report at 1:30 p.m. on March 24th. Spy Zhao Weiping from the Tianwu realm committed violent acts in public, brutally murdering several civilians. A young boy is courageously confronting Zhao Weiping with a knife, desperately trying to stop him. The identity of the young boy remains unknown for now, but from his school uniform, it appears he is a student from Qingshan City First High School. Wang Ersui stood in the rain, shouting his report loudly. Several dozen meters behind him, Ning Chuan and Zhao Weiping fought a life-and-death battle, their combat blades and Oregon force clashing incessantly with brutal intensity, sending rainwater splashing wildly through the air. The cameras captured this scene clearly, uploading it in real time. Qingshan City Television Station. Live Broadcast Department. A middle-aged director, legs crossed lazily, glanced at the incoming footage and flew into a rage. What is Wang Ersui doing? Didn't we assign her to cover the food segment? The next moment, upon clearly hearing Wang Ersui's report, the director jolted so violently that he toppled from his chair. "Don't help me up, go notify the station director immediately." Ignoring the pain in his backside, the middle-aged department head roared urgently. "No, that would take too long. I'm taking charge. Broadcast Wang Ersui's live stream across all our channels. What are you standing around for? Move now." Less than a minute later, all 17 channels of Qingshan Television broadcast the same voice simultaneously. Breaking news. Suddenly, millions of people in front of their televisions witnessed this unexpected live broadcast. "Mom, stop washing the dishes, come watch TV." "Sisterly, just turn on the TV and you'll see, it's playing on every single channel." A young man fights alone against the spies of the Tianwu realm. People who learned of this used various means to inform their friends, family, colleagues, and so on. The number of viewers was skyrocketing at lightning speed. The live footage was also being reposted online, spreading ever wider. Many students from Qingshan No. 1 High School saw it. "Isn't that a student from our school? I know him." Ning Chuan, the senior third year who's mastered the lightning flash technique at the subtlety realm. "That looks like President Liu coughing up blood in the rain." "I'm the principal, send the teacher with the fastest movement technique over immediately." At a section of the Ring Expressway, "Director Gu, we found Zhao Weiping's whereabouts." "Where?" A police officer handed over his phone. Gu Tianyu took one look and paled, especially at the sight of the collapsed girl spitting blood. "Lu Manhwa and Ning Chuan won't last much longer. Immediately contact the commander of the Federation's 27th Corps, deploy the Skymechs." Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Moonchild. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall on the top floor exploded outward. A towering figure burst through the shattered wall and soared into the open. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. On the surface of his body, waves of white air currents continuously surged forth, a sign that he was about to break the sound barrier. Lu Zhan, the number 1 martial artist of Green Mountain City. A peak night. For a moment, the live broadcast from the shopping plaza stirred widespread attention, drawing countless eyes. Boom, boom, boom. In the pouring rain, Ning Chuan clenched his teeth and unleashed the lightning flash slash with desperate determination. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the female reporter. But whatever she was saying was completely inaudible. Zhao Weiping's pressure on him was overwhelming, leaving no room for distraction. All his focus was poured into the battle before him. Yet even so, he remained severely outmatched. Zhao Weiping's physical prowess far surpassed his own. It had reached the point of absolute dominance. What's more, Zhao Weiping also possessed force attacks, which were terrifyingly powerful. Even a third-layer diamond body couldn't withstand them. Thud. Ning Chuan failed to dodge in time, and a deep gash was torn across his chest by the force claws Zhao Weiping had condensed, blood gushing out profusely. But in the next moment, the heavy rain washed it all away. The exposed wound, over 10 centimeters long, had flesh turned pale by the rain, appearing grotesque and horrifying. And such wounds. Ning Chuan already bore dozens on his body. Now, all of them were being recorded clearly by the camera not far away. What the hell are the police doing? Why aren't they here yet? Are we really going to let a minor face such a vicious criminal alone? Livestream viewers were both furious and heartbroken. Ning Chuan's delicate features made it even easier to evoke sympathy. Many women immediately covered their mouths, their eyes glistening with tears, hearts heavy with sorrow. Wang Ershui on the scene was ready to step forward and help. The cameraman yanked her back and snapped, "Don't be stupid. At Awakening Stage 7 and without any combat training for so long, you wouldn't last a single move. The only thing you can do is be a reporter, do your damn job." "Yes." Wang Ershui choked back a sob as he agreed. "I'm Wang Ershui, a reporter from Qingshan Television. As you can see, the current situation is far from optimistic. The knife-wielding youth is at a severe disadvantage and could lose his life at any moment, but I firmly believe he can turn the tables and emerge victorious." Many people in front of their televisions clasped their hands together, nervously praying for Ning Chuan, but reality was cruel. Prayers proved useless. Bang! Ning Chuan was kicked sideways dozens of meters away, as if struck by a car running at full throttle. When he hit the ground, a loud thud echoed, splashing up sheets of water as dark red blood oozed from his body, blending with the rain. Many people felt a shudder in their hearts. Woo! Just as Ning Chuan struggled to his feet, he felt the rain pounding chaotically around him. Then he saw Zhao Weiping charging forward with hurricane-like force, whipping up the raindrops as he closed in for the kill. Die! Zhao Weiping gathered his primal strength and threw a punch aimed directly at Ning Chuan's head. The young man before him proved more troublesome than anticipated, having wasted far too much of his time. Any further delay would make escape impossible. He had to eliminate him quickly. With a swift sound, Zhao Weiping's killing strike narrowly missed Ning Chuan, its unleashed force scattering raindrops violently like an explosion. Ning Chuan desperately sidestepped, barely evading the attack. The third layer of his golden body saved him. The impact against the ground didn't cripple him like it had Lu Manhwa. He could still fight, rising swiftly to dodge again. Yet, despite successfully evading, Ning Chuan felt no joy in his heart. After that sudden sidestep, he had little strength left and needed time to recover. Not much, but Zhao Weiping wouldn't give him that chance. Sure enough, in the very next moment, Ning Chuan's pupils constricted violently. A fist condensed with primal force tore through the curtain of rain, rapidly expanding in his field of vision. Ning Chuan felt a chill crawl up his scalp. He remembered all too clearly, the butcher's head had been smashed straight into his chest with just one palm strike from Zhao Weiping. No! Ning Chuan frantically activated Gale Step, desperate to retreat and put distance between them. But this palm strike was too fast, continuously closing the distance between them. Half a meter, 1 foot, less than 2 inches. At the critical moment, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in Ning Chuan's mind. At the critical moment of life and death, Ji Fengbu's heart trembled, entering sudden enlightenment. Ji Fengbu has ascended to the perfect realm. A profound comprehension poured into his mind like divine inspiration. Ning Chuan's mastery of Ji Fengbu instantly reached perfection, and as he executed it, his form transformed into a swift wind. The wind can merge with the wind. Zhao Weiping's palm strike was successfully leveraged by Ning Chuan, causing his retreating speed to suddenly accelerate, making Zhao's strike land on empty air. Dodged? Seeing this, Zhao Weiping frowned slightly, unable to comprehend why Ning Chuan's speed had abruptly surged. The force surged through his legs, transforming into immense power as Zhao Weiping took tremendous strides, moving with astonishing speed. In less than the blink of an eye, he closed in on Ning Chuan. A fist swung out. Whoosh! Ning Chuan executed the Gale Steps, his movements fluid and uninterrupted, effortlessly dodging the punch once again. Zhao Weiping frowned deeply. Has he made a breakthrough? What kind of joke is this? Breaking through mid-battle, this isn't some action movie. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Weiping refused to believe in such nonsense, throwing out punches like lightning, dense as a rainstorm, swift and fierce beyond measure. Yet, every single one missed its mark. Chapter 26. Good suggestion, but all I want is to chop off your head. Many watching the livestream didn't understand why Ning Chuan had suddenly become faster, but this was undoubtedly a good thing. The hearts that had been stuck in their throats slowly settled back down. Has he reached the perfection realm? As the creator of Swift Wind Step, Gu Tianyu could naturally discern Ning Chuan's level, his gaze filled with astonishment. He had previously said, "Come find me once Ning Chuan's Swift Wind Step reaches perfection." In truth, it was just an offhand remark. He hadn't held any real hope. After all, the state of perfection is typically only within the realm of martial arts creators. The Federal Martial Arts Alliance conducted a survey for every 100 experts at the peak of their craft. Not even one may reach the state of perfection. But even the perfected windwalk technique isn't enough at best. It'll buy me a little more time. Gu Tianyu stared at his phone inside. On the screen, Ning Chuan's breathing was visibly labored. When inhaling, rainwater was drawn into his lungs along with the air current. When exhaling, the breath erupted as white mist. When will the military Skymetch arrive? They've just set out. It'll take at least a quarter hour at best. Hearing this answer, Gu Tianyu closed his eyes. The street. Phew. The spring rain was like needles, cold and sharp, as Ning Chuan gasped heavily for breath. After mastering whirlwind steps to perfection, he was able to use it to spar with Zhao Weiping. However, performing whirlwind steps at such a perfected level demanded an immense consumption of stamina. The bull charge he cultivated was known for its endurance, but after all, it was only a D-grade breathing technique. His cultivation level barely awakened him to the 6th stage. Even if I only use gale steps to dodge, I can hold out for 5 minutes at most. Ning Chuan felt the condition of his body. 5 minutes isn't exactly short. The police might arrive in time. But what if they don't? Ning Chuan's eyes turned icy cold. He didn't want to leave life and death in others' hands. Running away isn't an option either. The perfect realm's swift wind steps only make me more agile. My straight line speed is no match for Zhao Weiping. Ning Chuan analyzed calmly while fighting. My only chance at survival is kill Zhao Weiping before running out of strength. Ning Chuan recalled his previous breakthrough with swift wind steps. At life and death moments, when he focused solely on executing swift wind steps, enlightenment came instantly. What if he tried other martial techniques now? Ning Chuan glanced at the silver-blooded war blade in his hand, and a mad idea flashed through his mind. No more wasting time. Take the initiative to attack, slash with Thunder Flash, forcing it into Epiphany. Then, slaughter Zhao Weiping. You're quite nimble, but how much longer can you keep dodging? Your stamina must be running low by now. Another strike missed its mark, and Zhao Weiping gave a cold smirk. Yet there was no mirth in his eyes, only a deepening shadow. If this dragged on any longer, even if he killed Ning Chuan, he wouldn't be able to escape himself. Zhao Weiping pointed at Lu Mengyue and said, "Alright, I can spare your life on one condition. Let me kill that girl." Of course, he had no intention of letting Ning Chuan go. This was merely a psychological ploy, designed to crush Ning Chuan's will to resist so he could be eliminated faster. Zhao Weiping met Ning Chuan's gaze with feigned sincerity. "I'm not lying to you," he said. "The police are almost here. I want to leave as quickly as possible." "That's a very tempting offer," Ning Chuan said casually. Not far away, the camera clearly captured their conversation. Millions of live viewers felt a sudden pang in their hearts, their eyes wide as they stared at the screen, tense with anticipation about how Ning Chuan would respond. She's done for, that girl won't survive. Many held pessimistic views, believing Ning Chuan stood no chance. Between life and death lies unimaginable terror. Even the elderly cannot face their final moments with equanimity. How much harder for a youth in the bloom of life. Even if he chooses to flee for his life, there's no need for excessive blame. Fighting to this extent is already enough. Being afraid of death is just that, being afraid of death. No need to whitewash it. Look at what he said, clearly, he intends to escape. His earlier fighting was merely to survive. Many viewers voiced their arguments in bullet screen comments. Just then, Ning Chuan's voice reached everyone's ears, cold, indifferent, and laced with a hint of killing intent. "But I just want to chop off your head." Ning Chuan sped forward, his figure arrow-like as the slender silver blood warblade sliced through the curtain of rain. Flash, thunder, slash. A streak of silver light flashed, piercing the sky and illuminating the gloom beneath the dark clouds. Countless spectators trembled in body and soul. Some were moved by the domineering tone of these words, while others admired Ning Chuan's bravery. "Where's that coward who called us afraid of death? Come out and take your beating." The internet is not a lawless domain. "Everybody, I'm sorry, my mouth ran away with me. Please forgive me, I'm kowtowing my apology." Online, many viewers felt profoundly vindicated by Ning Chuan's choice. Yet in reality, the shopping plaza presented a heartbreaking scene. When at a disadvantage, taking the initiative to attack is far from easy. Especially since Ning Chuan's stamina was limited, he couldn't fight steadily and had to take risks. In the blink of an eye, several fresh wounds appeared on his body. Yet Ning Chuan didn't even flinch. A pair of black eyes, brimming with indifference. He continuously unleashed lightning flash slashes, the silver blood warblade seeming to transform into lightning itself, strike after strike aimed at Zhao Weiping. Ugh! Zhao Weiping threw forth a punch, surging with origin force, the fist's wind howling with dreadful momentum. Rainwater splashed in all directions wherever he passed. Ning Chuan's jet-black hair whipped wildly from the shockwave, yet he showed no intention of dodging. With a thunderous roar emanating from his body, his silver-blooded warblade swept sideways in an impossibly swift arc aimed straight at Zhao Weiping's neck. Die! A thread of smug mockery curled at the corner of Zhao Weiping's mouth. He saw through Ning Chuan's intentions, using a life-for-life tactic to force him into defense. But his fist was faster. He could strike Ning Chuan away first, disrupting the trajectory of that slash and rendering it harmless. However, the next moment, Zhao Weiping's smile froze on his face. The sweeping silver blood battle axe unexpectedly accelerated. Though still slower than his fist, if left unchecked, the blade tip would slit Ning Chuan's throat as he was knocked back. Damn it! Zhao Weiping gritted his teeth to restrain his fist, then forcefully smashed it onto the silver blood battle blade. Thud! The violent collision sparked several flares even in the rainy weather. The silver blood battle blade was sent flying back at high speed, but Ning Chuan didn't mind at all. He had already heard the long-awaited mechanical synthesized voice in his mind. At the brink of life and death, Lightning Slash's heart skipped a beat and he was suddenly enlightened. Progress increased by 20%. Progress increased by 20%. Boom! 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 Ning Chuan charged at Zhao Weiping, his blade flashing relentlessly, its silver glare cutting through the pouring rain. One cut after another. One blade faster than the last. Accompanied by the rolling thunder, like a bolt of lightning splitting through dark clouds, it forced Zhao Weiping to struggle momentarily. Another breakthrough? Zhao Weiping's face grew so dark it seemed about to drip with water. This made killing Ning Chuan even more difficult for him, but at the same time, his desire to kill Ning Chuan grew even stronger. He had broken through twice in succession during battle. Just how monstrous was this opponent's talent? Thunder Flash Slash has accumulated enough experience reaching master level. A cold beeping sound rang out. A sudden enlightenment surged through Ning Chuan's heart. His comprehension of Lightning Flash Slash instantly reached a new level. An expert tier B-grade martial art. Boom! Ning Chuan's movements didn't stop as a thunderous roar erupted from his body, deafeningly majestic. All the falling raindrops around shattered into fine particles like delicate grains of sand. Amidst the thunder, the silver-blooded battle saber slashed diagonally so fast it became a blur, trailing a silver light nearly 3 meters long. Zhao Weiping's eyes flickered with surprise as he swiftly retreated, attempting to evade. But compared to the silver blood warblade, it's still too slow. Thud! The silver streak slashed through Zhao Weiping. A dull thud of metal meeting flesh echoed as a spurt of blood erupted, mingling with rainwater before splattering against the ground. Zhao Weiping staggered backward over a dozen steps before finally steadying himself. His shirt was torn open, revealing a nearly half-meter-long gash that stretched from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, so deep the bone was visible. After fighting this long, Ning Chuan had finally wounded Zhao Weiping for the first time. Glancing down at the wound, Zhao Weiping shuddered with lingering fear. Had he dodged even a split second slower? A wave of bewilderment rose in Zhao Weiping's heart, mingled with lingering fear. Breaking through in battle merely provides an opportunity, a chance to shatter the bottleneck restricting one's cultivation realm. Why was the opposing youth growing stronger continuously? Not just Zhao Weiping, countless bystanders were equally baffled. Only a handful of martial arts experts could detect the clues. This makes the third epiphany now, and all in the middle of battle. His comprehension is absolutely monstrous. Gu Tianyu was inwardly shaken. Chapter 27, Illusion? No. 3 blades of certain death. The rain gradually lightened. Wang Ershui's voice grew increasingly impassioned. Though we don't understand what's happening, it's undeniable that the knife-wielding youth has become stronger. He's already slightly gaining the upper hand against the villain Zhao Weiping. Thud, thud, thud. On the street behind Wang Ershui, Ning Chuan wielded his battle blade with savage ferocity, silver streaks hammering against the primal force, more than a dozen strikes in under a second. The clashing sounds condensed into a continuous, unbroken line. At intervals, Zhao Weiping's body spurted fresh blossoms of blood. Just as I believed, the blade-wielding youth is turning the tide of battle. Wang Ershui shouted loudly. Hearing these words, Zhao Weiping felt the urge to retreat. Not that he feared losing. Had he disregarded his injuries and exerted his full primordial force, Zhao Weiping was confident he could obliterate the young man before him with a single strike. But in that case, he too would be severely injured and incapacitated. Bang! Zhao Weiping punched the silver blood battle blade with explosive primal force, sending it flying backward. Kid, I'll be staying in Qingshan City for a while. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll come back to play with you slowly. Zhao Weiping gave Ning Chuan a long, icy glare. Ning Chuan sneered coldly, trying to run? Do you think you can stop me? Zhao Weiping's voice was full of disdain and mockery. The youth opposite only excelled in agility when it came to movement techniques. In terms of speed, he was a notch below and naturally couldn't catch up to him. Give it a try. Ning Chuan stepped forward, his silver-blooded warblade flashing through the air in a sweeping arc, transforming into a dazzling silver streak that stretched 3 meters long. His speed suddenly surged by several degrees. Zhao Weiping couldn't react in time. Another deep gash split open across his body with a sickening squelch, revealing pale bone before being instantly submerged in crimson blood. Not fast enough on foot? Speed with the knife makes up for it. How did you do that? Clutching his wound, Zhao Weiping's face turned grim. Ning Chuan gave no reply, stepping forward to swing his blade. In my mind, the notification sounds kept coming one after another. Progress increased by 10%. Progress increased by 10%. After the lightning flash strike reached the expert realm, the enlightenment didn't end there, it continued unabated. Ningxuan was merely concealed, not yet revealed, silently honing his blade skills, all for the moment Zhao Weiping fled, to have his blade swift enough to intercept. After all, this was a moving 1 million yuan. Woo! Zhao Weiping moved with lightning speed, his figure kicking up violent gusts of wind as he twisted and turned through the streets in every direction, desperate to break through the encirclement. Yet streaks of silver light followed relentlessly at his heels, shadowing his every move without giving him the slightest opening. If he stopped attempting to block, it would mean certain death. This scene was strikingly similar to that time during the selection trials when Ning Chuan blocked Zhang Wenxi from fleeing in the classroom. The difference was, Ning Chuan's combat blade moved faster now, and this time, lethal strikes were permitted. Thud! Ning Chuan's blade swept out, splattering blood as Zhao Weiping was forced back once more. After ceasing to conceal his strength, the silver blood battle blade moved with astonishing speed. Zhao Weiping was soaked in blood, riddled with countless wounds. Who would have thought I'd fall at the hands of a mere 6th level awakened? Zhao Weiping stopped attempting to break through. But dragging a genius like you to the grave with me is already worth it. A vicious expression surfaced on Zhao Weiping's face. If there's no escape, then we perish together. Zhao Weiping's entire body erupted with primal energy, surging wildly toward his hands as a terrifying aura spread out. Clearly, he was preparing some formidable martial technique. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered slightly as he activated his fleetfoot step, immediately slashing out with his blade. Boom! A silver flash of zheng in length streaked through the air, swift as lightning. Zhao Weiping made no attempt to block, his figure darting swiftly as he focused solely on evasion, channeling all remaining concentration into preparing a mutual destruction technique. When truly unavoidable, he'd endure strikes with non-lethal areas like thighs or back. Facing certain death anyway, minor wounds mattered little now. His hands surged with torrential origin energy, flames licking upward as the terrifying aura around him intensified. A single touch of raindrops, and they vanish instantly. Witnessing this, Ning Chuan's eyes turned frosty, not a trace of fear surfacing. His silver blood battle blade swung relentlessly, each slash quicker than the last, overwhelming as a pouring galaxy, his sole aim being to end Zhao Weiping's life with utmost haste. Lightning flash / epiphany concludes. Lightning flash / has accumulated sufficiently, achieving sublimation and ascending to perfection. The icy synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Instantly, Ning Chuan's perception of the lightning flash / became completely different. This martial technique felt as if he was born to execute it, an innate instinct. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan swung his silver blood battle blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion roared, deafening to the ears. And its source was none other than the silver blood warblade. The perfected lightning slash concentrated every ounce of power within the blade's body, leaving not a single wisp of energy to dissipate. 3 slashes in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Chuan struck. In midair, 3 slender silver gleams appeared almost simultaneously. Each over 10 feet long, they crisscrossed to form an inverted equilateral triangle, completely enveloping Zhao Weiping. An illusion? Zhao Weiping's heart skipped a beat. He thought 2 of the blades were feints meant to conceal the single lethal strike hidden among them. Just as he strained to distinguish them, the razor-sharp glint of all 3 silvery arcs chilled him to the core. There were no feints at all. 3 deadly blows came straight for him. Zhao Weiping desperately retreated, the imminent threat of death unleashing his latent potential as he moved with astonishing speed. Yet before those slender streaks of silver light, his movements still appeared as slow-motion footage under a high-speed camera. Thud! Thud! 2 diagonal streaks of silver light struck fiercely at the force gathered between Zhao Weiping's hands. With a deafening roar, the crimson force shattered, washed away by the pouring rain until it vanished completely. Meanwhile, the horizontal silver streak flashed past Zhao Weiping's neck without the slightest resistance. A thin red line instantly appeared like lightning. The next moment, a head with a cleanly severed neck soared upwards, a pillar of blood spurting skyward. Doesn't even hurt. Catching sight of his own headless corpse, Zhao Weiping's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Witnessing this, Wang Ersui couldn't contain his exhilaration and roared hoarsely. A formal martial warrior, Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping, wanted criminal of the Federation, decapitated by a single sword stroke from Qing Mountain's young hero. Let this serve as a warning to all. Every live streaming platform erupted in an instant, waves of chaos spreading everywhere. Countless shocked bullet comments and messages flooded the screens. Especially those viewers with profound martial arts knowledge, their minds were utterly shaken, left speechless. They could tell just how incredibly difficult that beheading / the youth used to kill Zhao Weiping truly was. This kid is terrifying. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, slanting toward the earth. The first spring rain in Green Hill City had come to an end. Ning Chuan lifted his head slightly, his eyes gently closed, letting the soft spring sunshine bathe his entire body. Beneath his feet, the blood from Zhao Weiping's corpse spread with the rainwater, a vivid crimson that demanded attention. In the sunlight, amidst the bloody pool, Ning Chuan, who had just killed for the first time, remained unnervingly composed, his expression as unreadable as still water. It wasn't forced, his emotions truly showed no fluctuation. He and Zhao Weiping, there's no clear right or wrong between them. To the citizens of the Federation, Zhao Weiping is a heinous criminal who deserved to die. But to the people of Tianwu world, perhaps he was the villain. This has nothing to do with justice or evil. Only strength matters. The original intent of martial arts. Ning Chuan murmured softly, as if realizing something, sinking into deep thought. Moonchild. Suddenly, a thunderous roar full of concern snapped Ning Chuan back to his senses. Before his brain could even process the sound's meaning, a towering figure had already appeared in his line of sight, carefully helping the fallen Lu Manhwa to her feet. What kind of speed is this? Ning Chuan stared at the man, his gaze filled with shock. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Manhwa's voice was weak as she pointed to where Ning Chuan stood, saying, he's my classmate. He saved me and killed Zhao Weiping. Hearing this, Ning Chuan instantly realized who had arrived. The master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Simultaneously, the strongest fighter in Green Mountain City. Lu Zhen glanced at Ning Chuan and asked, first time killing someone? Ning Chuan gave a slight nod. In the past, facing a figure like Lu Zhen, even if he wouldn't have tried to curry favor, he'd still have felt nervous. It's human nature, hard to avoid. But after the life and death battle, Ning Chuan's state of mind had undergone a transformation, now immersed in serenity. Impressive. After offering this brief evaluation, Lu Zhen fell silent. Lu Manhwa couldn't help but glance at Ning Chuan once more. She knew her father well, always exacting. Even with her hopes pinned on Star River University, her evaluation had only been mediocre. Minutes later, a large number of police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Chapter 28, A Bountiful Harvest. In the First People's Hospital of Qingshan City, the sterile scent of disinfectant hung in the air. A luxury VIP ward. Countless bouquets overflowed into the corridor, with representatives from most influential institutions in the city coming to express their sympathies to Ning Chuan. Camera flashes lit up the room continuously as journalists provided full coverage. Ning Chuan played his part perfectly, wearing a photogenic smile and delivering heartfelt words of gratitude with remarkable sincerity. It's not that he cared about his image. It's just that these organizations offered too much. Qingshan No. 1 High School, 2 Beast Nutrient Solutions. The mayor's office, 100,000 in cash. Education Department, 1 bottle of 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution. Young Heroes Foundation, 150,000 yuan. All representatives showed keen discernment. Seeing Ning Chuan was injured, they didn't delay but offered a few words of praise, took group photos, and promptly departed. Over an hour later, everyone had dispersed completely. Only Zhou Wei was left behind to help keep an eye on things. Phew! Ning Chuan let out a long sigh and rubbed his cheeks, stiff from too much smiling. Earning money isn't easy. Though, if such opportunities came again in the future, that would be even better. Earning money while lying down, what a dream. Hiss. Ning Chuan accidentally moved too abruptly, tugging at his wound and drawing a sharp hiss of pain. With the threat of death now gone, he finally relaxed. The pain from his injuries surfaced, stark and impossible to ignore. Though his golden body cultivation had progressed well, it still fell short against the raw force of the attack, leaving him seriously wounded. By the bedside, Zhou Wei noticed Ning Chuan's movements and a hint of apology surfaced in his eyes as he said, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being able to arrive sooner. Not long after he left, someone called the police. However, the police stations in Qingshan City are independently managed by each district, operating in parallel, so he didn't receive the notification immediately. By the time he turned back, it was already too late. It's fine. Ning Chuan waved his hand and smiled, saying, I actually gained a lot from this battle. Both his whirlwind step and lightning slash attained perfect mastery. Through conventional training, who knows how long it would have taken. Moreover, his state of mind was tempered amidst life and death combat, becoming steadfast. Zhou Wei thought Ning Chuan was referring to the police department's reward and said, the 1 million isn't an issue, but the quota for the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp. A hint of difficulty flashed across Zhou Wei's face. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. Speak your mind directly. My psychological resilience is strong, I can handle it. He had beheaded Zhao Weiping, witnessed by millions in Qingshan City. There was no way the police department dared to renege on their promise. Zhou Wei whispered softly, some officers watching the butcher shop's surveillance footage think you could only kill Zhao Weiping because Lu Manhwa had already severely wounded him. Lu Manhwa played the crucial role, so they believe you don't deserve the 1 million yuan reward. The Shanghai Elite Training Camp spot should instead go to Lu Manhwa. Of course, anyone with clear eyes can see that you personally killing Zhao Weiping would have a far greater impact. Zhou Wei said angrily, then let out a sigh. It's just that you may not know, the Lu family, to which Lu Manhwa belongs, holds considerable influence in Qingshan City and can sway the police department. Ning Chuan frowned slightly and asked, has the Lu family intervened? If they truly did this, it would indeed smell of biting the hand that feeds. That wasn't the case. Zhou Wei shook his head and stated plainly, "From what I know, it was just those officers wanting to curry favor with the Lu family. In that case, let Lu Manhwa have the Shanghai training camp slot." "I don't mind." Ning Chuan shrugged his shoulders. He really wasn't lying. Unlike others, he didn't place much importance on the Shanghai Genius training camp. In martial arts cultivation, the two most difficult things are, first, advancing one's cultivation realm, and second, mastering martial techniques. Neither of these posed any difficulty for him. What he needed most were resources and martial arts training. Having spent time with Lu Manhwa, he knew her temperament well. If she secured the Mountain and Sea Talent training camp, she would definitely compensate him with something of equal value. "So in your eyes, I'm just someone who loves taking advantage of others." A vaguely displeased voice came from the doorway. Lu Manhwa sat in her wheelchair, glaring at Ning Chuan with irritation as Lu Zhan pushed her into the hospital room. Ning Chuan smiled and said, "I'm sincere, the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp isn't very useful to me. Of course, I know you feel bad about it. So drown me in money then. You can keep it for yourself." Lu Manhwa rolled her eyes and said, "My current focus is advancing as a martial artist. Assisting the police was just to find a breakthrough opportunity. I never intended to go there in the first place. What a pity. I was hoping to squeeze some money out of you." Ning Chuan shook his head regretfully. Seeing their conversation temporarily come to an end, Zhou Wei saluted solemnly and said, "Greetings, Knight Lu." Lu Zhan had always been a man of few words, so he simply nodded. Then, Lu Zhan turned to Ning Chuan and said, "Manhwa told me you saved her life. I owe you a favor." Ning Chuan said with a smile, "I'm Lu Manhwa's classmate. Saving her was the right thing to do." Lu Zhan didn't engage in much small talk. After a brief conversation, he asked Ning Chuan to take out his phone. Taking it, he left a phone number. "You can find me if you're ever in need." Lu Zhan didn't specify what kind of need he meant. However, the expression on Zhou Wei's face changed, his gaze towards Ning Chuan filled with boundless envy. In Qingshan City, there was virtually nothing Lu Zhan couldn't accomplish if he set his mind to it. This simple promise could completely be regarded as a wish-granting machine. Ning Chuan was momentarily stunned, realizing that Lu Zhan's earlier promise hadn't just been polite words. His state of mind ascended, only to become even stronger. Not to the point of being detached from worldly affairs. When faced with powerful allies, one should still seek their support when needed. "Uncle Lu, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Taking the phone, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. It wasn't that he enjoyed currying favor with people. He saw things clearly. The contact information Lu Zhan had left for himself was saved as Uncle Lu, clearly indicating he viewed Ning Chuan as a junior. Lu Manhwa rolled her eyes at Ning Chuan and said, "Uncle Lu? Someone sure knows how to push their luck. Why not just call him Godfather?" Ever since being saved by Ning Chuan, she hadn't even realized how much more familiar her attitude had become. "Uncle Lu, is that okay?" The group chatted casually before Lu and his daughter soon took their leave. Ning Chuan lay on the hospital bed and began tallying today's gains. 9 vials of Beast Nutrition Serum. Cash and checks totaling 1,075,000 yuan. The police department still owes another million. The bank account balance is 600,000. Ning Chuan did some mental calculations and was startled by the result. Nearly 5 million. With careful spending, it's enough for a full-fledged martial artist. He won't be troubled by money for a while. In that case, it's time to switch breathing techniques. Ning Chuan thought to himself. Different levels of breathing techniques still show noticeable gaps in purification effects. Just like today, if he were practicing an S-grade breathing technique known for its endurance, he wouldn't have needed to take the risk of forcefully killing Zhao Weiping, simply dodging with Gale Step would have sufficed. But there are simply no S-grade breathing techniques available on the market. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of regret. The S-grade breathing techniques held by private factions were never shared with outsiders. No amount of money will do. That was the foundation for giving their descendants a head start in life. The federal government also controls several schools and doesn't withhold them, but they require merit points for exchange. He earned quite a few merit points by eliminating Zhao Weiping. However, the amount of merit needed for S-rank martial arts remains a drop in the bucket. Chapter 29. Sorry, there's too much money in the bag, I can't carry it. There are A-rank breathing techniques available on the market, with inheritance fees ranging from a few million to 10 million. I can afford the cheaper ones. However, pouring all my money into breathing techniques isn't wise. A grade B breathing technique would suit me better. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ning Chuan made his decision. He would switch to a grade B breathing technique. In terms of effectiveness, it's certainly incomparable to grade A or S, but compared to the brute force energy of grade D, it's already a significant improvement. Let's not rush to place an order just yet. Ning Chuan held his phone as he browsed information about various grade B breathing techniques. Qingshan High No. 1 is a municipal key school with martial arts access privileges up to grade B, where students can learn a maximum of 4 martial arts disciplines. Ning Chuan has already reached his limit. However, given his current strength, he stands a considerable chance of achieving success at any prestigious university apart from Galaxy University. Moreover, he's accomplished the great feat of decapitating Zhao Weiping. The school administrators might be willing to turn a blind eye and let him obtain another B-grade breathing technique for free. Geniuses are entitled to some privileges, after all. Before going to bed, Ningchuan pondered for a moment and summoned his martial arts panel. Combat Power, Awakening Stage 6. Raging Bull Technique, Subtle Mastery, Progress 12%. Gale Steps, Perfect, 7% Progress. Flash Thunder Slash, Perfect, 1% Progress. Thousand Bones Execution Technique, Skilled, 23% Progress. Vajra Body, Third Layer, 27% Progress. Ningchuan stared at the columns for Gale Steps and Thunder Flash Slash, his gaze filled with astonishment. The state of perfection is unique, it has no gradations of high or low. Perfection is simply perfection. This is precisely why this term was chosen to name this realm. Ningchuan reflected on it and realized this was indeed the case. The prompt tone notified him that after those two martial techniques reached perfection, no new insights flowed into his mind anymore. It proved the martial techniques had truly reached their limit. These rising progress bars seem like mere numerical changes, devoid of any real significance. Is it a bug? Or is there another reason? Ningchuan's thoughts were in turmoil. After a long while, still no conclusion was reached, so he simply stopped dwelling on it and closed his eyes. Whatever the reason may be, wait until the progress reaches 100%, and all will become clear. The night passed without incident. Having gone without sleep for several days, Ningchuan slept for an exceptionally long time and didn't wake until 9 o'clock the next morning, feeling refreshed and energetic. To his surprise, he discovered that the pain in his body had almost completely vanished. After asking Zhou Wei about it, he learned that the Lu family had invited a professional healing-type superhuman from the capital city, who had arrived the previous night. After examining him, the doctor confirmed that Ningchuan's condition was quite good, with only minor injuries remaining, and that there was no problem with him being discharged from the hospital. Ningchuan didn't stay long. After getting a cloth bag from a nurse to pack the beast nutrient solution along with the cash and check, he bid farewell to Zhou Wei and left the hospital. The weather was nice today. The sunshine was gentle, and the breeze carried a warm touch. As Ningchuan stood by the roadside, pondering whether to go home or return to school, a shadow suddenly fell before him. Looking up, he saw Wei Bo was standing in front of him. What's the matter? Just set up the monthly exam arena battle however you want. Ningchuan grinned. His injuries would surely heal before the monthly exam. The key was that both Gale Step and Lightning Slash had reached perfection. Taking on a 9th level awakened fighter would be no problem at all. Even if that 9th level awakened opponent had mastered a B-grade fist technique to proficiency. Still no good. If Wei Boho dares to manipulate the monthly exam, he'll make sure Wei Boho learns his lesson. What do you call a pleasant surprise? Or to be more precise, the pleasant only lasts the moment you step onto the platform. After that, there's nothing but surprise. Do you really think killing a severely injured martial artist makes you their equal? Wei Bohu smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He hadn't witnessed the live broadcast, only read a few news reports that hailed Ningchuan's blade technique as celestial, but he didn't believe a word of it. Isn't the journalist profession all about exaggeration and sensationalism? Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. Wei Bohu shook his head and said, I came to find you for serious business. Ningchuan casually replied, what is it? This isn't the right place. Wei Bohu pointed at a black luxury car parked nearby and said, let's talk in my family's car. All right. After brief consideration, Ningchuan nodded. Given his current high-profile status with government attention and media coverage, Wei Bohu would surely be no fool to arrange any ambush against him. However, one must always be wary of others. Following behind Wei Bohu, Ningchuan pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, then stuffed it back into his pants pocket. The two boarded the vehicle one after another. The cabin was exceptionally spacious, unlike ordinary sedans. The seats were arranged facing each other in 2 rows, upholstered in genuine leather, with a foldable wooden table between them that had a delicate texture clearly crafted from some rare and precious wood. A middle-aged man sat in his seat, richly dressed, with features bearing some resemblance to those of Wei Bohu. Only his eyes were somewhat narrow, lending him a slightly shadowy demeanor. Truly the young hero who beheaded that Cao Wu spy with a single stroke. Such an impressive bearing. The middle-aged man gave Ningchuan a gentle smile as he entered. Wei Bohu proudly introduced, this is my father, the current chairman of the Wei Group, Wei Qianse. Ningchuan remained expressionless, sitting down boldly like a general, and said, don't waste time. If you have something to say, get to the point. He couldn't be bothered to engage in hypocritical politeness with someone like Wei Bohu. Wei Bohu furrowed his brow slightly but still restrained himself, saying, I want to buy the spot you have for the Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp. Can quotas even be bought and sold? Ningchuan froze for a moment. The Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp isn't privately run, it belongs to the Donglin Administrative Megacity Government, a purely official institution. Normally, no way. But in Qingshan City, there's nothing the Wei Consortium can't accomplish. Seeing Ning Chuan's expression, Wei Bohu smiled arrogantly and said, I'll give you 1 million. All you have to do is sign a transfer agreement. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly and sneered, you've been singing the praises of the Wei Consortium so highly, yet this is the price they offer? 1 million, to him now, was but a drop in the bucket. They still place great importance on it. However, they absolutely cannot afford the admission fee for the Genius Training Camp. There are many private college entrance exam crash course institutions in the Federation. For those top-ranked ones, the registration fee for each costs several million. The strength of the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp far surpasses theirs. The registration fee ought to be higher by rights. Not to mention, the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp isn't someplace you can just enter if you have money. Wei Bohu snorted with a cold laugh and mocked, think 1 million is too little? Have you, an orphan, ever even seen that much money? You wouldn't earn that much in half a lifetime. Bang! Ning Chuan tossed the cloth bag onto the desk in front of him. Through the open mouth of the bag, one could see stacks of cash mixed with several vials of 100 Beasts nutrient solution. Several checks peeked out from the bag's opening. Not a single amount written on them was less than 6 digits. Ning Chuan blinked and looked at Wei Bohu with a puzzled tone. Sorry, the bag is too heavy, I can't lift it. By the way, what were you saying just now? Talk about Versailles behavior. His Ning Chuan has 100 stars in the glory ranking. Wei Bohu instantly shut his mouth, his face alternating between shades of green and red. Beside him, Wei Qianzi remained composed, smiling slightly as he said, in business, price disagreements are perfectly normal. If Ning isn't satisfied with Bohu's offer, he's welcome to name his own price. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before tentatively offering 20 million. He knew he might be asking for the moon. But in negotiations, you ask for the sky and bargain down to earth, there must be enough room for maneuver. His bottom line was 10 million. As long as Wei Bohu could afford the price, he was willing to sell. As for whether Wei Bohu would come back to cause trouble after gaining strength, Ning Chuan was fearless and confident. The 10 million would bring him far greater benefits than Wei Bohu's improvements at the Shanghai Elite Training Camp. Chapter 30, The Conspiracy Revealed, A Certain Kill Trap. Are you insane for money? Wei Bohu sprang to his feet with a sudden motion. Fortunately, this was a luxury car with a higher roof, so he didn't bump his head. 20 million, the Wei Consortium could afford it. But they wouldn't spend it for Wei Bohu. He's not that important yet. The Wei Consortium has a rigid internal structure where resources for every family member are strictly allocated based on talent and performance ratings. Having the chairman as his father won't change that. The chairman is merely the family-appointed executor, not the owner of the consortium. Tiger fight. Wei Qianzi pressed his hand down, signaling for him to sit. After speaking, Wei Qianzi looked at Ning Chuan with a smile and said, 20 million is quite a premium for a spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. But who can blame you when it's unavailable on the market? Rare things are precious. I agree to that price. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan froze momentarily. He actually agreed? An overwhelming surge of joy welled up in his heart, but Ning Chuan immediately suppressed it. Don't just make empty promises. When will the transfer go through? 20 million in cash isn't a small amount for the Wei Consortium's cash flow either. It'll take a few days to arrange, Wei Qianzi said with a laugh. Wei Bohu's face was full of urgent anxiety. Contact me again when you're ready. Picking up the cloth bag, Ning Chuan stood up, ready to leave. Nothing works until the money is in the account. Don't leave in such a hurry. Wei Qianzi called out to Ning Chuan and pressed a button on the armrest of his seat. A hidden compartment within the vehicle's body slid open as wisps of condensed white mist dissipated. Inside stood rows upon rows of test tubes, each containing a dark red liquid that bubbled turbulently, easily numbering in the hundreds. It's all beast nutrient solution. Wei Qianzi took out 3 test tubes and handed them over, saying, just a little gift, please don't stand on ceremony. Ning Chuan looked at Wei Qianzi but did not accept it. Wei Qianzi smiled and said, this has nothing to do with me personally. Student Ning eliminated the Tianwu spy, safeguarding the peace of Qingshan City. As a flagship corporation in Qingshan City, the Wei Consortium naturally had to show its appreciation. These 3 vials of 100 Beasts nutrient solution are a token of goodwill from the Wei Consortium. Hearing this, Ning Chuan dispelled the doubts in his heart. Several companies in Qingshan City had also donated money yesterday. Such actions helped boost favorability among the populace and the municipal government. Thank you for the reward from the Wei Consortium. Ning Chuan took the beast nutrient solution, bowed slightly to Wei Qianzi, and pushed the door open to leave. Seeing Ning Chuan get out of the car, Wei Bohu could no longer contain his anxiety and said, Dad, the board would never approve 2 million for me. Besides, why did you give that kid the beast nutrient solution? Still 3 vials. Even if you want to boost the Wei Consortium's image, wouldn't 1 vial be enough as a symbolic gesture? Wei Qianzi smiled without responding, instead asking, how much does 3 beast nutrient solutions cost? Market price 18,000 yuan per vial, 52,000 yuan for 3. This simple calculation posed no difficulty for Wei Bohu. It's more than 2 months' worth of my cultivation ration. Better give it to me than waste it on him, Wei Bohu complained. Wei Qianci ignored him and continued calmly. Article 319 of the Federal Criminal Code states that theft of public or private property exceeding 500,000 constitutes a particularly large amount, punishable by over 10 years imprisonment, with the maximum penalty being death. And 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution just happened to exceed this amount. Wei Qianci revealed a faint smile. Unlike before, it wasn't gentle but rather a chilling coldness that made one's heart tremble. You mean? Wei Bohu instantly grasped his father's meaning, unable to contain his excitement. Wei Qianci shot him a sidelong glance and said unhurriedly, I've told you many times, there's no need to rely on brute force when dealing with ordinary people. That's terribly inefficient. The Federation has its own established rules. People of our standing just need to master these rules. As long as we know how to wield our advantages skillfully, there are countless ways to make them submit. Yes, Dad. Wei Bohu responded cheerfully. Ning Chuan, you were given face but refused to take it. If 1 million isn't good enough for you, then you'll get nothing at all. The road leading to the old city district. A self-driving taxi raced swiftly down the road. Ning Chuan relaxed in the back seat, pulled out his phone, and tapped the screen to life. Displayed prominently was a voice recording interface. After a moment's thought, Ning Chuan saved the recording. 20 million is no small sum. If the way father and son try to force a last-minute price cut, this recording will serve as proof. After more than half an hour, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Ningxuan's residential community. You have arrived near your destination. The fare is 103 yuan. Have a pleasant journey. The feminized voice of artificial intelligence rang out. So expensive. I should have booked an economy ride, said Ningxuan, whose net worth approached 5 million, shaking his head. It wasn't that he was stingy. He simply saw no need. He placed greater value on an item's practical worth. When ordering beast meat priced at thousands per pound or Vajrabhati medicinal packs costing 40 to 50,000 per batch, he wouldn't even bat an eye. As for personal enjoyment, it fell far short. To this day, he still lived in the old district, and the clothes he wore were still the school uniforms from Qingshan High School. First, take the money and nutritional supplements home, then head to school to discuss the B-grade breathing technique with Su Yun. Ning Chuan carried the cloth bag into the neighborhood. His rented apartment was on the 15th floor. As Ning Chuan stepped out of the elevator, he spotted 2 policemen in black uniforms pacing back and forth in front of his door. Didn't Zhou Wei say the police department's reward would take a few more days? Did it come early? Ning Chuan's thoughts swirled. The 2 policemen approached swiftly. You're Ning Chuan? The younger-looking officer inquired brusquely, his tone far from courteous. This doesn't feel like they're here to deliver any rewards. A speculation flashed through his mind, but Ning Chuan still nodded and said, yes, it's me. The elderly police officer beside him said coldly, good that it's you. I now declare that you are involved in a theft case. Come with us. Ning Chuan was taken aback. What did I steal? The elderly officer sneered, still playing dumb? The Wei Consortium reported you for stealing 3 beast serum potions. Hearing these words, Ning Chuan felt a hint of unease stir in his heart, as if shrouded by a shadow of conspiracy. The young policeman had sharp eyes. Pointing at the opening of the cloth bag in Ning Chuan's hand, he exclaimed excitedly, Captain Lu, look, the 100 beasts nutrient solution is inside the bag. So many, definitely more than 3. Captain Lu glanced down and couldn't help but blurt out, his eyes flashing with a trace of greed. At once, Captain Lu barked sharply, such audacity. A habitual thief no less. Get down on your knees with your hands on your head immediately. Ning Chuan furrowed his brows in thought before speaking up to explain, these primal beast nutrient solutions and the money were rewards given to me by the government departments of Qingshan City and several private companies after I eliminated the heavenly martial spy, Zhao Weiping. If you don't believe me, feel free to look it up online. So you're that high school student. The young policeman looked surprised upon hearing this, but his demeanor didn't soften much. Captain Lu started cursing and complaining, damn it, this isn't fair at all. I've killed criminals who were committing crimes too, but all I got was a measly few hundred yuan raise. Don't police officers deserve rewards? Seeing their attitudes, Ning Chuan's frown deepened. In truth, the substantial reward he received was purely the result of multiple coincidental circumstances coming together. TV stations reported on Zhao Weiping for multiple days, accumulating massive attention. Wang Ershui's livestream. The identity of a high school student, fighting alone with grievous injuries, yet ultimately turning defeat into victory. It attracted far too much attention. Rummaging through the cloth bag, Ning Chuan pulled out 3 test tubes and said, these are the Wei Corporation's 100 Beasts nutrient solution. But I didn't steal them. Their chairman, Wei Qianci, gave them to me privately. There might have been some misunderstanding. The young policeman sneered, 3 beast nutrient solutions worth over 500,000, and you claim they were just given to you? Captain Lu glanced at the test tube and said coldly, "Stop lying, the serial numbers match. These are definitely the stolen Beast Nutrient solutions. Each bottle of Beast Nutrient solution has a unique anti-counterfeit code on its surface." Hearing this, Ning Chuan's expression shifted slightly, the last flicker of hope in his heart vanished completely. The way father and son were deliberately setting him up. They never had any real intention of purchasing the mountain and sea training camp slots. You must understand, after getting out of the car, he hadn't wandered around at all, but went straight home by taxi. Yet these two policemen had already been waiting for him right at his doorstep. It was all premeditated. A chill gradually spread through Ning Chuan's heart. Had he not discreetly recorded the conversation out of caution, no amount of explanation could have cleared his name. A fatal trap. Chapter 31, within 0.2 seconds, my blade is faster. The hallway was somewhat dim, with sunlight blocked by thick walls. Captain Lu eyed Ning Chuan and asked with feigned nonchalance, "Though the chances are virtually zero, it's my duty to ask. Do you have any evidence to prove your innocence? I won't wrong an innocent person, nor will I let a criminal escape. I've already said it was a private gift." Ning Chuan snorted coldly and said, "These two policemen, even if they weren't from the Wei group, definitely had cooperative relations with them. Handing over the recording would be like walking straight into a trap, without evidence, and still so arrogant. Hold out your hands." The young policeman sneered. He unbuckled the handcuffs from his waist, ready to subdue Ning Chuan. But when his eyes met Ning Chuan's deep dark gaze, his heart trembled. It felt like being pinned by the stare of a ruthless, bloodthirsty beast. Over half his body instantly stiffened, chilled to the bone with terror, completely beyond his control. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Captain Lu, having had experience shooting down armed criminals, fared slightly better. Yet beads of cold sweat still formed on his forehead. Killing, and life-or-death battles, are entirely different matters. The former, at most, can make a person ruthless and bloodthirsty. Only by experiencing the crisis of death in a life-or-death battle, by coming infinitely close to the brink of death, can a person's spirit, willpower, and aura grow. Ning Chuan has only fought one life-or-death battle, but the life-or-death battle between them was one of overwhelming disparity. Every second leading up to Zhao Weiping's beheading, Ning Chuan danced on the edge of a fatal precipice. A single misstep would send him tumbling into the abyss. It's no exaggeration to say his mental fortitude had been tempered harder than special alloy. "Do you intend to resist arrest?" Captain Lu was the first to snap out of it, his face darkening as he drew his pistol and aimed it squarely at Ning Chuan's forehead. The young officer hastily followed suit in a fluster. Two pitch-black gun barrels loomed dangerously close. Ning Chuan's gaze remained icy calm as he said, "If you'd seen the footage of me executing third-rank warrior Zhao Weiping, you wouldn't be pointing those guns at me. Indeed, I'm only at the awakening stage, so my speed is nowhere near that of a bullet. However, it takes about 0.2 seconds for a human hand to pull the trigger once. In that time, I can easily deliver 3 sword strikes. At this close range between us, and with neither of you being official martial artists, you won't be able to dodge them." Ning Chuan spoke unhurriedly, as if stating an irrefutable truth. His hand rested on the hilt of silver blood. Instantly, the two officers who had witnessed Ning Chuan beheading Zhao Weiping live felt a chill run through their bodies and souls. "Tell me, are you intending to resist arrest by federal officers?" Captain Lu bellowed loudly. As if only by doing so could he keep his gun-holding hand from trembling. Ning Chuan looked at the two of them and said coolly, "First, I'm merely a suspect in this case, not a criminal. The term arrest is inappropriate here, so naturally, there can be no situation of resisting arrest. Second, I'm only 17 this year, still a minor. Federal law clearly stipulates that police may detain minors, during which the use of restraints such as handcuffs and electronic shackles is prohibited." "Kid, didn't expect you to know the law so well." Captain Lu grinned without warmth, casually holstering his pistol back into the belt pouch at his waist. The young officer flushed with embarrassment and hastily put away both the handcuffs and his service weapon. "A wise choice. 1 second later, and I would have cut your heads off." Two cops pointing guns at a minor for no reason, a court would rule it self-defense at worst. Ning Chuan released the knife handle, his expression icy. "Don't break the rules again. Next time, I might not be able to control my temper. These two individuals are connected to the Wei Consortium. We must instill fear in them and ensure they follow the procedures strictly. Otherwise, they might deliberately frame you." The two police officers exchanged glances, their expressions changing noticeably. Captain Lu snorted coldly and said, "Come with us to the station to assist with the investigation. The police car is downstairs. Lead the way." Ning Chuan didn't enter his home, instead stepping back into the elevator. 15 minutes later, the trio arrived at the police station in the old urban area. Qingshan City is divided into 9 districts and 4 counties, each with its own police station. Ning Chuan had last visited the headquarters of Qingshan City's police force, where the highest authority resided. "Hand over all items you're carrying on your person." Upon entering the police station, Captain Lu felt reassured and regained his authoritative demeanor, barking orders at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan took out his phone and said, as a federal citizen, I have the right to contact my private lawyer for bail before being detained. Federal law stipulates that suspects can apply for bail through a lawyer before being convicted. As long as the judge agrees and the corresponding bail amount is paid, they can leave the detention center. Go ahead and make the call. If you manage to get bail, I'll change my surname to yours. Captain Lu sneered contemptuously. Normally, it wouldn't be difficult for a minor committing theft for the first time to get bail, but he knew exactly who had orchestrated this youth's arrest. The Wei Consortium. No judge would dare sign a bail permit. Of course Ning Chuan didn't have a personal lawyer, that was just an excuse. Finding the contact information Lu Zhan had left behind, Ning Chuan sighed and tapped his phone screen to make the call. A promise obtained just yesterday. He had also considered whether to contact Gu Tianyu, but in the end, it was still rejected. The ones trying to deal with him weren't the two junior officers before him, it was the Wei Consortium. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief busy tone, the call connected. Ning Chuan skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Uncle Lu, I've been framed by the Wei Consortium. Right now I'm being held at the Anmin police station in the old district. I understand. A calm voice came through. He paused. Wait. The call was abruptly disconnected. Ning Chuan set down his phone. Team leader Lu glanced sideways and couldn't help but sneer mockingly. Uncle Lu? There isn't a single well-known criminal lawyer in Qingshan City with the surname Lu. Did you really think you had some connections? Team leader Lu didn't dwell on it further. He licked his lips, his eyes greedily fixed on the cloth bag in Ning Chuan's hand. Count the number of drink bottles and white papers in that bag carefully, don't miss anything. We wouldn't want our friend Ning here accusing us of breaking the rules. Team leader Lu turned his face to the young officer and said sternly. The young officer immediately caught on and nodded. Yes, sir. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to act like this. But who could blame them when this guy got targeted by the Wei Consortium? No chance he'd live to cause them trouble later. Ning Chuan viewed the scene coldly and remained silent. Now that Lu Zhan had promised to save him, he knew he'd be safe. Don't sulk in silence, look on the bright side, you might never get out in this lifetime anyway, and those worldly possessions are useless to you now. Captain Lu sneered mockingly as he led Ning Chuan toward the detention cell. Go in. Ning Chuan watched the gradually closing door, his eyes growing colder. Not because of Captain Lu. This guy wasn't even worth calling a knife. What truly enraged Ning Chuan were Wei Bohu and Wei Qiansa. The earlier ring threats had been bearable. At most, he'd get beaten up and suffer some injuries. But this time, they were clearly aiming to cripple him. Even if he surrendered his spot in the Mountain Sea Elite training camp, this father-son duo undoubtedly had backup plans waiting. They wouldn't let this go easily. Most importantly, he had never provoked them in the first place, just disagreeing with a forced purchase of 1 million. At this thought, Ning Chuan's anger gradually dissipated. Replacing it was a chilling murderous intent, surging violently like a blizzard in his heart. Given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate. Ning Chuan himself hadn't realized that after killing Zhao Weiping, he'd shed one shackle and grown more feral. Chapter 32, Terror lies hidden in the sheathed blade. Creak. With a teeth-grating scrape, Captain Lu pushed open the iron door of the detention cell. However, he did not step inside. Instead, wearing a servile and sycophantic smile, he said, Mr. Wei, young Master Wei, that boy is inside. Please, come in. Wei Bohu and Wei Qiansa entered the detention room one after the other. Captain Lu said respectfully, Mr. Wei, the room's surveillance has been temporarily disabled as per your instructions. Just send me a text when you're done with your inquiries, and I'll come to open the door for you. With those words, Captain Lu didn't wait for Wei Qiansa to respond before firmly shutting the door. Wei Bohu looked down at Ning Chuan with an arrogant expression, eagerly mocking. You were so talkative before, why so quiet now? Go on, say something to me. There's nothing worthwhile to say to two despicable people. Seated at the edge of the bed with posture as straight as a javelin, Ning Chuan spoke these words calmly, without raising his voice. The greatest terror lies in a sheathed blade concealing deadly intent. Calling me despicable? Wei Bohu let out a scornful laugh, then said menacingly, once you're in prison, you'll learn what true depravity means. Your delicate features will be quite the commodity behind bars. Bohu, you should be more polite to your classmates. Wei Qiansa scolded. With that, he pulled over a chair, sat down in front of Ning Chuan, and said with a smile, as long as you compensate Bao Hu with your spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Program, I won't pursue the matter of you stealing the 100 Beasts nutrient solution. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's lips as he sneered, Me? Stealing? I say you stole, then you stole. The truth doesn't matter here. Wei Qiansa's smile remained, though his voice took on a coercive edge as he said, which is why you're now detained by the police, facing a sentencing of at least 10 years in prison. Dad, there's no need to speak politely with him. Wei Bohu said coldly, glaring at Ning Chuan, you don't have the right to refuse. Disagree, and you die. The court may not sentence you to death, but you won't survive long in prison. Ning Chuan remained expressionless. Don't you people have any morals? Wei Qiansa smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. You're still too young to understand how this society works. For ordinary people, including you, morality is a cage of restraint, yet also a necessity, indispensable, hence your ordinariness. For those of our status, morality is but an ornament, worn at will whenever we wish to adorn ourselves. Creak! Suddenly, Captain Lu opened the door again. Wei Qiance's brows furrowed with displeasure as he snapped, "Don't you know to knock before entering?" Captain Lu trembled all over, unable to utter a word. He seemed to be bearing some immense pressure. "I don't know, never heard of it." A tall figure strode into the detention room, his sharp gaze flashing like lightning, radiating an overbearing aura. Luzhan, the top martial artist of Qingshan City. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Qiance's face. This visitor exceeded his expectations. Rising to his feet, he smiled and asked, "Master Lu, to what do we owe your visit?" Luzhan ignored him and turned to Ning Chuan, saying, "Let's go." Ning Chuan got up from the bed. Wei Qiance narrowed his eyes but didn't stop him, merely drawing out his tone as he said, "Captain Lu?" Officer Lu, Ning Chuan can't leave. He's currently suspected in a theft case. All the evidence points to him." Captain Lu blocked the doorway, clenching his teeth as he spoke. Yet his voice still trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror. Captain Lu was eaten up with regret. Had he known this involved a battlefield scenario, he'd rather die than get involved. Lu Zhen asked, "What did he steal?" "The 100 Beasts nutrient solution." Wei Qiance smiled faintly and said, "Bo Hu and I went to discuss a business deal with him, but the negotiations fell through. As he was leaving, he took 3 vials. Fortunately, I noticed quickly and called the police, so we recovered the stolen goods." Lu Zhen's voice was mocking. "He stole from under the nose of a 7th-rank martial artist like you? He's Bottager's classmate." "I trusted him too much and didn't stay alert." Wei Qiance casually laughed. Ning Chuan explained, "Uncle Lu, I didn't. It was Wei Qiance who offered it as a reward for me killing Zhao Weiping." Wei Bogus sneered mockingly, "How shameless of you. 3 bottles of beast nutrient worth over 500,000, why should I just give them to you for free? Clearly, you failed to negotiate the deal and couldn't accept the loss, so you stole my family's property out of spite. The 3 missing bottles were found on you by the police themselves. Instead of repenting, you're accusing me instead. Human nature is truly malicious." Wei Qiance shook his head inside, seemingly a little sorrowful. Ning Chuan gazed at the father and son pair, ceasing his arguments. His dark eyes were tranquil, as still as ancient well water, yet in the depths of his heart where none could see, murderous intent swelled like colossal waves in an angry sea. Lu Zhen glanced at Ning Chuan with a faint trace of surprise in his eyes and said, "Since you didn't steal anything, you'd better leave now." Director Lu, no matter how strong your personal abilities may be, or how powerful the Lu family's influence is, you cannot defy federal law. Wei Qiance said with a mocking tone. Whether it's corporate conglomerates or aristocratic families, they must all openly abide by federal regulations and follow the law. If they want to carry out shady dealings, they can only do so in secret, ensuring no evidence can be traced back to them. Just as he framed Ning Chuan, he also made sure Ning Chuan would receive the beast nutrient solution in advance. "Captain Lu, something terrible has happened." At that moment, the young officer who had been acting alongside Captain Lu came running over, panting heavily, and said, Ning Chuan's bail has been approved. The court has ordered his immediate release." Upon hearing this, Captain Lu's face turned deathly pale. Wei Qiance remained relatively composed. When he saw Lu Zhen personally intervening, he had already anticipated that Ning Chuan would be granted bail. All the plans he had arranged in advance would certainly be no match for Lu Zhen. Bail doesn't equate to innocence. You can't leave Qingshan City, we still have a long legal battle ahead. Wei Qiance smiled confidently, as though everything was still under his control. "Ning, just a few more days until the Mountain Sea Genius training camp begins. I've heard the rules there are extremely strict, being late is treated as forfeiture." Hearing this, Lu Zhen furrowed his brows. This matter is not easy to resolve, it's an open and above-board scheme. Wei Qiance was truly prepared to drag this out. He could even prolong the lawsuit right up until the end of the college entrance exams if necessary. Ning Chuan, take these days to ponder carefully. Bo Hu's initial offer still stands. Moreover, we'll drop any charges regarding the theft incident. I trust you'll make the right choice. Wei Qiance said confidently with a knowing smile. Then, leading the Weibo tiger, he strode away. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, withdrew his gaze, and said to Lu Zhen, "Uncle Lu, please wait a little longer. All my belongings were confiscated, and I need to retrieve them." Lu Zhen nodded. "I'll wait for you at the entrance. Young Master Ning, let me escort you. This way, please." Captain Lu quickly stepped aside, his face breaking into an ingratiating smile. Several minutes later, detention room. Captain Lu held out the cloth bag with both hands reverently to Ning Chuan. "Please count it." Ning Chuan flipped through it briefly, nothing was missing, but said, "Half is gone." Captain Lu and the young officer instantly broke out in a cold sweat. They'd tallied the contents of that cloth bag, items worth 2 to 3 million. There was no way they could afford to compensate for this. unless they sold organs on the black market. Crack! Captain Lu promptly slapped himself across the face. He clenched his fist with such force that 5 crimson finger marks instantly appeared on his palm. Then, he bowed deeply and pleaded, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have run my mouth. Please spare me." Several nearby co-workers heard the commotion and turned to look. Team leader Lu caught sight of them in his peripheral vision, his face burning with shame, yet he still didn't straighten up. The kind of person who could make Lu Zhan intervene personally was someone he couldn't afford to offend. The Wei Consortium might toss him some money on ordinary days, but they certainly wouldn't defy Lu Zhan for his sake. Ning Chuan glanced at Captain Lu dismissively before checking his phone without responding. The recording was still there. Ning Chuan quietly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. During the time in the detention room, the reason he didn't use the recording to rebut the Wei father and son was because he feared they might secretly contact the police to destroy the phone. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to strike a cruel blow from the shadows. "You said if I got bail successfully, I'd change my surname. Well, go ahead and change it." After leaving Captain Lu hanging for a while, Ning Chuan turned and walked away. This guy hadn't actually done much to him beyond some verbal sparring. A beating would be lesson enough. "Yes, I'll take leave immediately and go to the Civil Affairs Department." Chapter 33 You owe me a favor. I'll take you on a trip to the Wei family. Police headquarters, main entrance. Ning Chuan saw Lu Manhwa had arrived too. Her injuries hadn't fully healed yet. She had been severely wounded by Zhao Weiping initially, and even healing-type ability users couldn't instantly cure her. Now she was sitting in an electric wheelchair, whispering with Lu Zhan. "Manhwa, Uncle Lu," Ning Chuan called out. Lu Manhwa spoke first and said helplessly, "My dad contacted the best law firm in the Donglin Administrative District for you. Winning the lawsuit won't be a problem. However, neither of you has conclusive evidence, so the lawsuit is likely to drag on for quite some time. The Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp might be cancelled, I'm afraid. I have proof." Ning Chuan took out his phone and played the recording. Lu Manhwa's pretty face turned pale with anger as she listened. That father and son pair are utterly shameless, brazenly twisting the truth. After a pause, Lu Manhwa added, "But the good news is, with this recording, we can win the lawsuit immediately. Since we have this recording, I suggest we don't pursue legal action." Lu Zhan slightly pondered before calmly stating. Lu Manhwa was puzzled and asked, "Why? We could totally sue them for libel." Ning Chuan also turned to look at Lu Zhan. "Libel? This doesn't even constitute a crime anymore." Lu Zhan shook his head and said, "Even without Wei Qiansa speaking up, others would step forward to take responsibility for him, like those 2 policemen, or some overlooked member of the Wei family. Wei Qiansa had too many options. Then there's nothing we can do about them." Lu Manhwa frowned slightly with displeasure. Ning Chuan also felt unwilling in his heart. However, he understood clearly that whether in terms of strength or status, he was still far inferior to Wei Qiansa. "Lu Manhwa, don't be angry. Listen to Uncle Lu." Ning Chuan took a deep breath and spoke. He spread his fingers and grasped the hilt of Silverblood. "Not now, but only for now. Don't lose heart. Just because I said we won't go to court doesn't mean we can't deal with Wei Qiansa," Lu Zhan said calmly. He looked at Ning Chuan. "I'll give you 2 choices. You decide for yourself. First option." Lu Zhan raised a finger with an imposing aura and declared, "You're calling in the favor I owe you. I'll personally step in and remove Wei Qiansa from the Wei Consortium's board of directors. Or even kill him if necessary." Ning Chuan was momentarily stunned. "I thought you'd used up that favor by getting me released. Was the favor I exchanged with my life so cheap, so worthless that it only buys a bail?" Lu Manhwa rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't familiar with Ning Chuan, she would have kicked him right then and there. The illustrious life of the Lu family's young mistress. Lu Zhan was also at a loss for words. Ning Chuan gave an awkward chuckle and quickly changed the subject. "Uncle Lu, what about the second option?" Lu Zhan straightened up and said solemnly, "I'll take you to the Wei family for a visit. Someone like Wei Qiansa cares about reputation. The recording on your phone is enough to make him drop the charges and even compensate you." This choice led to a much better outcome for Wei Qiansa. At the same time, Ning Chuan could also gain some benefits. As for Lu Zhanyan, the difficulty was significantly less than the first option. Ning Chuan noticed the key point and asked, "Uncle Lu, you didn't mention calling in favors. This doesn't require owing me a favor." Lu Zhan shook his head and said softly, "Rather, you owe me a favor." Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Why?" He knew that the talent he had shown was quite remarkable. But, it's far from enough to move a peak-level knight. Talent merely indicates the potential for future strength. A peak-level knight represents true power. Lu Zhan regained some vigor, sizing up Ning Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze as he remarked, "Earlier when you looked at the Wei father and son, your heart burned with killing intent like raging fire, yet your eyes remained calm as ice water. Anyone who can get this far is worth owing me a favor. You can sense my killing intent?" Ning Chuan was convinced he'd hidden it well. Neither his movements nor his expression had given anything away. Lu Zhan replied with a faint smile, close enough. Hearing this, Ning Xuan was shocked in his heart. What is killing intent? The desire to kill someone. In other words, it's just thoughts in one's heart. You can even detect this. Could this possibly represent mind reading? Knight-level powerhouses, terrifying to such an extent? Don't think about it. When you become a peak knight, you'll understand naturally. Lu Zhan waved his hand and said, go ahead, speak your choice. Ning Xuan fell into contemplation. Soon, he made a decision and said solemnly, Uncle Lu, I choose the second option. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and quipped, because of the beast nutrient solution? Ning Xuan couldn't help but blush. It was all because of greed taking Wei Qiance's beast nourishment elixir that he fell into the trap. No. Taking a deep breath, Ning Xuan said solemnly, I'm confident that one day, I alone will make them pay for what happened today. And that day won't be too far away. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Xuan and laughed, so confident? The Wei family has a knight after all. Though everything below the eyebrows has already stepped into the grave, a knight is still a knight, no ordinary ninth-rank warrior stands a chance. It's nothing. Ning Xuan shook his head confidently and said, if I can't win, Uncle Lu, don't you still owe me a favor? Lu Zhan. Even as a peak-tier knight, he suddenly felt an unmistakable twinge in his back. Isn't this nesting doll situation going too far? Ha ha ha. Lu Manhwa couldn't help but clutch her stomach from laughing so hard. Ouch, my chest hurts so much I think I've laughed some ribs loose. Lu Zhan darkened his face. Go back and recover properly. I'll take Ning Xuan to the Wei family. Right now? Ning Xuan asked curiously. Shouldn't we prepare first? Lu Zhan said, for the Wei family, what's there to prepare for? Ning Xuan glanced at him. Such Versailles-level skill, I bow in defeat. Wei conglomerate, headquarters building, top floor. Beyond the spotless floor-to-ceiling windows, wisps of white clouds danced, refracting rainbow-hued light. Wei Bohu, however, had no mood to appreciate such beauty. Anxiously, he said, Lu Zhan personally stepped in to vouch for someone. Could the mountain and sea elite training camp fall through? Don't worry. Wei Qianci spoke with calm confidence. The lawsuit isn't about winning or losing, it's about time. As long as we drag it out, Ning Xuan will have no choice but to give in. Otherwise, he'll get nothing at all. Wei Bohu's uneasiness remained unabated as he asked, but what if the Lu family forces you to back down? Securing a spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp was a private scheme between him and his father. The Wei consortium wouldn't confront the Lu family over this matter. Upon hearing this, Wei Qiance's eyes flickered momentarily before he chuckled and said, within the Federation, open confrontations must follow the rules. Even if the Lu family wants to force me to yield, they'll have to pay a considerable price. Ning Xuan isn't from the Lu family, there's no way the Lus would go this far for him. For Lu Zhan to personally show up for his bail release was already pushing the limit. Hearing this, Wei Bohu felt considerably reassured. Is 1 million maybe too small an amount? After some thought, Wei Bohu voiced his concern again. Ning Xuan might be prepared for mutual destruction. Perhaps he'd rather give up his spot at the mountain and sea elite training camp than sell it to me. Wei Qianci looked at his son and sighed. He really doesn't seem like my own flesh and blood. You're the heir of a financial conglomerate, while he's just an ordinary person. Even if Lu Zhan can protect him for now, how long can that last? Threaten him tomorrow at school, he won't dare not compromise. Wei Qianci said coldly. I think he dares. A cold voice spoke clearly into both their ears. Boom! The next moment, the tightly shut alloy door was violently kicked open, bursting apart into flying shards. The alarm bell was ringing wildly. A tall figure strode forward with hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by a handsome young man, appearing one after another, making a domineering entrance. Chapter 34, even if you use every means at your disposal, could you harm a single hair on my head? Wei Qianci gazed at the two unexpected guests who had suddenly barged in, his eyes darkening with a flicker of shadow. The relationship between Lu Zhan and Ning Xuan was even better than he had speculated. President, we couldn't stop them. A group of black-suited bodyguards arrived, panting heavily. You don't need to worry about this matter. Go on ahead and deactivate the alarm. Yes. The alarm ceased within moments. Wei Qianci glared coldly, his tone edged with accusation as he demanded, Director Lu, breaking into the Wei Consortium headquarters and kicking down our door, you owe us an explanation. As a peak knight, he knew confronting even one alone was beyond his strength. I must move out of the Wei Consortium. This is the explanation. Without wasting words, Lu Zhan directly instructed Ning Xuan to play the recording. Wei Qianci, what do you think would happen if this recording were to be made public? Lu Zhan chuckled lightly. Opposite him, Wei Bohu's expression changed drastically as he snapped, this recording is clearly fake. Ning Xuan fabricated this evidence deliberately to escape guilt. Lu Zhan shot him a glance, his eyes icy, and said, Wei Bohu immediately trembled like a sieve, his voice quivering as he said, I didn't mean that. Then you're trying to frame me? Lu Zhan sneered coldly. Wei Bohu's trembling intensified, his body drenched in sweat, unable to utter a single word. Wei Qianzi swiftly stepped diagonally forward, shielding his son behind him as he addressed Lu Zhan. The child spoke out of turn without understanding the gravity of his words. I apologize on his behalf. With those words, Wei Qianzi turned his gaze toward Ning Chuan, his eyes shadowed with malice, and said, I truly underestimated you, quite cunning indeed. As for the recording incident, I, Wei Qianzi, concede defeat. State your demands. If Ning Chuan were alone, he had countless ways to turn this recording into fabricated evidence. But with Lu Zhan stepping forward, he had no choice but to admit it. Ning Chuan lowered his gaze, staring at the ground as he said calmly, this matter is entirely under Uncle Lu's authority. How cunning! Wei Qianzi cursed under his breath. Compared to Ning Chuan, negotiating with Lu Zhan was clearly much harder. Director Lu? Drop the theft charges, Lu Zhan said. I agree, delete the recording. Don't celebrate too soon. False accusations don't require compensation? Hearing this, Wei Qianzi narrowed his eyes and said, I'll have the police return those 3 beast nutrition solutions to Ning Chuan as compensation. Lu Zhan sneered, since this recording is so worthless, why don't we spread it around then? Wait. Wei Qianzi's face darkened. The content in the recording would severely damage his reputation. Although people in the top circles of Qingshan City all knew he wasn't a good person, reputation served as a fig leaf, something one simply couldn't do without. Moreover, being outsmarted by a high school student isn't exactly a glorious thing. If word got out, he'd almost certainly become the laughingstock of the season. Those within the consortium eyeing the chairman's position would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to challenge his competence. One wrong move, and he might even lose his position altogether. Thinking of this, Wei Qianzi said coldly, how much do you want? Lu Zhan replied indifferently, in the recording, you said you were willing to pay 20 million to buy a spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. In that case, compensate with 20 million. Ning Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Lu truly dared to ask for such a sum. 20 million is impossible. I'm compensating a high school student, not some knight like you. The board would never approve such an amount, Wei Qianzi said with a dark expression. That's your problem, not mine. Lu Zhan casually clasped his hands behind his back and said, you have half an hour. If 20 million isn't in my account by then, this recording will spread throughout Green Hill City. Wei Qianzi clenched his teeth and growled angrily, Lu Zhan, this is blackmail. My office has surveillance cameras, don't push me too far. Oh? Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, that's right, I'm blackmailing you. And I'm not even using the Lu family's influence. It's just me blackmailing you single-handedly. So what? What can you do about it? I'll give you half an hour, do whatever you want. Take legal action, pull strings, call hitmen, whatever suits you. See if you can stop Lu Zhan. You? Wei Qianzi pointed at Lu Zhan, his face dark with anger, unable to speak. Ning Chuan lifted his head, a storm brewing in his eyes. Wei Qianzi, the chairman of a financial consortium, is a top-tier figure in Qingshan City. A single sentence from him nearly landed him in prison. Yet such a man now appears somewhat powerless before Lu Zhan. A certain degree of strength brings a certain degree of power. Absolute strength equals absolute power. The ambition called becoming stronger ignited like a spark, rising from the depths of the young man's heart. For the first time, Ning Chuan truly wanted to become stronger of his own volition. Previously, although Ning Chuan had trained diligently, his motivations had always been different. He had wanted to get into a prestigious university. I want to beat Jiang Wenxi to a pulp. I want revenge, and so on. Becoming stronger is merely Ning Chuan's means to achieve his goals. From now on, that is his aim. 20 million is enough to hire assassins to kill multiple martial artists. Is this the compensation you want, Ning Chuan? Wei Qianzi's threatening words snapped Ning Chuan back to reality. No. Ning Chuan shook his head. Lu Zhan remained silent, but his expression visibly tensed. Wei Qianzi flashed a smug smile. Just a high school kid. You'd really choose money over your life? The next moment, Wei Qianzi's smiling face froze. Lu Zhan, however, curled up the corners of his mouth. Ning Chuan said solemnly, what I want is 20 million after tax. The compensation payment shouldn't require me to pay the taxes myself, right? The federal income tax rate isn't low. 20 million, with at least 7 or 8 million in taxes to pay. Ning Chuan had no intention of losing such a huge sum of money for nothing. Heh, quite the appetite, hope you don't choke on it. Wei Qianzi's voice was dripping with malice. Lu Zhan glanced at him and said, you can go after Ning Chuan. Among the younger generation in the Wei Corporation, anyone from Ning Chuan's age group can take action against him, even crippling him is fine. I won't intervene. But if Ning Chuan dies under mysterious circumstances, you'd better be prepared to join him in the grave. Lu Zhan delivered this line just as calmly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. There wasn't even the slightest release of killing intent. Yet Wei Qianzi felt an icy chill down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he declared forcefully, I'm no ordinary citizen. I oversee the Wei Consortium and am a 7th-rank martial artist. Killing someone like me would still get you the death penalty. Lu Zhan couldn't be bothered to argue. Gazing at the clouds outside the window, he said, "You've got 27 minutes left to contact that half-dead old fossil of yours. Ask him whether a night killing a 7th-rank martial artist can be done flawlessly without getting arrested by the Federation." The words fell silent. Wei Qiance's expression instantly darkened as he cut straight to the point. "Bank account number. Don't forget to pay my taxes for me." Ning Chuan gave out the account number and then reminded. Several minutes later. Ning Chuan's phone vibrated as he received a bank notification. 20 million had been deposited. "If there's nothing else, you two can leave now," Wei Qiance said with a darkened expression. This substantial compensation didn't come from the consortium's accounts, it was drawn from his personal assets. For him, this was equivalent to a major financial hemorrhage. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before walking up to Wei Bohu and sneering, "You worthless trash who can't recognize generosity. You hesitated to pay 20 million for it, yet here you are giving it to me anyway, for free, without even needing the Mountain Sea Elite training camp spot." Wei Bohu's face immediately flushed crimson, but Lu Zhan was right next to him, so he didn't dare speak. "Don't be afraid. Uncle Lu said you could handle me. Haven't you been thinking about next Monday's monthly exam for a long time?" Ning Chuan patted Wei Bohu on the cheek and turned to leave. A trace of chilling intent flashed in those pitch-black eyes. "Since we can't touch Wei Qiance yet, let's start by collecting some interest." Chapter 35, 3000 Wind Shadows, the Bloodwind General. Exiting the building, Lu Zhan asked Ning Chuan, "What are your thoughts about what just happened?" Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "The power brought by wealth and status comes with too many constraints. There are countless things one must avoid. But with martial prowess, the authority derived from it allows one to act uninhibitedly, free from all restrictions." Well said. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan with satisfaction, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "A divine general, when walking alone, remains a divine general. The federal president, standing alone, is nothing but an ant." Uncle Lu. Ning Chuan raised his hand weakly and reminded, "One of the requirements to run for federal president is being an ant. If you say the president is an ant, then you." Lu Zhan's lips twitched slightly. "Just grasp the spirit of it, don't probe too deeply. This child has both excellent temperament and talent. Too bad he's got that extra mouth. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Then this money," Ning Chuan called out to Lu Zhan. If the compensation were only 1 or 2 million, he wouldn't hesitate to accept it outright. But 20 million, that was too much. Lu Zhan waved his hand. "Keep it for yourself, it's just small change." Uncle Lu, I wasn't planning to give it to you." Ning Chuan smiled in feigned surprise. "Actually, I wanted to ask if you have connections to buy beast nutrition fluid at cost price." Manhwa said the Lu family purchases beast nutrition fluid for just 150,000 per vial, much cheaper than online prices. Lu Zhan stumbled slightly, his figure vanishing in an instant. "Give the money to Manhwa, she'll buy it for you." Lu Zhan's voice carried from a distance. Ning Chuan bowed slightly with a smile and said, "Uncle Lu, thank you. One beast nutrient solution saves 30,000, which is no small amount." Then, the smile faded from Ning Chuan's face as he began seriously considering the 20 million that had just come into his possession. Without a doubt, this was a massive fortune. In a place like Green Mountain City, it was more than enough to live a wealthy life to the end of one's days. However, Ning Chuan currently harbored no such thoughts. He became aware of one thing. With 20 million as foundation capital, the Federation's top-ranked Star River University might not be entirely out of his reach. In that case, 15 million to purchase 100 bottles of 100 Beasts nutrient solution. The remaining 5 million, plus the earnings from killing Zhao Weiping, will be enough to purchase a top-tier A-grade breathing technique. Ning Chuan made his decision with determined eyes. This allocation wasn't cost-effective, but it would allow his strength to improve at the fastest possible rate. There are less than 3 months left before the college entrance exams. He would do everything possible to improve his abilities. After all, even certified martial artists could fail to get into Star River University. Without lingering where he was, Ning Chuan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Qingshan City Police Headquarters. His wind step technique had reached perfection. It was time to collect his new martial arts technique from Gu Tianyu. Police Headquarters. Having killed Zhao Weiping, many officers recognized Ning Chuan. After explaining his purpose, he was immediately escorted to Gu Tianyu's office. "Don't stand on ceremony, take any seat you like." Gu Tianyu, seated behind an expansive desk, smiled as Ning Chuan entered. "In a while, go to the finance department to collect your 1 million yuan bonus. Originally, I planned to have you come over in a few days when the investigator from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp arrives, saving you an extra trip." "Investigator?" Ning Chuan was somewhat curious and asked, "Is this to test whether I qualify?" Gu Tianyu shook his head. "Not exactly. It's just to collect your personal information, such as the martial arts you practice, your current cultivation level, what weapons you're skilled in, and so on. The most remarkable aspect of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is that it enrolls students first, then recruits instructors. Based on each student's characteristics, the most suitable instructors from the entire Donglin administrative region are selected. If it weren't for the government backing us from behind the scenes, this would have been impossible to achieve, Gu Tianyu explained. It's truly impressive. Ning Chuan nodded in admiration, then after a moment, said solemnly, Director Gu, there's no need to be so formal. Gu Tianyu cut him off with a smile, you're Manhwa's friend and you saved her life. Just call me Uncle Gu like she does. Actually, there was one more thing he didn't mention. Ning Chuan's talent was also an important factor. Alright, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't refuse such kindness, grinning as he said, about that martial art technique you promised me, shouldn't you let me learn it now? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have taught you anyway. Gu Tianyu smiled warmly. After a pause, he asked with a hint of probing, do you have any understanding of creating martial arts techniques? Not much. Ning Chuan answered truthfully, all I know is that martial arts techniques are manifestations of their creator's profound martial enlightenment. So only knights and divine generals possess the capability to create martial arts techniques. Even the most basic E-grade martial arts. Your grasp of theoretical knowledge is quite good. Gu Tianyu nodded with a smile and asked, what do you think of the Gale Step martial art? Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before replying, extremely impressive. Even some E-grade movement techniques created by divine generals can't compare. This definitely wasn't him deliberately trying to curry favor. The Gale Step movement technique was easy to master and quite effective, which was why countless people within the Federation practiced it. When the Martial Alliance selected its 100 fundamental martial arts techniques, Gale Step made the list. This clearly shows, Uncle Gu, just how talented you are. Without a doubt, there'll be a place for you among the Federation's future divine generals. Ning Chuan grinned. These words carried a somewhat flattering tone. The Donglin administrative region, with a population of hundreds of millions, has only produced a handful of divine generals, so few you could count them on one hand. Gu Tianyu shook his head and let out a wry chuckle. Don't flatter me, he said. I know my own talent well enough, I could never create martial arts of that caliber. With that, Gu Tianyu began to explain everything to Ning Chuan. The martial art of Gale Step indeed originated from him, but it was not his original work. Gu Tianyu modified this agility technique based on the prototype created during his university years by his mentor, the Crimson Storm General. After listening attentively, Ning Chuan said sincerely, the ability to modify martial arts is itself a form of mastery. The difference it makes is as vast as heaven and earth. Gu Tianyu seemed to recall something, and an uncontrollable look of regret surfaced in his eyes. After a long pause, Gu Tianyu finally regained his composure and declared solemnly, the martial art I wish to impart to you is none other than the Windblood General's movement technique, 3000 Wind Shadows. Ning Chuan's heart immediately began pounding like a drum. 3000 Wind Shadows. Just hearing the name made it clear this wasn't in the same league as Swift Wind Steps, it had to be at least A rank. After all, while there were no strict rules for naming martial techniques, every creator still had their pride and discretion. An E-level martial art would definitely not be called something like the Supreme Heaven Earth 4 Seas 8 Wild Starry Sky Unrivaled technique. Most importantly, his Swift Wind Step had already reached perfection. Although its progress was still increasing, there was no substantial improvement left, making a powerful movement technique just what he needed. An S-level movement technique? Ning Chuan inquired tentatively. Apart from breathing techniques, other martial arts at the S-level have relatively looser management. Exactly. Gu Tianyu unfolded his palm, revealing a cyan martial seal as he declared, moreover, it's the most outstanding movement technique among all S-level martial arts. Naturally, its cultivation difficulty is also among the most formidable. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up as he completely ignored the latter half of Gu Tianyu's words, eagerly extending both hands, Uncle Gu, to be frank with you, the one thing I fear least in this world is the difficulty of martial cultivation. The higher the rank, the harder the better. Gu Tianyu assumed Ning Chuan was simply excited by the prospect and chuckled wryly before handing over the green martial imprint. You may receive the inheritance here. I'll instruct my subordinates not to disturb you for now. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Chapter 36, Martial Absorption, Instant Breakthrough. Huff. Ning Chuan took several deep breaths to calm himself, then pressed the cyan martial seal against his forehead. A flood of information about the Wind Shadow 3000 technique rapidly poured into his mind. About 10 minutes later, the martial technique finished imprinting. Ning Chuan glanced at the system interface. Phantom Wind Trilogy had appeared in the last column with 0 progress currently displayed, making its cultivation speed indeterminate yet. However, Ning Chuan could roughly speculate about it. The most challenging B-tier martial skill, Lightning Flash Strike, typically progressed about 4 percentage points per day at the foundational realm. As a top-tier S-rank martial skill, Phantom Wind Steps might not even gain 1 percentage point daily. However, with his martial realm now elevated, the cultivation speed of his martial skills should naturally increase. Yet before the college entrance exams, a breakthrough seems unlikely. Uncle Gu, returning the martial seal to you. Ningchuan smiled as he raised his hand, only to hear a series of chimes echo in his mind. Swift shadows of the wind detected similarities with insights from Gale Step and began assimilating them, dramatically increasing cultivation speed. Progress increased by 30%. Progress increased by 30%. Swift shadows of the wind has accumulated sufficient comprehension, gaining new insights, advancing to the skilled realm. Progress continues to improve. 3,000 wind shadows fully absorbed, cultivation speed returns to normal. Wave after wave of enlightenment left Ningchuan feeling slightly dazed. Upon regaining his senses, he immediately summoned the system interface. Strength, Awakening Stage 6. Frenzied Bull Force, Delicate Mastery, Progress 15%. Gale Step Technique, Flawless, Progress 7%. Lightning Flash Strike, Flawless, Progress 1%. Bone Slaughtering Technique, Proficient, Progress 25%. Indestructible Body, Third Layer, Progress 28%. 3,000 Wind Shadows, Proficient, Progress 21%. As Ningchuan examined the last entry, the corners of his mouth curled upward. It came without the slightest effort. Just moments ago, I was worried that Shadow Steps couldn't make a breakthrough before the college entrance exams, yet in the blink of an eye, it's already advanced to level 2 mastery. Most importantly, since Shadow Steps can absorb insights from Fleetfoot, then, presumably other martial arts could also experience rapid progress by drawing insights from similar types of martial arts. I should pay attention to this characteristic when selecting martial arts in the future. Ningchuan silently noted to himself. Xiaoning, are you okay? Gu Tianyu noticed Ningchuan alternating between staring blankly and grinning foolishly, which made him slightly concerned. Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly had an epiphany about a martial arts concept and got momentarily lost in thought. Ningchuan casually laughed while handing back the martial seal. Gu Tianyu nodded without further questions and remarked, Windshadow 3000 and Swift Wind Step share some fundamental similarities at their core. Your Swift Wind Step has reached perfection, so mastering the Phantom Wind Shadows 3000 shouldn't be too difficult for you. As long as you're willing to put in the hard work, there's still a good chance you can grasp the foundational level to a passing standard before the college entrance exams arrive. Ningchuan blinked and said, then I'll try my best? He could only do his best. For martial arts prowess to regress, there's only one possibility. An injured brain turning one into an idiot, losing all corresponding insights. As the police chief, Gu Tianyu possessed sharp perceptiveness and could naturally detect Ningchuan's insincerity. After some thought, he said, let me share some information with you. Phantom Steps of the Wind is a masterpiece of the Bloodwind General, encompassing not just the awakening stage but even higher-level inheritances. Even that peak knight Lu Zhan covets it intensely. But only students of Galaxy University are qualified to learn these secrets. Uncle Gu, thank you for the reminder. Ningchuan understood Gu Tianyu's words came from kindness. Bowing slightly, he replied earnestly, I can't promise I'll definitely get into Galaxy University, but I can pledge to try my absolute hardest. Good answer, and this time you're speaking truthfully. Go now. Gu Tianyu smiled. Goodbye, Uncle Gu. Ningchuan pushed the door open to leave, stopping by the finance department on his way out to collect the 1 million yuan bonus. The next day, Friday, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Ningchuan awoke in the bathtub. A quick glance revealed the water had turned clear, with 2 exhausted herbal packets floating on the surface. After reaching the 3rd level of his iron body cultivation, he could now absorb 2 medicinal packs in a single night. That's 90,000 yuan gone, just like that. With the daily consumption of beast nutrient solution included, daily expenses were approaching 300,000 yuan. Even with assets exceeding 20 million, Ningchuan still felt a twinge of pain. Money was truly being spent like flowing water. Expensive as it may be, you get what you pay for. The more you consume, the faster your strength grows. Ningchuan calmed his thoughts and checked his injuries. Even the scars were nearly invisible. He got up, changed into a clean school uniform, tidied up briefly, and then headed out. 10 minutes later. Qingshan No. 1 High School. As soon as Ningchuan entered the school gates, his eyes were drawn to a bright red banner suspended high above, bearing the words, Warm congratulations to our senior student Ningchuan for fearlessly slaying the Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping. The font was gilded, enlarged and bolded, strikingly eye-catching. Students on the road immediately stopped to gaze at Ningchuan, discussing him excitedly amongst themselves. Many students even secretly took out their phones to snap pictures. Some bold girls took the initiative to step forward and hand him pink love letters, their cheeks flushing with a lovely blush. Carrying a thick stack of love letters, Ningchuan realized he had underestimated his popularity at school. Unlike the last time he killed a thunderbird, that was just an ordinary beast. This time, what he had killed was a notorious Tianwu spy, a certified martial artist, responsible for multiple murders, especially since many reporters, chasing the heat, deliberately omitted Zhao Weiping's injuries. 17-year-old teenager bravely intervenes, decapitates third-grade martial artist with a single slash. Blade kills Tianwu spy, sword points at Star River University. High school student awakens to kill martial artist, potential future god general. The content reported by those journalists was mostly like that. How could the hype not be overwhelming? Throughout the morning, Ning Chuan was treated like an endangered species. Between classes, the doors and windows of the classroom were constantly crowded with students peering in, wave after wave. Fortunately, except for the girls delivering love letters, no one actively disturbed him. School was over at noon. Ning Chuan didn't dare to go to the cafeteria for lunch. He stayed in the classroom, casually drank some water, then took out his phone to check the information on the A-grade breathing technique. He had already asked Su Yun, and there was no exception to be made for inheriting multiple martial arts techniques. This was an ironclad rule set by the Education Bureau. After all, the value of martial arts is too high. If schools were given too much autonomy, it would inevitably lead to embezzlement. Ning Chuan felt somewhat regretful about this, but didn't dwell on it too much. The breathing technique he most needed to iterate was already within his financial reach, an A-grade technique, no less, which surpassed the school's authority. Rank is important, but type shouldn't be underestimated either. After careful consideration, Ning Chuan had a general direction for the new breathing technique. It should excel in explosive power. This type of breathing technique, when combined with lightning flash and 3,000 wind shadows, could bring the characteristic of speed to its fullest potential. As for stamina, so what if it's lacking a bit? The flaw cannot obscure the jade's beauty. As long as the offense is fast enough, you can deny your opponent even 15 attempts, let alone drag him into a protracted battle. Why weren't you in class this morning? Hearing footsteps ahead, Ning Chuan looked up and saw his friend Guo Rinyu. Where were you this morning? He casually asked. It's a long story. Guo Rinyu leaned against the desk and slowly lowered himself to sit. The moment his bottom touched the chair, he sprang back up with a yelp. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Seeing this, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing through them as he said, You got beaten up? Who did this? He feared that Guo Rinyu might have suffered undeserved calamity because of him. Mahai, Zhang Wenxi, Wei Bovu, and others all had conflicts with him. My dad beat me up. Guo Rinyu took off his school uniform, placed it on the chair, and cautiously sat down, saying, Actually, I got beaten up because of you. The sharp chill in Ning Chuan's heart faded slightly as he responded in surprise. What does this have to do with me? Do you remember how I almost got killed by Lei Kei at the 100-day pledge rally because I was sneaking snacks? Yeah, I saved your life. I kept that incident hidden and didn't dare tell my parents. But after you killed that Sky Marshal spy, news about you was all over the television. The footage of you saving me was broadcast too. Guo Ringyu's face twisted with grief and indignation as he said, Then my dad saw it, didn't even ask a single question, just grabbed his belt and gave me a beating. Ha ha. Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Guo just spanked you, but you got off easy. And you're still laughing. Guo Rinyu gave Ning Chuan a resentful look, his gaze accidentally sweeping across the phone screen before he asked, Are you switching breathing techniques? Right, I made some money from slaying Zhao Weiping. Then don't rush to place your order yet. Come home with me after school, my dad wants to invite you to dinner. What? Is Uncle Guo giving me an A-grade breathing technique? Ning Chuan joked. Guo Rinyu neither confirmed nor denied it. He cleared his throat awkwardly and abruptly changed the subject, saying, Just come home with me after school. You'll find out then. Sounds good. Ning Chuan said with a smile, not giving it much thought. He had met Guo's parents a few times. They ran a small business, had some money, but were merely middle class. In terms of wealth, they were far less affluent than he was now. Chapter 37, No rank unless you insist on one, then let's say the best in the world. Evening, at the Guo residence. Mr. Guo, middle-aged with a slightly portly figure, carried himself with a gentle demeanor, likely cultivated through years of doing business. Had Guo Rinyu not dared to conceal even a near-death incident, he wouldn't have resorted to physical discipline. Xiaoning, Rinyu, come with me to the study for a chat. After dinner, Father Guo stood up. Okay. Ning Chuan knew the main event was coming, though he wasn't particularly hopeful. Second floor, study. Father Guo looked at Ning Chuan, sighed, and said, You saved Rinyu's life. Originally Uncle Guo intended to sponsor your university expenses. But seeing that you could even kill Zhao Weiping, I knew you didn't need old Guo's little money. It's nothing. Ning Chuan smiled, Ran, you and I are good friends. Saving him is only natural. Father Guo shook his head solemnly. A life-saving grace can't be forgotten. There's not much old Guo can give you, just some breathing techniques passed down from ancestors that might be worth something. Ran, you mentioned you were looking to change your breathing techniques. As he spoke, Father Guo stood up, locked the door from the inside, then walked to the window and drew the curtains tightly shut. After completing these actions, Father Guo walked to a bookshelf and positioned his eye against a small aperture. Iris match confirmed. A mechanical voice announced coldly as the bookshelf trembled momentarily before splitting open down the middle to reveal a concealed safe. Seeing this posture, Ning Chuan exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Guo, you don't really have an A-grade breathing technique, do you? The classification from E grade to S grade was only established after the Federation was formed. This breathing technique passed down from my ancestors far predates the Federation's history. Father Gui turned around with solemn expression, holding a wooden box carefully in both hands, its interior lined with soft cotton cloth. At its center lay a golden jade token with intricate patterns, through which faint golden light flowed along the grooves so dim it seemed on the verge of vanishing at any moment. Ancient martial seal. Ning Chuan focused his gaze and recognized the golden jade tablet. As for which era before the Federation it belonged to, that was beyond his knowledge. Father Gua picked up the golden martial seal, rubbed it twice, and explained, this breathing technique is called the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, quite renowned in bygone years. Ning Chuan asked curiously, Uncle Gua, roughly equivalent to what level? There is no level. If I must categorize it, it'd be number 1 in the entire Federation today, Uncle Gua said solemnly. Ning Chuan blinked. It wasn't that he didn't trust Uncle Gua's words, it was just too unbelievable. This was practically like walking down the street when a group of divine generals suddenly appeared, knelt before him, and shouted, "Welcome back, Dragon King." Ning Chuan, my father didn't lie to you. Guo Ringyu quickly added, don't be fooled by my family's current middle-class status. Before the Federation era, we were the royal family of the mightiest empire of that time. It's just that tall trees catch much wind. Our kingdom was destroyed by Tianwu realm during the Twin Martial Planets War. Otherwise, I'd at least be a prince by now. Guo Ringyu smacked his lips, seemingly fantasizing about the wonderful days of being a prince. Get to the point. Old Gui chided irritably. He. Grinning broadly, Guo Ringyu continued, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was a secret imperial legacy back then, revered as the supreme foundational martial art. Only a handful of talented princes from each generation are qualified to practice cultivation. Mr. Gui added to Ning Chuan, I know that after the Federation was established, martial arts abandoned class distinctions and experienced explosive growth. Powerful martial techniques emerged endlessly, surpassing many ancient martial arts. But the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is different. It wasn't created by royalty, but was desperately retrieved from prehistoric ruins by a divine royal general. According to him, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture far surpasses any martial insights of divine generals. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan was 80% convinced. The Guo father and son truly had no reason to deceive him. Ning Chuan's gaze once again fell upon the golden martial seal. This time, his eyes burned with intensity. The supreme martial art of the entire Federation. Seeing this, Guo's father made no pretense and directly handed it to Ning Chuan. Xiao Ning, whether it's the Gui royal dynasty or the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, they both involve too much. Although the Federation has laws, they can't stop the wickedness in people's hearts. Just keep these matters to yourself, Father Guo warned. Ning Chuan nodded gravely and said, no one else will know besides me. I believe in you. Father Guo smiled slightly. Before deciding to pass the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to Ning Chuan, he had investigated him thoroughly and found his character beyond reproach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken of these matters. Playing with the golden martial seal, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before asking, Uncle Gua, if the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is so extraordinary, just how powerful is it? Guo's father coyly avoided a direct answer and instead asked, do you know how powerful the punch of someone at the peak of the ninth awakening stage is? Punching power is the single most important metric for measuring physical prowess, there is no other. It doesn't refer to the maximum force that can be delivered in a single punch. A single data point holds no meaning. Even the strongest punch is pointless if it's too slow to hit the target. What we call punching power refers to the average force calculated from multiple rapid punches delivered within a specific time frame. The exact number of punches varies according to individual skill levels. This measurement synthesizes various physical factors including strength, speed, and flexibility, providing a relatively accurate reflection of one's physical prowess. It's roughly between 3 to 5 tons. Ning Chuan pondered and said, part of that difference comes from individual talent variations, but more importantly, it's due to the great disparity in breathing techniques. Punching power is also a crucial metric for evaluating the quality of breathing techniques. Exactly. Even an S-grade breathing technique can't make an awakening realm practitioner's punch exceed 6 tons. Uncle Gua nodded and said clearly, but according to historical records, those who mastered the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture at the peak of Awakening 9 could shake a massive tripod weighing 36,000 pounds with their fists. Through continuous punching, they could send the tripod flying into the air, where it would remain aloft for half a day. 36,000 pounds. Ning Chuan quickly did the conversion in his head, his heart giving an astonished leap. 18 tons. This is just the weight of the cauldron alone. The fact that it could be sent flying into the air clearly indicates the punching power far exceeds that. Half a day without falling, demonstrating the astonishing stamina of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture practitioner. It's practically a flawless breathing technique that's beyond reproach. Ning Chuan's heart swelled with excitement. At this moment, Guo Ringyu curled his lips and threw cold water on the enthusiasm, saying, it's not as mystical as my dad made it out to be. After the Federation was established, several members of the Gua family also practiced the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. At the peak of Awakening Level 9, punching strength is only around 6 tons, almost negligible when compared to S-grade breathing techniques. Ning Chuan turned to Gua's father, awaiting an explanation. He wasn't the type to exaggerate. After a moment's contemplation, Gua's father said, "Both Renyu and I are telling the truth. To move the 36,000 gene cauldron, one must achieve perfection in the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. The difficulty is akin to scaling the heavens. After the fall of the Gui imperial dynasty, no one has been able to accomplish this." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt relieved. The high difficulty of martial arts was no problem for him, though attaining the perfect realm required epiphanies he might not achieve. Yet even the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture at the peak expert realm undoubtedly delivered fist strength exceeding 10 tons. It could still utterly crush S-rank breathing techniques. Mr. Gui glanced at Ning Chuan and sighed bitterly. After the Federation was established, not a single descendant of the Gua family has reached the perfect realm, let alone the skilled realm of the second stage. By my generation, no one even dares to practice the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture anymore. Why? Would the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra turn against its wielder? Ning Chuan said in astonishment. He recalled that the breathing technique Gua Renyu practiced was an inheritance he had obtained from school. Gua's father shook his head. No, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture martial imprint only has one last inheritance remaining. Given Renyu's talent, how could I dare let him practice it? Gui Renyu felt gloomy. Ning Chuan suddenly felt the golden martial seal burning hot in his hand. Only the last inheritance remains. Its rarity is evident. But if he were to return it, Ning Chuan would feel somewhat reluctant. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was infinitely superior to the A-grade breathing technique he had intended to purchase. Buy it with money? A thought flashed through Ning Chuan's mind, only to be instantly suppressed. Never mind whether he had that much money to begin with. If the Gua family truly wanted to exchange the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture for money, there'd be no opportunity left for him. Chapter 38, Changing Martial Arts. The monthly test approaches. Xiaoning, don't overthink it. Since I've given you the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, I naturally won't ask for it back. Seeing the conflict on Ning Chuan's face, Uncle Gua quickly waved his hand. After a pause, he continued, "Of course, I must admit I deliberately mentioned there was only one inheritance left. I do have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. In the future, if you can become a knight and master the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to perfection, then I hope you can carve a new martial seal of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture and return it to the Gua family." Father Gua solemnly declared. To carve a martial seal requires 2 prerequisites. First, one must at least be a knight. Second, the corresponding martial arts have reached perfection. After so many years since the fall of the Gui imperial dynasty, no one from the Gua family had managed to achieve it, and Gua's father didn't believe his descendants could succeed either. He didn't exchange the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture for money, just kept it as a memento. Ning Chuan's timely appearance reignited hope in Gua's father's heart. He had saved his son's life, so the debt of gratitude must be repaid. The ability to kill an official warrior speaks volumes about his innate talent. His character is also admirable, trustworthy and true to his word. Hence tonight's act of presenting him with the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. If you, Xiaoning, cannot accomplish this, then let my request be forgotten, and don't feel indebted. To me, Renyu's life is more important than the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Father Gua laughed. Ning Chuan merely nodded, offering no promises. But in his heart, he had already made up his mind. I must perfect the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to its ultimate state. The three of them continued discussing matters related to the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Afterwards, Ning Chuan took his leave and departed. The Old City District. Tonight's spring moon shines exceptionally bright, its silver radiance pure and luminous. Ning Chuan lay on the bed gazing at the crescent moon outside his window. When his heart became tranquil as still water, he pressed the golden martial seal against his forehead. Profound knowledge surged forth like tidal waves. Its intensity far surpassed that of the S-rank martial art phantom steps of 3,000 shadows. More than 2 hours later, the inheritance finally concluded. It's truly astonishing to say this. Bear in mind, the information contained within martial seals can roughly indicate the tier of the martial arts they hold. Normally, the more information there is, the higher the martial arts tier it represents. The required time for inheritance would also be longer. Even the top-tier S-class martial art, 3,000 Wind Shadows, takes only a quarter of an hour to inherit. Yet, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scriptures take nearly 10 times as long. The golden martial imprint's patterns dimmed, no longer glowing with radiance. In Ning Chuan's mind, a notification tone sounded. The breathing technique is the sole martial art. Detected, Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture and Savage Bull Strength. Host must make a selection. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Ning Chuan silently recited. Commence breathing technique replacement. Replacement in progress. Replacement successful. Hearing this, Ning Chuan opened the system interface. The Wild Ox strength in the first column of martial arts had disappeared, replaced by the ancient dragon elephant scripture, with the progress number behind the realm reset to 0. It seemed he hadn't absorbed any insights from the Wild Ox strength. Ning Chuan wasn't surprised. There wasn't much commonality between these two breathing techniques. Let's test the tempering effects of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Ning Chuan got up from the bed, opened the cabinet, took out a bottle of beast nutrient solution, and downed it in one gulp. The prompt tone sounded immediately. The ancient dragon elephant scripture sensed the surging energy and was invigorated, its cultivation speed skyrocketing. The words fell silent. An intense tingling sensation, like a bolt of lightning, instantly swept through his entire body. Ning Chuan could even sense that his bones, tendons, skin, muscles, and every organ were continuously growing stronger. It's at least a whole level above frenzied bull strength, Ning Chuan thought to himself. Immediately, another chime confirmed Ning Chuan's speculation. The dragon elephant ancient scripture is projected to deplete its energy in approximately 6 hours. After reaching awakening stage 6, Ning Chuan discovered that consuming one vial of 100 beasts nutrient solution precisely lasted him one full day when practicing fierce ox strength. Judging purely by efficiency metrics, the dragon elephant ancient scripture is 4 times more powerful than the savage ox strength. Yet this is only the foundational realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture at 0% mastery. No wonder it can enable one to move a 36,000 gene cauldron. Ning Chuan couldn't suppress his laughter. The next moment, Ning Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He thought of something. 6 hours between each beast nutrient solution meant 4 doses per day. Even purchasing at cost price of 150,000 yuan from Manhwa, that would still cost 600,000 yuan daily. A 3-bedroom apartment in downtown Qingshan City. This is just for now. Once the dragon elephant ancient scripture and his strength improve further, the consumption will only accelerate. Add to that the medicinal packages required for the adamantine body. Assets worth over 20 million don't seem like they'll last even a month. Burning through money faster than internet startups. So bittersweet. Ning Chuan leaned back and collapsed onto the bed. The next 2 days were the weekend. Ning Chuan stayed indoors without going out, keeping himself at home. With no need to worry about martial arts training, he devoted all his energy to reviewing his academic coursework. The federal college entrance exam had a total score of 1,000 points. Academic subjects accounted for 300 points, which, although less than the martial arts exam, still made up nearly 1/3 of the total score worthy of serious attention. To get into Star River University, every single point was worth striving for. Sunday. After a morning of studying, Ning Chuan drank a beast nutrient solution as lunch, then picked up his phone, opened the class group chat, and prepared to casually browse to relax his mind. Since the monthly exam is next Monday, the class group discussion is buzzing with activity. As per tradition in previous years, during the final monthly exams before the Gokao, dark horses always emerge from obscurity, charging ahead with remarkable strength to astonish everyone. As he was browsing, Ning Chuan noticed someone in the group mentioning him. Not just anyone. Head teacher Su Yun. Class, do you think Ning Chuan can break into the top 30? Ning Chuan stared blankly at this comment. Among the top 30 students at Qingshan High School, reaching the awakening 8th stage would be expected under normal circumstances. Given his current strength, an opponent at the awakening 8th stage wouldn't last 10 seconds against his full assault. Suyun had clearly watched his live broadcast where he slew Zhao Weiping. Why would she ask such a question? Ning Chuan frowned in thought, then suddenly understood. When he killed Zhao Weiping, the sky was overcast with dark clouds and pouring rain, making the camera footage somewhat blurry. Moreover, separated by the screen, the audience couldn't possibly sense the sharpness of his blade technique. Unless one possessed profound martial arts knowledge, they couldn't discern his true skill level. And Su Yun was merely a first-rank martial artist. It's perfectly normal not to be able to tell. Meanwhile, while Ning Chuan understood the reason, the class group chat exploded with messages. As the homeroom teacher, Su Yun rarely spoke in the group. What's more, the currently sensational Ning Chuan was mentioned. Comments popped up one after another. Tang Xiaowan, Teacher Su, Ning Chuan even managed to kill a Skyforce spy who was a third-grade martial artist. Winning first place shouldn't be an issue, right? As far as I know, among the senior students at Cheng Mountain High School, not a single one has officially become a martial artist yet. This person was clearly a victim of unscrupulous reporters. Wang Dong, my problem is the same as the class bells. Another victim. Li Shan-yun, someone in my family is a police officer who knows the real situation. Zhao Weiping was already injured before facing Ning Chuan, and then took a 100,000-volt thunderstrike from President Liu, leaving him severely weakened. Zhang Wenxi, exactly. The next comment followed closely behind. Zhang Wenxi, Zhao Weiping's true combat strength is at most comparable to Awakening Stage 7. The media just hyped it up for attention. As for Ning Chuan making it into the top 30, absolutely no chance. Li Shan-yun, that's what I was wondering, how could Ning Chuan be this strong? Zhang Wensi, while the media bears some responsibility for this, someone accepting such exaggerated praise so calmly is frankly just vanity. Holding his phone, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seems the lesson given to Zhang Wensi last time wasn't enough. Someone's itching for trouble again. In the class group chat, the messages kept coming. Ma hai, ha. Monitor Zhang De, Ning Chuan seeks fame through unscrupulous means and can't even rank in the top 30. Do you really think you can? Inside a certain villa. Ma hai typed rapidly on his keyboard, sneering as he composed his sarcastic remarks. Ning Chuan had been playing word games with him and deliberately leaked information, causing Zhang Wensi to completely fall out with him. These past few days, Zhang had been using every means possible to make trouble for him. What's irritating is that he couldn't even retaliate. Between Ning Chuan and Zhang Wensi, he couldn't defeat either one. All he could do was vent through words. Zhang Wensi, a frog at the bottom of a well, what do you know? Ning Chuan is no match for me. Ma hai, anyone can brag. Dare to tell us how you got those 2 black eyes after the selection competition? Chapter 39, this breathing technique of mine came from a white-bearded grandpa and can evolve. Ding ding ding. While Zhang Wensi and Ma hai were arguing, Ning Chuan's phone rang. Gu Tianyu called to inform him that the investigator from the Mountain and Sea Genius training program had arrived at the police station. Uncle Gu, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Ning Chuan stopped scrolling through the class chat group. He went straight downstairs, hailed an economy taxi at the neighborhood entrance, and headed straight to the police station. He was still quite excited about the Mountain and Sea Genius training program. The Eastern Forest Administrative District ranks first for good reason. Perhaps, like those top-tier private training camps, they offer unlimited free supplies of high-level ferocious beast meat. At this thought, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. Not that he was being greedy. 20+ million in assets really won't last long. Police headquarters. Gu Tianyu's office. Ning Chuan met with an agent from the Shanghai Prodigy training camp. The man, surnamed Li, was in his early 30s with an average build and sat perfectly upright. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, giving off an air of sharp efficiency. If you're ready, we can begin now. Agent Li gazed at Ning Chuan, holding a sleek tablet in one hand while pulling out a stylus with the other. No problem, ask away. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Agent Li said, please state your identity information, including name, gender, age, ID number, and place of origin. Ning Chuan froze. The rest was understandable, but what the hell was this about gender? He knew his features were somewhat delicate, but surely they weren't so ambiguous that people couldn't tell if he was male or female. Detective Li explained upon seeing this, Ning Chuan, don't get me wrong. The Shanghai Elite Training Camp enrolls only 100 students each year from nearly 10 million examinees in the Donglin Administrative District. Each and every spot is of utmost importance. I must verify everything meticulously to avoid any mistakes. 1 in 100,000 chance. Ning Chuan was inwardly astonished as he quickly recited his identification details. All criteria matched. Agent Li raised his stylus and said, your current cultivation realm, you'll need to specify even the subdivided minor stages as well. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and said, Awakening Stage 6, if we're talking about minor realms, probably the initial phase. Actually, Ning Chuan wasn't even sure if it was truly the initial phase. After changing his breathing technique, he needed to redo all the tempering before Awakening Stage 6 according to the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra. The gap between these two breathing techniques was enormous. In the short term, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 7th stage of awakening. However, Ning Chuan wasn't in a hurry. Breakthroughs in realm are essentially outward manifestations of improved strength. As long as his strength was increasing, the realm didn't matter. In fact, breaking through later would be even better. It would prove his foundation was exceptionally solid. A divine general from the Federation once said that advancing in martial arts is akin to constructing a building in some ways. Only with a solid foundation can it support higher floors. Only C-tier 6th stage? Detective Li blurted out in shock. He had worked at the Shanghai Prodigy training camp for over a decade, yet this was the first time he'd encountered a trainee with such low strength. Not even Awakening Stage 6, let alone stages 7 or 8. All the others started at least at the peak of Awakening Stage 9. Suddenly, Agent Li seemed to remember something and tentatively asked, do you possess a special ability? No. Ning Chuan shook his head. He knew why Agent Li was asking this. Superpowers or special abilities obtained after certain genetic locks in the human body are unlocked. Some of the more well-known ones include fire control, ice manipulation, and lightning manipulation. These supernatural abilities, combined with martial arts, greatly enhance combat power, allowing one to easily surpass their current stage in battle. Of course, not all supernatural abilities can be used in combat. The awakening of such abilities is fraught with uncertainty and uncontrollable factors. For instance, Zhao Weiping, whom he had slain, possessed a cloning ability, yet it lacked any real lethal potency. It can only serve as a slight distraction. This is still considered decent. Some abilities are so absurd they can't help but make people laugh. Like the long hair ability, for instance. It can control hair growth. Its only function is to make you spend more on haircuts. Fortunately, going bald means you can lose this ability. Similar abilities include the spirit tongue power. The tongue becomes extraordinarily flexible, capable of flicking hundreds of times per second. What's the use of that? Saliva spraying? However, to the bewilderment of some Federation citizens, certain women's clubs highly favor the agile tongue ability, even offering million-dollar annual salaries for recruitment. Agently, it's not just special abilities that enable someone to fight above their rank. Gu Tianyu sat behind his desk with a faint smile. Director Gu, I'm not underestimating Ning Chuan. I'm just conducting routine inquiries. Agent Li explained, if Ning Chuan possesses powerful abilities, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp would allocate certain additional resources to him. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. It seems the Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp also had fierce internal competition, but this suited him perfectly. He consumed resources rapidly. Equal distribution would have actually hindered his growth. Agent Li, please continue, Gu Tianyu said. Agent Li nodded and looked at Ning Chuan. What martial arts have you cultivated? Ning Chuan paused briefly before asking, do I need to mention my cultivation realm as well? No need. Agent Li smiled confidently, his tone carrying a hint of pride as he said, no matter what realm you're at, the instructors at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp are fully capable of guiding you. This is the confidence that has ranked first in the Donglin administrative region for many years in a row. Gu Tianyu gave Detective Li a meaningful glance. He knew perfectly well about Ning Chuan's true capabilities. Swift wind step, mastered to perfection. There was also a B-grade fast blade technique, of exceptionally high level either at the peak of mastery realm or already in the perfection realm. Most instructors at the Shanghai Prodigy Camp operated at the mastery realm in martial arts. Those who reached the perfection realm were extremely rare. When the time came, it might not be clear who would be teaching whom. Gu Tianyu suddenly found himself looking forward to witnessing that scene, though it was a pity he couldn't see it with his own eyes. The martial art I practice includes swift wind steps. Ning Chuan rapidly recited the sequence. Agent Li raised his stylus, but after more than 10 seconds with no further response, he asked, what about your breathing technique? His skills were naturally exceptional for him to work at the Genius Training Camp of Mountains and Seas, and he recognized at a glance the various types of martial arts Ning Chuan mentioned. Do I have to say it? Ning Chuan hadn't forgotten old Guo's warning. But brushing it off with wild bull strength wouldn't work either. His physical abilities would give him away the moment he revealed them. Unless you never make a move at the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp. That's obviously unrealistic. Detective Li turned to Ning Chuan and said, you'd better speak up. The more complete your information, the more suitable the instructor the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp will assign to you. If you're worried about others coveting your breathing technique, there's no need for concern. Among the students who make it into the Shanghai Prodigy Training Camp, quite a few practice S-grade breathing techniques. It's not an S-grade breathing technique. Ning Chuan thought for a moment, then grinned and said, it's an unnamed breathing technique passed down to me by a white-bearded old man. According to him, this breathing technique was extraordinarily unique. It could evolve by merging with other S-grade breathing techniques. With each S-grade breathing technique incorporated, it grew stronger by one measure. If all 49 techniques from the ranking list were fused, it could evolve into the most powerful breathing technique in all the heavens, earth, and across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He suddenly understood why Lu Zhan had complained yesterday that Ning Chuan was just born with an extra mouth. Goddamn evolution my ass. Agent Li's cheek twitched slightly, his usual professional composure nearly crumbling as he muttered gloomily, fine, I'll record it as an unknown breathing technique. With that, Agent Li hurriedly moved on to the next question. He was desperately afraid Ning Chuan might unexpectedly produce another prehistoric breathing technique. A little over 10 minutes later, the questioning is over. Detective Li put away his tablet, took out a blue-gray interlaced card, and handed it to Ning Chuan, saying solemnly, this is your trainee ID. Don't lose it. Also, you must arrive at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp by April 1st. Any lateness will be considered as forfeiture. The exact location details will be sent to your phone shortly. Thanks for the reminder. Ning Chuan fiddled with his trainee ID card, pondered for a moment, and said, Agent Li, could you tell me about the Shanghai Genius Training Camp? There's very little information available online. Actually, what he really wanted to ask was whether the Shanghai Genius Training Camp provided unlimited free ferocious beast meat. But such matters are too embarrassing. Absolutely impossible to say out loud. The instructors at the training camp will explain everything to you personally. Detective Li looked at Ning Chuan with a bright smile spreading across his face. Such a mischievous kid must have learned plenty of rules at the Shanghai Prodigy Training Camp. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 40, When the Tide Recedes, It's Clear Who's Been Swimming Naked. Monday, March 28, 1099, Federal Calendar. Qingshan No. 1 High School held its first monthly exam after the 100 Days Pledge ceremony. Many students arrived at school early, taking it very seriously. Everyone was at their seats, mentally preparing themselves. With the college entrance exams approaching, their capabilities were essentially solidified. The results of this monthly exam would largely reflect their eventual Gaokao scores. The monthly exam consists of two parts: academic subjects and martial arts. The academic portion is identical to the National College Entrance Exam, covering mathematics, martial arts theory, biology, chemistry, physics, and a comprehensive humanities section, totaling 300 points. While the martial arts exam and the National College Entrance Exam varies each year, Green Mountain High School's monthly exam consistently adopts an arena-style combat format. The exams began at 7 a.m. In the classroom, Ningchuan focused his mind and calmly gazed at the exam on the computer screen, contemplating earnestly and answering carefully. The original body's academic performance had always been quite good. Ningchuan hadn't wasted these past days either. In fact, since he didn't need to practice martial arts, he had quite a bit of free time. You can devote more energy to cultural subjects. However, there were still some problems he couldn't solve, but Ningchuan didn't dwell on them. Once he confirmed they were beyond his ability, he immediately moved on. Time passed moment by moment. Ding ding, the bell rang. The bell echoing across the campus announced the end of the exam. Just as Ningchuan stepped out of the classroom, his phone buzzed with the test scores texted by the school. The Federation's advanced technology allowed artificial intelligence to grade exams, producing results within seconds, remarkably fast. 259 points, ranked 31st. Ningchuan looked at his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Hard work really does pay off. Originally, his academic scores had consistently ranked beyond the top 100. The text message included a link to the rankings at the end. Ningchuan clicked on it and glanced through. The top spot was held by Tang Xiaowan, the class belle who shared his homeroom. 299 points. Clearly, Tang Xiaowan knew how to solve all the questions. Ningchuan guessed that the missing point was probably due to forgetting to write the word solution. Tang Xiaowan, a top-tier academic achiever, is definitely heading to one of the Federation's top 10 prestigious universities. Ningchuan thought to himself. Tang Xiaowan was at the fourth stage of awakening. When considering the combined scores from the martial arts exam, getting into a top-tier university would be a stretch, let alone cracking the top 10 prestigious schools. However, students with exceptional academic performance could gain admission to elite universities through special recruitment, opting for a purely scientific career path in the future. The federal government still placed great emphasis on science. The annual allocated funds are measured in billions. However, the most promising path is still martial arts. Though Tang Xiaowan has taken the scientific route, the best future she could hope for is becoming a chief researcher at some major corporation, with her annual salary plus stock dividends totaling at most 100 million. Ha! Ningchuan blinked twice. That doesn't seem too shabby. Of course, Ningchuan understood clearly that this was only relative to ordinary people. The money-making abilities of top-tier martial arts masters were far more terrifying. In the Federation, any supercorporation spanning multiple administrative regions needed the backing of a divine general, otherwise, they would be devoured by competitors without a trace. Those divine generals often earned hundreds of millions, or even billions, in dividends each year without lifting a finger. And this was only a portion of the divine general's income. The venue for the martial arts examination was the training field. Multiple fighting arenas had already been set up. Just past 1 in the afternoon, though there was still time before the examination began, the training field was already bustling with activity. People were everywhere, bustling about. There were martial arts examinees, spectators eager to watch the competition, students' parents, and television reporters covering the event. Compared to dull written exams, adrenaline-pumping combat was obviously far more appealing. Who do you think will top this monthly evaluation? Last month's champion, President Liu, couldn't compete due to injury. I think Ningchuan shows promise. Ha, you're behind the times. Do you really believe he's as strong as the news reports claim? An executive from the Wei Consortium spoke publicly online that Heavenly Warrior Spy was severely injured and didn't even have the strength of a 7th-ranked awakened left. At best, Ningchuan just delivered the finishing blow. Actually, I've heard about this too. His classmate Zhang Wenxi discussed it in their class group chat, and Ningchuan didn't dare say a word. What incredible luck! First, he had a sudden enlightenment with the lightning flash slash, then he encountered a severely wounded spy. Those who don't live up to their reputation will naturally have someone step forward to expose them. Many people are passionately discussing this. Due to recent reports, Ningchuan has become the primary subject of debate. However, largely due to certain deliberate instigations, most of the discussions have been rather negative. Ningchuan stood beneath a tree at the edge of the field, listening carefully. He didn't voice any rebuttal, just as he had remained indifferent when observing the discussions in the class group chat earlier. The martial exam was about to begin. Actions speak louder than words. Suddenly, an intentionally amplified voice rang out, drawing the attention of many. Ningchuan, I heard Zhao Weiping was severely injured by Lu Manhwa. and you just took advantage of it for free. At first, I didn't believe it, thinking someone was framing you, but judging by your attitude now, it's true. Wei Bohu approached with a loud laugh. Ning Chuan glanced at him and said calmly, "Finally found your voice, huh? I thought you were scared speechless by Uncle Lu." The smile on Wei Bohu's face froze instantly. After a brief pause, he sneered, "Don't get cocky. Even if I cripple you on stage today, even Master Lu Zhan wouldn't stop me." Lu Zhan wasn't actually present at the scene. Wei Bohu hesitated briefly, yet ultimately didn't dare to address him by name directly. A tree casts its shadow, a man his reputation. The weight of the tidal peak night was simply too formidable to bear. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Are you sure you can get to me?" A flash of viciousness crossed Wei Bohu's eyes as he lowered his voice and spoke eerily, "Just wait, today, no one can save you. I'll break your bones one by one. That 20 million, I'll make sure you can't even afford treatment for your injuries." Hearing this, Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly, and he said no more. Wei Bohu underestimating him was exactly what he wanted to see. Initially, he had even worried that Wei Bohu might learn of his true strength and be too intimidated to face him. After all, in just a few days, he would be leaving for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and wouldn't have time to waste on Wei Bohu. Today we settle our grudges once and for all. All this posturing, let's see how you keep it up when we're on stage. After hurling a few more threats and receiving no response from Ning Chuan, Wei Bohu lost interest. With a disdainful snort, he strode away in large steps. The nearby crowd, far from dispersing at this sight, only grew more animated in their discussions. Ning Chuan didn't argue back, evidently what Wei Bohu had just said was true. Killing that Tianwu spy really had come down to sheer luck. Just think about it. How strong could someone at the mid-stage awakening level possibly be? And he dared to provoke Wei Bohu? Must have watched too many news reports and started believing his own hype. If he faces Wei Bohu on stage, he'll get completely crushed. Mocking remarks came one after another, ceaselessly drifting over. Ning Chuan lowered his gaze, remaining silent as ever. These countless voices of mockery and doubt were, on one hand, secretly fueled by Wei Bohu, Zhang Wenxi, and their ilk. On the other hand, he rose too quickly. From an unknown awakening stage 4 practitioner to the dazzling young genius who slain a heavenly martial spy all in less than a month. It was simply a miracle. Too many found it hard to believe, suspecting foul play behind the scenes. Hearing Wei Bohu and Zhang Wenxi's instigations at this moment, they naturally thought they'd uncovered the truth and launched scathing criticisms. But the tide will eventually recede. It's clear who's swimming naked. Chapter 41. How many moves? No, just one finger. Ning, classmate. So here you are. I've been searching all over for you. A voice rang out, carrying laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. Ning Chuan looked up to see Wang Ershui approaching him with a microphone in hand, accompanied by the same cameraman from that day. Reporter Wang, here to cover the monthly exam at Qingshan High School? A faint smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. He owed a significant portion of the rewards he'd received to Wang Ershui's live broadcast, whether intentional or not. He had ultimately benefited from it. Thanks to you, I don't have to cover food stories at shopping malls anymore after that live broadcast. Wang Ershui beamed brightly. After a pause, she glanced around and whispered, I just interviewed some students, and most of them weren't impressed with your performance. Do you know why? Ning Chuan smiled without explaining and countered, what do you think? I believe you must be the top contender. Wang Ershui said earnestly. She was only at the 7th stage of awakening, unable to discern the true level of Ning Chuan's blade technique. But that day, she was right there at the scene. Even from dozens of meters away, she could feel the razor-sharp aura radiating from Ning Chuan's battle blade, piercing through the curtain of rain, chilling her skin with its icy edge. In this awakened state, if martial artists don't step forward, who else can vie for supremacy? Speaking like this makes it hard for me to enjoy the pleasure of slapping faces. Ning Chuan shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Wang Ershui was momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, comprehension dawned on him, and his large eyes began to gleam faintly. Ning Chuan is aiming for the championship. Big news. Wang Ershui picked up the microphone and said to the camera, as you can see from the interview just now, despite everyone's skepticism, Ning Chuan remains high-spirited and determined to win. It's no wonder he could defeat stronger opponents and eliminate the Tianwu spy. But Qingshan High School is a municipal key school, teeming with countless masters. Who will ultimately claim the first-place seat? Stay tuned, dear audience. As Wang Ershui was speaking, Ning Chuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a voluptuous figure not far away. Reporter Wang, there's something I need to attend to. Let's meet another time if we get the chance. Ning Chuan gave a slight bow before striding away briskly. Good afternoon, Professor Su. As he approached, Ning Chuan greeted him with a smile. Su Yun saw Ning Chuan, her fair brows knitting together as she said, I think it's best if you don't attend this afternoon's martial arts exam. The atmosphere feels off. Someone must be targeting you out of jealousy for stealing the spotlight. If you lose, I'm afraid you'll face a flood of harsh criticism. Ning Chuan grinned and said, Teacher Su, just yesterday in the group chat you were asking if I could make it into the top 30. At that time I didn't know someone would target you. Su-yun pondered slightly before saying, yesterday, I applied to the Education Bureau. If you rank within the top 30, could they reward you with an extra beast nutrition solution? And then? Ning Chuan grew intrigued. With his current wealth, one beast nutrient solution isn't a big deal, but such things, the more, the better. The dragon elephant ancient scripture is just too expensive. Shaking her head with a sigh, Su-yun said, the Education Bureau refused. You must rank in the top 10 to get an extra beast elixir. That's too difficult, even awakening 9th stage cultivators can't guarantee it, let alone you. Ignoring the disappointment in Su-yun's tone, Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. If top 10 gets 2 beast elixirs, then how much would the number 1 spot get from the Education Bureau? 5 branches. Su-yun blared bitterly at Ning Chuan and snapped, do you really think you can get your hands on them? Among the senior students, there are no fewer than 3 who have awakened to the 9th stage peak. Don't tell me you're actually confident about facing them? As she spoke, she released her force aura to assess Ning Chuan's strength. You've reached awakening stage 6? Su-yun couldn't help but be stunned. If she remembered correctly, just over 20 days ago Ning Chuan was still at awakening stage 4. Breaking through 2 realms in such a short time? I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, but it's definitely among the top achievements in Federation history. Now you see how formidable I am. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly as he sized up Su-yun. You're still not good enough. After pondering for a moment, Su-yun said solemnly, 6th awakening stage, coupled with the lightning flash strike at the subtle realm, your combat strength reaches the 8th awakening stage. But you're still far from reaching the peak of the 9th awakening stage. Moreover, you must understand, the martial arts exam isn't just a single arena match. Your stamina is your weak point, far inferior to those higher stage awakeners. When you finally face them, you'll have at most 60% of your strength left. Ning Chuan spread his hands and chuckled, Teacher Su, have a little more faith in me. Is this about having faith or not? Su-yun's beautiful eyes widened in frustration as she retorted, the gap in strength is so vast, no amount of confidence will bridge it. After a pause, Su-yun adjusted her mindset and consoled, before, I would have been thrilled for you to actively participate in the martial arts exam. But now, it's clear someone is targeting you. Even if you manage to make it into the top 30, it wouldn't be enough. Just one defeat, and countless accusations would be thrown at you, with endless malicious words. In that situation, you wouldn't be able to focus on preparing for the college entrance exams, and it could affect your entire future. Thud, thud, thud. At that very moment, the war drums announcing the start of the martial arts examination boomed, each thunderous beat more resonant than the last, mighty and powerful. The air seemed thick with tension. Thousands of high school seniors swiftly began to move. Teacher Su, let's talk after the exam. Ning Chuan checked his phone to see which arena he was assigned to, then smiled and bid farewell before walking away. Seeing this, Su-yun felt a vein throbbing at her temple. It was obvious Ning Chuan hadn't listened to a single word of her well-intentioned advice. No doubt, Ning Chuan must have gotten carried away due to all the media praises, truly believing he possessed the combat power of an official martial artist. Su-yun raised her gaze toward Ning Chuan's retreating figure, bit her pearly teeth, and chose not to stop him further. As his homeroom teacher, she'd already done more than enough. Yet out of concern, Su-yun still followed after him. Ring number 17. Ning Chuan sought his opponent. It wasn't Wei Bohu. Instead, it was Wang Zhong, an awakening 4th stage fighter. The tournament at Qing Mountain High School followed specific rules. Competitors first fought opponents of equal level, and only after victory could they be matched against stronger challengers. At the Academic Affairs Office, Ning Chuan's recorded strength was still at the initial awakening 4th stage from previous records. To match up against Wei Bohu, he would need to win multiple consecutive matches at the very least. Ning Chuan is here. Not just the sharp-eyed one who shouted. Over half the spectators in the training arena swiftly rushed over. This kind of appeal made students on other platforms green with envy. How is his opponent at the awakening 4th stage? Someone noticed the screen displaying student information by the platform and felt disappointed. Don't worry, judging by the time Ning Chuan took to win, we can roughly gauge his strength. What if it turns into a fierce duel? That would be really fun to watch. Just as the audience was discussing, the referee on the stage waved his hand and declared the match begun. Draw your blade, Ning Chuan. Wang Zhong looked solemn, gripping a hefty war blade with both hands and holding it vertically before his chest. The referees for the arena battle are all martial arts teachers from the school, possessing formidable strength and capable of promptly stopping any danger. Students are allowed to use weapons. I don't need them. Ning Chuan's eyes remained serene as his hands hung naturally at his sides, appearing completely relaxed. Arrogant. Wan Chong gave a dissatisfied cold snort and rushed out with his sword drawn. I know you've mastered the lightning flash technique to a micro level, but how can you execute it without a sword? Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone since we're both at the 4th awakening stage. While speaking, Wang Cheng charged forward and swung his sword down with tremendous force, the blade whistling through the air. Mountain-splitting sword. This is a Class E martial arts technique. Its characteristics include heavy force and relatively slow speed. Wang Zhong's mastery of it is quite good, having reached the proficient level. Whoosh! The fierce wind from the descending blade stirred strands of black hair as Ning Chuan stood firmly in place, neither dodging nor retreating. Only when the battle blade came within half a meter did he finally raise his right hand. Then, with a flick of his finger against the approaching knife tip, clang! A flash of golden light, and sparks exploded into the air. The heavy war blade was raised high, almost slipping from his grip. Wang Cheng was forced back continuously, his figure staggering. After more than a dozen steps, with a thud, he fell off the arena. With just one finger, Wang Cheng was defeated. The clamoring crowd below suddenly fell silent. Chapter 42. To be honest, my dad is a divine general. Wang Zhong at awakening phase 4 barely met the university threshold and couldn't be considered strong by any means. To defeat someone in a single move required at least awakening phase 7. And even that might not achieve the effortless ease Ning Chuan displayed. Wasn't it said that Tianwu Spy didn't even have the strength of a 7th stage awakener left? So why did Ning Chen fight him so fiercely? Don't tell me they were putting on an act. A questioning voice broke the silence near the arena. The crowd's murmurs surged like a tidal wave. It was indeed rather strange. After all, the Tianwu Spy is a martial artist. When fighting desperately, he could still unleash the power of an awakened 7th stage warrior. Only, it couldn't last for long. So at the final moment, he couldn't even dodge, letting Ning Chuan behead him. An urgent explanation concocted by some stooge. Awakening stage 7. That's already good enough for a prestigious academy. But don't forget, when Zhao Weiping fled to Qingshan City, he was at least at the 9th awakening stage peak. Even if Ning Chuan is at the 7th awakening stage peak, he's still benefiting from Lu Menyue's advantage. His real role is just cleaning up the scraps. The crowd erupted in an uproar, with discussions breaking out everywhere. However, compared to the previously one-sided mockery of Ning Chuan, some people began to speak up in his defense. The winner, Ning Chuan. The referee announced the result. Ning Chuan calmly stepped down from the arena, awaiting the next match. How could your strength improve so quickly? Su Yun hurriedly pushed through the crowd to find Ning Chuan. As she spoke, her fair cheeks couldn't help but burn slightly, revealing a faint blush. She was well aware that Ning Chuan still had his trump card, the B-grade martial art lightning flash slash, mastered to the minutest detail. Even bare-handed, he could rival a 7th stage awakened. With a blade in hand, he could hold his own against a 9th stage awakened. With a stroke of luck, he might even clinch the top spot in the martial exam. Recalling her self-righteous persuasion moments ago, Su Yun felt both embarrassed and shy, the blush on her cheeks spreading toward the tips of her ears. If she hadn't been so overwhelmingly curious, she would never have come to ask. After a moment's thought, Ning Chuan grinned and teased, "Wasn't I an orphan? The other day, my biological parents found me. Turns out, my father's a divine general, he's given me plenty of assistance." Divine general. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, then immediately covered her crimson lips with her hand. She glanced around and, seeing that she hadn't drawn anyone's attention, let out a sigh of relief before saying, "Well, with a divine general's capabilities, this isn't surprising at all." She actually believed it? Ning Chuan blinked, barely suppressing his laughter. "May I ask which of the Federation's divine generals your father is?" Su Yun inquired cautiously, even using honorific language toward Ning Chuan. After a brief hesitation, Ning Chuan ventured, "The Crimson Gale Divine General?" This divine general was the creator of 3,000 wind shadows, and the only one he knew by name. After all, he hadn't expected Su Yun to actually believe him when he made that joke. "Ha?" Su Yun froze, blurting out without thinking, "But isn't the Stormblood god of war female?" "Oh, then I must have remembered wrong. Actually, it's my mother who's the god of war," Ning Chuan said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Su Yun finally understood she had been fooled, her anger making her gasp heavily, her chest heaving violently, nearly popping the buttons off her clothes. "Ning Chuan, being as strong as the 9th level awakened is impressive, huh? Do you think I can't discipline you anymore?" A dangerous smile appeared on Su Yun's beautiful face as her right hand pulled out a pointer from somewhere, giving it a fierce flick that produced an explosive crack in the air. Professor Su, my second match is about to start, we'll talk later." Ning Chuan forced a laugh and quickened his pace. An enraged woman was not to be trifled with, especially when that woman was a martial artist. Stepping onto the arena, Ning Chuan moved with steady steps, his mind now calm. His matched opponent was still at the 4th stage of awakening. Boom! A metallic clang rang out. Ning Chuan flicked his finger again, simultaneously knocking the weapon away and sending his opponent stumbling backward until they fell off the arena. Second match, victory. More than 10 minutes later. Third match. This time, his opponent was a 5th-level awakener wielding a black battle spear. The audience below perked up with interest. Surely Ning Chuan couldn't defeat this opponent with just one finger again. In the awakening realm, every stage advancement brought about a tremendous surge in strength. Bang! As soon as the match began, several sparks appeared with the sound of impact. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a black battle spear went flying. That awakened 5th stage fighter, just like the previous two, staggered out of the arena. Ning Chuan, still just a single finger. 3rd match, victory. 4th match, victory. 5th match, victory. Ning Chuan arrived at the 6th match with overwhelming dominance. Seeing his opponent, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It was a familiar face, Manhwa, who had reached the peak of the 6th stage of awakening. There's no way Ning Chuan can win with just one finger this time. A frustrated spectator who had endured 5 matches grumbled bitterly. No one nearby responded to him. The audience's attention was entirely focused on the arena. They knew that in this match, Ning Chuan would surely secure victory. But in the process, he might reveal his true strength. An ordinary awakening 7th stage practitioner would need to exert their full strength to defeat an awakening 6th stage peak expert within a few moves, on the platform of the arena. What bad luck! Manhwa saw Ning Chuan and couldn't help but wear a gloomy expression. The two had clashed many times before, and Manhwa knew all too well that he was no match. This was a battle he was destined to lose. The next moment, Manhwa caught a glimpse of the densely packed audience in the corner of his eye, and couldn't help feeling a stir in his heart. Ning Chuan's reputation had grown so formidable these days. Losing to him would be understandable, no one would look down on him for that. But as long as he could exchange dozens of moves with Ning Chuan, it was bound to draw considerable attention. A great opportunity to make a name for myself. At this thought, Manhwa's eyes gleamed. Ning Chuan had extorted so much money from him, it was time to get some payback. Let the match begin. The moment the referee finished speaking, Manhwa lunged forward toward Ning Chuan like a fierce tiger. Whoosh! In less than a second, Manhwa closed the distance, his raised right leg tracing a crescent arc as it descended with crushing force from above. Perhaps he was already envisioning the glorious days of fame that awaited him. Manhwa felt that the martial technique he was executing was subtly on the verge of breaking through the barrier of proficiency and reaching the mastered level. Wham! The split-legged descent came with a fierce rush of wind. Ning Chuan neither countered with a flick of his fingers nor evaded with swift wind steps. He raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and silently awaited Manhwa's incoming kick. He wanted to test his current physical condition. Manhwa, who was at the same level as him, was an excellent target. Bang! With a dull thud, Ning Chuan's right hand met Manhwa's sweeping kick. A tremendous force slammed into him, pressing his knees downward. But in the next instant, Ning Chuan steadied himself at once. His right hand, lifted and poised, was pale and slender yet exuded a palpable strength, clamping down on Manhwa's leg midair and holding it firmly in place. Manhwa cultivates a C-grade breathing technique and employs the D-grade martial skill shattering earth split. For me to counter his leg with just my hand, without even using a martial technique, puts me at a disadvantage in terms of sheer power, let alone the added disadvantage of not deploying any skill. But in the end, it ended in a deadlock. Ning Chuan's thoughts raced as he analyzed the situation lightning quick. From this, it seems my physical capabilities far surpass those of an ordinary peak 6th stage awakener. However, I'm probably still slightly short of reaching the high stage awakening level. That was truly a qualitative transformation after all, Ning Chuan concluded without feeling the slightest regret. Quite the contrary, he was somewhat awestruck. After merely 3 days of practicing the dragon elephant ancient scripture, his physical constitution, originally tempered by the D-grade breathing technique bull strength at the initial stage of awakening 6th tier, had surpassed even those at the peak of awakening 6th tier who cultivated C-grade breathing techniques. Catching up to a normal awakening stage 7 probably only requires about a dozen or so beast nutrient solutions. Chapter 43, Awakening Stage 7? Awakening Stage 8? No difference. Ning Chuan, let go of me. Manhwa roared loudly, exerting all his strength in an attempt to pull his leg back with flair. Yet, those 5 fingers gripping his ankle were like unyielding iron hooks, utterly immovable. Manhwa couldn't even think of retracting his leg, his entire body staggered from the excessive force, leaving him hopping wildly on one foot as he struggled to regain balance. Understanding his own physical superiority, Ning Chuan grew tired of wasting time with Manhwa. With a casual flick of his right hand, an immense force erupted, hurling Manhwa's 100-plus-pound body through the air. Crash! Manhwa crashed down below the arena, raising a cloud of dust. The winner, Ning Chuan. The referee announced once again. The crowd erupted in uproar everywhere, many exchanging shocked glances. 2 moves to take down a peak 6th level awakened fighter. And with such ease at that. Could Ning Chuan really be on par with an 8th level awakened fighter? The most brilliant part of this battle was that single grab by Ning Chuan, accurately judging the landing point of the descending axe kick. I don't know if you all saw it clearly, but the moment Manhwa lifted his leg for the descending axe kick, Ning Chuan's right hand had already begun to move. This level of combat skill is absolutely astonishing. It's hard to imagine it belongs to a high school senior who's still underage. An old man sighed with emotion. He was a martial artist who had served in the military in his youth, earning 3 first-class merits and receiving great respect. The surrounding crowd turned their gazes toward Ning Chuan upon hearing this. What is that real name spokesperson from the Wei Consortium trying to do? Ning Chuan isn't half as bad as he claims. Some people complained with dissatisfaction, feeling they had been deceived. Defeating a 6th stage awakened with 2 moves might just be luck. Without facing an 8th stage awakened, who can say for sure? A plant hidden in the crowd retorted. Ning Chuan stepped down from the platform, overhearing the nearby debate, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. No need for him to say more. All the mockery and doubts about him would be utterly shattered by his continuous victories. The next opponent should be at the high level of awakening. But before encountering Wei Bohu, I need to hide some of my strength so as not to scare him. Ning Chuan murmured softly to himself. In his heart, the raging tide of coldness instantly subsided into calm. More than 10 minutes later, the 7th match. Ning Chuan watched his opponent leap up, his eyes flashing with surprise. What a coincidence! Another familiar face from the same class. Ning Chuan paused slightly before hardening his expression and saying, Zhang Wenxi, how dare you leak the secret about those 3 beast nutrient solutions to outsiders? Hearing this, Zhang Wenxi was furious and said sharply, how dare you have the audacity to blame me? The job you guided, the one you told me about had already ended before this. With so many people watching, Zhang Wenxi didn't dare admit he had tripped Lu Manhwa. TCH, so you found out. Ning Chuan curled his lip. He had originally intended to seize this opportunity to make trouble and squeeze another sum from Zhang Wenxi. Seeing Ning Chuan's attitude, Zhang Wenxi's eyes burned with fury. $500,000 was no small sum for him either. Not to mention, when he was still unaware of the situation, he had eagerly boasted to the elders of his faction, claiming credit. The outcome was glaringly obvious. Humiliated beyond belief. Don't think just because you've got connections with Lu Zhan, my uncle's connections, that I can't do anything to you. Today's arena match will make you pay the price for deceiving me. Zhang Wenxi gritted his teeth. Ning Chuan chuckled dismissively, as if you could defeat me? Ridiculous. You only won that day because your weapon gave you an advantage. Did you really think you could match me? Zhang Wenxi let out a cold snort. As he spoke, he drew a gleaming green sword from his waist and swung it with a swift motion of his arm. Whoosh! The air let out a shrill whistle. Judging by its force, it had unmistakably reached the awakening 8th stage. The audience immediately erupted into heated discussions. Awakening 8th stage, barring any surprises, that can definitely rank within the top 30 of the grade. Zhang Wenxi really wants to be the dark horse too. I know him, Lu Wan's son, quite outstanding among the younger generation of the Lu family. This student will definitely expose Ning Chuan for who he really is. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Wenxi wore a smug expression and taunted Ning Chuan with a smirk. If you bow and apologize to me now, I might be merciful enough in our upcoming fight to spare you from utter humiliation. Your family certainly doesn't spare any expense for you. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. During the selection competition earlier, Zhang Wenxi hadn't yet reached the peak of Awakening Stage 7. Yet in just a week's time, he had already broken through to Awakening Stage 8. Zhang Wenxi couldn't be him, there's no way he could cultivate this fast. The only possible explanation is that he took some rare tonic, like the 10,000 Beasts nutrient solution, things that cost millions per unit, terrifyingly expensive. Zhang Wenxi's expression darkened slightly before he sneered, you're just jealous. Martial arts cultivation has always only cared about results, not the process. Ning Chuan shrugged and stopped arguing. There was no difference between Awakening Stage 7 or 8 for him. Begin the match. At the referee's command, Zhang Wenxi took the initiative. With a powerful stomp of his foot, he leaped over 10 meters in an instant, arriving before Ning Chuan. His sword swept horizontally in a swift and fierce strike, the green blade flashing with dazzling radiance. Swish! As the sharp sword came slashing, Ning Chuan swiftly employed his gale steps to dodge. His indestructible body had already reached the 4th layer, making his physique extraordinarily tough, yet it could only withstand the strikes of fists and feet from an awakened Stage 8 practitioner. Against bladed weapons, unless he could manifest his golden body transformation, he simply couldn't take the hit. Whoosh! Circling to Zhang Wenxi's side, Ning Chuan clenched his fist and delivered a ferocious punch. The sheer might of his strike was overwhelming. The pressurized fist wind so intense it seemed about to materialize into something tangible, utterly wild and relentless. The third technique of the 1,000-bone slaughtering art. Skeleton slaughter fist. He runs pretty fast for sure. Spotting Ning Chuan out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Wenxi gave a cold snort. With a flick of his wrist, his sharp sword abruptly shifted its trajectory, transitioning from a horizontal slash to a vertical chop. It sliced through the air with lightning speed, aiming straight for the oncoming fist. Ning Chuan's eyes remained tranquil as he continued his punch. Just before striking the razor-sharp blade, a dazzling golden light erupted, blindingly brilliant. Through the radiance, one could see that fist as if forged from divine metal, exuding an indestructible aura. Boom! Fist and blade clashed, producing a tremendous metallic clang. Several sparks ignited in the air. Jiang Wenxi's body trembled violently, the sharp sword in his hand sent flying high into the air. Ning Chuan retreated several steps before fully dispersing the force. He wasn't too surprised. The Thousand Bones killing technique had only reached the proficient realm at present. Not particularly tall. His physical condition wasn't as good as Jiang Wenxi's either. In a direct confrontation, being at a disadvantage was perfectly normal. Impressive swordsmanship, you couldn't achieve this level without years of diligent practice. A martial artist praised him. But Ning Chuan is even more formidable. How did he withstand that sword strike without wearing any gloves? That golden light somewhat resembles the golden body transformation of diamond body technique, but it seems unlikely. Among the crowd, a burly man's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why not? The diamond body is arguably the most difficult B-rank martial art to cultivate. To achieve partial golden body transformation, mastery of at least the third layer is required. To extend the golden body's coverage to an entire fist demands reaching the fourth layer. Without 20 years of cultivation, it's nearly impossible to accomplish. Brute force martial arts don't care about your comprehension ability. While the crowd was puzzled, the battle on the arena continued. Jiang Wenxi swung his sword with raging force, each strike whistling through the air extremely fierce, with cyan flashes of sword light illuminating the arena one after another. Ning Chuan still didn't draw his blade, continuing to use only fists and feet as he employed the Thousand Bones killing technique to counter. On one hand, he wanted to conceal his true strength. On the other hand, he took the opportunity to master the Thousand Bones slaughtering technique. Martial arts could cultivate automatically without his concern, but applying martial techniques in actual combat to fully unleash their power still depended entirely on himself. Chapter 44. That day, Jiang Wenxi once again remembered the fear of having panda eyes. In reality, the mastery-level Thousand Bones killing technique alone was insufficient to enable Ning Chuan to bridge two major realms and contend with Jiang Wenxi at the Awaken 8th stage. However, Ning Chuan possessed other martial arts. The 4th-level Diamond Body. The perfected Tier Gale Steps. In their duel, Ning Chuan not only held his ground but actually gained the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Chuan relentlessly executed the Thousand Bones slaughter technique, ferocious, ruthless, and overpowering, which made his keen sword tremble, sparks flying one after another. This martial art was divided into exactly 5 forms. First technique, Serpent Strike. Renowned for its unpredictability, its trajectory is impossible to foresee. Second technique, Lightning Fist. Its hallmark is speed. Punches strike like lightning bolts, swift as arrows in flight. The third form, Bone Crushing Fist. The most powerful strike, intended for frontal assaults. The fourth form, Serpent's Bone Snapping Strike. A grappling killing technique where the arms coil like giant pythons, capable of crushing enemy bones. The fifth form, Force of 1,000 Bones. This strike knows no fixed posture. It can be delivered with fists, feet, elbows, or knees. At its core, it channels a sinister penetrating force, incredibly difficult to defend against. Even through shields, it can penetrate the body, shattering bones into countless fragments. Naturally, mastering the Force of 1,000 Bones is exceptionally challenging. Only at the minutest level can one begin to wield it. Ning Chuan is still far from reaching this stage. Fist of Lightning Departure. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed as he executed the second form of the Thousand Bones slaughtering technique, gathering his strength and unleashing it in an explosive punch. Crack! A brittle snap erupted from the skeletal arm. The punch was terrifyingly fast. Air currents surged like arrows cutting through the horizon. Jiang Wenxi's eyes flickered with alarm as he swiftly drew back his sword to block. In his haste, the lack of strength caused the sharp sword to be pushed back by the fist with a bang, smashing heavily into his chest and sending him stumbling back over a dozen steps. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had blocked the punch with the flat of his blade. Had he used the sword's razor-sharp edge, his body would have been cleaved in two by now. Could someone truly repel an Awaken 8th stage barehanded, and with weapons match an Awaken 9th stage, while Zhao Weiping, who fought him to a blood-soaked stalemate, was only at Awaken 7th stage? A spectator said coldly. In the Awaken stages, without origin force, weapons play a crucial role, significantly amplifying combat power. It's obvious someone maliciously targeted him, trying to ruin this young man. To frame and kill a hero who eliminated Tianwu spies, such people are either wicked or downright stupid. I actually believed these rumors and even mocked him personally. What shame! Many recognized the truth, their outrage swelling collectively. The planted agents hidden among the crowd exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to utter a word. On the battle stage. To be honest, you've truly surprised me. Jiang Wenxi stared intently at Ning Chuan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he said coldly, I originally planned to save this trump card for breaking into the top 10. But now I'll let you be the first to witness it. The words fell silent. Jiang Wenxi charged forward in great strides, gripping his sword with both hands and raising it high. 13 Swords of the Eternal River and Surging Waves. This is a Tier C martial technique. Unlike the lightning flash technique that comprises only a single move, the 13 swords of the eternal river and surging waves consists of, as the name implies, 13 sword strikes. Each subsequent strike draws additional power from the one preceding it. Like the mighty waves surging upon a long river, each sword stroke grew fiercer than the last. The 13th and final strike was of unparalleled ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Wensi unleashed 6 consecutive sword strikes, each swifter than the one before. Ning Chuan employed the swift wind step, his nimble footwork allowing him to dodge and weave, evading every strike. Whoosh! The 7th sword came slashing down with brutal speed. A glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he decided to stand his ground. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge it. With the perfected gale step technique, nimble as the wind, even Zhao Weiping couldn't land a hit on him that day, let alone Zhang Wensi, who only possessed the strength of an awakened 8th stage. He was just worried about startling Wei Bohu. Bang! Ning Chuan turned slightly and struck out with a forceful palm, hitting the sword's blade sideways. With a loud clang, he sent the sharp blade veering off course, but at the same time, he was thrown backward by the formidable power of the sharp sword. He landed heavily after flying 7 or 8 meters. Can't dodge this one, can you? Seeing this, Zhang Wensi sneered coldly. The 13 swords of the long river's great waves, he had already mastered up to the 3rd realm of proficiency. With each successive sword stroke, its power increased by approximately 10% over the last. Though it might not seem like much, the cumulative effect was astonishing. By the 7th sword, the force would already be twice that of the first strike. As for the final sword, its might would exceed 4 times the initial strength. Oof! Zhang Wensi didn't slow his steps, chasing right after as the 8th sword strike plunged down with a thunderous force. The air currents surged like crashing waves, wild and powerful. Bang! Ning Chuan punched at an angle, smashing the blade. Even as the sharp sword veered off course, Ning Chuan was sent flying once more by the impact. However, thanks to his 4th layer diamond body, he remained unharmed. As expected with the college entrance exams approaching, all the big fish are surfacing one after another to have mastered a C-grade martial art. A teacher observing the match couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I recall Ning Chuan has a B-grade saber technique at the minor achievement realm. Why isn't he drawing his blade? Because you can't draw your sword. The 13 swords of the long river's great waves as a martial art were once initiated. Its attacks surge like the river's waves, one after another. The enemy can barely catch their breath, let alone draw their weapon. What a pity. Many voiced their opinions. Even as they spoke, their eyes remained fixed on the arena, afraid to miss any crucial moment. Thud! The 10th sword strike came down as Ning Chuan's elbow hardened like gold, meeting it head-on. With a deafening boom, he was sent flying sideways over 10 meters, nearly tumbling off the arena. Long River Great Wave 13 swords, this kind of continuous momentum borrowing martial art is quite impressive. If I get the chance, I could learn a similar saber technique to complement my lightning flash slash. That'd surely double my effectiveness with half the effort. Ning Chuan casually mused to himself. He appeared to be at a disadvantage, pressed by Zhang Wensi, but in reality, he felt no pressure at all. Winning would be effortless. The real challenge was how to secure victory while still making Wei Bohu believe he could defeat him. Just 3 more strikes, endure them with golden body transformation, then seize the chance to defeat Zhang Wensi. Ning Chuan thought to himself, no matter how sturdy the golden body transformation may be, it only offers high defense. It's a passive method at best. Swift wind steps are entirely different. Agile movements can complement attacks, making them unpredictable for opponents. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Wensi struck with his final 3 sword strokes, mighty and weighty as if massive waves were concealed within the blade, utterly ferocious. Amid the deafening crashes, Ning Chuan was sent flying 3 times. Under the formidable defensive power of the golden body transformation, he remained unscathed, with only some dust stirred up on his school uniform. The crowd of onlookers immediately burst into astonished chatter. It's confirmed. That golden light is the manifestation of golden body transformation. Ning Chuan has cultivated the indestructible diamond body. Physical martial arts training. Ning Chuan possesses extraordinary willpower. How did he reach the 4th level? Even if he trained from the womb, it wouldn't be enough time. Many people were utterly shocked. Zhang Wensi was no exception, staring wide-eyed, unable to comprehend why Ning Chuan was so formidable. During the selection tournament, it clearly didn't feel like he had the combat power of an awakened 8th-stage fighter. For a moment, Zhang Wensi even forgot to regulate his labored breathing. The martial art of 13 ripples from the long river demanded immense physical exertion. Even an awakened high-tier practitioner like himself found it strenuous to execute, requiring time to recover his breathing. Ning Chuan certainly wouldn't give Zhang Wensi this opportunity. Pushing off with his foot, he closed the distance in one step and threw a fist. Oof! The fist wind howled, swift as a dragon. Zhang Wensi wanted to dodge, but his stamina was severely depleted, making it impossible to muster any speed. With a thud, a heavy punch landed on his abdomen, sending him staggering backward. Bam! 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 Ning Chuan relentlessly threw punches, raining them down like a storm upon Zhang Wenci, even knocking the sharp sword from his grasp. Having lost his weapon, Zhang Wenci was even less of a match. Ah! A punch landed on Zhang Wenci's right eye, rapidly swelling it black, forcing an involuntary cry of pain from him. This familiar pain reminded him of that moment during the selection trials when Ning Chuan had ground him into the dirt. A wave of terror surged from the depths of his heart. "I surrender." Quickly covering his intact left eye, Zhang Wenci said in panic. "A single black eye is better than a pair of panda eyes." Chapter 45, Unlimited Combat. I accept the challenge. The winner is Ning Chuan, the referee announced loudly. As the words fell, the screen beside the arena suddenly flashed, displaying a striking line of text. Winner Ning Chuan advances to the top 16 of the martial arts examination. The tournament at Qingshan No. 1 High School consists of two parts. The first part involves all students being matched for combat. Then, based on their records, the top 16 contenders are selected for single elimination knockout rounds. Making it into the top 16 is considered crucial for being recognized as a dark horse contender. The audience was in an uproar. Many eyes were fixed tightly on Ning Chuan, their gazes filled with either shock, admiration, or envy. Let it be known that Qingshan No. 1 High was no mediocre school. For years it had been the city's top-ranked key high school, an elite institution where geniuses gathered like clouds. Ranking among the top 16 out of over 3,000 students in the senior year speaks volumes about the difficulty of the feat. According to past conventions, students in the top 16 have a 90% chance of being admitted to the top 10 prestigious institutions in the Federation. Their future prospects are bright with limitless potential. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Ning Chuan remained calm as he unhurriedly stepped off the arena. Finding a secluded spot beneath a tree, he quietly waited for the start of the top 16 finals while steadying his breath and recovering his stamina. In fact, he hadn't expended much physical strength. He hadn't even broken a sweat. His condition was far better than Zhang Wenci's. The dragon elephant ancient scripture breathing technique could be said to have no weaknesses. It excelled in physical endurance as well. The only flaw is it's just too difficult. Ning Chuan sighed inwardly. 3 days had passed, yet the foundational realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture had only advanced by 1%. It would take nearly a full year to reach the proficient level at this rate. As for the realm of perfection, it's impossible to say how long it would take to achieve. Ning Chuan also felt somewhat helpless about this. More than half an hour later, the match concluded, and all 16 finalists had been determined, their names displayed on a large screen positioned at the center of the training ground. Ning Chuan raised his gaze. The other 15 students were all at the peak stage of awakening. 7 at the 9th stage of awakening. 8 at the 8th stage of awakening. Among them, apart from him, there were 3 new faces, all dark horses who had emerged unexpectedly during this event. Ning Chuan didn't pay much attention, letting his gaze linger only briefly on Wei Bohu's name in the list. The finals are about to begin. Who do you think will take first place? Who can say for sure? But one thing's certain, the winner will definitely be one of those 3 at the peak of the awakened 9th stage. Amidst the discussions, the spectators in the audience and the students who had finished their exams all gathered around the stage where the finals would take place, their faces filled with eagerness as they anticipated the upcoming matches. The finals begin now, the referee loudly announced while holding up a slip of paper and glancing down at it. First match, Wei Bohu from Class 1, Senior Year against Ning Chuan from Class 15, Senior Year. The spectators below grew restless upon hearing the announcement. That dark horse can only go as far as the top 16 now. Some felt sorry for Ning Chuan. Such bad luck to be paired against a 9th stage awakened peak expert. Ning Chuan is doomed for sure. Wei Bohu was the second-place finisher in last month's exam, and the top-ranked Manhwa didn't even participate this time. After this battle, you'll understand that Ning Chuan only managed to kill the heavenly martial spy by sheer luck. He just happened to encounter them. In terms of actual strength, he's merely decent at Qingshan No. 1 High School, nowhere near the caliber of top-tier students. Most people held low expectations for Ning Chuan, believing he'd be eliminated in the first round. Yet Ning Chuan's mindset differed completely, a streak of electricity flashing through his pitch-black eyes with chilling intensity. His right hand rested on Silver Blood's hilt. Finally, no need to hold back anymore. With steady strides, Ning Chuan stepped onto the arena stage under the gaze of countless spectators. Wei Bohu stood opposite him, a cold smirk plastered across his face. The chairman of the Wei Consortium is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd immediately turned their heads toward the spectator stands. At the VIP seats, Wei Qianzi strode forward with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by several senior executives of the Wei Consortium. The principal of Qingshan No. 1 High School personally accompanied him, chatting and laughing by his side. After all, he was one of the most prominent figures in Qingshan City. Director Gu actually came too, and he's a knight. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. With a gentle breeze, Gu Tianyu appeared quietly. Not just Director Gu, look, who's that person beside him? Holy shit, the #1 martial artist in Qingshan City. Lu Zhan appeared in the spectator stands. Lu Manhwa stood beside him, her cheeks beautiful and full of vitality. It seemed that after these days of rest, her injuries had almost completely healed. The head of the Wang family, one of the three great families of Qingshan City, has come forward. That gaunt old man seems to be the deputy commander of the Federation's 27th Army Group. Li Yun, the female celebrity with over 10 million followers, is right there. Countless audience members on site, including students and teachers alike, were utterly shocked. Though Qingshan No. 1 High School's martial arts examination drew considerable attention, it was only notable when compared to ordinary schools. Most of the usual spectators are students' parents, or some locals who enjoy watching the excitement. The school has to pull strings just to invite one or two notable figures. Nothing like today. The number of distinguished figures in attendance was countless. Soon, some astute individuals realized that something extraordinary was about today's finals. After a brief scan of the surroundings, their gazes came to rest on Ning Chuan. He could very well be the sole variable in this equation. On the fighting stage, Ning Chuan was also somewhat puzzled. While it was true he had slain Zhao Weiping, a mere Tianwu spy wasn't important enough to attract the attention of so many prominent figures. In fact, what Ning Chuan didn't know was that Lu Zhan's act of taking him to extract 20 million from the Wei Consortium had already spread throughout the upper echelons of Qingshan City. They were all very curious. What kind of youth could make the top martial artist of Qingshan City regard him with such importance, even going so far as to personally offend the Wei Consortium without hesitation? Opposite them, Wei Bohua glanced at his father, steadied his mind, then raised his eyes to the referee and spoke solemnly, "For this fight, I wish to apply for a 15-minute no-holds-barred combat rule." The crowd erupted in an uproar. 15 minutes of unrestricted combat, utterly brutal. As the name suggests, during these 15 minutes, both fighters could use any means to engage in lethal combat, with no pauses in between, unless one side perished. The judge was startled by these words. Unrestricted 15-minute brawls only occurred between opponents of comparable strength. Within that quarter hour, it was nearly impossible to determine life or death. Yet such fights could temper one's willpower and advance one's martial prowess. Therefore, the Federation enacted legislation to permit this form of combat. However, Wei Bohua had clearly reached a higher level. The referee paused in thought but still couldn't make a decision. His gaze turned toward the spectators' stand as he inquired of the principal, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, the principal immediately wanted to refuse. With so many important figures present, absolutely no mistakes can be allowed. Wei Qianzi glanced at the principal, seemingly reading his thoughts. With a faint smile, he said, 15 minutes of unrestricted combat is highly beneficial for strengthening one's willpower. Let these two children have their duel. If any injuries occur, the Wei Consortium will cover all medical expenses. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, the Wei Consortium will fully sponsor all medical treatment costs for any students injured during this martial arts examination. The principal hesitated. He always felt this matter wasn't so simple. But with Wei Qianzi having spoken to this extent, refusing might risk offending him. Not far away, Lu Zhan remained expressionless, appearing completely indifferent. Just then, an aloof voice spread from the fighting platform in all directions. A quarter-hour duel with no holds barred? Accepted. Chapter 46. You look down on a perfect grade E-class martial art? On the fighting stage, Ning Chuan's expression remained calm, yet a cold glint flickered deep in his eyes. Wei Bohua truly has a death wish. However, most spectators at the scene held a completely opposite view from Ning Chuan. This is reckless. Ning Chuan shouldn't have agreed just to save face. Someone sighed in dismay. A 15-minute unlimited fight, once both parties agree, even the government can't stop it. He'll regret it soon enough. 15 minutes might not seem long, but for Wei Bohua, it's more than enough to crush him several times over. With that kind of attitude, do you really believe killing a Tianwu spy was anything but dumb luck? The hustlers seized the moment to loudly stir up the crowd. Ning Chuan ignored them, his gaze fixed on the spot where Wei Qianzi stood, and said indifferently, I wonder if that executive from the Wei group who claimed I merely finished off the heavenly martial spy has arrived? It was me who said it. A middle-aged man declared coldly, his eyes fierce. I am Wei Zhu, a third-grade martial artist. Do you have any objections? Ning Chuan shook his head and replied, no objections, just that you were mistaken. The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully, scoffing, a mere awakening stage cultivator, what gives you the right to question my judgment? You'll find out soon enough. Ning Chuan smiled faintly and remained silent. Several minutes later, let the match begin. The referee gave the signal and stepped down from the ring. A 15-minute unrestricted fight requires no referee. On the large screen in the training center, a countdown timer for 15 minutes appeared. Wei Bohua didn't rush to strike, as if victory was already in his grasp. He said leisurely, I saw your fight earlier. That mastery of external martial arts is indeed formidable, even an awakened 8th stage fighter couldn't break through. But to me, your indestructible body is as fragile as a sheet of paper. As he spoke, Wei Bohua pulled out 2 knuckle dusters from his pocket. They looked ordinary without any special features, but their surfaces rippled with golden origin power, exuding such sharpness it made one's skin prickle. Rune weapons. A gasp erupted from the crowd. This weapon, engraved with an internal pattern array, can store origin force. Once obtained by an awakener, it can be activated during combat, providing a tremendous boost to their strength. Origin pattern weapons cost 7 to 8 million each. Using them in combat is downright unfair. A teacher voiced their displeasure. Financial power is also a form of strength. What do you think no holds barred in no holds barred combat really means? Ning Chuan is in deep trouble now. If Wei Bohu doesn't hold back, he'll die. Many spectators grew serious. Wei Bohu put on his brass knuckles, waved them at Ning Chuan, and mocked, "Think your diamond body can withstand my fists?" Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering briefly on the pair of knuckle dusters before withdrawing. His delicate features remained as calm as still water. It wasn't that Ning Chuan thought he could defeat a certified martial artist. He reckoned he still lacked some strength currently. But Wei Bohu wasn't a martial artist either. His strength, agility, and explosive power were far inferior, not even on the same level. As for original pattern weapons, those operate on an entirely different principle from the Force. In terms of attack power, it might be about the same. But what makes the Force truly hard to defend against is its ability to manifest unpredictably in countless forms, erupting from any part of the human body. Just like his golden body transformation ability. If it could only be channeled through the hands, it'd be inferior to a sturdy gauntlet. At least gauntlets have no time limit. The strength of golden body transformation lies in the ability to freely utilize its power across all areas of the body. As long as one cannot break through his golden body transformation, there are no fatal weaknesses on his entire body. Just putting on a show. Seeing no trace of panic on Ning Chuan's face, Wei Bohu snorted coldly and strode forward with several heavy steps, charging toward him like a fierce tiger. Whoosh! Wei Bohu raised his knuckle duster and threw a punch straight at Ning Chuan. Golden primal force surged forth, pressing outward with a violent gale that howled deafeningly, a truly terrifying display of power. That's some impressive force for a primal inscription weapon, Ning Chuan praised. Then, he placed both hands behind his back. The scene instantly erupted. Facing Wei Bohu, who was at the peak of awakening stage 9, Ning Chuan actually dared to be this arrogant. Looking for death. Seeing this humiliating scene, Wei Bohu's eyes rapidly darkened as he unleashed even more primal force through his knuckle dusters. In the blink of an eye, the knuckle dusters were merely 3 inches away from Ning Chuan. Swish! At that very moment, Ning Chuan moved. With a push of his foot against the ground, he executed the gale steps, his body lightly leaping backward like a floating sheet of paper riding the wind. To the spectators on site, Ning Chuan appeared to be swept along by the gust of Wei Bohu's fist. Those knuckle dusters remained perpetually 3 inches away from Ning Chuan. Unable to advance even a fraction further. Ha! Punching through empty air, Wei Bohu frowned. He didn't quite understand how Ning Chuan had dodged this punch. Still, Wei Bohu didn't dwell on it. He knew that Ning Chuan's gale steps had reached expert-level mastery, so it wasn't surprising his evasion skills were formidable. Then see if you can dodge this punch, Wei Bohu said coldly, his entire body surging with power as he threw another punch. Boom! The instant his fist shot out, a cannon-like explosion erupted from Wei Bohu's body, shattering the air violently. Flaming Cannon Fist. This B-class martial technique had been mastered by Wei Bohu to proficiency. A single punch launched like a fired cannonball, smashing through the air with tremendous power. Ugh! The surging fist wind had grown multiple times stronger than before. Ning Chuan's black hair whipped wildly, his clothes fluttering, yet his hands remained casually clasped behind his back. He took a casual diagonal step along the path of the fist wind. The movement flowed with impossible smoothness, as if acceleration didn't exist in his world. Swish! Ning Chuan dodged Wei Bohu's fist once again. What's going on? Staring at his failed punch, Wei Bohu's expression darkened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gale Step is merely an E-grade martial art. The expert realm is only equivalent to the mastered realm of a B-grade movement technique. As for his flowing fire cannon fist, it has reached the mastered realm. Moreover, his cultivation level far surpasses Ning Chuan's. Logically speaking, there was no way Ning Chuan could have dodged his blazing cannon fist. Even if by some fluke he managed to evade it, it should have left him utterly disheveled and straining every muscle. Yet here he was, hands clasped behind his back, moving as effortlessly as someone taking a leisurely stroll after dinner. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Bohu's heart burned with fierce determination. Channeling his strength, he unleashed 7 or 8 consecutive blazing cannon fists in one breath, the explosive shockwaves surging wildly in all directions. The trees near the training grounds trembled violently, shedding their leaves. Amid the furious storm of punches, Ning Chuan remained composed, strolling casually like a lone boat on the sea unscathed, floating effortlessly even through the wildest waves. My God, this is the flowing steps at perfection level. A martial artist gasped in astonishment. Didn't the school teachers say only creators of martial arts can achieve perfection? A nearby child asked curiously. Well, some geniuses, with good fortune, might reach perfection. But your teacher isn't entirely wrong, in a way. Many martial arts practiced in the Federation today can only be performed perfectly by their creators, someone explained. A ripple of reaction spread through the VIP section of the viewing stands. A perfect level movement technique, even if it's only the lowest tier rank, is still quite impressive. No wonder Lu Zhan was willing to stand up for him. Interesting. Mastering a perfect level martial art at just 17 is even rarer than becoming an official martial artist at that age. Some important figures watched the arena as they casually conversed. Their attitude showed no particular seriousness. After all, it was merely an E-grade martial art, the difficulty of mastering it was frankly nothing extraordinary. Among the talented members of their family, those who diligently practiced the Gale steps for over a decade might not reach perfection, that would require considerable luck. However, achieving master-level proficiency was certainly attainable. Chapter 47. What about a perfectly mastered B-class martial art? On the fighting platform. Hearing the surrounding voices, Wei Bohu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately lowered his arms, ceasing to unleash his flowing fire cannon fist. A perfect realm. That was a new level. Without advancing his flowing fire cannon fist into the subtle realm, he couldn't even touch the hem of Ning Chuan's clothes. Why stop unleashing those cannon punches? Ning Chuan crossed his arms behind his back, scrutinizing Wei Bohu with mocking amusement as he spoke. Finishing off this sort of person with a single slash would be far too merciful. Just one flawlessly mastered E-rank movement technique you actually think that makes you untouchable? Wei Bohu sneered coldly. As he spoke, he raised his fist, displaying the brass knuckles he wore. With the power of my origin pattern weapon, just an ordinary punch from me would be more than you can handle. You'd have no choice but to dodge using Gale steps. But with your stamina, how long do you think you can last against me? Wei Bohu said smugly. Another quarter hour shouldn't be a problem, Ning Chuan grinned, glancing at the large screen nearby. His smile brightened as he corrected himself. Oops, not a quarter hour, just 13 minutes and 57 seconds more. You? Wei Bohu was momentarily stunned by these words. He had completely forgotten about the time limit. Wei Bohu's face darkened immediately. According to the original plan, he had intended to cripple or even kill Ning Chuan during the 15-minute unrestricted combat session. I don't want to waste any more time with you. Ning Chuan's smile faded, his expression turning cold and indifferent as he withdrew his right hand from behind his back, gripping the hilt of his silver-bladed sword. Seeing this, Wei Bohu let out a mocking laugh and sneered. From what you're saying, you actually think you can beat me? Just with your lightning flash slash? I'm gonna laugh my head off. My flowing fire cannon fist is just one realm below subtlety, but how many realms separate your strength from mine? You should be grateful your Gale step keeps you barely alive. How dare you talk such trash? Are you done talking? Ning Chuan said indifferently. The words fell silent. He drew his silver-blood warblade and unleashed the flash lightning slash without hesitation. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the silver-blood warblade roared like a clap of thunder. Amid the deafening boom, a streak of lightning over 3 meters long and astonishingly swift descended from the heavens, slashing toward Wei Bohu, whose face twisted in shock. Why is his blade so fast? The razor-sharp gleam of the sword came rushing at him, sending shivers down Wei Bohu's scalp. He had no time to be shocked, his feet slammed hard against the ground as he desperately scrambled backward to evade. At the same time, there was no chance to lift his brass knuckles in defense. He could only channel every ounce of his strength, surging golden energy outward through them, hoping to block the descending blade. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Ning Chuan's gaze was ice cold. When he had just advanced to Awakening Stage 6, he could already shatter Zhao Weiping's origin force with his flash thunder slash at Perfection Realm. And now is even more so. SZZZT. The golden raw force manifested from the knuckle dusters proved utterly incapable of resisting the silver blood battle saber's deadly edge. It was sliced through as effortlessly as torn cloth. The saber's speed diminished by 20%, yet it still outpaced Wei Bohu's retreating form. Thud! A silver light flashed, accompanied by the dull sound of flesh being pierced as a spray of blood erupted. Wei Bohu was immediately sent flying from the slash. At the sight of this, the crowd instantly erupted into chaos. Unlike watching a live broadcast through a screen, this was real. They were right there on the scene. Anyone with even a slight knowledge of martial arts could judge the level of this blade strike. Thunderous resonance, erupting from the blade itself. This is the perfected state of thunder flash slash. A school administrator said with a trembling voice. It's not that he lacks knowledge. Thunder flash slash is a grade B martial skill after all. How many years has it been since any student at Green Mountain High School achieved this? Wait, no student has ever achieved this before. Pioneering a first in the academy's history. Many were unsettled, shocked to the point of disbelief. Even the dignitaries in the VIP seats straightened visibly, their gazes toward the arena turning uniformly grave. The thunder flash differed entirely from the swift wind steps. They were well aware of the difficulty of Class B martial arts. Wei Bohu was a living example right before their eyes. Despite ranking among the top of the Wei family's younger generation, he had only managed to master the flaming cannon fist to the proficient level. 2 martial arts, both perfected. How on earth did this kid do it? The Wang family patriarch exclaimed in amazement. I just probed his strength, not yet at the high stage of awakening. He must have sacrificed some cultivation time from breathing techniques. What does that matter? Even the most outstanding talents in your family, if they gave up breathing techniques to specialize in lightning flash slash, couldn't reach meticulous mastery, let alone perfection. This level of martial comprehension is nothing short of monstrous. The nobility of Qingshan City couldn't help but voice their praise. No wonder he caught Lu Zhan's attention, truly a 1 in 10,000 genius. Damn it! Wei Bohu lay on the arena floor, his face twisted in pain. A half-meter-long slash wound stretched from his chest to his abdomen, blood gushing out and instantly dyeing his clothes crimson red. Gasping for breath, Wei Bohu struggled to his feet. After inspecting the wound, a trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. If not for the knuckle duster's activating origin force that slightly slowed Ning Chuan's blade speed, even if he hadn't died then, his guts would have been spilled across the ground. Gripping his battle saber, Ning Chuan gazed impassively at Wei Bohu, restraining himself from pressing the advantage. There was still plenty of time left in this quarter hour. More than enough for his purposes. Raising his eyes toward the VIP seating in the spectator stands, Ning Chuan bared his teeth in a grin. That executive named Wei Zhu, does he understand his mistake now? Wei Zhu sprang to his feet in an instant, his eyes brimming with malice, yet when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Even Wei Bohu, at the peak of the 9th level of awakening, was nearly cleaved in half by a single slash from Ning Chuan. Under such circumstances, to still insist that Ning Chuan only finished off the heavenly martial spy would be nothing short of self-humiliation. It seems you figured it out. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, averted his gaze, and strode toward Wei Bohu. Screech, creak. The silver-blooded blade scraped across the ground with a dry, piercing screech, like the ominous soundtrack of death's approaching footsteps. Fear rose in Wei Bohu's eyes as he hurriedly said, I surrender. Ning Chuan continued walking without pause, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he mocked. Never heard that you could surrender in a 15-minute unlimited combat match. I wasn't well rested before, let's settle this another day. Wei Bohu stammered these words in panic. The perfect realm's lightning slash was something he absolutely could not contend against. At that moment, Wei Qiance's voice came from the spectator stands. Ning Chuan, stop. Bohu isn't lying. He previously assisted the police in capturing Tianwu spies, going days without sleep until it harmed his body. Now he can only exert a fraction of his full strength. Fairness is paramount in fights between students like you. Even if you win this match, it would be an unfair victory. Hearing this, the mockery on Ning Chuan's face grew more pronounced. This father-son pair of yours has truly reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. Ning Chuan turned to Wei Qiance and mocked, you dare speak to me about fairness? How did Wei Bohu get those brass knuckles? Did they sprout from his hands by themselves? Wei Qiance rose to his feet, his voice icy. I'm not here to negotiate with you. As chairman of the Wei Consortium, I'm ordering you to end this fight immediately. The training ground erupted in an uproar. This was outright bullying with sheer power. Several school administrators looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. According to school regulations, outsiders indeed cannot interfere in martial arts examinations, but the status of the chairman of the Wei Financial Group is far from ordinary. Such high-handed authority. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, shifting his gaze as he said, Uncle Lu, can Wei Qiance call off the 15-minute unrestricted combat? Lu Zhan replied indifferently, there are only 2 ways to terminate the 15-minute unrestricted combat. Both participants must agree to end it, or one side dies. Then I disagree. The youth's icy voice rang out, clearly reaching every spectator present. Chapter 48, have you ever heard of Ling Qi? Boom! Amid deafening thunder, Ning Chuan swung his silver blood warblade downward like lightning, delivering a savage slash so fierce it seemed capable of splitting Wei Bohu clean in two. Whoosh! The silvery battle saber sliced through the air at terrifying speed, leaving Wei Bohu no time to dodge. He crossed his arms before his chest as streams of golden force gushed from his knuckle dusters like spring water, wave after wave coating his forearms. Yet knuckle dusters had natural limits to their force channeling efficiency. Wei Bohu's frantic activation would destroy these expensive knuckle dusters in at most 2 or 3 more uses. But with his life at stake, Wei Bohu had no mind to worry about the knuckle dusters being ruined. Bang! The golden primal force was hacked apart, dispersing in all directions. Ning Chuan's silver blood battle blade was also knocked back. We blocked it. Wei Bohu's heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. But before he could even catch his breath, Wei Bohu's eyes welled up with immense fear. Without warning, 2 streaks of silver light over 3 meters long effortlessly sliced into his unprotected wrists from left and right. 3 slashes in an instant. Zhao Weiping had died beneath Ning Chuan's very same technique. Thud! Thud! 2 crescent-shaped arcs of blood sprayed simultaneously. Wei Bohu's left and right arms became left and right stumps. The silver blood battle saber had swung too fast. Wei Bohu didn't even realize his hands had been severed, only feeling a strange chill. The next instant, excruciating pain surged from his severed wrists like tidal waves. Ah! Wei Bo's excruciating pain forced out a beast-like roar from his throat, his body swaying unsteadily before he collapsed with a loud thud, kneeling before Ning Chuan. Some of the more timid spectators shut their eyes in terror. A wave of shocked exclamations rose from the VIP seats in the spectator stands. This young man is truly ruthless. He's about to cripple the son of the Wei Group's chairman. Lu Mengyue watched the arena intently and murmured, Ning Chuan's 3 sword strikes were almost simultaneous, meaning he perfectly predicted Wei Bohu's counter. This level of combat skill, I think he might actually be stronger than me. Lu Zhen glanced at her and said, have some confidence in yourself. A hint of delight appeared in Lu Mengyue's voice, so he hasn't surpassed me yet? No. Lu Zhen shook his head, I'm telling you to remove as if. Dad, you've been corrupted by Ning Chuan. Lu Mengyue couldn't help rolling her eyes. Unlike the Lu father-daughter pair who still had the leisure to joke, Wei Qiance's eyes surged with killing intent, wishing he could crush Ning Chuan with a single slap. Though vicious by nature, he still valued family ties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally intervened to secure Wei Bohu's spot in the Shanghai talent training camp. Ning Chuan, Lu Zhan may protect you, but what about your family, your relatives? If you don't stop now, I'll make sure they never see tomorrow's sun. Wei Qiance's voice was sinister. Of course, such blatant threats couldn't be voiced publicly. Wei Qiance used his origin force to compress his voice into a thin line, transmitting it solely into Ning Chuan's ear. It seems Wei Bohu didn't tell you, I'm an orphan. If you can actually find my family, I'll personally deliver you an embroidered banner of gratitude. Ning Chuan grinned. Wei Qiance. It seemed there truly was no method that could intimidate Ning Chuan. Whoosh! Ning Chuan swung his blade with swift and powerful force, slicing open a long wound across Wei Bohu's chest while simultaneously sending him flying backward. He was still affected by Wei Qiance's influence. Otherwise, this strike would have cleaved through Wei Bohu's skull. With Lu Zhan's promise backing him, he had no fear of Wei Qiance's retaliation, unless Wei Qiance was prepared to perish together with him. But if Wei Bohu were killed, in his madness, Wei Qiance might seek revenge on his friend Guo Rengyu and his family. Ning Chuan wasn't willing to take that risk. Regarding the matter of the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, he owed the Guo family a favor. But sparing your life doesn't mean I'll let you off. With icy determination in his eyes, Ning Chuan gripped his silver blood warblade and advanced step by step towards Wei Bohu, who had fallen some distance away. Bang! Reaching his target, Ning Chuan brought his foot down heavily, planting it squarely on Wei Bohu's chest. The ground trembled faintly. My hand, I'll kill you, my father is Wei Qiance. Wei Bohu, delirious with pain, glared at Ning Chuan, hurling incoherent curses. But under the chilling gaze of Ning Chuan, Wei Bohu's body shuddered, and he gradually fell silent. Fear was the only expression left on that face. Ning Chuan looked down at Wei Bohu beneath his feet and spoke as if to himself. I once heard someone tell a rumor. In an era before the Federation, there was a form of torture called lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts. It involved making 3,000 consecutive cuts on a living person. And whether an executioner is qualified depends on whether the condemned remains alive after the lingqi is performed. Wei Bohu seemed to realize what Ning Chuan intended to do, struggling desperately to escape. But the foot pressing down on his chest was as immovable as a boulder. I want to test whether I'm qualified or not, Ning Chuan said calmly. Hearing this, Wei Bohu burst into tears. Ning Chuan, I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Please spare me. I'll never bother you again. Ning Chuan remained unmoved, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the time on the large screen. 10 minutes left. That makes 600 seconds. 1 slash per second isn't difficult for me. My blade is very sharp. You'll have to endure it. As he spoke, Ning Chuan raised his battle saber, Silverblood, its edge gleaming sharply in the sunlight. These two must have some deep-seated hatred between them. Someone sensed something was amiss. Hold on. Just as Ning Chuan was about to bring down his blade, Wei Qiance stopped him. Give up your 15-minute unlimited combat rule, and I'll give you 10 million as compensation, Wei Qiance said with a dark expression. The crowd at the scene was stunned upon hearing this number. An enormous sum that ordinary people couldn't earn in 3 generations even if they didn't eat or drink. Thud! Blood sprayed into the air. Ning Chuan's blade, after a brief pause, still came down on Wei Bohu, eliciting a pained scream from him. This money, I dare not accept it. Holding his knife, Ning Chuan turned to Wei Qiance, whose face had turned ugly, and grinned. You're giving me money because you're afraid I'll kill your son in that quarter-hour no-holds-barred fight. In a way, this counts as my silent extortion of you. I've always been a law-abiding person who never does anything wrong. After being framed last time, Ningchuan made a point of reading some legal books. Among them, a biography titled Zheng San, I filled a criminal code history in just half my lifetime, proved particularly enlightening, teaching him considerable legal knowledge. This kid learned his lesson and got wiser, they remarked. Lu Zhan smiled faintly. Wei Qianzi turned ashen, recognizing the hidden implication in Ning Chuan's words. Money can be accepted, but there must be absolutely no risk of illegality. Suppressing his anger, Wei Qianzi forced out a faint smile and said, "Don't take it to heart, Ning Chuan. I misspoke in my haste. This 10 million has absolutely nothing to do with your 15-minute unrestricted fight with Bohu. The Wei Consortium simply wishes to voluntarily donate 10 million to you, seeing your potential to enter Stellar River University as the Federation's top candidate. We hope you can gain admission to Stellar River University and bring glory to our hometown." Ning Chuan pondered for 2 seconds before asking, "After taxes?" The room fell silent at his words. Is this how uniquely genius minds work? Of course. Wei Qianzi ground his teeth audibly. Ning Chuan smiled brilliantly. "Thank you, Chairman Wei. If it's no trouble, please transfer the amount now." Wei Qianzi reached back with his hand, and a senior executive swiftly placed a phone in it. After tapping the screen a few times, he said coldly, "The money has been transferred." Ning Chuan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. It must be a bank transfer notification. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan took out his phone and checked the transferred amount to confirm it was 10 million after taxes before finally relaxing. Wei Qianzi's shamelessness forced him to handle the matter with extreme caution. "Ning Chuan, you've taken the money, let's call it quits on our competition." Wei Bohu pleaded pitifully. Ning Chuan lowered his head and said kindly, "Silly child, what nonsense are you thinking? Your father gave me money because I got admitted to Star River University and brought honor to Qingshan City. What does that have to do with you? Let's continue. Tell me, what is 3,000 minus 1? Ning Chuan raised his silver blood war blade, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, but his eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. Chapter 49, tell me, what is 3,000 minus 2? Boom! Wei Qianzi watched the situation on the arena with an extremely grim expression, crushing the armrest of his chair in his grip. Ning Chuan, I beg you, spare my life. I'll apologize however you want. Wei Bohua trembled like a sieve, snot and tears pouring out uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine this was a genius who had reached the peak of awakening stage 9. Compared to Ning Chuan using his blade to respond to Zhao Weiping's promise of letting him leave that day, the difference in character was immediately apparent. Shameful display. Many spectators at the scene, including influential figures, felt nothing but contempt. Ning Chuan twirled his silver blood combat blade casually and said lightly, "Calling off the match isn't impossible, just confess everything you and your father did to me." Wei Qianzi's 20 million was merely payment for the recording. It didn't mean he couldn't leak the information. Wei Bohu hesitated. Those matters were far from honorable, he understood that better than anyone. With a sharp slicing sound, the silver blood battle saber fell, sending a torrent of crimson splashing through the air. Ning Chuan's voice was icy as he uttered, "Tell me, what is 3,000 minus 2? Wei Bohu's mental defenses instantly crumbled beneath the chilling spectacle. "I can't take it anymore." He confessed everything without omission, forcefully buying the spots for the Mountain and Sea Talent training camp, framing Ning Chuan with the Beast Nutrient solution, and hiring the media to smear Ning Chuan's credit in killing Zhao Weiping. The crowd erupted in immediate uproar. Public outrage soared. Ordinary people already harbored discontent towards behemoths like large corporations and financial conglomerates. Upon hearing about these dirty deeds, they could no longer restrain their anger, with outbursts of curses erupting everywhere. Just now, when Ning Chuan chopped off his hands, I still thought Ning Chuan was being too ruthless. Now it seems he was actually too lenient with him. He should have been sliced to pieces, exactly as Ning Chuan suggested earlier. The empire has already fallen, yet they're still pulling this kind of trick. Some citizens were so enraged that they took off their shoes and hurled them at Wei Qianzi. But the spectator stands were built too high, their throws didn't reach. "Get lost," Ning Chuan said coldly as he lifted his right foot from Wei Bohu's chest and delivered a powerful kick, sending Wei Bohu flying off the arena platform. "Take Bohu with you, let's move." Wei Qianzi stood up with a face as grim as iron. Today had been a tremendous loss of face, but losing face was the least of their worries. The public discontent runs so deep, the conglomerate stock prices and connections would be severely impacted, possibly even triggering investigations by relevant authorities. The Federation operates by its rules. On the surface, all must comply with federal law, even trans-regional megacorporations are no exception. An executive picked up the unconscious Wei Bohu and stepped back onto the stage to retrieve the two severed hands. Ning Chuan watched all this coldly without intervening. When he had used the threat of Ling Qi to intimidate Wei Bohu, several cuts had been deliberately made at the nerve-dense areas of the severed wrists. Even with the help of healing-type superhumans, recovery would be extremely difficult. Even if the wounds can be healed, the scars on the soul will never fade. Ning Chuan's gaze was icy. As long as he drew breath, Wei Bohu would never overcome this hurdle, and his martial path would be severely hindered. Winner, Ning Chuan, advancing to the quarterfinals. The referee was the first to snap out of it, leaping onto the ring and passionately announcing in a loud voice. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. It wasn't a particularly thrilling match, given the vast gap in strength. Ning Chuan utterly crushed his opponent. Yet many spectators found it satisfyingly brutal to watch. An ordinary youth rises against all odds, thwarting the conspiracy of a colossal financial empire and becoming famous overnight. This is the kind of plot you'd only find in movies, full of passion and inspiration. A thought just occurred to me. Wei Bohu was at the peak of awakening 9th stage, yet Ning Chuan took him down with just 4 slashes, or rather 2 moves. Just how strong is Ning Chuan? Someone realized Ning Chuan's strength and couldn't help feeling startled. Many people nearby immediately changed their expressions. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll undoubtedly take first place in this martial arts examination. To defeat him, there must be at least one warrior-level student among the remaining candidates. Many people were engaged in heated discussions. Even when the matches on the stage began, they barely paid attention, still focusing their conversations on Ning Chuan. Soon, the top 8 contestants were all determined. Once again, Ning Chuan was assigned to the first match. Fortunately, my opponent was the only awakened 8th stage practitioner among the remaining 7, named Li Ruoyun. She was a beautiful girl who enjoyed high popularity among the male students. I surrender. Before the match even began, with Ning Chuan's right hand barely touching the hilt of his sword, Li Ruoyun screamed desperately as if a mere second's delay would spell disaster. Ning Chuan arched an eyebrow, somewhat baffled. Li Ruoyun was another dark horse emerging from this competition, her strikes precise, her movements decisive, clearly not someone who feared battle. I have no interest in answering your what's 3000 minus random numbers questions. Li Ruoyun's red lips curled slightly in disdain. With that, she immediately leapt off the fighting platform, afraid that Ning Chuan might go mad and swing his blade. Seeing this, Ning Chuan could only shrug helplessly. That question, just like the threat of Lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts, was meant to intimidate Wei Bohu and shatter his psychological defenses. But there is indeed an upside. Qualifying for the top 4 was easier than drinking water. Ning Chuan stepped down from the arena with a smile. Half an hour later, 3 other students made it to the semifinals, 1 at the initial stage of awakening 9th tier, and 2 at the peak of awakening 9th tier. This time, Ning Chuan had better luck. Not only was he placed in the second match, but his opponent was also the one at the initial stage of awakening 9th tier. Soon, Ning Chuan realized he had still underestimated his own luck. The 2 9th-level awakened peak stage warriors from the first match, due to their evenly matched strength, had both suffered severe injuries and were unable to continue fighting. In other words, all he needed to do was defeat this early 9th-level awakened warrior before him to claim first place in this martial examination. Let the match begin. At the referee's command, Ning Chuan didn't hesitate. He activated Gale Steps, his figure darting forward to close the distance with his opponent. Whoosh! Hukoan knew that Ning Chuan's knife technique was extremely fast. Under normal circumstances, there was no way he could block it. So without caring whether Ning Chuan had actually drawn his blade, Hukoan desperately swung his steel rod with all his might. A curtain of rod shadows whistled through the air, raging wildly before him to prevent Ning Chuan's warblade from breaking through. In truth, this approach was utterly foolish. Ning Chuan didn't even need to unsheath his blade. Simply by standing still, he could let Hukoan exhaust himself in vain. But for Hukoan, this was the only available option left to him. At least after the defeat, they could still boast about holding their ground against Ning Chuan for a considerable time. Awakening stage 9, with such enduring stamina, if left to swing alone, he could probably keep going for over half an hour. Ning Chuan shook his head. Boom! Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed as he seized the moment, unleashing the flash lightning slash with a single decisive strike. A streak of silver light pierced precisely through the dense whirl of staff shadows. The next moment, Hukoan merely felt a chill at his throat, goosebumps rising instantly. His steel staff abruptly stopped mid-swing. With Ning Chuan's silver-edged blade, Xuan, held horizontally in one hand, its point rested against Hukoan's neck. I surrender. Hukoan smiled bitterly. Perfect tier B-grade martial arts, especially those specializing in speed, become devastating weapons in the awakening realm. Without martial arts of corresponding level, it's virtually impossible to contend against them. Top scorer in the martial arts examination, Ning Chuan, achieving a perfect score of 700 points. The senior year dean announced loudly. Martial arts exams differ from academic exams. There are no standard answers. The top scorer directly receives full marks. Lower rankings follow a set of rules to successively decrease the scores. Combined with his academic results, Ning Chuan achieved first place in the monthly exam with an astonishing score of 959. He actually did it. Suyan gazed at Ning Chuan, the center of countless gazes, and felt dazed as if caught in a dreamlike illusion. At Qingshan No. 1 High School, classes were hierarchically divided into regular and rocket classes. The academic disparity between students in these two types of classes was vast. Students from regular classes could reach at most the 7th stage of awakening, let alone ranking first. None could even make it into the top 10. In a way, this has pioneered a new chapter in history. Su Yun was deeply astonished. Not long after, under the twilight glow of the setting sun, Qingshan High School's monthly exam came to an end. Chapter 50, He who separates himself from society is either a god or a beast. The monthly exam lasted only a day, but its profound impact was just beginning. The reverberations were enormous. That very night, with vigorous promotion from television stations, the news spread throughout the city. Every influential faction became aware of it. Qingshan No. 1 High School has produced a ruthless young prodigy. In front of the chairman of the Wei family conglomerate, he crippled the man's biological son. Most importantly, the youth possessed extraordinary natural talent, earning the attention of Luzhan, Qingshan City's top martial artist. The Wei consortium found itself completely powerless. Decades from now, Qingshan City might gain another Knight Ning. Many faction leaders sighed with emotion. As for ordinary citizens, what mattered most to them was that Ning Chuan had won first place in Qingshan High School's monthly exam. It was still an overwhelming victory. Overnight, Ning Chuan became the child of other parents in the mouths of countless moms and dads. Look at yourself, you just reached awakening stage 7 and you're already floating with arrogance. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan already rivals official martial artists in strength, yet he's remained humble all this time. Can't you learn something from him? Dad, I'm only at awakening stage 6, I really can't beat you at awakening stage 9. Useless thing, how come Ning Chuan can do it? Does he have an extra head or an extra arm compared to you? Among countless examples, Ning Chuan rose from being the top-ranked target on Qingshan No. 1 High School's student elimination list to becoming the top-ranked target on the student elimination list of all middle schools in Qingshan City, etched firmly in the memories of countless students. Yet the protagonist who caused this storm remained as composed as ever. In the following days, Ning Chuan's life proceeded with methodical precision. Attending school as usual, reviewing lessons as always. March 31st, afternoon. Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Bam, bam, bam. In a private training room, the dull, heavy sounds came one after another, seemingly trying to form an unbroken line. The sounds came from Ning Chuan. He was continuously throwing punches, hitting a testing machine. The display screen above rapidly refreshed with eye-catching red numbers. 1845 kilograms. 1822 kilograms. 1819 kilograms. After unleashing several hundred punches in one breath, Ning Chuan ceased his movements. I feel completely at ease. My forehead is dry, my breathing steady. On the testing machine screen before me, a line of text appears. Your punch force currently measures 1,822 kilograms. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Ning Chuan's lips. This value is quite impressive. The key point is, for him, it's about to be broken again very soon. 1,800 kilograms punching power. Even most awakened 7th stage warriors only reach this level. Ning Chuan, you truly are astonishing. Lu Mengyue walked over, her pretty face unable to conceal its shock. Awakening 7 stages meant nothing to her. Yet just a month ago, Ning Chuan's strength hadn't even reached awakening 4 stages. Such progress was simply staggering. Her dad wasn't even this fierce during road battles. Ning Chuan smiled and said, my physical fitness has nearly caught up, but there's still a gap in coordination. At awakening stage 7, strength flows like a spring. It's an integrated whole that allows for better control of the body. Each punch can maintain an error margin within 10 kilograms. Mine are consistently beyond 20 kilograms. That's nothing special. Lu Mengyue pondered for a moment before saying earnestly, once your physical condition reaches the requirement, generating power like a gushing spring isn't difficult. You'll definitely achieve it before the college entrance exams. Pretty much. Ning Chuan grinned and gave an ambiguous answer. Given the extraordinary nature of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, even at the foundational realm, the peak 9th stage awakening fist strength should hover around 6,000 kilograms. Working backward from this, at the 7th stage awakening, the fist strength should easily reach 3,000 kilograms. He was still short by over 1,000. This was no small amount. For an ordinary person, increasing punching power by this much would require years of rigorous training. But for him, with proper nutrition, it would take at most 1 month. By the way, here's the beast nutrient solution you wanted. Lu Mengyue waved her hand behind her. Uncle Yang approached carrying a black backpack, unzipped it to reveal rows of test tubes filled with dark red liquid. Lu Mengyue chuckled, buying 200 tubes with just a wave of your hand, you certainly are generous. It was Wei Qianzi who was more generous. Ning Chuan teased. If Wei Qianzi hadn't given him another 10 million during the monthly exam, even with the wholesale price of 150,000 yuan per bottle from the Lu family, he wouldn't have been able to afford 200 beast elixirs. Now he only has a few million left. All preparations were focused on Jin Gang. You almost flayed his son alive, of course he'd be generous. Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you leaving today?" Ningchuan nodded lightly. "The flight is tonight. I should arrive at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp by tomorrow morning." He had already taken leave from school. The school administrators, upon hearing it was for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, immediately approved his leave without question. Had Ningchuan not declined, they would have even organized a grand send-off ceremony involving the entire school and invite celebrities to bid him farewell. Soon after, Ningchuan said his goodbyes and departed. Back home, Ningchuan looked around but didn't take anything except for a few changes of clothes. Though he said a few, they were all school uniforms. The backpack carrying the 100 Beasts nutrient solution still had some space left. Not wanting to carry an extra bag, Ningchuan neatly folded the uniforms and stuffed them inside. Ding dong. Amidst the doorbell's chime, the landlord entered holding a move-out agreement. "Are you keeping any of this stuff?" "All of it stays." "Are you not coming back in the future?" "I'll come back once, but won't be able to stay for more than a few days," Ningchuan replied. The Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp lasts for 2 months per session. When he returns, it will already be time for the college entrance exams. He won't stay long in Qingshan City. Several minutes later, Ningchuan signed the contract and stepped out of the residential building. Looking back at the apartment where he'd lived, a tinge of melancholy rose in his heart. After all, he'd lived there for quite some time. But the next moment, the feeling of despondency completely dissipated. He came alone. He left alone. Ningchuan strode away, his eyes resolute, bathed in the glow of the setting sun as radiant as dawn's first light. 8 p.m. Qingshan Airport. The crowd was dense and bustling. There were couples saying goodbye, tears glistening in their eyes, holding each other tightly, unwilling to part. There were parents sending their children off, endlessly reminding them, every word and action filled with reluctance. Compared to these people, Ningchuan sat alone in the waiting room, solitary, looking somewhat desolate. Yet, his expression remained utterly calm. Ningchuan had grown quite accustomed to solitude. Whether in past lives or this present existence, it has always been this way. During all his days in Qingshan City, Lu Mengyue was the only friend he'd made, and that friendship only blossomed because he coincidentally saved her life. Otherwise, they would have merely remained acquaintances. Not a single new friend to his name. Ningchuan wasn't socially awkward. He simply didn't want to actively huddle together for warmth. "Dear passengers," the boarding announcement sounded through the speakers. Ningchuan stood up and was just about to step forward when a graceful figure blocked his path. "Aren't we friends? You could at least say something, let me see you off." Lu Mengyue glared at Ningchuan, speaking with clear irritation. Ningchuan looked surprised. "What brings you here?" He never told anyone else his flight number. Lu Mengyue arched her willow leaf eyebrows triumphantly and said, "My father is an honorary director for all 3 major airlines in the Federation. I had him check for me." Ningchuan. What an unbeatable reason. Ningchuan cleared his throat and said, "So, Uncle Lu, could you upgrade my ticket for free? First class is pretty expensive." Lu Mengyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. After chatting for a while longer, the boarding call announcing the final boarding time came over the loudspeaker. "I'll get going first." Ningchuan raised the airplane ticket in his hand. Lu Mengyue gave a slight nod. After only a few steps, Ningchuan turned back, his gaze fixed on Lu Mengyue as he said earnestly, "Thank you for coming to see me off. Have a safe journey, and may your martial path flourish." Lu Mengyue broke into a radiant smile, vigorously waving her hand as her beautiful eyes lingered on Ningchuan's retreating figure until it disappeared beyond the ticket gate. "We've seen him off, time to head home." Lu Zhan quietly appeared from somewhere. After a moment's thought, a trace of concern flickered across Lu Mengyue's lovely face. "Dad," she said, "the Shanghai Talent Training Camp gathers the most exceptional geniuses from the entire Donglin administrative region. The competition there is fierce beyond compare. Will Ningchuan be overwhelmed by the blow and sink into depression?" "No," Lu Zhan said calmly without explaining, instead asking, "Do you know why Ningchuan chose to set off alone?" Lu Mengyue, "Because he felt awkward about letting me see him off?" "Do you really mean Ningchuan?" Lu Zhan couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Even when asking for money, he didn't forget to remind Wei Qianzi to pay taxes. Just moments ago he was considering giving him a free cabin upgrade. And people say this guy has thin skin? Lu Mengyue also realized it, covering her mouth with a chuckle, saying, "Then why?" "The Federation has an ancient saying." Lu Zhan spoke, glancing toward the direction of the tarmac. Outside the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, an aircraft soared into the sky with a thunderous roar, as if piercing through the endless eternal night. Those who live in solitude are either gods or beasts. Chapter 51, The Law of the Jungle. So, who are the sheep? Who are the wolves? Night sky. A plane howls through the wind. Ningchuan sat by the window, his gaze piercing through the glass to survey the scene below. Though it was nighttime with dim lighting, he could still vaguely make out the general view. The dragon elephant ancient scripture breathing technique significantly enhanced the five senses of the human body. Ning Chuan estimated that once he mastered the subtleties of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, his five senses would be refined to astonishing levels, making night vision effortless. We've reached the 10,000-mile Green Mountains, Ning Chuan murmured silently. In the eyes, a boundless expanse of majestic mountains is reflected. This is one of the longest mountain ranges within the Federation, stretching from Qingshan City in a north-south direction, traversing the entire Donglin administrative region, with numerous branches extending from its central spine. Ning Chuan's destination on this journey was a branch at the end of the endless verdant mountains, Seaside Mountain. The mountains and seas embrace all, gathering the geniuses of the entire eastern forest, truly something to look forward to. Ning Chuan averted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The airplane continued to cut through the sky. Its white wings followed the ridgeline, slicing toward the distant coastal mountains like a blade in the pitch-black night. April 1st, clear skies stretching as far as the eye could see. The coastal mountains. It was just past 7 in the morning, and many students had already gathered outside the gate of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Though technically, arriving before midnight would have sufficed. But no one dared to take it lightly. I heard something unexpected happen this time. A sixth-stage awakener joined the training camp. The trainees chatted casually while waiting. No way? Many were shocked, finding it unbelievable. The Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp only accepts 100 new members annually. Among them, 70 are official martial artists. Only 30 belong to the awakening realm. The difficulty of competition can be imagined, comparable to 1,000 troops trying to cross a single log bridge. Historically, there have never been students below the 9th stage of awakening. I've heard of this guy, still got in through the old tricks. Got it, just complete some trivial missions for the government, then pull some strings to turn them into grand achievements, and boom, rewarded with entry into the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp. A group of trainees sneered. The Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp was government established, so it naturally had its share of well-connected individuals every year. Just as they were speaking, a taxi stopped outside the base gate, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Those who could enter the Shanghai Prodigy Training Camp typically came from families with private jets or at least chauffeur-driven cars for their daily commute. Who in the world would arrive by taxi? The car door opened, and out stepped a handsome young man carrying little luggage, just a black backpack and a slender war blade sheath at his waist. That's the awakened rank 6. I've seen his photo, his name is Ning Chuan. A well-informed student whispered a reminder. Arriving by taxi? Trying to pretend he's not a privileged insider. Without even the strength of the awakened high stage, how bold must one be to dare come here? Once you enter the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp, background won't matter anymore. Isn't this guy perfect for us? All the resources the camp prepared for him will be ours. Many trainees sized up Ning Chuan with cold smirks on their faces. A sheep entering a pack of wolves doesn't turn into a wolf. It only becomes food. After days of tempering through the dragon elephant ancient scripture, Ning Chuan's hearing had become exceptionally sharp. Though those people deliberately lowered their voices, every word still reached his ears. Without changing expression, Ning Chuan merely extended his right hand and lightly touched the hilt of his silver blood saber. The next 2 months. It seems it won't be too boring. The sun rose higher and higher. The base of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was built against the mountain, with towering walls obscuring its inner layout. Ning Chuan said nothing, merely raising his eyes to gaze eastward at the sea. This stretch of water was called the Vast Sea. Geography books recorded that another continent lay beyond, inhabited by foreign peoples. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud boom, the 2 massive alloy doors of the base swung open. 3 men and 1 woman strode out purposefully. My name is Yan Zhuang, the weapons instructor for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, and also the head instructor. Bai Xiuxiu, combat instructor, part-time instructor for external martial arts training. My name is Ma Fengxing, your movement technique instructor. Once we get familiar, you can just call me Brother Ma. I'm Lu Feng, responsible for teaching you some breathing technique knowledge. The 4 spoke in turn. The trainees on site instantly quieted down, with no more whispering among them. These individuals may have their flaws and virtues, but they are all among the finest talents of Donglin, and their self-discipline goes without saying. Good, everyone's here now. Yan Zhuang nodded, his face revealing no emotion. Now, hand over all your electronic devices, toys, and snacks. The Shanghai Prodigy Training Camp operates under closed management, he said. Ma Fengxing added with a smile on the side, don't even think about hiding anything. Open your suitcases one by one, the instructors will be inspecting them. Instructor, what should we do when we need to use our phones? One trainee spoke up to ask. He hurried to explain, not for playing games, things like contacting family or buying martial arts supplies. Yan Zhuang replied, you'll each have 10 minutes per week to use your phones. Many trainees exchanged uneasy glances. Judging by these arrangements, life at the training camp was definitely going to be exceptionally harsh. Hand them over. Unable to resist, whether willing or unwilling, the trainees could only surrender their belongings, unpack their luggage, and let the instructors inspect everything. Soon, it was Ning Chuan's turn. "I only brought this." Ning Chuan swiftly handed over his phone. When disembarking from the plane earlier, he had already ordered a certain quantity of diamond body medicine packages online. It wouldn't affect his cultivation. As for playing with his phone for entertainment, Ning Chuan had always kept it under control. His self-discipline was formidable. Just like these past few days, while his martial arts practice ran automatically, plenty of free time had actually opened up, but he never let it go to waste. If not improving his combat skills, then studying cultural subjects. Backpack, open. The instructor inspecting Ning Chuan was Bai Xiuxiu. She was beautiful, with gentle features, yet her demeanor was completely opposite, cold and efficient like a soldier. Whoosh! Ning Chuan unzipped the backpack. Inside were 200 vials of beast nutrient elixir, packed to the brim. Suddenly, commotion erupted nearby. Even Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help being momentarily stunned. Students carrying martial resources was completely normal. Nearly everyone possessed some on their person. Some people were even carrying beast elixirs worth tens of millions. But someone like Ning Chuan, with a whole backpack full of them, the visual impact was just too staggering. "Put it away." After inspecting the backpack, Bai Xiuxiu said nothing more and stood up to move on to the next student. About 10 minutes later, the inspection was over. No dramatic incidents occurred, such as cadets deliberately hiding their phones. The 4 instructors wasted no more time, leading the cadets through the gate and into the base. "Today is the first day, and there are no training camp classes. I'll take you to the dormitory building to drop off your luggage first, then we'll tour the base," Yan Zhuang said. "Students follow one by one. That awakened 6th rank dude really cracks me up. Is he here to cultivate or to sell beast nutrition fluid? Bringing such a huge pack, can he even finish drinking it all? Since we can't compete for resources, let's bring our own." A few awakened warriors at the peak of 9th stage trailing behind mocked with biting tones. Among them, Shidong's eyes flickered momentarily as he lowered his voice. "That kid's carrying too many beast nutrient solutions, he can't possibly drink them all. Why don't we help him lighten the load?" Xiliang hesitated and said, "Elder brother, outright robbery isn't advisable, is it? Certainly not snatching it, but we can borrow. We're all classmates after all, surely he'd be happy to help." "Quite meaningful," Shidong remarked. Xiliang was still a bit stunned. What if he's unwilling to lend it? Beside him, a chubby youth leaned in with a sly grin and sneered, "Does he dare?" The Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp follows the law of the jungle, only the strong survive. The instructors barely regulate competition. If he won't lend it, we'll teach him a proper lesson about what it means to care for classmates. Hee, Li Pingyi, now I understand. Chapter 52, What a Wonderful Place. In front of a 3-story dormitory building, Yan Zhuang stopped in his tracks and said, "The rooms for the Awakening Realm are on the 1st floor, while the rooms for official warriors are on the 2nd. Your room numbers are posted in the lobby, go check for yourselves. You have 10 minutes. Yan Zhuang glanced at his watch and added. Upon hearing this, the trainees hurried into the dormitory building. Ma Fengxing watched their departing figures and quipped, "That privileged guy Ning Chuan is probably gonna bleed his wallet dry." As a 9th-rank martial artist, he could easily overhear Qi Dong and the others' conversation. Lu Feng, being more mild-mannered, asked, "Even if he's privileged, he's still a student. Should we step in and stop this?" These instructors had also been selected by the government and knew little about the students' actual backgrounds. Ning Chuan had only reached the 6th stage of awakening, making him look completely like someone who got in through connections. No need. Yan Zhuang thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp follows the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. As long as those trainees don't directly rob others, it's beyond our jurisdiction." Lu Feng sighed. "Let's just hope they won't go too hard on him." "I, for one, don't think so." Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes flickered as she said thoughtfully. Yan Zhuang was somewhat surprised to hear this. "You think highly of that Ning Chuan? Why?" Bai Xiuxiu pondered and said, "Perhaps it's his calm gaze, perhaps his aloof temperament. I can't pinpoint the exact reason, but one thing I'm certain of, that boy must have blood on his hands. So what if he's killed before?" Ma Fengxing shook his head and retorted, "Students who can enter the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp are all top geniuses from Donglin. At the same level, no one is significantly inferior to others. How could he possibly surpass 3 realms at once? Even among top geniuses, there can be enormous gaps." While the 4 instructors were arguing, inside the dormitory building, Ning Chuan found his room. The student card served as the key. Just as he stepped inside and was about to close the door, a hand forcefully pushed against it, holding it open. "Need something?" Instead of resisting, Ning Chuan calmly swung the door wide open, his gaze steady as he sized up the trio outside. A pair of twins, plus one chubby kid. "My name is Li Pingyi. There's a small favor I'd like to ask of you." The little fatty grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits. He was the one who just pushed open the door. Shi Dong took over the conversation, saying, "The three of us were in too much of a hurry when we rushed to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, so we didn't bring any martial arts resources for cultivation." Shi Liang added, "And you've brought so much of the 100 Beasts nutrient solution, so we thought we'd borrow some from you." Upon hearing these words, a gleam of sharp light flashed deep in Ning Chuan's eyes. Malicious intent was afoot. He wasn't sure about others, but little fatty Li Pingyi standing before him had actually brought along a Beastmaster nutrient solution. The instructor's inspection room was thrown into quite an uproar. After all, the Beastmaster nutrient solution could be considered the Pro Ultra Plus Supreme Edition of the 100 Beasts nutrient solution. Each batch costs over 10 million yuan. Oh, rather than getting angry, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and feigned surprise, asking, "How exactly do you plan to borrow it?" Seeing this, Li Pingyi laughed cheerfully and said, "The three of us are all at the peak of awakening stage 9, consuming resources quickly, so each of us wants to borrow 30 batches from you." Shi Dong smiled brightly and continued, "As for the repayment date, we're all classmates here, no need to nitpick over small details. Let's set it for 30 years later. By then, we'll return the exact amount in full." Hearing this time frame, the other students in the hallway froze mid-step, turning their gaze toward them. 30 years, practically a free handout. If Ning Chuan backed down now, that was a fat sheep. They could quickly follow and tear off a piece of meat too. "And if I disagree?" Ning Chuan said softly. His handsome face betrayed no emotion. Lost in thought, perhaps. Li Pingyi frowned in displeasure and said, "We're all classmates here, must you be so stingy? It's just some beast-nourishing elixir. Lend it to us, and you'll gain the friendship of 3 awakened 9th stage peak martial artists." He placed particular emphasis on the phrase awakened 9th stage peak. Shi Dong was much more direct, threatening harshly, "Beast nutrient solution, whether you want to lend it or not, you will lend it." Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, "You dare to resort to theft? Stealing is illegal, of course we wouldn't do that." Shi Dong shook his head and said seriously, "But we can beat you up so badly you won't be able to get out of bed for days." Li Pingyi sneered darkly, "As long as you don't borrow the beast nourishment serum, once your injuries heal, we'll just beat you up again. You can't even leave the dormitory building, how are you supposed to train? Can't you tell which is more important, the mountain and sea talent training camp or the beast nourishment serum?" Shi Dong gloated smugly. "Aren't you afraid of the instructors finding out about this?" Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised in his heart. "If you're expecting the instructor to stand up for you, you'd better give up now." Li Pingyi looked at Ning Chuan and sneered, "The Shanghai Genius Training Camp is designed to cultivate the strong. It's brutal inside, so much so that calling it a battle royale wouldn't be an exaggeration. If we beat you up, we won't be punished at all. Even if we keep hitting you non-stop, the worst we'll get is a verbal warning. So that's how it works." Ning Chuan gave a slight nod. This really was a good place, he quite liked it. "Good that you know. 90 bottles of beast nutrient solution, not one less." Li Pingyi strode aggressively into Ning Chuan's room. The twins of the Qi family followed closely behind. Among them, Shi Dong even turned and tightly shut the door behind him. Ning Chuan made no attempt to stop them, merely standing quietly in the entryway. Only after all three had entered the house did Ning Chuan turn around and finally shrug off the backpack he was carrying. However, he didn't unzip the backpack. Instead, he drew the silver blood battle blade. "Are you planning to go back on your word?" Li Pingyi asked coldly upon seeing this. Ning Chuan smiled faintly. "When did I ever say I agreed?" Shi Dong said coldly, "Stop wasting words on him. Beating him up will make the negotiations go much smoother later. Do you really think carrying a knife means you can fight across borders?" With a sneer on his face, Shi Dong lifted his foot and charged toward Ning Chuan. Boom! Boom! Just taking his first step, Shi Dong heard 2 thunderous sounds that erupted almost simultaneously. Then, 2 silver flashes about 10 feet long appeared in his line of sight. The flashes were too fast, and caught off guard, he definitely couldn't make out what they were. He only felt a sudden chill on his scalp, then a cold chill surged at his throat, stimulating goosebumps to rise. Instinctively, Shi Dong halted his steps. What the hell? Shi Dong froze momentarily before realizing Ning Chuan was holding a knife with one hand, pressing it against his throat. A large section of neatly severed hair drifted before his eyes. A drop of cold sweat slid down Shi Dong's cheek. He had already realized what had just happened. Ning Chuan had unleashed 2 sword strokes. The blade shaved the hair just above the scalp. The blade was now pressed against his neck. He didn't even have time to react. It happened too suddenly to dodge, but even with preparation, Shi Dong doubted he could have avoided it. Why is an awakening 6th tier so powerful? Shi Dong stared at Ning Chuan, his mind trembling. He wasn't the kind who merely pursued higher realms, he was a top-tier genius, formidable in combat. Even at awakening 7th tier, he had defeated opponents at the early stage of awakening 9th tier. Shi Dong, you should at least be careful. Let go of my elder brother. Li Pingyi and Shi Liang, seeing this, exerted strength in their feet and swiftly dashed forward. Both of them thought Qi Dong would easily subdue Ning Xuan, so they didn't pay much attention. Seeing Qi Dong being captured, they merely assumed he had been careless. They didn't consider the possibility that Ning Xuan's swordplay might be exceptional. 3 slashes in an instant. Ning Xuan flicked his wrist, swinging his blood-silver blade. Boom! Amid deafening thunder, 3 bolts of lightning seemed to burst from the void, blinding silver flashes with devastating momentum, each striking toward one of the 3 occupants in the room. After achieving physical attributes rivaling high-level awakeners, Ning Xuan's lightning flash slash had grown increasingly terrifying in its power. Li Pingyi and Xi Liang's expressions changed drastically as they tried to dodge the silver-blooded battle saber sweeping through the air. But the room was too cramped. It was just a single-person apartment, about 30 square meters, and even smaller after accounting for the furniture. There were still 4 people standing in the room. There was simply no room to maneuver. Most importantly, the Silver-Blood Warblade was too fast. Swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, Li Pingyi and Xi Liang's hair was neatly severed along their scalps. The severed strands barely began to fall. Ning Xuan's silver-blooded warblade once again pressed against Qi Dong's throat. Gulp! Qi Dong swallowed hard, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing. He barely registered the moment the blade left his neck. Too fast. Li Pingyi and Xi Liang halted in their tracks, abandoning any attempt at rescue. This time, all 3 of them realized the terror of Ning Xuan's swordsmanship. Chapter 53, You may not want to borrow, but I do. Your lightning slash has reached the perfection realm. Xi Dong's voice turned hoarse. His gaze towards Ning Xuan was filled with utter disbelief. He had also trained in B-grade martial arts. He knew all too well how difficult they were. Perfection was out of reach. Even reaching the subtle level was as hard as scaling the heavens. Many geniuses practicing B-grade martial arts would halt at the mastered level. His greatest qualification for being selected into the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was his perfected level mastery of a B-grade martial art. Li Pingyi and Xi Liang stared intently at Ning Xuan. Their gazes were as if beholding a freak. Not only was it shocking that Ning Xuan had mastered martial arts at the perfect level, but his approach was also baffling. If he had time to practice Flash Thunder Slash, why couldn't he spare some moments for breathing techniques? Did he really enjoy pretending to be a weak 6th stage awakener while actually being a tiger? Li Pingyi cleared his throat softly and said in a muffled voice, "This time we misjudged you. Since you're this capable in combat, we won't insist on borrowing the 100 Beasts nutrient solution if you refuse." "That's right. We're all classmates, we should understand and support each other." Qi Dong hastily chimed in, forcing a laugh. "Come to think of it, I believe I brought some resources myself. No need to borrow from you after all." As he spoke, Qi Dong lifted his foot and made to step toward the door. The next moment, his foot froze mid-air. The slender battle blade at his throat gradually increased its pressure, forcing the surrounding skin to flush crimson. "Don't be in such a rush to leave. You may not want to borrow the 100 Beasts nutrient fluid, but I do." Ning Xuan bared his teeth in a grin, flashing a row of gleaming white. "As for borrowing techniques, it's just like yours." The room fell silent for several seconds. Qi Dong glared at Ning Xuan and said sharply, "Don't think your superb saber technique gives you license to do as you please. When weapons are involved in student conflicts, it changes the nature of the matter entirely. The instructor will definitely intervene. I'm injured, but you won't get off easy either. You'll face severe punishment." Li Pingyi leaned against the wall, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. "If you had mastered a B-grade fist technique to perfection, you might have been able to intimidate us. But as you are now, you're far from qualified. Best put that knife down now, unless you want to be left with no way out." At the end, Li Pingyi severely reprimanded. He seemed intent on intimidating with his imposing manner. Ning Xuan glanced at him, his smile undiminished. "Looks like you still haven't figured out what's going on. What do you mean by that?" Seeing Ning Xuan's expression, Qi Dong's heart trembled with a foreboding sense of unease. Ning Xuan said softly, "The words you spoke outside the door earlier, along with your forceful intrusion into the room, were all witnessed by many students. You made it abundantly clear that you intended to forcibly seize my 100 Beasts nutrient solution. Even if I were to kill all 3 of you, it would still be considered justified self-defense, let alone merely injuring you." The faces of all 3 men changed drastically upon hearing this. "Such reckless words, I don't believe you'd dare kill me." Qi Dong wanted to project an image of toughness, but his words were abruptly cut off. A surge of warmth spread across his neck. It felt comforting, easing the icy chill of the blade. Yet Qi Dong's body began to tremble, because the blade had already torn through his skin. That warmth was blood. Qi Dong felt fear envelop him like a tangible force. Across from him, the knife-wielding teenager smiled brightly, but those pitch-black eyes were icy cold, overflowing with a chilling intent to kill. A thought flashed through Qi Dong's mind. Unless he lent it, he would certainly die. "I'm willing to lend it to you." Qi Dong immediately acquiesced, speaking without the slightest delay, afraid of being even a second late. Ning Xuan ignored him, shifting his gaze to the Li Pingyi behind him and saying coldly, "I advise you not to think about calling out for the instructor's help. I know that my blade isn't fast enough to break the sound barrier, but the time it takes you to shout a single word would be enough for me to chop your head off." After a pause, Ning Chuan added, "Do you want to give it a try?" Li Pingyi's face twitched as he forced a smile. "I don't have any such thoughts. I agree to lend you the nutrient solution, but I don't have any on me right now. It's in my dorm, I'll go back and get it for you." With that, Li Pingyi turned to leave. His only thought was to escape for now. As for what happened to the Chi twins, he couldn't care less. They were nothing more than a pair of scoundrels from the start. "Without my permission, do you dare to make a move?" A calm voice froze Li Pingyi's body on the spot. Ning Chuan turned his head to glance at Qi Liang and ordered, "Take Li Pingyi's student card and go to his dorm. Bring me the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution." Li Pingyi's expression instantly darkened. That 10,000 beasts nutrient solution was his guarantee for breaking through to a first-rank martial artist. "Ning Chuan, don't push it too far." Li Pingyi gritted his teeth and said. Ning Chuan revealed a faint, cold smile and mocked, "We're all doing the same thing. Why didn't you think you were going too far before?" Li Pingyi was left speechless by his words. Ning Chuan didn't taunt him further. With his left hand that wasn't holding the knife, he picked up an electronic clock from the nearby desk, pressed a few buttons, and set a 1-minute countdown. "Remember, you've got 1 minute. If you don't come back by then, prepare your brother's funeral." Ning Chuan's voice was ice cold. Glancing at the alarm clock, Qi Liang panicked. Without even uttering a word, he snatched Li Pingyi's student card and bolted out the door. Outside, crowds of students had gathered. Many martial artist level students who came to the first floor were drawn in. "I just heard a few muffled thuds. Seems Li Pingyi and the Chi twins struck pretty hard. The dormitory soundproofing is decent, so only major disturbances can be heard through the walls." One student joked. Who knows if Ning Chuan will actually borrow it? To borrow or not, it amounted to the same for him. If he borrowed the 100 Beasts elixir, he wouldn't be able to hold on to any resources from the training camp later. If he didn't, he'd be beaten so badly he couldn't even leave his room. "Those who are weak don't deserve to be here." The trainees exchanged words, looking down on Ning Chuan with utter disdain, not taking him seriously in the slightest. Just as they spoke, the door abruptly swung open. "What are you all blocking the door for? Trying to be door gods? Get out of my way." Qi Liang sprinted out, forcefully pushing through the crowd and running desperately down the hallway. Many students were somewhat puzzled, but they didn't dwell on it, their gazes turning toward the doorway. Then they all froze in unison. The door was half open, making it impossible to see the full scene. Only a narrow battle knife could be seen, pressed against Qi Dong's neck, with several streams of blood trickling down his throat, staining his clothes crimson. Fear was written all over Qi Dong's face. He looked at the crowd outside the door, opening his mouth slightly but not daring to make a sound. Bang! Ning Chuan waved his hand, and the door closed once more. Murmurs of astonishment gradually arose among the spectating students. How can a 6th awakening suppress 3 peak 9th awakenings? What kind of monster is this? A warrior's face flushed with shock. Many awakened students bowed their heads in shame. They had previously mocked Ning Chuan mercilessly, treating him like a lamb for slaughter. So what does that make them? Well-roasted lamb skewers? Could he possess supernatural powers? Someone exclaimed in shock and disbelief. All the students present were top-tier geniuses. Without something extraordinary about him, it was hard to imagine anyone capable of fighting beyond their realm. Not sure, but he must have some kind of special ability. I think so too, otherwise we wouldn't be able to keep someone like Qi Dong in check. It certainly can't be through superior martial arts skills, one trainee remarked, sparking agreement from many nearby. After all, to fight across 3 levels, just how advanced would one's martial arts realm need to be? And if it's a special ability, then your status as the sole ability user would be challenged. Xiaxi. A student adjusted the glasses on their nose bridge and teased. Song Shiyu, even with his special abilities, isn't qualified to be my opponent. Let's talk again when he can defeat a first-rank martial artist. Xiaxi's lean figure stood with arms crossed, and evident pride in his expression. Move aside. Make way. Don't block the path. At that moment, Qi Liang came sprinting back again, his face covered in sweat but not bothering to wipe it, plunging headlong through the doorframe. Did you notice, what he's holding looks like Beastmaster Nutrient Solution? It's not looks like, it definitely is Beastmaster Nutrient Solution. Ning Chuan is pulling a reverse resource grab. The crowd burst into an uproar. This lord clearly isn't about peace, he's someone who always returns an eye for an eye. Chapter 54, Revenge? Non-existent. Let you dogs bite each other. Inside the dormitory, the thick walls muffled all sounds from outside. Qi Liang directly handed the beast nourishment solution to Ning Chuan, panting heavily as he said, You release my elder brother immediately. Ning Chuan still held the silver blood battle blade aloft, unhurriedly replying, No need to rush. First, you'll need to sign this IOU. Oh, and 1 copy of the IOU will suffice. Ning Chuan thought for a moment before reminding them. Normally, when a debt involves 4 people, each should hold a copy. Li Pingyi stood nearby, his face ashen, joking out in frustration, that IOU must be yours now. No promissory note, how can we demand repayment? He was well aware of Ning Chuan's intentions. They never planned to repay it. Keeping a promissory note was just for evidence, in case they reported Ning Chuan for robbery afterwards. Of course. Ning Chuan nodded and openly admitted, when you borrowed the beast nutrient solution from me before, did you plan to leave me a promissory note? Speaking thus, Ning Chuan turned his gaze to Qi Dong, who had a knife pressed against his neck, and said coldly, I'm a fair person by nature. If you spare me, I'll do the same, but if you dare lie to me, I'll slaughter you. No such plans. Seeing those icy black eyes, Qi Dong hurriedly shook his head. Even if he had planned to leave an IOU, he absolutely couldn't admit it. Then stop the nonsense and write an IOU. Ning Chuan pointed at the desk. There were paper and pen right there. Soon, the IOU was written by Qi Liang. The three of them signed their names in turn. Li Pingyi was the most hesitant when signing, his face filled with reluctance, far from being as decisive as the Qi twins. After all, that bottle of Myriad Beast's nutrient solution was his alone. Just as he was nursing his emotional pain, Li Pingyi heard Ning Chuan ask, how much did you pay for that bottle of Myriad Beast's nutrient solution? 12 million. Li Pingyi said angrily. Ning Chuan pointed at the Qi family twins and said, you two write him an IOU for 4 million each, with the repayment date set before the end of the Shanghai Genius training camp. Hearing this, Li Pingyi's heartache lessened considerably, and he quickly chimed in, exactly, the beast nutrient solution was borrowed by Ning Chuan from all three of us, so you two owe me 8 million. This time, it was the Qi twins dragging their feet with signing. However, they had Ning Chuan holding a knife to their throats. Sign they must, willing or not. Li Pingyi glared at them and urged, in 7 days, you'll get your phones back, transfer the money to me immediately when you do. What's the rush? You can only use the phone for 10 minutes, that's definitely not enough time. Qi Dong, stop playing dumb with me, there's still 2 months left before the deadline. The three of them whispered arguments while signing the documents. Ning Chuan took in the entire scene, a faint smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his lips. There was a reason he had specifically requested the beast nourishment solution earlier. First and foremost, the beast nourishment solution was genuinely exceptional. He coveted it quite fiercely. Second, it was to divert the conflict and divide the three. If he forcibly borrowed, or rather, extorted equal resources from each of them, the three would undoubtedly join forces to make trouble for him afterward. Though he had no fear of them, he had no desire to waste time on such matters. He had come here to enhance his strength. Therefore, he only took the beast nutrient solution that solely belonged to Li Pingyi, while making the Qi family twins sign an IOU for Li Pingyi with a 2-month repayment grace period. Without him needing to stir the pot, the trio would inevitably clash over when to repay the money. And just as he had predicted. Alright, you three, stop arguing, sign the contract and be on your way. Ning Chuan put away the beast nutrient solution with a brilliant smile and pushed open the door. In the hallway, the students who hadn't left yet saw Li Pingyi and the Qi twins emerge and immediately bombarded them with questions. Is Ning Chuan an ability user? What kind of powers does he have? Qi Dong, how many moves did you last against him? What's up with you three's hair? Is his ability wind blades? The trio kept cold faces and wordlessly pushed through the crowd. Defeated by a level 6 awakened. Even if this level 6 awakened had mastered the perfected Thunder Flash Slash, it was hardly something to be proud of. What's more, they had also lost a large sum of money. No one was in the mood to explain. Many observing students grew dissatisfied upon seeing this, but couldn't well stop them. After venting a few complaints, they gradually dispersed. But one young man remained. He had an ordinary appearance, but was impeccably groomed, giving off a pleasant and agreeable vibe at first glance. A pair of frameless glasses on his face added a touch of sharpness to his demeanor. Are you here to borrow the beast nutrient solution too? Ning Chuan cast a glance at the bespectacled boy. I just wanted to meet you. The bespectacled youth shook his head with a faint smile. I'm Song Shiyu, 17 years old, a native of Shanghai City, currently at the peak of 9th stage awakening. Ning Chuan. Song Shiyu grinned broadly and said, don't be so cold. I know this training camp inside out, could tell you all sorts of useful information. What's the catch? Ning Chuan spoke nonchalantly, casually closing the door behind him as he strode down the hallway toward the dormitory exit. He didn't believe that defeating Qi Dong and the others would be enough to intimidate the other awakened realm trainees into fawning over him. Every student admitted to the Shanghai Genius training camp had been the most outstanding in their respective cities. One could say they'd never met their match among peers before arriving. They are all proud and arrogant by nature. Without having fought, none would admit to being inferior to others. Heaven ranks first, earth second, and I come third. This is the honest belief of many individuals. We're all classmates, discussing conditions is so tacky. Song Shiyu chuckled and followed along. Seeing Ning Chuan remain silent, he could only say helplessly, though it'd be even better if you could answer one question for me. Speak. Ning Chuan made no promises. A hint of seriousness crossed Song Shiyu's face as he said, "Did you not just forcibly take her borrow Li Pingyi's beast nourishment elixir, and even make the Qi brothers, Dong and Liang, sign an IOU with Li Pingyi?" Ning Chuan halted his steps upon hearing this and looked at Song Shiyu in surprise. "Do you have an ability related to sound?" "I deduced it." Pushing up his frameless glasses, Song Shiyu replied with a confident smile, "Among those three, only Li Pingyi possessed the beast nourishment elixir. You held a knife to Qi Dong's throat while ordering Qi Liang to fetch the beast nourishing elixir. There must be deeper meaning behind this move. After analyzing it, I've reached this conclusion. You're not wrong." Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, showing little surprise in his heart. At the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, being ranked first in Donglin, it was perfectly normal to encounter some exceptionally sharp-minded students. At the same time, the open space in front of the dormitory building, Ma Fengxing shook his head and said, "Instructor Bai, it's not that I'm being overly stubborn. That nephew Ningxuan who got in through connections is definitely going to get his comeuppance. He had killed before, so at most he was strong-willed with the courage to refuse those three trainees' demands, but a brutal beating was inevitable." Ma Fengxing enumerated his arguments. "Look, he still hasn't come out, he must be injured and lying in the dorm by now." The words barely left her mouth. Ningxuan walked out the gate, his appearance unharmed, with deep black eyes full of spirit. Under the bright sunlight, he carried an aura of extraordinary heroism. Many nearby female trainees couldn't help stealing glances at him. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at Ning Chuan, a slight curve forming at the corner of her lips. "Instructor Ma, what's your take on this now?" she said. "I think he must have handed over the 100 Beasts nutrient solution, he's just keeping his composure well and not showing it," replied the instructor. Ma Fengxing pondered briefly but remained steadfast in his previous stance. "Those three students should be coming out soon." Bai Xiuxiu tilted her fair chin towards the main gate. Chapter 55, The Dragon King Ascends, a might spanning 90 millennia. "Hey man, that's quite a distinctive look you've got there. Must be from capital city folks. No wonder people from big cities have such unconventional styles." Amidst bursts of laughter, Li Pingyi and the Qi twins arrived outside the dormitory building. Everyone's faces were dark with gloom. They returned to the room only to realize that Ning Chuan hadn't simply trimmed some hair, he had completely shaved off an entire patch from the top of his head. A classic case of the dreaded comb-over, the nightmare of countless middle-aged men. They say this haircut ruins everything, no matter how handsome your face or how deep your aura, there's just no pulling it off. The four instructors froze momentarily at the sight before them. Even Bai Xiuxiu was no exception, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She had believed in Ning Chuan's potential, but only thought he might reach the level of a 9th-stage awakened warrior at best, enough for Li Pingyi and the others to recognize his capability and abandon any ideas of forcefully borrowing resources. Yet now it seemed, Ning Chuan possesses strength sufficient to take on three opponents simultaneously. And these were three top geniuses who stood out among tens of millions of students from Donglin. The hair was severed by a blade moving at such speed that it surpassed these three individuals' reaction limits. Given his position as weapons instructor, Yan Zhuang's skill level goes without saying. He looked at Ning Chuan and said solemnly, "The one wielding the blade, or rather Ning Chuan, has exceptional swordsmanship skills and possesses absolute confidence in himself." The strike followed the hairline, just the slightest deviation would have hit the skull. Ma Fengxing could no longer afford to hesitate and, after a moment of thought, said, "I've reviewed Ning Chuan's records. He has only practiced one sword technique, the B-grade Thunder Flash Slash. Could he have already reached the master level? Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat those three trainees? Anyone who makes it into the training camp has at least mastered one B-grade martial art to the subtle realm. Quite unlikely." Yan Zhuang shook his head directly and explained, "The martial art Flash Thunder Slash is extremely difficult, it even surpasses ordinary A-grade martial arts. It's too difficult to reach the master level. Moreover, even the master level Lightning Slash wouldn't make those three unable to react at all." Ma Fengxing speculated, "Could it be that Ning Chuan has some kind of speed ability?" Lu Fang chimed in, "There's no information about that in the records." "Don't ask now. You'll find out when classes officially start tomorrow." Yan Zhuang glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had passed. All the students had also gathered. Yan Zhuang scanned the trainees with a stern expression and said, "Before visiting the base, I have a few more words for you. You need to understand what kind of place the Shanghai Genius Training Camp really is." Many students felt puzzled. What could it possibly be? To put it bluntly, just another college entrance exam cram school. Yan Zhuang seemed to perceive the trainees' thoughts and said, "All of you here are the top talents from various cities. Your natural gifts go without saying. You certainly lack no resources, be it nutrient solutions, martial arts training, or expert guidance. So why would the East Forest government go through all the effort to establish the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and gather you here? Because the training camp has more advantages in these aspects," a trainee said confidently with a smile. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance and teased, "Then why doesn't the Donglin government just give each of you 10 million directly? That way it'd be simpler and cheaper." Every session of the Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp entails staggering expenditures, not to mention those martial arts resources. Just selecting the most outstanding students from tens of millions of candidates, choosing the most suitable instructors, and customizing tailored training plans, among other things. These hidden expenses, if converted into money, wouldn't even be covered by $1 billion. Only the Donglin government could afford such costs. The student flushed red, his confident demeanor vanished, left speechless. Yan Zhuang ignored him and continued. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp isn't just for college entrance exams. Its primary purpose is to temper your mental fortitude, to forge within you the heart of a champion undaunted by hardship, ever striving to reach greater heights on the martial path. Rather than a decade later, thinking it's enough to become a 7th or 8th rank martial artist, earning just 10 million yuan a year, Yan Zhuang's voice grew increasingly impassioned. You must dare to become knights, become divine generals, become the backbone that holds up the dark sky of the high martial world. Become the guardian of 80 billion humans in the Federation. The trainees on site paled, their blood surging as each one straightened their backs like javelins. No one wants to be ordinary in their youth. Ning Chuan stood at the end of the line inside. Beside him, Song Shiyu noticed his movement from the corner of his eye and asked quietly, "Do you think Drill Master Yen is just spouting empty words?" "No." Ning Chuan shook his head slightly and said, "Rather than tempering spiritual willpower, I prefer the training camp to invest more resources in martial arts cultivation." Song Shiyu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then laughed. "No wonder you're disappointed. You managed to devise a plan to divide Li Pingyi and his group in such a short time. Your temperament is clearly extraordinary. You're not the type to resign oneself to mediocrity just because of setbacks. I have a feeling that among the Knights of Donglin, there will surely be a place for you in the future." Ning Chuan glanced at Song Shiyu and suddenly remarked, "Why do I feel like you're actually praising yourself? He's extraordinary in temperament." Then Song Shiyu, who directly saw through his plan, must be even more remarkable in temperament. Dealing with smart people is so convenient, no need for me to deliberately remind them. Song Shiyu chuckled darkly. Ning Chuan was rendered speechless by the sight. Several minutes later, "Since you've all realized what this place is, follow me and I'll show you around the base," Yan Zhuang said before turning to lead the way. The trainees promptly fell into step behind him. The base is built against the mountain, with many clusters of structures standing there, but only 2 buildings are related to daily life. The dining hall, and the dormitory building they just visited. There are no recreational facilities whatsoever. The other buildings are all related to martial arts training. Training grounds, wind pressure chambers, bullet rainfields, deep-sea platforms, and so on. Many places couldn't be guessed just by their names, and Yan Zhuang didn't explain either, only telling the trainees they would understand in time. Fortunately, Song Shiyu wasn't lying, he was indeed very familiar with the training camp and explained everything to Ning Chuan in detail. Time keeps passing by. The trainees finished touring the large filming base. Yan Zhuang glanced towards the mountaintop and said, "There's one last place, the Dragon King's ascension platform. Let's go up the mountain to see it." Linhai Mountain wasn't particularly high, 1,800 meters. Compared to the highest peak of the 10,000 miles mountain range, it's not even 1/10 of its height. In less than half an hour, the summit was already within reach. The summit of Linhai Mountain has a distinctly unique shape. From the section near the Tsanhai, 3 deep gullies stretched out. Each extended over 100 meters, their surfaces black and polished smooth by rainwater erosion, mirror-like in appearance. Clearly, they had existed for quite some time. Reaching the summit, the faces of many students instantly turned deathly pale. The sky over the entire area seemed on the verge of collapsing, a bleak and desolate aura sweeping through in all directions, as if a deity were gazing down from the mountaintop, sending involuntary chills down one's spine. "See those 3 deep trenches?" Yan Zhuang pointed with his hand and spoke gravely. "The terrifying aura you feel originates from here. According to some archaeologists' research, these 3 trenches are claw marks left behind when a dragon monarch climbed to this pinnacle over 90,000 years ago. The Dragon King's majestic aura still lingers to this day. Over 90,000 years. Many students widened their eyes in disbelief. Yan Zhuang nodded slightly, paused for contemplation, then said to the students, "Immerse yourselves in this aura carefully, you may gain some enlightenment." Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile, saying, "Instructor Yan, stop feeding them pie in the sky." In scientific terms, this imposing aura is essentially a special magnetic field that has become utterly chaotic after all these years. Multiple knights and divine generals from the Federation have come, yet none could comprehend anything from it. Hearing this, many trainees' recently ignited enthusiasm cooled down once more. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before comforting them. Coach Ma's words aren't false, but historically, there have been a few rare geniuses who've gained something from this. You could give it a try too, who knows, you might succeed, Lu Feng suggested with a smile. But, words are just words. Not a single one of the 4 instructors believed it in their hearts. Chapter 56, I've had an epiphany, but I won't say what it is, just for fun. Gazing at the Dragon King's claw marks, Song Shiyu remarked casually, the instructors don't even believe it themselves. Since the founding of the Federation, over 1,000 years, those who have gained real insight on the Dragon King's terrace can be counted on one hand. The probability is so small it can be considered impossible. After speaking, Song Shiyu waited for a moment, but still didn't hear Ning Chuan's response. Turning to look, he froze in surprise. Ning Chuan's eyes were slightly closed, his expression grave and motionless, as if sensing something profound. Song Shiyu knew he hadn't known Ning Chuan for long, but having observed countless people since childhood, even their brief interaction was enough for him to form a judgment. Ning Chuan wasn't the type who intentionally tried to appear profound and mysterious. At this moment, he truly had gained some enlightenment. Holy shit, what a beast! He actually managed to gain real insight. Snapping back to reality, Song Shiyu couldn't help but swear aloud. The instructors and cadets were startled by the outburst, all turning their gazes toward him. Ning Chuan remained motionless as ever. In the unseen depths of his mind, cold mechanical prompts kept echoing incessantly. The dragon elephant ancient scripture sensed the aura of the dragon god and entered a state of sudden enlightenment, causing cultivation speed to skyrocket. Progress increased by 20%. Progress continues to rise. The dragon elephant ancient scripture has attained sufficient comprehension, advancing to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 10%. One insight after another continuously flowed into Ning Chuan's mind, like floodgates being opened. Ning Chuan had to focus all his mental energy just to barely manage the influx. Externally, the Dragon King ascends the platform. Noisy clamors erupted from all directions. This must be an act, right? What else could it be? What could an awakening realm possibly comprehend from the Dragon King's majesty? Obviously just trying to catch the instructor's attention and get showered with resources. Closing your eyes means enlightenment. What enlightenment? Don't ask, just know the Dragon King is awesome. The murmurs rose and fell in waves. Among them, many trainees openly mocked, their eyes filled with disdain, convinced that Ning Chuan was just putting on an act for fame and resources. Howl! Suddenly, a mighty roar swept across the Dragon King's ascension platform. Every soul present shuddered at their core. The roar carried an indomitable majesty that brooked no defiance. It was as if an ancient dragon had roared towards the heavens. It was like the frenzied roar of some ancient primordial beast. The crowd had been staring intently at Ning Chuan while discussing him, so they noticed it extremely clearly. That roar had unmistakably come from Ning Chuan. Bloody hell! Spoke too soon, he actually made real gains. How did he do that? I just tried focusing with all my heart too, and all I felt was how insanely powerful the Dragon King is. This is witnessing history in the making, no doubt about it. What enlightenment did he receive? Why is it so terrifyingly powerful? Numerous trainees changed their attitudes, feeling utterly shocked as heated discussions kept erupting. Not just the trainees. The four nearby instructors were equally astonished, discussing among themselves. Ma Fengxing swallowed hard and said, damn, even I, a full-fledged 9th-rank martial artist, felt my heart tremble with fear from that roar. What the hell happened to that kid? He turned to one side and added, Old Lu, you're the most knowledgeable among us. Explain this to me. Lu Feng frowned as he stared at Ning Chuan, then simply shook his head without a word. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment before saying thoughtfully, could it be that Ning Chuan is awakening to a special constitution? Too difficult to tell. Lu Feng averted his gaze and explained, when certain special constitutions awaken to a particular stage, the body can indeed produce tremendous noises. However, there are other situations that can produce similar phenomena. For example, when a powerful martial art breaks through to higher realms, the body may also emit sounds carrying immense pressure. Upon hearing this, Ma Fengxing questioned, that roar made even seasoned warriors like us feel terrified. At the awakening realm, even if an S-class martial art reaches perfection, its power couldn't possibly be this overwhelming. Yes, I was just giving a random example, didn't think that much about it. Lu Feng nodded and said. Several minutes later, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes, immediately summoned the system. A translucent fluorescent interface appeared. Among it, the first column had undergone a tremendous change. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, Mastery, Progress 72%. Ning Chuan couldn't help but grin. This sudden enlightenment from the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture equals 3 to 5 years of ordinary cultivation. Such a pity the epiphany didn't last until reaching the subtle realm. Despite his joy, Ning Chuan couldn't help feeling some regret. Don't be fooled, though he's already over 70% progress toward the subtle realm. There's no way to make a breakthrough in a short time. Having cultivated so many martial arts, Ning Chuan has managed to discern some patterns. With each tier ascended in martial arts mastery, the time required to progress virtually doubles. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is exceptionally difficult to master. At the basic level, it takes 3 days to improve by 1 percentage point. Now that I've reached proficiency at the 3rd level, it's estimated to take about 10 days to improve by 1 percentage point. To achieve mastery will require more than half a year. There's definitely no way to do it before the college entrance exams. Wipe your drool off. What earth-shattering realization did you have that nearly scared me into falling into the sea? Song Shiyu's words snapped Ning Chuan back to reality. When he focused his gaze, he noticed all the trainees and instructors around him were staring. When the dragon elephant ancient scripture broke through to the mastery realm, it unleashed a roar. That must be why. Ning Chuan thought to himself. After a brief hesitation, he tentatively asked, the Dragon King's legacy? The matter of the dragon elephant ancient scripture must not be revealed. If it caught the attention of those with ulterior motives, they might trace back through his experiences to Gui Renyu's family. Song Shiyu rolled her eyes and retorted impatiently, why don't you just say it was a Dragon King's sole possession? 90,000 years, even that Dragon King would have turned to dust by now. At most, the claw mark only retains some fragmented remnants of cultivation insights. You can actually see the truth? Impressive. Ning Chuan's voice sounded surprised. Song Shiyu broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Do you think I'm an idiot? At that moment, Yan Zhuang interrupted their banter and said solemnly, Ning Chuan, no matter what insights you've gained, you can speak boldly. The East Forest government will never forcibly take it. We'll only increase our efforts in nurturing you based on the circumstances. All successful candidates in Federation history achieved it this way. Indeed. Song Shiyu appeared quite knowledgeable about this matter and added, one of them was even recommended by the Donglin government to be apprenticed under a divine general. I truly don't know what happened either. It was an ineffably mysterious feeling that seems to have brought some changes to my body, though I can't quite pinpoint what exactly those changes are. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before offering an ambiguous explanation. This would serve as the perfect excuse when his punching power later surpassed ordinary limits. You couldn't possibly have comprehended nothing at all. Many students cast doubtful glances. Yan Zhuang maintained a calm expression and nodded, saying, I see. You performed exceptionally well at the Dragon King's Ascension platform and earned 100 points. What are these points, and are they important? Ning Chuan was somewhat curious. Yan Zhuang replied, you can simply understand it as the currency in the training camp, used to purchase various resources like wind pressure chambers, guidance from strong mentors, see dragon blood, and so on. Ning Chuan, these rewards are incredibly generous. Song Shiyu added with a smile, in previous years' Shanghai Genius training camps, the lowest-ranked trainees couldn't even earn 100 points after 2 months. Hearing this, a wave of murmurs spread among the trainees. The resources for each session of the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp are fixed. If some take more, others' shares will naturally be reduced. Instructor Yan, I'm not questioning you, but Ning Chuan himself doesn't even know what insights he gained. He might have comprehended nothing at all. Isn't 100 points too generous as a reward? A lean young man stepped forward and said. He showed remarkable courage, meeting Yan Zhuang's gaze directly without the slightest fear. This guy is called Xiaxi, and he possesses ice-based supernatural abilities. Song Shiyu quietly introduced to Ning Chuan, among the 30 Awakening Realm trainees, Xiaxi can practically be considered the top, with the glorious achievement of having slain a first-grade martial artist head-on. There exists a vast chasm between the Awakening Realm and a true martial artist. Even top-tier geniuses find it extremely difficult to bridge this gap. On-site awakened masters at the peak of the 9th rank, not to mention slaying a first-rank martial artist, fewer than the fingers on one hand could stand against them in a direct confrontation. Almost? Ning Chuan pondered the meaning in Song Shiyu's words and shot him a sidelong glance. This almost surely didn't arise because of you, did it? Ah, Ning Chuan knows me best. Song Shiyu gave a thumbs up. On the other side, Yan Zhuang said coldly, it's precisely because no one knows what epiphany was gained that the reward was only 100 points. If you could produce that kind of roar too, I'd give you 100 points as well. If you can't do it, then shut your mouth. The Federation is vast, and among geniuses, there is only stronger, never strongest. Yan Zhuang looked down at Xiaxi as he scolded him. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Maliciously speculating about others doesn't signify a genius's pride, it only reveals the hypocrisy of the weak. Xiaxi's face turned alternately pale and flushed. A moment later, Xiaxi looked back at Ning Chuan, gritted his teeth and said, Instructor Yan, I still insist on my opinion. Tomorrow the training camp will officially begin. I'll prove to you that I'm the strongest among the 30 awakened ones, whether it's talent or strength. Chapter 57. Let me put it bluntly, you don't stand the slightest chance of winning. This is disastrous. Looks like you've caught the attention of Xiaxi, the almost champion. Song Shiyu smirked mockingly. As she spoke, she deliberately created distance between them, as if afraid that getting too close might invite misfortune. Misery without cause. Ning Chuan shrugged, not particularly concerned. Compared to when he defeated Wei Bohu a few days earlier, his strength had grown significantly once more. His physical fitness rivals that of a normal awakened 7th stage practitioner. The diamond body technique isn't far from reaching its 5th layer. Other martial arts have also shown corresponding progress. As for whether he could contend with Xiaxi, who once killed a first-grade martial artist, Ning Chuan wasn't certain. But this isn't a problem. He no longer lacked resources now. With each passing day, his power grew substantially. Even if he couldn't match his opponent at this moment, give him just 10 days to half a month, and he could effortlessly crush Xiaoxi. 5 p.m. The base tour had concluded. Many cadets remained captivated by the novelty, wandering about with their eyes wide open. Ning Chuan, the training camp has plenty more interesting spots. Want to check them out with me? No. Ning Chuan rejected Song Shiyu and went straight back to the dormitory. He still had important matters to attend to. He needed to test the efficiency of tempering his body with the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture. Not long ago, when the Fierce Bull strength technique advanced from the mastery realm to the subtle realm, its tempering efficiency nearly doubled. Although the realm of minute details is a watershed, that's why the improvement is so immense. Yet the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture directly advanced 2 realms this time. Presumably, the enhancement should be nearly comparable. Ning Chuan opened a bottle of beast nutrient solution, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. In his mind, notification sounds rang out in rapid succession. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture detected the surging energy and was exhilarated, with cultivation speed skyrocketing. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture estimates 2 hours 30 minutes until energy depletion. Ning Chuan quickly did the math in his head, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl upward. For the foundational realm of the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, consuming 1 beast nutrient serum would take about 6 hours. Now it was more than double that. Ning Chuan calculated the consumption rate again and suddenly found it hard to keep smiling. He consumes about 10 beast spirit nutrient solutions per day. Yet the 200 bottles he purchased from Lu Manhwa for 30 million can't even last him a month. It's downright terrifying when you think about it. Even martial artists at the 7th rank don't deplete resources at such a monstrous rate under normal circumstances. Fortunately, resources can be exchanged for points here. A gleam of sharp intelligence flashed through Ning Chuan's dark eyes. The next day, April 2nd, the training camp officially began. Yesterday evening when we disbanded, the class schedules had already been distributed to every participant. At 7 in the morning, the sunlight was warm and pleasant. Ning Chuan arrived at the base's bullet rain training ground. His morning schedule was a movement techniques class taught by Ma Fengxing. The training camp's curriculum separates the Awakening Realm participants from the official martial artists. Perhaps because it was the first day and everyone was still feeling the novelty, Ning Chuan noticed all 29 other trainees had already arrived when he walked through the gate. Ma Fengxing stood smiling at the front. Beside him stood several staff members dressed in various uniforms. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp ranks first in Donglin for good reason. It's not just run by 4 instructors. There are also assistant trainers, analysts, data specialists, nutritionists, and more. The entire camp employs several hundred staff members in total. Each student receives a tailored training plan designed specifically for them. Now that everyone has arrived, I'll start the lesson early, Ma Fengxing said with a laugh. The trainees present perked up, their eyes fixed intently on him. They too were curious. Just what made the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp so exceptional? Ma Fengxing waved his hand at the trainees with a smile and said, "Don't be so formal. Today's task is mainly to assess your movement skills." Upon hearing this, the many trainees understood. When the agents from the training camp collected information, they only asked about the martial arts they practiced, not their cultivation levels. But simply having you showcase your movement skills would be a bit dull. Ma Fengxing was smiling, but his voice gradually took on a sharper edge. How about we put it to the test in a real fight? After all, having superior movement techniques and using them effectively are 2 entirely different matters. The words fell silent. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly shifted, with gunpowder tension spreading everywhere. The trainees exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Each one was a top genius who had dominated their peers in their respective cities. No one believed themselves to be weaker than the others. Instructor Ma, what kind of combat drill are we doing? Xiaoxi stepped forward, his face filled with pride, and asked loudly. I'll spar with you using movement techniques. Ma Fengxing pointed to an adjacent area and said, see the machine guns mounted above? There, a 30-meter square area was partitioned off with tempered glass. Inside this enclosure, 6-barreled rotary machine guns were installed on the ceiling, glass walls, and even the corners of the floor. There were at least 20 to 30 machine guns. Connected to automated mounts at their bases, they could fire in any direction with a full 360-degree range. Pale lighting reflected off them, casting a cold metallic sheen. Don't worry, the machine guns fire rubber bullets, they're not very lethal. Ma Fengxing said with a smile, let's go inside and dodge bullets. Whoever gets hit first loses. For fairness, I'll suppress my strength to match your level. Moreover, I'll use the same movement martial arts as you. The same martial arts? Someone exclaimed in surprise. There were 30 Awakening Realm students present. Even if each had only cultivated one movement technique, with some repetitions, that would still amount to at least 20 different movement martial arts. Noticing the student's skepticism, Ma Fingxing smiled confidently and said, "I've reviewed your records. The 30 of you have collectively cultivated 49 movement martial arts. Out of these, 46 happen to be among the 105 movement martial arts that I've mastered. For the remaining 3 that I haven't studied, there are extremely similar movement techniques that can serve as substitutes." The venue instantly erupted in clamor. Many people gazed at Ma Fingxing with astonished looks. The impact of mastering 105 movement martial arts was overwhelmingly shocking. Ning Chuan's pupils similarly dilated. Yet his reaction wasn't shock, but envy. What kind of privileged background is this? Can learn 105 martial arts techniques. Song Shiyu stood nearby, thinking Ning Chuan didn't believe it, and said with a smile, "Some martial artists like Instructor Ma, who are at the 9th rank but have no hope of breaking through to 9th level, choose to become professional teaching martial artists. Their comprehension of martial arts is profound, so learning awakening level techniques is far easier for them than for us. Moreover, martial arts knowledge is interconnected and mutually enlightening. With enough hard work, one can master many martial arts. But 105 martial arts techniques, that's too many, an extraordinary achievement indeed," Ning Chuan said. "That's for certain." Song Shiyu nodded with a smile, otherwise, the Donglin government wouldn't have invited Instructor Ma to teach the movement techniques class. The other students were also enthusiastically discussing the news. Ma Fingxing raised a hand and said with a faint smile, "Stop making such a fuss. If you knew that all 105 of my movement technique martial arts have at least reached the microcosmic stage, you'd probably faint from shock." The room fell silent. But not because he was obedient, rather, he was shocked speechless. At least 105 movement martial arts techniques, each mastered to the minute subtlety level. No wonder the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp could proudly claim to rank first in the Eastwood Administrative Zone. That alone said enough. Just the skill level of this instructor is frighteningly high. Ma Fingxing wore a smile on his face as he continued, "Comparing movement techniques with me, it's almost, well, let me put it bluntly. You don't stand the slightest chance of winning. However, this doesn't mean there aren't differences in ability among yourselves. Trainees who can endure long enough under machine gun fire will be rewarded with corresponding points. What if I can beat you?" Some trainees were unconvinced. His movement martial arts must have reached the subtle realm, giving him the confidence to compete. "I really don't want to dampen your confidence." Ma Fingxing stood with his hands behind his back, sighed, and then gazed upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. "However," he continued, "having taught martial arts for dozens of years and trained tens of thousands of students, not a single one has ever managed to defeat me in a movement skills duel against someone of equal strength." Chapter 58, Machine Gun Strength, the Sole Criterion for Movement Mastery. "Mo Yuyan, you're up first." Ma Fingxing pointed to a female student among the trainees and said, "Tell me your punching power and the movement martial arts you've been practicing." Punching power serves as an excellent indicator of a person's physical fitness. This allowed Ma Fingxing to gauge and control the level of strength he needed to exert. Mo Yuyan stepped forward and replied, "My current punching power is 5,400 kilograms, and my movement martial art is the B-grade Moon Shadow Step." Many students showed astonishment upon hearing this. With a punching power exceeding 5,000 kilograms, she must be practicing an S-grade breathing technique. This girl's background is absolutely terrifyingly formidable. Ma Fingxing's expression remained unchanged as he merely nodded and said, "Understood. Follow me." The two entered the glass room where machine guns were mounted. "Let's begin." Ma Fingxing looked through the glass at the staff outside and instructed, "Start with 3 machine guns. Increase the number by 1 every minute." "Roger that." A staff member nodded and tapped rapidly on the tablet in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the rotation of the automated mounts, 3 machine guns on the ceiling opened fire. The quantity didn't seem excessive. But these were 6-barrel rotary machine guns, 3 of them meant 18 barrels in total. The sound of rubber bullets being fired became so densely packed it formed nearly a continuous line. Most importantly, the glass room wasn't particularly large, measuring only 30 meters square. The firepower coverage could be described as overwhelming. Swish! Mu Yuyan darted away swiftly like the wind. Her moon shadow steps had reached mastery level, demonstrating exceptional combat proficiency. Even 3 machine guns firing rubber bullets simultaneously posed almost no threat to her. Yet when compared to Ma Fingxing not far away, she immediately paled in comparison. Mo Yuyan dodged rubber bullets, moving freely throughout the entire glass room. Ma Fingxing stayed only in one corner, keeping his hands behind his back. His steps lacked the swiftness that Mo Yuyan displayed. Yet the rubber bullets were all effortlessly avoided. There was a remarkably relaxed and effortless elegance to it. "This is the perfected mirror moon step of the microscopic realm," a student exclaimed in astonishment. Watching the two figures in the glass training room, Song Shiyu sighed. Not only is Instructor Ma's mirror moon step a whole realm higher, but even if they were both at the mastered level, Mo Yuyan wouldn't stand a chance against him. The combat skills, neuro-reflex speed, and sensory acuity of a 9th-rank martial artist far surpass those of us in the awakening realm. Ma Fengxing suppressed his power, and the only things he could actively control were his strength and speed. Indeed. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Dodging rubber bullets fired at high speed, having slightly sharper five senses and faster neural reflexes provided a tremendous advantage. 3 minutes later, the 6th machine gun swiveled into action, rubber bullets pouring from its barrel. The observing cadets immediately noticed Mo Yen was struggling to keep up. Though she still hadn't been hit directly, the rubber bullets began occasionally grazing her clothes and long hair. She must have reached her limit. Sure enough, 1 minute later, 7 machine guns simultaneously rotated and began sweeping fire. Mo Yen barely lasted a few seconds before being hit in the shoulder by a rubber bullet from an upper diagonal direction, staggering backward from the impact. Cease fire. Ma Fengxing waved his hand dismissively toward the outside. The 7 machine guns abruptly ceased their rotations. Ma Fengxing turned to Mo Yen with a smile and said, "Not bad at all. Reward her with 2 points." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the staff members present and he instructed, "Make a note, Mo Yen's agility level, capable of handling 6 machine guns." Hearing this, the trainees on site instantly perked up with interest. Measuring agility levels with machine gun fire makes for a perfect metaphor. Their cultivation levels and movement techniques varied greatly among these individuals. Physical fitness also differed significantly. Combat experience varied even more drastically. Judging by surface-level data alone, it's nearly impossible to determine superiority. Machine gun fire is different. Regardless of what tricks you have, the more machine gun bullets you can withstand, the higher your movement skills are. Many cadets' competitive spirit was instantly ignited. "Huang Shitao, you're next in line, come in." "Yes." As soon as Ma Fenghua finished speaking, a trainee eagerly rushed into the glass room. Unfortunately, less than 2 minutes later, he walked out with his head hanging in defeat. His movement skills were only enough to handle 4 machine guns. Not even a single point was earned. Subsequent trainees entered the glass room one after another. Soon, an hour had passed. Most of the students had competed against Ma Fengxing in agility. Without exception, they all lost. The previously unconvinced student also stepped onto the stage. He was remarkably strong, his punching power rivaled Mo Yen's, his movement skills had reached an exquisite level of mastery, and he earned an evaluation equivalent to 7 machine gun forces. Yet, he still lost. Ma Fengxing's movement-based martial art had reached the expert level. Numerous students gathered around the glass room, their hearts long devoid of any thought of defeating Ma Fengxing. Their sole goal now was to absorb as much of the machine gun's power as possible. The 19th student, Xia Shi. Ma Fengxing casually pointed with his finger. "Yes." Xia Shi strode forward. As he passed Ning Chuan, his steps paused slightly as he coldly and arrogantly said, "Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I'll show you the difference between us. The difference between us must be quite substantial." Ning Chuan examined Xia Shi, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You've got some self-awareness at least." Xia Shi let out a cold snort before withdrawing his gaze and walking away. Song Shiyu cast a suspicious glance at Ning Chuan. "Something tells me your words carried another meaning," he said. Ning Chuan responded with only a knowing smile. His goal was never simply about acquiring brute strength. No student had defeated Ma Fengxing in decades. Then let it be him. Be the first to make history. The glass room. My martial art is Serpent's Glide technique, with a punch force of 5,500 kilograms. As soon as Xia Shi entered, he declared loudly. Clearly, he's also practicing an S-rank breathing technique. The maximum punching power of an A-rank breathing technique doesn't exceed 4,400 kilograms. Glancing at the onlooking students, Xia Shi said with pride, "Instructor Ma, I don't need any warm-up time. Let's start directly with 6 machine guns." Immediately, an uproar broke out outside. Some students were indignant. It must be understood that among the 18 students tested, the majority had movement skills at the level of withstanding fire from only 4 or 5 machine guns. "Quite confident, aren't you?" Ma Fengxing smiled and signaled to the staff to begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 machine guns opened fire, bullets pouring down like rain. Both men dodged immediately. Xia Shi moved swiftly, dodging without showing any strain. Snake sliding technique is just a C-grade martial art. Its tier is average. However, Xia Shi has mastered it to the microcosmic level, executing it with the agility of a spiritual snake's glide. Microcosmic movement technique, no wonder he's so arrogant. Some students gasped in silent amazement. Mastery is the watershed among the 6 major martial arts realms, an immensely difficult barrier to cross. Even these top-tier geniuses usually only manage to cultivate one martial art to the mastery level. For better returns, most choose offensive martial arts. After all, when it comes to enhancing combat power, offensive martial arts offer the most direct advantage. Hard body training and movement techniques in martial arts are all supplementary enhancements. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shiyu said, that trainee who previously refused to accept Instructor Ma's authority was also at the subtle realm with C-grade movement skills, yet he couldn't withstand the barrage of 8 machine guns. Xiaxi probably wouldn't fare any better either. Not necessarily. What if he's got some hidden cards up his sleeve? Ning Chuan casually remarked with a laugh. Song Shiyu glanced at him, confirming her earlier suspicion. Ning Chuan hadn't actually been surrendering to Xiaxi earlier. Instead, he was confident that his movement skills surpassed Xiaxi's. But here's the thing, how could a 6th stage awaken possibly? Chapter 59, my wind strike technique is at master level, crushing Ning Chuan will be effortless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7th machine gun rotated into position, its 6 jet black barrels wildly spraying rubber bullets. Just as Song Shiyu had predicted, Xiaxi struggled to dodge the rubber bullets as he rose unsteadily. Rubber bullets kept grazing past his clothes in rapid succession. 1 minute later, 8 machine guns fired simultaneously, their fierce barrage raining rubber bullets like a torrential downpour. The watching cadets fixed their intense gazes on Xiaxi. Among the students who have competed so far, none have been able to harness the power of 8 machine guns. Swish! Just as several rubber bullets were about to hit Xiaxi, a layer of ice formed beneath the soles of his shoes, creating a smooth icy surface. This sudden boost allowed Xiaxi to execute his serpent slide technique at an astonishing speed, his body moving so fast it generated a gust of wind just in time to dodge the incoming rubber bullets. Ice manipulation. A student couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was a formidable supernatural ability, significantly enhancing combat power. Ning Chuan wasn't overly shocked, his eyes instead revealing a spark of curiosity as he carefully examined Xiaxi's shoe soles. It was his first time witnessing supernatural abilities with his own eyes. Truly extraordinary. For a martial artist practicing frost arts to extract water molecules from the air and condense them into ice, one would typically need at least 6th grade cultivation level. Song Shiyu arched his eyebrows slightly and said, "You're actually right, Xiaxi has hidden cards up his sleeve." The combination of snake movement technique and frost abilities was still somewhat short of reaching master-level proficiency in snake movement, but it's already comparable to the micro-level extreme and should withstand the barrage from 8 machine guns. Another minute passed. The 9th machine gun activated. Xiaxi failed to dodge this time, was hit by a rubber bullet, and thus lost the match. But the agility level of 8 machine guns worth of power was no exaggeration. Many students were shocked. "You did well." A glint of praise flashed in Ma Fingxing's eyes as he said, "Ordinary people can only use frost abilities for attacks, to freeze their enemies. Combining it with movement techniques shows real creativity. I'm rewarding you with 5 points. Thank you, instructor." Xiaxi's face beamed with even greater pride. Credits reflect a student's excellence. Previously, the highest credit any student had received was just 3 points. He nearly doubled it. Next trainee. Ma Fingxing's gaze swept over the 11 trainees who hadn't yet competed. Spotting a particular individual, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Ning Chuan, you're up." "Yes." Ning Chuan stepped forward, bumping right into Xiaxi who was returning. A cold smile played at the corner of Xiaxi's lips as he said, "If you don't have precise movement techniques, I'd advise you not to embarrass yourself up there. Don't even tell me you can't withstand the most basic 3 machine guns." Ning Chuan pondered slightly before smiling. "How would you know the gap between us if I don't go up?" "Ha!" Xiaxi thought about it and realized there was truth in that. Without the setting of green leaves, the beauty of fresh flowers cannot shine. "Then you should hurry up and go." Xiaxi hastily turned her body sideways, a note of urgency unconsciously creeping into her voice. Ning Chuan smiled faintly and stepped into the glassroom. The trainees watching the scene began murmuring, thinking Ning Chuan was too cowardly. Even if he can't win, he should at least talk tough for a bit. Actually, there's no choice if he talked big now but later couldn't dodge many machine gun rounds. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? His ability to intimidate Li Pingyi and the other 2 just shows his psychic power is strong, not that his physical skills are anything special. The trainees at the scene teased one after another, showing little faith in Ning Chuan. Aside from Song Shiyu, nearly everyone sided with Xiaxi overwhelmingly. As usual, Ma Fingxing inquired, "Report your punching power and movement techniques." After a moment's thought, Ning Chuan replied, "Punching power around 2,000 kilograms, with 2 movement techniques, swift wind steps and 3,000 wind shadows." Only 2 days had passed since his test at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. But after mastering the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to proficiency, his refinement efficiency became extremely high. He could increase his punching power by several hundred gene in just 1 day. A wave of commotion erupted from outside. Among the students whose punching power started at 4,000 kilograms. A punching force of 2,000 kilograms is indeed eye-catching. Ma Fingxing remained unfazed and said, "I know hurricane steps too. Let's start with hurricane steps." Without waiting for Ning Chuan's opinion, he immediately urged the staff to activate the machine gun. Ning Chuan was slightly taken aback. Previously, when Ma Fingxing faced students who had mastered multiple movement techniques, he would always let the students choose one technique themselves for the competition. After all, everyone had their own primary movement martial art to focus on. However, Ning Chuan didn't overthink it. This suited him just fine. In a contest of swift wind steps, even Gu Tianyu wouldn't intimidate him if they were of equal strength. Heh, just as expected, he's let his guard down. Ma Fengxing chuckled to himself. Yesterday, he had theorized at length, citing various reasons to prove that Ningxuan would surely be bullied by Li Pingyi and the others. As a result, his face got slapped with audible smacks. The incident was going viral in the training camp's workgroup chat. Being good-natured, he wasn't the type to hold a grudge against Ningxuan over this. Still, he felt compelled to tease him a little just to vent his frustration. Swift wind step is just an E-rank martial skill. Definitely something Ning Chuan learned during his initiation. His mastery can't possibly exceed the minor achievement level, whereas my swift wind step is at the expert realm. Ma Fengxing grinned smugly. There was no need to guess, he knew the upcoming fight would be a one-sided stomp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The automatic turrets rotated, unleashing a torrent of fire from 3 machine guns. Both men simultaneously activated wind step to evade. Ma Fengxing, as before, only dodged rubber bullets within a confined corner. Yet what shocked everyone was Ning Chuan's range of movement was even smaller than Ma Fengxing's. This fluidity, could it be? Watching Ning Chuan's movements, Ma Fengxing was suddenly shocked, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible, it must just be the pinnacle of master level. Having practiced numerous martial arts techniques, Ma Fengxing knew full well how difficult the perfect realm was to achieve. If one were to quantify it using a standardized measure, the difficulty of ascending to the perfect realm is at least 10 times greater than reaching the expert realm. And even this is considered a privilege reserved only for a small handful of lucky individuals. Martial arts masters create their own techniques based on their unique characteristics, ensuring the methods perfectly suit their individual capabilities. However, for other practitioners, it's extremely difficult to conform to each of their distinctive traits. And even a slight imperfection would prevent a cultivator from attaining perfection, limiting their peak to the expert level. Ma Fengxing had practiced over 100 martial arts techniques, yet only one had reached perfection. And it was merely an E-grade palm technique at that. No worries, just the expert level limit. My senses are sharper than Ning Chuan's, enough to compensate. Ma Fengxing pondered in his heart. 2 minutes later, the number of machine guns increased to 5, all firing simultaneously. Rubber bullets wreaked havoc everywhere. The difference between Ning Chuan and Ma Fengxing became starkly apparent as they dodged. Between expert mastery and perfection, the line appears razor thin. Yet in truth, they're worlds apart. Moreover, Ma Fengxing's Gale Steps technique hadn't even reached expert mastery level yet. Oh my god, Ning Chuan's Gale Steps have reached the perfected realm. One trainee couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon recognizing Ning Chuan's level of mastery. Many other trainees' expressions changed dramatically. Why all the fuss? It's just an E-rank martial art. What's so impressive about reaching perfected realm anyway? Just one listen and I can tell you failed your martial arts theory class. An E-grade martial art at expert level mastery is roughly equivalent to a B-grade martial art at proficient level mastery. Not too difficult for us. But once an E-grade martial art reaches perfection, even a B-grade martial art at micro-level mastery falls short. Damn, that's insane. None of the students who've competed here so far have a B-grade movement technique at micro-level mastery. The student who initially questioned Ning Chuan was utterly astonished. Ning Chuan is so lucky to have encountered a martial art that perfectly suits him. Many people couldn't help but feel envious. Determining whether a martial art perfectly aligns with oneself is nearly impossible without reaching the expert realm. Why do I feel like Ning Chuan is about to defeat Instructor Ma? Someone spoke up. The trainees on site perked up, ceasing their discussions to fix their gazes intently on the two inside the glass room. Chapter 60, Look again. Ning Chuan appears stronger than you imagined. Perhaps more than just a little. Swish! Ma Fengxing wrenched his neck sideways with all his might, barely dodging a rubber bullet aimed square at his forehead. Instantly, Ma Fengxing contorted his body into an excruciatingly exaggerated angle, so extreme it looked painful to witness, narrowly avoiding several rubber bullets that grazed past his clothes. Under the barrage of 5 machine guns, Ma Fengxing struggled to evade. After all, his current strength and speed only meet the standards of an awakened 7th rank. The reason he could achieve this was largely due to his advantage as a 9th-grade warrior in areas like sensory perception and neural reaction speed. If it were an ordinary awakened 7th rank, they would have already been defeated by now. At most, they would only attain the power equivalent to 4 machine guns. To think it's truly the perfect realm. Ma Fengxing caught sight of Ning Chuan strolling as casually as if in his own courtyard. Shock flooded his heart, mingled with a trace of stifled frustration. The flawless record he'd maintained for decades was no more. And damn it, how does this kid always manage to humiliate him? The 6th machine gun rotated into action, weaving a dense crossfire with the other 5 guns. Amidst astonished stares, Ma Fengxing lasted less than 10 seconds before being hit. The machine guns promptly ceased fire. "I surrender." Ma Fengxing looked at Ning Chuan and admitted straightforwardly, "Your swift wind-step skill far exceeds my expectations. I can't match you. As a reward for defeating the instructor, you'll receive 50 points. The crowd erupted in excitement at these words. Many trainees are passionately discussing. The total points earned by all previous test participants combined don't even reach this number, let alone 50 points. Not even 20 points were achieved. Song Shiyu glanced at Xiaoxi with a grin and said, "Now you see the gap between you, don't you? A full 50 points. That's 10 times your score." Those points were just because he outsmarted instructor Ma. In terms of real movement technique, he's still no match for me. Xiaoxi snorted coldly, his proud expression unwavering as he declared, "Ning Chuan's punching power is only 2,000 kilograms. Even with his flawless stage gale step, he barely matches the strength of 7 machine guns. You admitted his physical abilities are lacking, just wait until he awakens to the peak of Tier 9. You definitely won't stand a chance," Song Shiyu said with a smile. Xiaoxi shot him a glance and sneered, "You're twisting the argument. We're about the same age, isn't my higher cultivation level an advantage? By the time he awakens to the 9th stage pinnacle, I'll already be an official martial artist. Martial arts cultivation is like this, one step ahead means staying ahead every step." Xiaoxi wore an expression of absolute confidence. "If I can suppress him now, I'll be able to keep him bowed under my shadow for his entire life." Song Shiyu chuckled and stopped arguing, simply saying, "Let's keep watching, the match isn't over yet." But Glass House. Ma Fengxing coughed lightly and pondered before saying, "I've never studied the martial art 3000 Wind Shadows. For the next match, why don't we simply remove the limitation on movement techniques and fight freely? What do you think? Of course, I'll still keep my power restrained to your level," Ma Fengxing quickly added. However, his cheeks still uncontrollably burned. Anyone could see he was trying to overwhelm others by leveraging the advantage of multiple movement techniques. But Ma Fengxing had no other choice. "If I can't match the students at the same level, how can I teach them in the future? Whoever shouts it becomes the instructor." Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Will there be points awarded?" "Yes, the better your performance, the more points you'll earn. Let's begin." A moment later, 3 machine guns opened fire once again. Ning Chuan, just as before, swiftly dodged by employing gale steps. This martial art was renowned for its agility, perfectly suited for deployment in such confined spaces, like 3,000 phantom silhouettes in the wind. Faster than gale step, though slightly less agile. Of course, this was only due to his current low cultivation realm. If he could advance to the subtle stage, Wind Shadow Phantasm, a top-tier S-class technique, would far surpass gale step in maneuverability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of machine guns quickly reached 7, with rubber bullets raining down like a storm, filling the sky. Ning Chuan could no longer evade within a small area, so he fully unleashed his swift wind step, darting through the hail of bullets like a gust of wind, extending his movement range to the entire glass room. "Ha!" Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. He noticed that Ma Fengxing was alternating between 2 movement-based martial arts techniques. One was the gale step he was familiar with. The other was a movement technique Ning Chuan couldn't identify. One thing is certain, it's a movement technique that excels in explosive bursts, with remarkable speed. Ma Fengxing employed this technique, leveraging its speed advantage to reach an area with sparser gunfire before switching to gale steps for minor dodges within a confined space. When the gunfire in his current location intensified, he would repeat the process. "I should give it a try too." Thinking about the characteristics of 3,000 Wind Shadows, Ning Chuan's heart stirred. Whoosh! Ning Chuan acted decisively, immediately executing 3,000 Wind Shadows. His speed suddenly surged dramatically, and the air emitted a crisp tearing sound like ripping cloth. Damn it! The first few times, Ning Chuan struggled to find the precise timing to switch between the 2 martial techniques, leaving him flustered under the hail of bullets and nearly getting hit. But within just a dozen seconds, he adapted seamlessly, dodging the bullet storm by alternately using both movement techniques as effortlessly as with gale steps alone. No more glaring mistakes occurred. His learning ability is exceptional. Of course, this isn't referring to academic subjects. In that regard, he's merely above average. A perfectly smooth wooden block could leave him puzzled for ages. What Ning Chuan truly excels at is applying martial arts in real combat. Just like before, from a complete novice in combat, he evolved in less than a month to a level that made even Manhwa, a genius raised in martial arts halls since childhood, feel ashamed of her own inadequacy. Damn, that's inhuman. Ma Fengxing couldn't help but curse under his breath as he witnessed the scene. He could tell. Initially, when Ning Chuan switched martial arts styles, his movements were awkward. It was absolutely his first time alternating between different martial techniques. Yet in just a few breaths, he had already grasped the basics. Ma Fengxing had devoted decades to teaching martial artists, but he had never encountered such a monstrously talented genius before. The young divine general seems merely a so-so after all. The gun barrel rotated as the 8th machine gun came to life. The firing web instantly escalated to another level of intensity. To the watching cadets, Ning Chuan's situation grew perilous. Rubber bullets continually grazed past his scalp, their fierce gusts whipping his black hair into wild disarray. Seems on the verge of defeat at any moment. Phew! Witnessing this scene, Xiaxi let out a long sigh, his heart finally settling back down from his throat. After Ning Chuan passed through 7 machine guns, he feared Ning Chuan might surpass him. Now it seems things are still alright. He'd be stopped by 8 machine guns, just one short of what he needed. Shi Shishir turned his face sideways, glancing at Song Shiyu beside him, and said proudly, "What do you think? His movement skills aren't as good as mine. However, I have to admit, his movement skills are slightly stronger than I imagined." Song Shiyu didn't look at him, just gestured forward with his chin and said, "Take another look. Ning Chuan seems to be more than just slightly stronger than you imagined." Xiaxi turned her head and froze in astonishment. Inside the glass room, Ning Chuan continued dodging. His movements were far from graceful or effortless. Yet none of the rubber rounds could even graze his clothes now. Chapter 61. Are 10 machine guns powerful? There's something even more terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The simultaneous barrage from 8 machine guns created an overwhelming pressure. Yet Ning Chuan's eyes remained calm, showing no trace of panic. Amidst the dense rain of bullets, he proactively practiced rotating through his movement martial arts techniques. His proficiency was visibly improving. Switching between the Gale Shadow Array and Swift Wind Step techniques became increasingly effortless and seamless. Ning Chuan no longer had to resort to darting between sparse patches of gunfire using only the Gale Shadow Array as he did initially. At this moment, Ning Chuan seamlessly switched between his 2 movement techniques without the slightest hesitation. Amidst the surging hail of bullets, he used Wind Shadow Triplicity to swiftly reposition his body, then employed Gale Step to nimbly change direction. The combination of these 2 techniques elevated Ning Chuan's movement mastery to an entirely new level. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The 9th machine gun activates. The observing students all widen their eyes, staring intently at Ning Chuan. So far, not a single person has managed to break through the barrage of 9 machine guns. Even Xia, with her special abilities, couldn't last a second. Whoosh! Rubber bullets poured down like torrential rain. Ning Chuan remained utterly composed, seamlessly alternating between 2 movement techniques as he darted about like a gust of wind through the downpour, utterly untouchable. Not even the fluttering edges of his clothes were grazed by a single rubber bullet. This shows that Ning Chuan still hasn't reached his limit. The scene instantly erupted. Combining Swift Wind Step with 3,000 wind shadows, is this powerful? I've got to try it myself someday. Some students couldn't resist getting excited. Don't try it, or you'll surely die if you do. Ning Chuan could effortlessly alternate between his movement techniques because his Gale Step had reached perfection. Building upon this foundation, he seamlessly transitioned into 3,000 wind shadows without the slightest pause, allowing him to switch freely. Right, look at Instructor Ma. Dodging may seem effortless, but his transitions between movements aren't as smooth as Ning Chuan's. Many students were whispering among themselves. They were all top-tier geniuses from various parts of Eastwood Forest, with astonishingly sharp vision. They quickly pieced together most of the truth. Yet precisely because of this, they were even more shocked by the sheer power of Ning Chuan's movements. Another minute passed. 10 machine guns fired simultaneously, rubber bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. Ning Chuan immediately felt tremendous pressure and had to focus all his attention on dodging, without a moment's distraction. Otherwise, he would be hit. Ning Chuan realized that 10 machine guns were now his limit. After all, his 3,000 wind shadows technique had only reached the 2nd level of proficiency. His physical fitness was also insufficient. His punching power was only around 2,000 kilograms. Sure enough, when the 11th machine gun was set up, Ning Chuan stumbled in his movements. A high-velocity rubber bullet struck his shoulder. Cease fire! Ma Fingxing waved at the staff outside, secretly relieved in his heart. Ning Chuan's sudden reaction had genuinely frightened him, afraid of being defeated once more. Fortunately, Ning Chuan's stamina was lacking. He could still manage to add another 2 or 3 machine guns. That's a huge gap. Ma Fingxing was relaxed in mood. There was no way Ning Chuan could catch up to him before the training camp ended. The dignity of the instructor could still be upheld. The power of 10 machine guns tightened. A trainee exclaimed in shock, his voice involuntarily growing hoarse. This level of movement skill has left the previous top performer, Xiaxi, far behind by a significant margin. Song Shiyu withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Xiaxi beside him, and grinned as he said, "Well, this is awkward. In terms of genuine movement skill, it seems Ning Chuan is superior to you, and not just by a little." Nearby students couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. This is even more embarrassing than Ma Fingxing's public humiliation. Xiaxi's face turned as purple as liver in an instant. Martial arts cultivation, one step ahead leads to a continuous advantage. I can suppress him for now, and I'll make sure he never lifts his head in this lifetime. Song Shiyu teased Xiaxi by repeating his earlier words. These words really do sound domineering when you say them. Phew! Xiaoxi had decent mental resilience. After several deep breaths in succession, his complexion gradually returned to calm. I admit, my movement skills are inferior to Ningxuan's. Xiaoxi fixed his gaze intently on Song Shiyu and declared emphatically, but movement skills are just one aspect of strength, they don't represent everything. In Instructor Yan Zhuang's weapons class this afternoon, I'll prove my true capability. Ningxuan isn't as good as me. I'm the strongest among those in the awakening realm. Having witnessed the agility level of 10 machine guns combined force, Xiaoxi remained confident that Ningxuan still couldn't match him. However, the other students didn't share such confidence. Especially for students whose movement skills fall below the level of 7 machine guns, their hearts grew heavier still. Given such a vast disparity in movement techniques between the two sides, their attacks would likely fail to even touch Ningxuan. In a confrontation, Ningxuan would be inherently invincible from the outset. No chance at all. Glass room. Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment before saying to Ningxuan, "Your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. For this competition, you'll be rewarded with 50 points. The words fell silent. Before Ningxuan could even respond, a student voiced skepticism. Instructor Ma, I don't deny the strength of Ningxuan's footwork, but why is the reward score so high? Previously, someone who achieved the power of 7 machine guns only got 3 points. Xiaoxi withstood the barrage of 8 machine guns and only received 5 points. Ningxuan only had 2 more machine guns worth of strength, so why did his points increase tenfold? That's right, what gives Ningxuan the edge?" Many students chimed in, feeling it was unfair. They admired Ningxuan's agility, but that was a separate matter. The resources of the training camp are limited, and Ningxuan's rapid increase in points will severely cut into their benefits. Why so many? Ma Fengxing swept his gaze across the assembled trainees and sneered, "If any of you can restrain your strength to a punch force of 2,000 kilograms, let alone withstand the barrage of 10 machine guns, even 8, whoever can do it will be rewarded with 50 points. Every single one of you here, could any of you pull it off?" The arena instantly fell silent. Not a single person dared to voice another challenge. Many trainees couldn't control their facial twitches. With Ningxuan's movement technique reaching the power of 10 machine guns, they unconsciously regarded him as a peer at the 9th stage pinnacle of awakening like themselves. He had actually overlooked a terrifying fact. Ningxuan was still not at the high stage of awakening. When Ningxuan reached the peak of awakening's 9th stage, just how high would his movement technique level become? The power of 11 machine guns? The power of 12 machine guns? Or even greater? Many cadets recalled Yan Zhuang's words from yesterday when the Dragon King descended upon the platform. Among geniuses, only the stronger exist, there is no strongest. What you can't do doesn't mean others can't. These top talents from various places gradually came to realize a cruel truth. Among geniuses, there also exists an enormous chasm. Seeing the trainees fall silent, Ma Fengxing ceased his criticism and turned to Ningxuan. "Your Gale step has reached perfection. Its application level is also remarkably high. There's essentially little room for further improvement. However, regarding the martial art 3000 Wind Shadows, I observe your mastery isn't advanced yet, there remains substantial progress to be made." The proficient realm. Ningxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment before advising, "You should visit the wind pressure chamber when you have time. It significantly enhances movement-based martial techniques. You've earned quite a few points yourself. It's unlikely you'll reach mastery level within 2 months, but you're bound to make some significant progress." "I understand," Ningxuan said with a smile before stepping out of the glass room. The remaining 10 trainees took turns competing against Ma Fengxing. Among them, there truly emerged one exceptional fighter, Song Shiyu. Using a B-ranked movement technique refined to its micro-level limit, he barely withstood the barrage from 9 machine guns, only faltering at 10. This is truly an extraordinary achievement. Among the 30 awakened realm practitioners, Song Shiyu was the only one who achieved the power of 9 machine guns. However, with Ningxuan's 10 machine gun power setting such a high standard, it didn't cause much of a stir. The clock struck 11. The first session of the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp came to an end. Chapter 62, Instructor Ma, my thunder flash slashes at master level, let me teach Ningxuan a lesson. Noon, the cafeteria. Sigh. Ningxuan poked at the food on his plate and couldn't help but sigh, his disappointment written all over his face. These dishes are carefully prepared by multiple nutritionists, rich in various vitamins, trace elements, and other nutrients required by the human body, making them excellent for regulating one's health. But they provide little energy, insufficient for supporting the breath technique's body tempering. What's wrong? Song Shiyu sat across the table and casually asked, "Does the food not suit your taste?" Ningxuan shook his head inside. "I thought the training camp would be like other college entrance exam prep institutions, with unlimited free mutant beast meat." Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu blinked and couldn't help laughing. Who knew the training camp would get such an oddball like you? Backed by the Donglin government, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp had ample financial resources and certainly wouldn't skimp on some mutant beast meat. It just wasn't necessary. For martial artists, the energy provided by beast meat is negligible. They don't need it at all. For those at the awakening realm, beast meat is actually quite good. However, all students who can enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp are at the peak of awakening stage 9. The body had long been tempered to its limits. The only thing left was to advance to become a formal warrior. That process required an immense amount of energy. The flesh of fierce beasts alone would never suffice. After all, the human stomach has its limits. Even with the biggest appetite, one can barely stuff in several dozen pounds of food per meal, whose energy content might still pale in comparison to a single beast nutrient solution. By the way, the instructor didn't mention where we can exchange resources in the training camp. Ning Chuan paused in thought before asking. Song Shiyu curled his lips and retorted irritably, "That's precisely because you're the only one sitting on 200 points right now. Not even half of the other trainees have credits equal to your spare change. Not a single one has broken double digits." Ning Chuan grinned. "Guess this makes me the richest man alive." Song Shiyu continued, "Once everyone has accumulated enough points, the instructor will distribute a resource list with the exchange rates. Whatever you want, just apply directly to the instructor. Based on past conventions, the training camp has always prepared the same few types of resources, with almost no changes." Song Shiyu added. "Tell me more," Ning Chuan said. Song Shiyu didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. "There aren't many varieties, but they're all extremely precious items. Common products like 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution aren't on the list. The lowest grade available is at the level of 10,000 Beasts Nutrient Solution. Additionally, there are some tonic medicines highly beneficial for external martial arts training, such as sea dragon blood." Song Shiyu spoke knowingly about the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp, detailing each aspect. Ning Chuan listened attentively, only interrupting occasionally to ask a question. "Second floor, the staff cafeteria. By the floor-to-ceiling window." Bai Xiuxiu withdrew her gaze from observing Ning Chuan and smiled slightly, saying, "Instructor Ma, how come I heard that you lost to Ning Chuan in a speed comparison?" "Colonel Bai, no how come about it, it's the plain truth. I was right there, saw it with my own eyes." Ning Chuan strolled about effortlessly and completely crushed Brother Ma, utterly humiliating. "Brother Ma, how are you going to live this down now?" The staff knew Ma Fingxing had an easygoing personality without any martial artist's airs, so many started joking around with him. Ma Fingxing rolled his eyes. "In the second round, I absolutely crushed them. So you're admitting you were actually defeated by a student in the first match?" Yen Zhuang, sitting diagonally across, rarely cracked a faint smile as he teased. The instructor was defeated by a student, especially when they were renowned martial arts instructors throughout Eastwood. Instant social death. Ma Fingxing wore a helpless expression as he said, "Who could have guessed that kid would master Gale steps to perfection? Normally speaking, that's just a transitional introductory martial art. It's fine, I'll help you reclaim the instructor's dignity during this afternoon's weapons class." Yen Zhuang teased. Ma Fingxing shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Don't speak so confidently, you'd better watch out or you might crash and burn yourself." Yen Zhuang slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled confidently. "Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Ning Chuan's only sword technique is lightning flash / its difficulty surpasses even standard tier A martial arts. How old is he? At most he's only reached the microscopic realm. I'm at the expert realm, plus with the combat skills of a 9th rank martial artist, defeating him should be as easy as snapping my fingers. Then rank him near the bottom. Let's wrap up our instructor sessions early so we can all go watch." "Alright, I'll show you what real skill gap looks like." After the meal, the noon sunlight was bright. Ning Chuan left the cafeteria, thought for a moment, and then headed toward the wind pressure chamber. Since the wind pressure chamber could expedite one's movement training, it might also have benefits for his martial arts practice. The sprawling base was built around the mountains. Half a quarter hour later, Ning Chuan finally arrived at the wind pressure chamber. It was a perfectly square structure that, from the outside, resembled a swimming pool, utterly unremarkable in appearance. "Hello, I'd like to rent a wind pressure chamber," he said. Ning Chuan walked over to the workbench and spoke up. A uniformed girl raised her head, not exceptionally beautiful, but rather delicate-featured. Upon seeing Ning Chuan's face, her smile brightened even more as she said, "The wind pressure chambers are divided into 3 levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The prices are 5 points, 10 points, and 20 points per hour, respectively. Which one would you like?" Ning Chuan pondered slightly before saying, "Beginner level." He would test the effects first. If it worked well, he could switch to the advanced wind pressure chamber. "I'll take you there." The delicate-looking girl stood up and walked forward. Ning Chuan followed closely behind. Before long, the two entered a spacious room measuring approximately 300 to 400 square meters. Quite distinctive. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all lined with holes the thickness of a finger. Anyone with trypophobia would probably find it unbearable. The delicate-faced girl explained, irregular bursts of powerful wind shoot from these small holes, disrupting one's movements. Practicing movement-based martial arts in such an environment is extremely challenging, but the improvement is tremendous, like getting twice the result with half the effort. Ning Chuan nodded. Let me give it a try. Be careful then. The delicate-looking girl stepped out of the wind pressure chamber and flipped the switch. Whoosh! Countless small holes erupted with powerful gusts, howling through the air. Ning Chuan staggered unsteadily. These fierce winds didn't blow in just one direction, they shifted endlessly without pattern, leaving no chance to brace against them. If I can adapt to this environment, my movement techniques will undoubtedly reach a whole new level outside. Ning Chuan thought to himself as he began executing phantom wind steps. However, with the strong wind swirling everywhere, Ning Chuan struggled to maintain his balance, nearly falling several times. Suddenly, Ning Chuan revealed a faint smile. A series of alert tones reverberated in his mind. They sounded exceptionally pleasant. Shadow Wind 3000 encountered its first fierce wind challenge. In a fury, it executed a sliding step and entered an epiphany state. Training progression skyrocketed. Progress increased by 20%. Progress increased by 20%. Shadow Wind 3000 accumulated sufficient mastery, advancing to the proficient realm. Progression continues to rise. The shadow of 3000 winds disperses in fury, ending the enlightenment state. Chapter 63. Beating the instructor is simple. Just use high-level martial arts to crush them directly. Wind Shadow 3000, Mastery, Progress 50%. Staring at the panel entry, Ning Chuan felt a mix of emotions, both pleased and regretful. If he had chosen the high-pressure wind chamber earlier, perhaps the Wind Shadow 3000 technique would have grown even more enraged, breaking through directly to the microscopic realm. The microscopic realm is a watershed. At mastery level, Wind Shadow 3000 roughly equates to a peak microscopic tier B-rank movement technique. But just reaching microscopic makes all the difference. With the supreme S-grade quality of phantom wind steps, not to mention B-grade martial arts, even A-grade martial arts couldn't suppress it unless perfected. Just as he was regretting, another notification tone rang out in Ning Chuan's mind. Phantom wind steps continues to be provoked, burning with anger. A sliding step executed failed to enter epiphany state. Ning Chuan nearly threw out his back. But it wasn't entirely unexpected. Aside from profound states of enlightenment, other methods for achieving sudden martial arts insights involved a certain degree of coincidence. 3000 Wind Shadows remains undeterred. Cultivation speed increased by 600%. Duration lasts until the provocation ends. Ning Chuan blinked, a flicker of pleasant surprise rising from the depths of his heart. Although the enlightenment didn't continue, but Wind Shadow 3000's cultivation speed increased sixfold. Now switching to the advanced wind pressure chamber. Could the cultivation speed increase even more dramatically? At this thought, Ning Chuan immediately exited the wind pressure chamber and returned to the workbench. The delicate-looking girl froze momentarily before asking, "Is there a problem with that wind pressure chamber?" "No, the wind pressure chamber works quite well," Ning Chuan said directly. "I'll try another advanced wind pressure chamber instead." The delicate-featured girl. Damn rich, this little brother in front of me. Unlike the instructors and trainees, having worked at the Mountain and Sea Prodigy training camp for over 2 years, she knew exactly how valuable those points were. A single point, measured in monetary terms, was worth more than her entire monthly salary. Changing to a wind pressure chamber is fine. The delicate-featured girl pondered for a few seconds before saying, "But I should warn you, typically only the strongest martial trainees use advanced wind pressure chambers. For those at the awakening stage, the effects might not be as good as the beginner or intermediate chambers." Ning Chuan smiled and said, "Let me give it a try first." Okay. An advanced wind pressure chamber. Whoosh! The howling gale was astonishingly powerful. Ning Chuan could barely maintain his balance, struggling to execute the technique of 3000 wind shadows. Just as the delicate-looking girl had predicted, the high-pressure wind chamber is not suitable for awakening stages. Yet amidst the roaring gales, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Ning Chuan's lips. Wind Shadow 3000, provoked beyond measure. Cultivation speed increases by 4000%. Duration, until provocation ceases. Ning Chuan felt exhilarated. The Gale Shadow 3000 technique had reached the proficient level, where each 1% improvement took 3 to 4 days. Currently, he was 50 percentage points away from mastery. Under normal circumstances, it would take about half a year to advance. But in the wind pressure chamber, this time could be compressed to 1/40th. It took only about 4 or 5 days. It sounds simple. However, the actual operation is extremely difficult. It consumes too many points. Premium wind pressure chamber, 20 points per hour. 4 or 5 days would easily consume at least 2000 points. Ning Chuan gradually calmed the excitement in his heart. The tiger's mouth of his right hand lightly rested on the hilts of Silverblood. This afternoon's weapons class will be my first one, likely a test of students' abilities. When the time comes, I'll need to perform well. Ning Chuan murmured softly. 2 p.m., training ground. Weapons class officially began. The instructor was Yen Zhuang. Just as Ning Chuan had anticipated, the first lesson was a test of the trainee's weapon proficiency. The method closely resembled that of the morning's movement technique class. Yan Zhuang suppressed his true strength and sparred with the trainees using weapons. My most proficient weapons are the saber, sword, and dagger, followed by the spear, great axe, and warhammer, Yan Zhuang declared solemnly as he surveyed the 30 trainees before him. I've achieved decent mastery in basically every weapon among the Federation's 10 most common arms. Instructor Yan, how many martial arts do you know? A student eagerly asked. Yan Zhuang's lips curled slightly as he replied, just a bit more than Instructor Ma's movement techniques. How much more is that? There are a total of 309 martial arts disciplines related to various weapons. The trainees on site fell silent at these words. Just a tiny bit more. 200 additional martial arts techniques. No wonder Yan Zhuang was the chief instructor for this training camp. No more students asked about the realm of martial arts. Just by looking at Yan Zhuang's expression, one could tell it must all start from the microcosmic level at minimum. The first one, Huang Shitao. Yan Zhuang casually pointed at someone. Yes. A cadet stepped forward, holding a sword in his hand, and said, my punch force is 4,400 kilograms, my weapon is a Federation Army standard longsword, and my martial art is the Ironblood slaying sword. Begin. Yan Zhuang casually drew a longsword from the weapon rack and engaged in combat with him. The on-site participants watched intently. This combat was far more thrilling than the footwork competition from the morning. On one hand, it was because the participants' martial arts skills were superior, with most having reached the microscopic mastery level. On the other hand, this was genuine two-sided combat. Though constrained to martial arts involving weapons only, the battles became even more direct and thrilling. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashes of weapons colliding rang out incessantly. Time continued to flow without cease. Soon, most of the class period had passed. Over 20 trainees had already sparred with Yan Zhuang. Without exception, all were defeated. And every loss was a crushing one. There was no sign of victory throughout the battle. There's absolutely no way to defeat Instructor Yan. Huang Shitao spoke with absolute certainty. In this kind of hands-on combat, the advantages of a 9th-rank martial artist will be infinitely amplified. Instructor Yan got a much bigger advantage than Instructor Ma did this morning. Don't be so sure. Ning Chuan, who ranked first in movement techniques, hasn't even stepped onto the field yet. It's no use. The combat is limited to weapon-based martial arts. His Gale Steps and 3,000 Wind Shadows can't be used. There's not the slightest hope of him defeating Instructor Yan. Many cadets lamented, having already given up any thought of defeating Yan Zhuang. In the crowd, Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chuan and smiled. You seem remarkably calm. Have you thought of a good way to deal with Instructor Yan? There is indeed one. Spill it. Song Shiyu perked up and urged impatiently. Ning Chuan replied impassively. The combat techniques used against him were one realm higher than Instructor Yan's, forcefully suppressing him. This completely nullified his advantages in combat skills and heightened senses. That's stating the obvious. Song Shiyu couldn't help rolling his eyes. The student's martial arts level was at most at the micro level. Yan Zhuang's martial arts all started at the micro level, with a significant portion reaching expert level. Suddenly, Song Shiyu recalled the scene from the morning's movement class and was startled, exclaiming, don't tell me you've also mastered a perfect level E-grade saber technique. No. Ning Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. However, there is one course available at the B level. The instructors are coming. Someone shouted, and the trainees on site all turned to look. At the gate, Bai Xiuxiu, Lu Fang, and Ma Fengxing, 3 instructors, strode forward, followed by a dense crowd of staff members. What's going on here? A student couldn't help asking curiously. I know some inside information. Huang Shitao chuckled with a grin. Without keeping them in suspense, he continued, I have a relative working at the base. According to him, Instructor Yan intends to reclaim the dignity Instructor Ma lost to Ning Chuan this morning. So, when Instructor Yan faces Ning Chuan, he'll go all out and crush him decisively. Ning Chuan is probably going to lose badly. Some people shook their heads. Yan Zhuang usually holds back some of his true strength when sparring with students to give them a proper challenge. Not an estimation, it's a certainty. Think about it, Ning Chuan has already dedicated tremendous time to perfecting Gale Steps. Reaching mastery level in weapon-related martial arts would be more than enough. In that case, Instructor Yan might only need a few seconds. The trainees on site were discussing, feeling that Ning Chuan was in for a bad time. Chapter 64. I have only one question, how many points for defeating you? Hearing the murmurs around him, Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow mockingly and said, now that Instructor Yan has his eyes on you, you're in trouble. At full strength, he could probably finish the fight with you in 4 or 5 seconds. It won't take that long, less than a second. After some thought, Ning Chuan replied seriously. Song Shiyu looked surprised. The impression Ning Chuan gave him wasn't of someone who would willingly admit defeat. Thud. A loud clang of metal striking metal interrupted Song Shiyu's train of thought. Yan Zhuang and Xia Shi were engaged in a swift sword battle. Blades flashed and clashed, sending continuous sparks flying through the air. Extremely intense. Class A combat technique, the drifting snow swordplay, and he's even mastered it to the microcosmic level. Many trainees were shocked. Though quite a few among them practiced Class A techniques, most only achieved proficiency at best. Those who reached microcosmic mastery mostly did so with Class B techniques. Look, Xiaoxi is using her ice powers. A sudden exclamation rang out. On the field. As Xiaoxi swung her sword, cold energy coalesced, sending flurries of snowflakes dancing around the blade. Even from over 10 meters away, many students could feel the bone-chilling cold, as if caught in the biting winter winds. One can imagine how freezingly low the temperature near the sword must be. Song Shiyu's expression grew grave as he remarked, no wonder Xiaoxi could slay a first-rank martial artist face-to-face. By combining his frost ability with the drifting snow sword technique, he can freeze his opponent's bodies solid. Only Instructor Yen, as a 9th-rank martial artist, could withstand such cold with his hardened physique. Otherwise, even with his flowing snow sword technique at the pinnacle of precision, Instructor Yen might have been defeated. The temperature is indeed bitterly low. Ning Chuan took stock of the situation, his expression remaining unperturbed. His diamond body not only enhanced physical defense, but also improved attributes like fire resistance, frost immunity, and poison protection. If he could reach the legendary 18th layer, no poison could touch him, fearless against ice and fire, taking a missile head-on. Several minutes later, I admit defeat. Feeling a chill against his neck, Xiaoxi's sword-wielding movements froze instantly. With a sigh, he spoke dejectedly. A blade was pressed against his throat. Good job. Yan Zhuang sheathed his longsword and praised, your reward is 20 points. A stir rippled through the training ground. Keep in mind, the highest reward previously given to any participating student was only 10 points. Xiaoxi's performance was clearly on a whole other level. Thank you, instructor. In the coming days, I'll continue to prove my excellence. Xiaoxi clenched his fists and spoke solemnly, the look of dejection completely vanishing from his face. With that, Xiaoxi turned and walked away. He didn't return to his original position, but instead walked straight towards Ning Chuan. I admit your movement techniques surpass mine. Xiaoxi fixed his intense gaze on Ning Chuan and declared, but my swordplay, coupled with my frost ability, is more than enough to compensate for any disparity in movement. Indeed, it might even surpass yours by a considerable margin. With a faint smile, Ning Chuan responded, and what makes you so certain my blade technique falls short? After reaching the master level of 3,000 wind shadows, his strength ascended to a new height. Facing a first-grade martial artist head-on, his chances of victory seemed quite substantial. Exactly. Song Shiyu approached with a smile, remarking, don't be so confident, remember what happened this morning when Ning Chuan utterly humiliated you? He's nothing special. Xiaoxi crossed her arms, her tone resolute. His perspective aligned closely with the other trainees. There was no denying Ning Chuan was a genius, but the Gale Steps technique had consumed far too much of his time. So, Ning Chuan couldn't even awaken to the high stage. There was no way he could have enough energy left to practice his blade techniques. In that case, the next student shall be Ning Chuan. Yan Zhuang listened to their conversation and said with a smile, yes. Ning Chuan walked forward, no longer arguing with Xiaoxi. Words often pale in comparison to action. When the fight is done, the truth will reveal itself. Approaching closer, Ning Chuan drew his silver blood warblade and said calmly, my martial art is Flash Thunder Slash, with punching force around 2,000 kilograms. I know your information. Yan Zhuang laughed. After you defeated Instructor Ma this morning, he told me all about it. I figured it out, this old Yan, his heart's blacker than anyone's. Ma Fingxing stood by the field grumbling under his breath. Ning Chuan showed no trace of pride on his face as he said, Instructor Ma was just a bit unlucky. His movement techniques are excellent, and he's a good man. He advised me to train Wind Shadow 3000 in the wind pressure chamber, which benefited me greatly. Instructor Ma is indeed quite warm-hearted. Yan Zhuang pondered briefly before smiling and saying, before we begin, feel free to ask me any questions about the lightning flash slash technique you've been practicing. Ning Chuan shook his head lightly. None. At the perfect realm, what problems could there possibly be? Ning Chuan's only doubt was that after Lightning Flash and Gale Step advanced to the perfect realm, their progress values were still increasing, but such a thing was definitely best left unspoken. How could there not be any? Yan Zhuang didn't believe it. He had encountered numerous difficulties while practicing Flash Lightning Slash. Yan Zhuang said seriously, I've gained deep insights into Flash Lightning Slash and have reached expert level. Guiding you won't be a problem. Absolutely none. Ning Chuan sighed helplessly. Yan Zhuang frowned upon hearing this, his worst fear had come true. Having won first place in footwork that morning and even defeating Instructor Ma Fingxing, Ning Chuan's ego had swelled with arrogance. The very thought of asking others for help now seemed beneath him. As for other matters, I do have one question. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. Speak. How many points would defeating an instructor like you be worth? Ning Chuan asked with a smile. His teeth gleamed strikingly white under the light. More than 20 students and the staff on the sidelines instantly erupted in an uproar. What does this mean? Ning Chuan must have lost his mind. Even if he combined his abilities with flashing thunder slash like Xiaoxi, he wouldn't stand a chance against Instructor Yan. Didn't you hear Instructor Yan say? Flashing thunder slash is at the expert level. Once this gets crushed, it's instant social death. Many people thought Ning Chuan was far too arrogant. Yan Zhuang held pretty much the same view. Sure enough, he's gotten too full of himself. Yan Zhuang sighed inwardly and said solemnly, Ning Chuan, after this battle, you might lose face and suffer a great setback. I hope you can move forward as soon as possible. A genius who has never experienced setbacks cannot grow into a true martial arts master. Instructor Yan, I advise you to prepare yourself. Ning Chuan earnestly warned. He knew exactly how swift a perfected flash thunder slash could be. With Yan Zhuang suppressing his strength, even a momentary lapse in attention could result in injury. And then, Yan Zhuang might secretly deduct his points as punishment. Come on. With a resigned sigh, Yan Zhuang drew a combat blade and pointed it directly at Ning Chuan. Boom! Since this was a weapons-only duel without footwork techniques, the two stood extremely close. Ning Chuan instantly executed a diagonal slash. A dazzling silver light erupted across the training grounds, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps as it tore through the air like lightning. Look out! Yan Zhuang's eyes flashed with abrupt change. His mind, which had still been pondering how to enlighten Ning Chuan afterward, instantly emptied. As a ninth-grade martial artist, he perceived it with crystal clarity. The thunderous roar that pounded one's eardrums came from the narrow battle blade slicing toward him. This was the telltale sign of the thunder flash slash mastered to perfection. Clang! Sparks flew. With astonishing reflexes, Yan Zhuang managed to block the diagonal slash with his blade. But with his strength limited, the long sword was sent vibrating high into the air. Hiss! The air tore with a sound like ripping silk. A horizontal streak of silver light arced through the air, slashing towards Yan Zhuang's neck. Blindingly fast, as if lightning had sprung from empty air. Yan Zhuang had no time to execute his thunder flash slash to block the attack. Stay calm! Years of combat experience prompted Yan Zhuang to react swiftly. With a twist of his wrist, his blade spun with a sharp clang, using the hilt to parry Ning Chuan's horizontal slash. The impact sent him staggering backward. I'll use this chance to put some distance between us. Before Yan Zhuang's thought could take form, a streak of silver light flashed like lightning, cutting straight toward him and already grazing the skin on his forehead. Ning Chuan held the silver blood in his hand, his eyes devoid of emotion. 3 slashes in an instant. Chapter 65. To defeat you, 1 second is too long, 0.1 seconds will suffice. Thud! With a resonant impact, Ning Chuan's blade struck Yan Zhuang squarely on the forehead. A thin trail of blood trickled down. The silver-blooded blade cut through Yan Zhuang's skin but went no further. From the wound, a dark primordial force rose like iron, firmly blocking Ning Chuan's slash. However, by resorting to primordial force, Yan Zhuang had already lost. The arena instantly erupted like boiling water. What happened? I just rubbed my eyes, and how did Ning Chuan already have his knife pressed against Instructor Yan's head? Defeated in just 1 second. Not even a second. Song Shiyu shook his head. I'm very precise with time. The entire process took about 0.1 seconds. Ning Chuan swung 3 blades during this time. The first slash was diagonal, repelling Instructor Yan's long blade. The second cut horizontally, staggering Instructor Yan off balance. The third strike came down vertically, and the result is what you see now. Song Shiyu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. Now he understood why Ning Chuan had claimed the fight wouldn't even last a second. That was absolute confidence in one's own strength. 3 slashes in under 0.1 seconds, can that be real? It's perfectly normal for the blade to resonate with thunder. Ning Chuan's lightning flash slash has already reached perfection. A perfect grade B-level martial art. Amid the heated discussion, many students felt uneasy, finding it hard to believe. Most of them had gone through the stage of mastering B-rank martial arts down to the minutiae, a feat that, without exaggeration, demanded blood, sweat, and tears. Not to mention perfection, which is 2 realms higher than mastery. I misjudged him. Turns out I'm the clown myself. Ning Chuan doesn't have any special abilities. Subduing Li Pingyi and the Qi twins was purely through martial arts suppression. Martial arts at the perfection realm, only a handful of trainees across hundreds of training camp sessions have achieved it. Not only the trainees, but even the staff on the sidelines were equally astonished. Ma Fengxing stared wide-eyed at Ning Chuan and exclaimed, was this kid practicing lightning slash from birth? How did he reach perfection so quickly? Lu Feng pondered for a moment before saying, even if he started at the very beginning, Ning Chuan's comprehension is still exceptionally powerful. No, in fact, Ning Chuan began practicing lightning slash quite late. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes turned to the 2 instructors as she shook her head and said, I asked the military intelligence department to investigate his background, and they discovered some astonishing information. Ma Fengxing exclaimed in surprise, how late? He only received the martial imprint inheritance on March 2nd, and today marks exactly 1 month to the day. Bai Xiuxiu's tone carried a trace of unease. Ma Fingxing opened his mouth, speechless with shock. In less than a month, he had mastered the lightning slash, a technique rivaling A-grade martial arts, to perfection, simply unheard of. Was this the rebirth of a divine warrior? Lu Fang hesitated slightly before tentatively asking, because of a sudden enlightenment? Yes. Bai Xiuxiu nodded, her delicate face showing a trace of shock as she said, and 4 times in a row within just 1 month. The first sudden enlightenment happened at an unspecified time, but we can confirm it was within 3 days after inheriting the lightning flash slash. Because on the 3rd day, at the college entrance exam's 100-day pledge rally, Ning Chuan drew his blade and slew 3 attacking thunder sparrows in just 1 second. This was when Ning Chuan first revealed his extraordinary edge. The second epiphany came when Gu Tianyu, the creator of Swift Wind Step, demonstrated the martial art in person. Among hundreds of watching students, he alone gained true insight. Swift Wind Step was directly comprehended to the peak of mastery. The 3rd and 4th epiphanies both occurred 3 days later. Ning Chuan encountered a spy from the Tianwu realm and, in the pouring rain, willingly fought to the death. Both Swift Wind Step and Flash Lightning Slash broke through to perfection. With such outstanding accomplishments, the government rewarded him with admission to the training camp. He's no privileged insider. After Bai Xiuxiu finished speaking, the surrounding area fell into complete silence. Many employees, like Ma Fingxing, were left speechless with shock. For epiphanies in a single month, just how extraordinary must his comprehension be? After a long silence, Lu Fang turned to Ning Chuan and declared with certainty, his future begins as a knight, with the potential to rise to divine general. I give up. You win. Yan Zhuang's voice was filled with undisguised astonishment. It wasn't just the flawless execution of the Thunder Rend, but also Ning Chuan's impeccable control over the battle. Although he had only made 3 strikes, Yan Zhuang could still discern that among the more than 20 students he had fought, Ning Chuan's combat skills ranked at the top. Even Xia Shi, who combined sword techniques with supernatural abilities, fell somewhat short. Yan Zhuang said, a lightning flash strike perfected to its peak, plus defeating an instructor like me you'll earn 500 points. The moment these words were uttered, the entire training ground fell silent. Many people were dumbfounded. Not to mention whether any other trainees' points could rival Ning Chuan's, the combined points of the other 99 trainees might not even match his current score. Yet this time, no voices of doubt were raised. Putting yourself in others' shoes. If they had Ning Chuan's performance, they'd feel getting 500 points was too little. Xia Shi, got your face slapped again, huh? Song Shiyu said with a chuckle, now do you still think your swordsmanship can make up the difference? Judging by the points, Ning Chuan is 25 times better than you. Xia Shi stayed silent, his face cold. A movement technique with the power of 10 machine guns, and the perfect level lightning slash, both surpassed his capabilities. The advantages he still held were just 2 points, his cultivation realm, and his frost ability. Facing Ning Chuan, I'm confident I won't be defeated. Xia Shi gritted his teeth and said, being undefeated is not the same as achieving victory. Song Shiyu glanced at him and teased, that might only be true for now. Once Ning Chuan awakens to the peak of the 9th stage, you won't stand a chance against him. Xia Shi cut off Song Shiyu, gripping his sword hilt tightly as he declared coldly, that day will never come. Before then, I will definitely advance to martial artist. I'll give you the same advice, don't bite off more than you can chew, or you might get slapped in the face. Song Shiyu said with a chuckle. On the other side, don't leave just yet. Yan Zhuang called out to Ning Chuan and asked, your lightning flash technique has reached perfection, so I can hardly offer further guidance. Do you have any other weapon-based martial arts to master? No. Ning Chuan shook his head slightly. He had earned quite a bit of money in recent days, but spent it all on beast nutrient solution and golden body medicinal packs. With the college entrance exams approaching, improving his fundamental abilities offered better cost-effectiveness. As for martial arts, he could figure something out after getting into university. I'll give you a saber technique, said Yan Zhuang. Thank you, instructor. Ning Chuan grinned and asked, what tier does it belong to? Grade A martial art, torrential rain 36 slashes. Yan Zhuang pondered for a moment and said, most importantly, this martial art has subsequent primordial force components. After you advance to warrior rank, you can purchase them from the Martial Arts Alliance. The E2S grading belongs to the awakening stage martial arts. However, some martial arts above B grade include primordial force components later on, which can continue to be used after advancing to warrior rank, so there's no need to worry about early efforts going to waste. This, Ning Chuan blinked his eyes. An A-rank martial art technique, even if it's not a breathing method, would easily cost over $1 million. And that's just for the ordinary ones. For A-rank techniques containing the primordial force element, a tenfold price increase wouldn't be unusual. Did Yan Zhuang really need to be so protective of talent? Chapter 66 My system works fine, yet everyone thinks I have dragon bloodline. Of course, if possible, I'd like to ask you for a favor. As if reading Ning Chuan's bewilderment, Yan Zhuang added, every day after class, I want you to spare some time to practice lightning slash with me. Yan Zhuang's voice was tinged with insecurity. Perfection realm facing expert realm is absolute domination. What competition could there be? Unless Ning Chuan was a fool, he would realize this was mentorship. Recalling his earlier words about mentoring Ning Chuan before the fight, even with his vast experience, Yan Zhuang felt waves of shame surging from the depths of his heart. Social death, but there's no helping it. The allure of perfection is too great. That realm often belongs solely to the creators of martial arts. If he could master this one, his standing in the Donglin educational circles would skyrocket. And the martial art Flash Thunder Slash perfectly suited his characteristics, holding the promise of reaching perfection. But breaking through this realm was too difficult. He didn't have the slightest clue where to begin. Fighting with Ning Chuan, perhaps one day a spark of insight would strike, leading to a breakthrough. Coach Yan's words, something doesn't sound right? Gifting sword techniques? Friendly sparring? All just excuses. The 36 torrential strikes were tuition fees. Coach Yan made Ning Chuan teach Flash Thunder Slash in return. The crowd at the scene finally grasped the situation, finding it utterly unbelievable. A trainee as an instructor? Such a thing had never happened since the establishment of the Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp hundreds of years ago. Unprecedented in history, and likely never to be repeated. I seem to hear the rumbling wheels of history rolling by. Alas, I lack refinement. One holy shit serves me for all occasions. Amid the chatter, Ning Chuan nodded directly in agreement. Instructor Yan, I've got no issue with that. He had no reason to refuse. Martial arts can be actively practiced, and taking some time to spar with Yan Zhuang is a piece of cake. What's more, this can also enhance his combat skills. Yan Zhuang took out a martial seal and said, this is a one-time martial seal of the torrential rain 36 slashes. The method of inheritance is the same as ordinary martial seals, just press it to your forehead. Speaking seriously again, Yan Zhuang added, don't underestimate the torrential rain 36 slashes just because it's only A rank. Its power ranks among the top even among S rank saber techniques. The blade technique is just too intricate and extremely difficult to master, which is why the Martial Arts Alliance classified it as A grade. How strong is it? Ning Chuan quickly took the martial seal, somewhat curious. To put it this way, Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and said, if your torrential rain 36 slashes had reached perfection at this moment, the speed of the sixth slash would be on par with your Flash Thunder Slash. From then on, every 6 slashes would double in speed. By the final slash, it would be 32 times faster than Flash Thunder Slash. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. 32 times faster than Flash Thunder Slash. Not to mention first-grade warriors, even second-grade warriors wouldn't be able to block this strike of his. Of course, Ning Chuan knew the reality wasn't quite so exaggerated. The 36 strikes of the torrential rain is a martial technique where each slash follows another, requiring 35 consecutive accelerations before delivering the ultimate and fastest final strike. To some extent, it shares a similar principle with Zhang Wenxi's 13 waves of the Long River Sword, which he demonstrated during the previous monthly exam. It demands a continuous process. During this period, if enemies sense danger, they could create distance to evade its overwhelming force. However, the flaws cannot obscure the virtues. The 36 strikes of the torrential rain is, without a doubt, a formidable martial art. Yan Zhuang paused briefly in thought before offering an example. There was once a genius at the awakening stage who mastered the 36 strikes of the torrential rain to perfection. At full power, the crisscrossing blade lights were as dense as a midsummer downpour. Back in the day, once he gained momentum, one could say he was unstoppable. Countless martial artists who faced him had to steer clear of his edge. Ning Chuan was intrigued and said with a smile, Instructor Yan, then I'll head back first to inherit the martial arts. Go ahead. We're not holding any lectures today anyway. Dormitory building. Ning Chuan opened his eyes and removed the disposable martial imprint from his forehead, casting a glance at the alarm clock on the nearby desk. No wonder Instructor Yan said the torrential rain 36 slashes rivals S-class blade techniques. A faint smile played at the corners of Ning Chuan's lips. This legacy inheritance lasted precisely 14 minutes. Previously, when he had inherited the top-tier S-class movement technique Shadow Dancing in the Wind, it had taken him about a quarter of an hour. Converted, it's only about a minute longer than Storm's 36 strikes. Suddenly, a series of cold notification tones rang out in rapid succession. Storm's 36 strikes detect similarities in the insights of Lightning Flash Slash. Commencing absorption, training speed surges dramatically. Progress increased by 30%. Progress continues to rise. 36 torrential strikes has accumulated enough insights, reaching the threshold of mastery. Mastery progress increased by 25%. The absorption period for 36 torrential strikes has ended. Cultivation speed returns to normal. A flood of insights surged into his mind. Ning Chuan remained dazed for quite some time before snapping awake, immediately opening his interface to check a particular entry. Torrential Storm 36 strikes proficient, progress 25%. Well, what can I say? Unexpected, yet makes perfect sense. Ning Chuan grinned wryly. At their core, both Torrential Storm 36 strikes and Lightning Flash Strike are blade techniques that excel in speed. There were bound to be similarities. However, the similarity between the two isn't as strong as that between Swift Wind Step and 3000 Wind Shadows. Ning Chuan analyzed silently in his heart. Swift Wind Step was merely an E-grade martial art, yet the insights from its perfected state could elevate the S-grade 3000 Wind Shadows to an adept level. Lightning Flash Slash, on the other hand, was a B-grade martial art and among the top tier at that. As a result, the Torrential Storm 36 strikes also reached the skilled realm. Ning Chuan speculated that the degree of similarity determined how much comprehension could be absorbed from a martial technique. If it were a fast-blade martial art focused solely on delivering a single killing strike, like the S-rank flash of the Swift, I might directly absorb it to the subtle realm. Ning Chuan murmured softly to himself, I'll definitely give it a try when I get the chance. At the same time, an office building in the northern part of the base, for instructors were holding a meeting. Ma Fengxing sneered sarcastically, oh my, wasn't Chief Instructor Yen just saying how my Lightning Flash Slash had reached master-level proficiency and could absolutely handle Ning Chuan with ease? Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh either, teasing, that was then, this is now, your reputation precedes you, thoroughly ruined. Yen Zhuang's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Well, this is a fine mess. Lost more face than Ma Fengxing ever did. Ma Fengxing at least had the decency not to boast in front of other staff members. Ahem. Yen Zhuang forcefully cleared his throat, suppressing his embarrassment, and quickly changed the subject, saying, by the way, Instructor Bai, why are you investigating Ning Chuan? That doesn't seem quite appropriate. Instructors don't have the authority to violate trainees' privacy. Ning Chuan might possess a special constitution. The Eastern Forest government permits this covert investigation. Bai Xiuxiu smiled faintly and calmly said, the investigation results only strengthened my suspicions. Hearing this, the three immediately perked up, abandoning their teasing of Yen Zhuang. Lu Feng's eyes gleamed subtly as he asked, have you uncovered new evidence? Yes. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Ning Chuan's comprehension skills only became apparent in the last month. Lu Feng rubbed his chin skeptically. Comprehension alone isn't enough to support the speculation about a special physique. There are many other possible scenarios. For example, sudden enlightenment or the brain being stimulated in some way can also enhance a person's comprehension. Bai Xiuxiu pondered slightly before saying, do you know why Ning Chuan only has a sixth stage awakening? The three instructors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. This is truly hard to explain. Ning Chuan's perfect realm martial arts were achieved through enlightenment. That means Ning Chuan had enough energy to practice breathing techniques, so logically speaking, his strength shouldn't be this low. The report states that just over a month ago, Ning Chuan was only at the fourth stage of awakening. Bai Xiuxiu revealed the answer. Breaking through two realms in a single month? The three instructors couldn't help but freeze in surprise. This cultivation speed couldn't exactly be called miraculous. But in Federation history, only a rare few have achieved it. Bai Xiuxiu asked again, have you heard of the martial art called Indestructible Body? I've heard of this before. Ma Fengxing smiled and said, the Stone Clan's secret martial arts technique has a total of 18 levels. The version circulating in the Federation is a castrated one, with only the first 9 levels, rated as B-class. Even so, it's still extraordinarily powerful. After reaching the 9th level of perfection, ordinary firearms become ineffective. Only large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles can penetrate the defense. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and added, upon reaching the 18th level of perfection, there's even a chance to comprehend the Dharma aspect of the Vajra King. Do you know just how fast Ning Chuan is progressing in cultivating his Vajra body? Bai Xiuxiu answered her own question. On March 6th, he received the legacy at the Martial Arts Pavilion of Qingshan No. 1 High School. March 28th, monthly exam at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Ning Chuan has demonstrated strength at the 4th layer of the diamond body. The three opponents across from him wore expressions of shock and awe. Physical martial arts require grinding practice. Even the most talented can't achieve mastery overnight. In just over 20 days, he had advanced to the 4th level. This couldn't be explained merely by natural talent, there must be other reasons. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath and said solemnly, the speed of his external martial arts cultivation. There's only one explanation. Ning Chuan is experiencing the awakening of a special constitution with unlimited potential. This also explains why Ning Chuan brought so many nutrient solutions. The energy consumption during a special constitution's awakening is extraordinarily intense. Bai Xiuxiu's tone was extremely certain. I agree with your judgment. Lu Feng seemed lost in thought and said, considering the anomalies during the Dragon King's ascension to the platform, it should be some sort of draconic constitution. We can't be certain yet. After all, these are all just guesses based on surface observations. Bai Xiuxiu tapped the table thoughtfully and murmured, that's why I want to test whether he truly has a draconic constitution or not. You have a way to test it? Give him some sea dragon blood. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she decisively stated. Yen Zhuang shook his head and said, that's extremely difficult. Sea Dragon blood is a federal strategic level resource. There are only 3 portions available in the Shanghai Elite Training Camp. Ning Chuan's current points are still far from enough. Ma Fengxing said, the 4 of us instructors have access to allocate 1 portion of the dragon's blood, but we have no reason to give it to Ning Chuan. Doubting he has a special constitution alone wouldn't convince everyone. Ever heard of insider dealings? Bai Xiuxiu smiled faintly and said calmly, the diamond body of the 4th layer is still quite resilient. Chapter 67, The Power of the Long Whip, the Sole Criterion for Measuring External Martial Arts. April 3rd, Sunny. Combat Class. Many students still arrived early at the training ground, even after the novelty of their first class had worn off. Can't be helped, youth yearns for love. Combat instructor Bai Xiuxiu possesses overwhelming charm. Her delicate appearance contrasts sharply with her icy demeanor, creating a disparity that easily ignites men's primal desire for conquest. Ning Chuan stood among the crowd in high spirits. Beneath the pouring sunlight, her skin shimmered with the delicate translucence of polished jade. His golden body had already advanced to the 5th layer this morning. Strangely enough, as the golden body, this toughening martial art progressed, instead of roughening the skin, it gradually became fairer and more delicately smooth. Only, advancing further will become increasingly difficult from now on. Ning Chuan silently thought to himself. After reaching the 5th level of the diamond body, the progress enhanced by the medicinal package once again dropped by more than half. A single medicinal package could only increase progress by about 3 percentage points. By the time one advances to the 6th level, the progress boost is estimated to be reduced to just 1 percentage point. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels will continue to see diminishing returns. Even with an ample supply of medicine, it would still take several years of effort. And this is just an incomplete version of the diamond body technique. If it were the complete version, there would be 9 more layers after this. Ning Chuan shook his head. No wonder people say that external martial arts are difficult to cultivate. It really takes a lot of time. If anyone nearby could read Ning Chuan's thoughts, they would unquestionably draw their blade and strike without hesitation. That's simply inhuman talk. After all, for top-tier geniuses cultivating the diamond body, reaching the 5th layer requires relentless day and night training for 20 to 30 years. Before long, the class officially began. Bai Xiuxiu stood tall and straight, like a sharp sword, and said, when it comes to bare-handed combat, tough body training is the most crucial aspect. If 2 opponents are evenly matched in combat skills, the one with superior tough body training will prevail. Even if there's a gap in combat proficiency, it can still be bridged through refined tough body training. To put it in gaming terms, horizontal training martial arts equate to health points. With thick health points, even attrition will wear you down. Ning Chuan smiled silently. Bai Xiuxiu was more interesting than he'd imagined. He'd assumed she was the taciturn ice queen type. How many of you practice horizontal martial arts? Raise your hands and let me see. Bai Xiuxiu scanned the students. Whoosh! A sea of arms eagerly shot up. Ordinary people generally don't practice external martial arts as it's too energy-consuming, but given their exceptional talent, the trainees here can manage to study one alongside their other disciplines. Not bad. Bai Xiuxiu smiled faintly and extended her slender right hand to the side. A staff member immediately hurried over and placed a long whip in her palm. Instructor Ma tested your agility with machine gun fire, Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile as she tightened her grip on the whip. So for testing your external martial arts, I'll use the power of this whip. However many strikes your bodies can endure, that will be your level of whip force capability. Boom! As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu flicked her whip, sending a thunderous crack through the air. A faint wisp of radial white smoke appeared. Numerous students visibly paled at the sight. Bai Xiuxiu, with the single lash, had struck with sonic force. That is, an attack that pierced through the sound barrier. The radial white smoke was the lingering sonic boom cloud. Normally, only knights could deliver sonic strikes. But weapons like whips or special force travels entirely along the length of the whip, accelerating progressively until the very tip can tear through the sound barrier. Ning Chuan had seen the explanation in his physics textbook. Once a whip is cracked, the total kinetic energy remains unchanged, but as fewer segments remain in motion, the speed increases progressively. Don't worry too much. Bai Xiuxiu pressed her hands down with a laugh. Only the very tip of the whip breaks the sound barrier. It's lightweight, pliable, and actually quite weak in force, completely incomparable to a bullet. Instructor Bai, well, my martial arts are still at a beginner level, so I won't be participating in the test. Same here. Several students timidly lowered their arms. Light in weight and soft in texture, that much was certainly true. But weak in power? Who are you trying to fool? Even invisible air, when exceeding the speed of sound, can transform into wind blades. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained unchanged as her gaze lingered on Ning Chuan for a moment before she said, I forgot to mention something, the top scorer in the hard body martial arts test will be rewarded with a dose of sea dragon's blood. Before the words had even finished, the crowd erupted in excitement, with astonished exclamations rising one after another, as if they were about to lift the roof. I'd rather die today than not take the first place. Save your breath, the test measures physical strength, not how much pain you can endure. How infuriating. I regret not working harder on my body-refining martial arts before. Ningchuan blinked his eyes, somewhat astonished. He had heard Song Shiyu mention sea dragon blood before, a tonic extracted from dragon bones using genetic technology by the Federal Institute of Science and Technology, known to greatly benefit hard-body martial arts cultivation. But was it worth such frenzy? Ningchuan turned to Song Shiyu and asked, aside from being beneficial to hard-body martial arts, does sea dragon blood have any other effects? Listening to you talk, it's clear your body-refining martial arts aren't up to par. Song Shiyu laughed playfully and teased, but that actually puts my mind at ease. Your movement techniques and blade skills are already at perfection level mastery. If your body-refining arts were also formidable, would you even leave any room for others to compete? After laughing for a while, Song Shiyu straightened his expression and said solemnly, body-refining martial arts enhance your fundamental strength. It's an improvement that lasts a lifetime. It's not that physical strength becomes useless just because one possesses the force. It's just that mastering external martial arts is extremely difficult and requires an immense investment of effort, making it more trouble than it's worth, which is why so few people practice it. Ningchuan fell into deep thought. Dragon's blood has two major effects. Song Shiyu raised two fingers and said, first, it can significantly enhance the realm of external martial arts. Second, it can slightly improve a person's physique, making the cultivation of external martial arts a bit easier. Don't underestimate this small improvement. Often, just this little bit can help you successfully break through to the next level. I understand. Ningchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was pondering a question. If his constitution improved, would the cultivation speed of his indestructible body accelerate? Regardless of whether it works or not, simply for the fact that it significantly enhances the realm of physical martial cultivation, I must obtain the sea dragon blood. Ningchuan swore to himself with determination. Whether his golden body at the 5th layer could rank first among the 30 trainees, Ningchuan wasn't entirely confident. However, the golden body possessed a unique trait that other physical martial cultivation techniques lacked. Golden body transformation. It temporarily makes a specific area of the body as tough as iron. Ningchuan was confident that no other trainee's defense could match the golden body transformation. Instructor Bai, I'll go first. A trainee stepped forward. Deal. Bai Xiuxiu casually nodded and raised her right hand, unleashing a whip strike. Boom! The air exploded as white mist billowed upward. The tip of the whip struck the trainee with a dull thud. His upper garment tore apart, leaving his chest mangled and bloody. With no whip strikes left, go to the infirmary after class to treat your injuries. Bai Xiuxiu's face remained calm, as if she was accustomed to the sight of blood, and she didn't even urge the student to seek treatment immediately. Next, I'll go. Jiangren, hardened body technique, vibranium battle form. Another trainee stepped forward. He performed slightly better, enduring the first lash, but the immediate second strike broke his stance completely. Bai Xiuxiu's whip grew heavier with each strike. Continue. The other trainees stepped forward one after another to test. Ningchuan remained still. His gaze was fixed intently on Bai Xiuxiu's whip movements. The whip tip exceeded the speed of sound. He couldn't track its motion. The 5th level diamond body couldn't achieve full body golden transformation. To block with golden transformation, one must know exactly where the whip's tip would strike. Fortunately, the whip moved as a single unit. By analyzing Bai Xiuxiu's movements, the approximate strike point could be predicted. One trainee after another completed their tests. Ningchuan was gradually gaining insights into anticipation. Most students merely received an evaluation of one whip's worth of strength. The best performer managed to withstand 5 lashes. Bai Xiuxiu rewarded him with 20 points, the same amount Xia she earned in yesterday's weapons class. This shows it's quite an impressive result. Your turn. Bai Xiuxiu pointed at Ningchuan. Chapter 68. It seems my results have crushed you all again. Ningchuan stepped forward, with all eyes fixed intently upon him. There was no other way. Yesterday's 2 martial arts techniques executed to perfection were truly astonishing. The students were all eager to find out just what level Ningchuan's defensive martial arts had reached. Please wait a moment. Seeing Bai Xiuxiu about to raise her whip, Ningchuan spoke up to stop her, saying, I'd like to take off my jacket first. It wasn't that he cared about the cost of the clothes. Unlike the other students, he had several suitcases of luggage. He had only brought 3 sets of school uniforms for changing. The base has banned phone usage again, making online shopping inconvenient. Better use it sparingly then. Deal. Bai Xiuxiu nodded casually. Upon hearing this, Ningchuan unbuttoned his coat and took off his shirt. His figure was revealed. An immediate wave of commotion erupted all around. Ningchuan's tall and straight physique was accentuated by well-defined yet streamlined muscles, tightly wrapped around his frame, exuding a sharp and striking presence. Wow! His skin is absolutely flawless, so fair and smooth. I'm so envious. Hee hee, I'm more interested in his physique. Gulp. I mean, I totally didn't just drool. Moun, you're dripping saliva. A group of girls giggled quietly. The male students nearby had completely opposite reactions. I thought Ning Chuan was taking off his clothes to better perform his toughening martial arts, but it turns out he was just showing off his physique. That skin looks like it's never been tempered by toughening martial arts. Isn't this normal? Both of Ning Chuan's martial arts have reached perfect mastery. If his toughening martial arts were any stronger, would he even be human or a god? Probably just one whip from instructor Bai would make him cry. Many male students chatted amongst themselves with smiles, eagerly awaiting the show to begin. Ning Chuan glanced at them, his expression unchanging. He placed his top on the nearby bench and calmly said, "Instructor Bai, I'm ready." "Then let's begin." Bai Xiuxiu acted decisively, flicking her wrist to deliver a fierce slash of the whip. Boom! The sonic boom cloud erupted as the whip tip broke the sound barrier. Ning Chuan didn't activate his golden body transformation, allowing the whip tip to strike his body with a sharp crack. He wanted to test his physical defense capabilities. Though Ning Chuan didn't know the full strength of Bai Xiuxiu's whip, he was confident he could withstand the first lash. Most trainees could withstand one lash. With his indestructible body at the 5th level, there was no reason he couldn't endure it. It stings a bit, but far from breaking my defense. Ning Chuan lowered his head to examine his abdomen. The 8 distinct ridges of his abs remained clearly defined where the whip had struck. His skin was still fair and smooth, without even a hint of redness. Bai Xiuxiu blinked her eyes in astonishment. The defensive power of the 4th layer diamond body was strong enough to withstand the first whip strike without issue, but it shouldn't have left not even a red mark. There was only one explanation. Ning Chuan's diamond body had advanced to a higher level. Bai Xiuxiu's expression grew more solemn. If Ning Chuan's draconic constitution were indeed real, his ranking would definitely be among the very top. Damn, my skin didn't even react. What kind of defense is this? I'm convinced, absolutely convinced, maybe I'm not human, but Ning Chuan truly is a god. The onlooking students gasped in astonishment. One falling leaf heralds autumn's arrival. Though Ning Chuan had just taken a whip strike, they already understood his external martial arts skill was certainly not mediocre. At the very least, he ranked among the top 3. Boom, 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 boom. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Xiuxiu lashed out with 4 consecutive whip strikes. Each strike was fiercer than the last. Sonic booms rippled violently in all directions. Ning Chuan remained expressionless and bore it all. He's already matched Shi Feng's 5-strike force. He hasn't reached his limit yet. A trainee's voice trembled. I thought I had set my expectations high enough, yet I still underestimated him. Looking at it now, apart from not practicing breathing techniques much, Ning Chuan's mastery of all other martial arts is inhuman. Then why doesn't he focus on training his breathing techniques? Just the whims of a prodigy. What's the thrill in defeating opponents of the same level when you can take down those above you? With such extraordinary talent, they don't care about momentary lag in realms, confident they can catch up in no time. The trainees at the scene sighed deeply, acknowledging their inferiority. There was no way to deny it. Body techniques, blade skills, or toughening martial arts, they weren't even on the same level. The gap is enormous. Many don't even have the thought of catching up. Boom! Bai Xiuxiu lashed out with her 6th whip, the air exploding with astonishing force. Crack! With a sharp crack, Ning Chuan remained motionless, enduring it once again. However, the skin in the whipped area quickly turned a bloody red. It seemed that with just a little more force from the whip, blood would seep out. It seems without invoking the golden body transformation, 6 lashes are my limit. Ning Chuan glanced at it and nodded subtly to himself. This turned out better than he'd expected. Without using golden body transformation, he still took 1st place. My skin's about to split from the strain, but luckily this time I only barely outperformed 2nd place. I was terrified Ning Chuan might pull another dozen whip stunt. The students whispered among themselves upon seeing this. Bai Xiuxiu set down her long whip and asked, "You've already earned the Sea Dragon blood reward. Do you wish to continue?" Ning Chuan pondered briefly before asking, "Does better performance mean more points?" "Yes." With a curl of her crimson lips, Bai Xiuxiu smiled and replied, "You can claim 30 points now. For every additional whip strike you endure afterward, you'll earn 10 more points. After 10 lashes, each additional lash earns 15 points. After 20 lashes, 1 lash is worth 25 points. Ning Chuan did a quick calculation, his heart racing with excitement, and decisively declared, "I'll continue with the test." As soon as he spoke, the onlookers erupted in noisy chatter. Ning Chuan's body has clearly reached its limit. Why is he still pushing for another test? Could it be that he's blinded by the points? No idea. Many people shook their heads. Having been proven wrong so many times, they've learned their lesson until results are confirmed. They refused to say that Ning Chuan was being unreasonable or ungrateful. Boom! The air exploded as Bai Xiuxiu unleashed her 7th whip strike. Golden body transformation. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed as he predicted the whip's trajectory. The next moment, a palm-sized flash of golden light erupted from his left abdomen, swiftly covering his skin. Bang! The whip tip struck Ning Chuan's left abdomen with tremendous force. This time, the impact didn't produce a crisp sound. Instead, it landed with a dull, powerful thud as if striking solid metal. The golden light steadfastly blocked the whiplash. After dissipating, the skin beneath remained fair as jade, without the slightest trace of impact. In an instant, the scene erupted like a raging sea during a typhoon. How could this seventh whip strike be blocked as effortlessly as the first? That golden light is off its way to solid. What is this, some kind of superpower? Many students were astonished. No, this is the golden body transformation. Shifeng, having obtained the power of the 5 whips, shook his head with a grave expression and said, "In my Shi family, there is a secret martial art called the diamond body. Once a practitioner reaches the 3rd level, they gain this very ability. I heard this martial art is extremely difficult to master." How difficult? Someone asked curiously. Shifeng fixed his gaze intently on Ning Chuan and said, "Let me put it this way to you. If Ning Chuan were a member of the Shi family, just based on the level of Vajra body he's demonstrated, he could rank within the top 30 of the family's succession candidates. By the way, my current succession ranking is somewhere beyond the top 100. Shifeng added. Many students trembled with fear upon hearing this. Shifeng was no weakling, his accumulated points from these lectures ranked him in the top 5. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiuxiu, already aware of Ning Chuan's mastery of the indestructible body art, showed no surprise. Her whip lashed out repeatedly, sonic booms erupting one after another until the explosions seemed to merge into a continuous roar. Ning Chuan stood motionless as a mountain, his gaze tightly locked onto Bai Xiuxiu's movements, anticipating her strikes. Golden light continuously emerged across his upper body, forming an impenetrable defense that completely intercepted every flick of the whip. Bang! The 29th lash came down. The golden light flickered violently, reaching the limits of its endurance before shattering completely. The next moment, the whip's tip struck Ning Chuan, splitting open a gash on his skin. Small, about the width of a thumb. Yet blood still seeped out, marking the end of this test. Chapter 69, on Mountain Sea Base's main street, ask around who's the boss. External martial arts proficiency, 28 whip strikes of force. Bai Xiuxiu announced, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ning Chuan with unconcealed astonishment. This extended beyond just the 5th level golden bell body. More importantly, Ning Chuan precisely predicted the landing point of every whip strike she made. This requires exceptionally high combat skills. Even among the Federation's elite troops, many battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers cannot achieve this. As for the points you've earned, Bai Xiuxiu calculated mentally before replying, 420 points in total. Her words fell. Before Ning could speak, the other students erupted in commotion. Heavens above! 3 classes in, and Ning Chuan, no, we should call him God Ning now, has consistently earned more points than all the other trainees combined. Nothing can change this, it's still a total domination. This one's already lost his mind, someone carry him away. Honestly, it's downright demoralizing. I feel like packing my bags and fleeing on the next train tonight. Many students lamented, feeling deeply discouraged. Ning Chuan maintained his usual composure and said with a smile, "Thank you, Instructor Bai." Including the points he had earned over the past 2 days, his total points had now exceeded 1,000. He was still about halfway from reaching the amount needed to refine Wind's Shadow 3000 to perfection. Of course, Ning Chuan understood clearly in his heart. It was mainly because, during these past 2 days, the instructors had been testing the students' abilities that he had managed to earn so many points. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ning Chuan, thought for a moment, and said, "The reward you received, that sea dragon blood, wasn't exchanged with your points. So, you can't sell it. You can only consume it yourself." Dragon's blood was meant to test whether Ning Chuan possessed a draconic constitution. Bai Xiuxiu worried that Ning Chuan might either sell it immediately upon receiving it or keep it and used indefinitely. Today's lesson ends here. Come to the abyssal platform at the base later, that's where you'll consume the dragon's blood. Bai Xiuxiu added. Okay. Ning Chuan froze for a moment, but without much thought, he immediately agreed. Soon after, the combat class resumed. I've roughly assessed your current level in horizontal martial arts training. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes swept across the students as she said, in the remaining time, I'll explain what this course will cover. Commander Bai, how many unarmed combat techniques do you know? A curious student raised their hand to ask. Bai Xiuxiu replied, 9 disciplines. The answer fell crisp. Voices of doubt rang out all across the scene. The 9 disciples' bare-handed martial arts would be more than sufficient for any individual practitioner. Yet they fell far short of providing adequate guidance. When compared to Ma Fengxing's 100+ movement techniques or Yan Zhuang's 300 weapon arts, Bai Xiuxiu lagged behind by more than an order of magnitude. Quiet! An assistant instructor barked sharply and said solemnly to the students, Instructor Bai doesn't teach martial arts. She hailed from the 27th Corps of the Federation, possessing formidable strength. At just 23 years old, he's already been promoted to colonel. Hearing this, many trainees couldn't help but change countenance. a colonel at just 23 years old. Doesn't that mean he could be promoted to general rank in his 30s, becoming a military heavyweight? It really is from the military. Ning Chuan nodded thoughtfully. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Bai Xiuxiu had that disciplined, military demeanor about her. Ahead of them, Bai Xiuxiu said expressionlessly, "My main job is to teach you how to integrate martial arts into combat and enhance your practical fighting skills." Perfect, while there's still time, let's test your combat skills. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at the students and said, "As for the method, just like the two instructors yesterday, I'll suppress my strength to match your level. Instructor Bai, I'll go first." A student raised his hand and hurriedly pushed his way out of the crowd. He almost fell during the process. "My name is Huang Shitao, my punch force is 4,400 kilograms, and my martial art is boa constrictor jiu-jitsu." Hearing this, many male trainees exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. No wonder Huang Shitao was in such a hurry. Horned python jiu-jitsu belongs to the grappling martial arts discipline. Once successfully executed, it coils around an opponent's body like a long-horned python, holding them firmly in place. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at Huang Shitao and said calmly, "Begin." "Yes." Huang Shitao moved swiftly, closing the distance between them in an instant. He spread his arms wide like iron hoops, attempting to lock Bai Xiuxiu in a close-quarters embrace for grappling combat. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained calm as she stepped forward instead of retreating. With a fluid motion, her right knee shot upward with fierce precision, striking Huang Shitao squarely as he lunged toward her. Bang! A dull thud sounded as Huang Shitao's body froze mid-motion, curling inward like a boiled shrimp before collapsing to his knees at Bai Xiuxiu's feet, his face beaded with sweat from the pain. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding students felt their hearts skip a beat. Huang Shitao actually couldn't withstand a single move. The most terrifying part was, Bai Xiuxiu didn't even use any martial arts techniques. Huang Shitao seemed to deliberately throw himself onto Bai Xiuxiu's knee. In terms of combat skills, Yan Zhuang and Ma Fengxing are far behind Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chuan gazed thoughtfully. Bai Xiuxiu looked down at Huang Shitao, her eyes icy, and said, "If you were an enemy I encountered on the battlefield, that knee strike just now would have hit your groin." Hearing this, Huang Shitao's body couldn't help but tremble. The male students on site all straightened up noticeably taller. Bai Xiuxiu turned her face slightly and said solemnly, "Martial arts, in essence, can be seen as a type of weapon. The higher the realm, the mightier the weapon. But that doesn't mean you can necessarily unleash the weapon's full power. Many of you wield your skills like children playing with machine guns." Bai Xiuxiu raised her hand and pointed. "Mo Yuyan, you're up second." The called-up girl stepped forward to face Bai Xiuxiu in battle. The remaining trainees also stepped forward one after another to spar. Then ensued a massacre so brutal it defied description, a complete fish slaughtering scenario. They were the fish. Not a single one could withstand even 5 moves from Bai Xiuxiu's hands. Even the prideful Xiaoxi, who had pushed his frost powers to the brink of combustion, was no exception. He lay on the ground after being struck by a karate chop, drooling like a fool. Bai Xiuxiu's combat skills were far too overwhelming. There's still a chance. It's not certain we'll be completely wiped out. Many students turned their heads to look at a handsome youth standing quietly at the edge of the field, their eyes filled with indescribable anticipation. The same thing had happened in yesterday's 2 lessons. They had been brutally crushed by their drill instructors. Then the youth stepped forward and taught drill instructors Ma Fengxing and Yan Zhuang a lesson. On the main street of Shanghai base, ask around who's the boss. Surrounded by onlookers, Ning Chuan remained unperturbed, his face impassive. Before his eyes was a fluorescent interface visible only to him. One particular section stood out. Bone slaughter technique, proficient, progress 87%. In less than a month, he was about to master the 3rd realm. This speed is truly astonishing. However, compared to the thunder flash slash and Vajra body techniques cultivated around the same period, the bone slaughtering art lagged behind by more than just a small margin. There was no other way. Lightning slash had 2 epiphanies. Meanwhile, diamond body gradually absorbed medicinal packages worth millions. Stay calm, Ningshen. You're our village's last hope. How about stepping up for this round? Song Shiyu teased with a chuckle. Deal. Ning Chuan replied indifferently, stepping forward as he walked ahead. He knew full well that without high-level bare-handed martial arts, the chances of defeating Bai Xiuxiu were slim at best. But defeat didn't matter. He wasn't obsessively fixated on victory or defeat. As long as I can earn enough points, that's all that matters. With both the Gale Step and 3000 Wind Shadows movement techniques, combined with his combat skills, Ning Chuan was confident that securing first place wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 70, The Climber Meets the Descending God. Approaching the front, Ning Chuan paused briefly before saying, "Instructor Bai, my punch strength is around 2,100 kilograms. After mastering the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, his refining speed became astonishingly fast. With an ample supply of 100 Beasts nutrient solution, he could increase his punching power by approximately 100 kilograms each day. Wait, wasn't it 2,000 kilograms just yesterday? Are you stupid? Don't you know how modest Shin Ning is? His punching power was actually around 2,090 kilograms yesterday, he just rounded it down. Even at just 10 kilograms of punching force per day, it's still terrifying. Over 3 months that accumulates to 1,000 kilograms. Many trainees whispered among themselves, utterly astonished. Bai Xiuxiu's gaze grew several degrees more intense. Her conviction grew stronger. Ning Chuan was awakening to a draconic physique. Ning Chuan remained expressionless as he continued, when it comes to unarmed combat techniques, I've only practiced one, the Thousand Bones killing art. His words hung in the air. Before Bai Xiuxiu could speak, the clamor among the trainees immediately surged again. I've heard of this martial art, reputed to be the most difficult to master among all B-grade unarmed combat techniques. Indeed, Ningxin is Ningxin only pursuing the most challenging martial arts. The truth is, whenever Ningxin practices simpler techniques, it triggers his coughing fits. Bai Xiuxi raised her hand, signaling the students to settle down. Then, after organizing her thoughts, she said to Ning Chuan, the Thousand Bones slaughtering technique is a martial art I've also cultivated. For our upcoming match, I'll mainly use this technique against you. Bai Xiuxiu didn't say it was guidance. After all, 2 recent cautionary examples were right before her eyes. She didn't dare to either. Thank you, Instructor Bai. Ning Chuan gave a slight bow and said, then let's begin directly. Good. Bai Xiuxiu acted decisively, taking a swift step forward to close the distance. Unhurried, Ning Chuan raised his arm, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful strike aimed straight at Bai Xiuxiu's chest. Whoosh! The fist tore through the air with a terrifying roar. Bone-shattering killing fist. Ning Chuan showed no mercy, launching directly into his most formidable frontal assault technique. He was well aware that such behavior would offend women. But in the heat of battle, he couldn't care less. The only thing Ning Chuan knew was that the raised position was at least 20 centimeters closer to him than any other part of Bai Xiuxiu's body. Much easier to strike. Oof! Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained unreadable, showing neither joy nor anger as she raised her right arm and delivered a similarly devastating white bone-killing fist strike. The fist wind surged mightily with a thunderous roar. Its ferocity far surpassed Ning Chuan's punch. Faster than my lightning fist, this is the Thousand Bones killing technique of the expert realm. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed as he instantly activated golden body transformation. A glimmer of golden light surfaced on his fist. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a deafening sound. Bai Xiuxiu's body merely trembled slightly. Ning Chuan staggered violently, stumbling backward as his feet moved frantically. After all, the white bone killing fist was 3 whole realms behind. Ning Chuan had anticipated this and, possessing 2 advanced movement techniques, managed to retreat without stumbling, still ready to counter at any moment. Yet, he felt a strange novelty in his heart. It was the first time he had been suppressed in a clash of the same martial art. Suddenly, a glint flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. A cold, mechanical notification tone echoed in his mind. Battle between the Thousand Bones slaughter technique and the expert-level Thousand Bones slaughter technique has led to new insights. Progress increased by 5%. Ning Chuan froze momentarily. It seemed he'd stumbled upon a method to rapidly advance his martial arts. On the sidelines, the onlooking trainees erupted into an uproar as they watched Ning Chuan being forced back. Your Thousand Bones slaughter technique is just a wee bit off the mark. Only at the proficient level. Many people find it incredible. After all, the martial arts skills of the trainees present were mostly at the mastery level. A very few had even reached the micro-level mastery. Ning Chuan's Thousand Bone killing technique, only at the adept level, was truly unremarkable bottom tier, to say the least. He's probably quite mediocre in unarmed combat skills. Ningxin, oh wait, Ning Chuan seems to have weak areas too. This gives me hope to catch up, maybe even surpass him. Ha, now that the sky's clear and the rain stopped, you think you're something special again. Many female students felt indignant on Ning Chuan's behalf and spoke up to defend him. The climber who meets a descending god thinks he can stand shoulder to shoulder with divinity. Even if Ningxin relies solely on brute force martial arts and footwork, he has a high chance of surviving 5 moves under Instructor Bai's hand. So you all think Ning Chuan's Thousand Bones massacre technique is inadequate too? Both sides clung to their arguments, engaging in endless debate. The battle on the field raged on. Whoosh! Bai Xiuxiu closed in, fingers aligned like a blade as she thrust forward with lightning speed, tearing through the air as if parting fabric. There's more to her attacks. Ning Chuan's thoughts surged as he discerned Bai Xiuxiu's intention. Without dodging or retreating, he countered with a palm strike in sword form. Just as their fingertips were about to collide, both their arms suddenly trembled and flicked like vipers, narrowly bypassing each other to strike at their opponent's body instead. The first stance of the Thousand Bones killing art. Shadow Serpent Strike. Combat between Thousand Bones slaughter technique and its expert realm version has yielded insights. Progress increased by 5%. Another system notification chimed. The next moment, Bai Xiuxiu's superior mastery of Thousand Bones slaughter technique allowed her to land the first strike on Ning Chuan's throat. Thud! A golden light surged, scattering several sparks. With the defensive power of his golden body transformation, Ning Chuan remained unharmed. However, his body was knocked backward by this palm strike, causing the trajectory of his snake strike to distort and miss by Xiaoxiao. Ning Chuan's expression remained calm, as though everything was within his expectations. Crack! His fingers spread wide, piercing through the air with a crisp snap as he seized by Xiaoxiao's outstretched arm in an iron grip. Then his right arm followed, coiling around it with ruthless force before twisting violently. Serpent's bone snapping strike. By Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise and confusion at the sight. The surprise came from Ning Chuan's immediate adaptation, changing tactics without panic when his first move failed. Clearly, his combat skills were seasoned. The question was, why would Ning Chuan use the bone-crushing python strike move? It felt somewhat like delivering meat straight into the tiger's mouth. While these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't halt her movements. Her arms twisted violently as she countered with bone-crushing python strike. Bang! Their two arms entwined and wrestled like battling pythons, producing dull, muffled thuds. To Bai Xiaoxiao's surprise, Ning Chuan's arm didn't fracture during this direct clash. The fifth-layer diamond body technique couldn't yet cover the entire arm. However, Ning Chuan extended two golden lines from his elbow, each as thick as a finger, connecting to his shoulder and wrist respectively. These formed a triangular structure that reinforced his right arm's overall defense. Mathematical truth. The triangle is the most stable structure. This is a golden light transformation. Witnessing this scene, Shi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. To think a fifth-level diamond body could accomplish this degree of transformation, just how far has Ningxin refined his physical form? What do you mean? Many couldn't understand. Shi Feng promptly explained. Most forms of external martial prowess are classified by levels. Generally, when one refines about 70% of their current realm, they can advance to the next. Many practitioners stop at this point. After all, the benefits of breaking through to a new realm far outweigh continuing to polish one's skills in the existing one. Best bang for your buck. If Ningxin can manifest his golden aura, it means he's tempered every layer of his Vajra body to at least 95% perfection. Shi Feng's tone was anything but calm. Breaking through is possible, but not necessary, just doing it for fun. 95%, is this the world of the big shots? I'm loving it. The climber meets the descending god, what's the outcome? The god stays put. The girls on the scene chattered away, each adding her own comment. The sound was much louder than before. I don't deny the prowess of Ning Chuan's external martial arts, but let's stick to the facts. How advanced is his bare-handed combat technique? No matter how you spin it, a mastered thousand bones killing technique would still rank lowest among us. Many cadets latched onto this point, refusing to let go as they argued back. On the other side, two notification tones rang out consecutively in Ning Chuan's mind. Combat between basic level Thousand Bones Slaughter Art and expert level Thousand Bones Slaughter Art has granted insights. Progress increased by 5%. Sufficient comprehension of Thousand Bones Slaughter Art achieved. Promotion to Mastery Realm. Chapter 71, the god descended from the mountain, but not entirely, then made a U-turn. Ning Chuan entangled by Xiaoxiao's right arm, his 5 fingers like iron hooks clamping down fiercely to prevent her from breaking free. His Thousand Bones killing technique had advanced to the Mastery Realm, yet it still fell short compared to Bai Xiaoxiao. Close quarters combat could partly offset his martial disadvantage. This also made it easier for him to employ the Thousand Bones killing technique against Bai Xiaoxiao. Boom! A deafening crisp sound swept through the arena. Ning Chuan's gaze was sharp as lightning. With blinding speed, his fist shot forth like an arrow piercing the sky or a thunderbolt striking down, aiming straight for Bai Xiaoxiao's chest. Boom! The crisp sound echoed once more. Bai Xiaoxiao responded with a lightning fist of her own, swift as a flash of lightning. With a loud bang, she sent Ning Chuan's arm reeling backward. Finding himself at a disadvantage in this clash, Ning Chuan didn't mind at all. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Combat between bone-crushing technique and the expert-level bone-crushing technique, new insights gained. Progress increased by 3%. A notification chime sounded. Ning Chuan nodded to himself. After achieving mastery in the Thousand Bones killing technique, the progress gained from each battle had diminished, yet it remained astonishingly impressive. A 3 percentage point increase each time over 30 iterations would bring him to the pinnacle of perfection. Across from him, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyebrows arched slightly. Her Thousand Bones killing technique was at the master level, allowing her to recognize at a glance that Ning Chuan's lightning fist had just reached the proficient realm. Breaking through in battle, or is there some other reason? While inwardly speculating, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't pause her movements. After her fist sent Ning Chuan's left hand flying, she continued with a swift punch, just as it was about to strike Ning Chuan's right shoulder. There, a glimmer of golden light pierced through his body. Golden body transformation. Bang! Bai Xiaoxiao's fist struck the golden light with a dull, powerful thud. The golden glow persisted undiminished. However, Ning Chuan felt a razor-sharp force penetrate his body, numbing most of his shoulder. His right hand, which had been gripping Bai Xiuxiu's arm, involuntarily loosened its hold. He staggered backward 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. From the corner of his eye, Ning Chuan caught a glimpse. Where the punch had landed on his right shoulder, a rapidly swelling bruise emerged. What happened? Ning Chuan was somewhat startled and doubtful. He was absolutely certain Bai Xiuxiu's fist had not breached his golden body defense. Under normal circumstances, as long as the golden body remained intact, he shouldn't have sustained any injuries. Just like when testing horizontal training martial arts before, Bai Xiuxiu also first shattered the golden body before breaking through his skin. But the punch Bai Xiuxiu just delivered contained a strange force that penetrated the golden body's defense and struck inside. After a brief contemplation, Ning Chuan tentatively asked, "The power of 1,000 bones? This is the final move of the 1,000 bones shattering skill. It has no fixed form. Fists, feet, elbows, or knees all can deliver it. At its core, it's a vicious hidden force that can penetrate armor, pulverizing bones into countless fragments within the body. A trump card kept in reserve. Can't be executed without reaching the minute control realm." Exactly. Bai Xiuxiu wasn't in a hurry to press the attack. She nodded slightly and said, "It seems your golden body transformation is quite unique. It can neutralize about 70% of the hidden force from 1,000 bone power. If it had been an alloy shield or armor, that punch of mine just now would have been enough to shatter your shoulder into pieces." That powerful? Ning Chuan blinked. His desire to break through to the subtle realm grew even stronger within him. On the sidelines, the crowd erupted into murmurs. From the sound of it, is Ning Chuan preparing to concede? Understandable after all, that's 1,000 bone strength. If his golden body transformation fails to activate in time, the consequences would be dire. Many students laughed and chatted among themselves. The next moment, a cold, commanding voice drowned them out. "Let's continue." Ning Chuan darted forward, executing the 1,000 bone slaughter technique, alternating between its first 4 forms in rapid succession as he relentlessly struck at Bai Xiuxiu. With his diamond body technique and 2-movement martial arts, Ning Chuan was confident he wouldn't be defeated within 100 moves. Given enough time, the 1,000 bone killing technique would mature. Slap in the face, isn't it? A female student sneered mockingly. Maybe Ning Chuan overheard our conversation and acted out of pride to save face. Those students stubbornly refused to admit their mistake. But soon, their faces began twitching. Though Ning Chuan was at a disadvantage throughout his match against Bai Xiuxiu, but as time passed, the situation gradually balanced out between them. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two clashed head-on with bone-shattering fists. Ning Chuan was sent staggering backward at tremendous speed. Bai Xiuxiu didn't step backward, but her body was violently jolted nonetheless. You see, during their initial collision, Bai Xiuxiu had merely trembled slightly. What's going on? Ningshin is genuinely improving. I remember clearly, the first time they clashed with Bone-Slaying Fist, he was forced back 15 steps. This time, it was only 8.5. A trainee gaped in astonishment. I'm not blind. Ningshin's fist strike just now must have reached the pinnacle of mastery. How is it still getting stronger? Exclamations erupted one after another. Many students were left bewildered. Even a last-minute breakthrough would only elevate one cultivation realm, completely incomparable to Ning Chuan's performance. Not far away, Ning Chuan gazed at Bai Xiuxiu, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. 1,000 bone slaughter technique sparring with an expert level 1,000 bone slaughter technique. Insights gained. Progress increased by 3%. Accumulated sufficient 1,000 bone slaughter technique experience. Breakthrough achieved into subtle realm. Realm difference too insignificant. No further insights attainable through sparring with 1,000 bone slaughter technique. Notification chimes rang consecutively within his mind. Hearing the last sentence, Ning Chuan was momentarily stunned, but he didn't feel regret. Being able to enter the subtle realm was already an unexpected delight. Most importantly, through this method, he could rapidly elevate his other offensive martial arts to breakthrough levels. Try witnessing the might of 1,000 bones power. Ning Chuan felt a thrill of anticipation. With a forceful push from his feet, he executed the Shadow Wind Triplicity technique. In an instant, he leaped before Bai Xiuxiu, clenching his fist for a powerful strike. Whoosh! The pressurized fist wind carried a palpable sense of heaviness. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes flickered slightly, sensing something amiss with Ning Chuan's punch. She raised her arm and delivered a palm strike infused with the power of 1,000 bones. Bang! Fist met palm. Two formidable forces of 1,000 bone energy collided violently, erupting into visible shockwaves that scattered in all directions with tremendous power. Several ceiling lights shattered from the impact, raining down in a cacophony of breaking glass. Ning Chuan's body shuddered as he staggered back 2 steps. After all, he was still one realm behind. He failed to completely neutralize Bai Xiuxiu's 1,000 bones power. However, the remaining portion of the Thousand Bones power was further weakened by 70% after passing through his golden body transformation. By the time it reached Ning Chuan's fist, it could no longer inflict any damage. The aftermath of this battle is making too much of a commotion. Someone sensed that something was amiss. Song Shiyu looked rather unsettled and said, the collision just now involved Ning Chuan and instructor by both unleashing the power of Thousand Bones against each other. Such hidden force is incredibly potent. It's no surprise the impact caused such a disturbance. In other words, Ning Chuan's Thousand Bones killing technique has already reached the subtle stage. Song Shiyu added. The venue erupted into an uproar, waves of astonishment spreading through the crowd. Just minutes ago, he was still at the proficient level. How did he reach the microcosmic realm in the blink of an eye? I think Ning Chuan was concealing his true abilities earlier. He was deliberately playing mind games with us. You guys were mocking Ning Chuan left and right earlier. Why are you all looking like wilted eggplants now? Dozens of female students stared at the group who had been taunting Ning Chuan moments ago. The god who descended the mountain isn't just stopping his decline, he's actually climbing back up. What's the big deal about reaching the subtle realm? It's not like he's the only standout. Song Shiyu and Shifeng have each mastered a B-grade boxing technique at the subtle level too. A trainee spoke up in refutation, sparking widespread protests. At this moment, Ning Chuan had no mind to pay attention to the disputes between both sides. In his mind, the notification tones sounded so densely they formed a continuous line, unbroken. Falling into disadvantage yet again, the Thousand Bones slaughter technique was exasperated to the extreme. In its fury, it suddenly achieved enlightenment. Progress increased by 50%. Progress increased by 50%. Sufficient comprehension of the Thousand Bones slaughter technique, advancing to expert realm. Progress continues to rise. Chapter 72 Enlightenment is a fortress besieged. Those outsiders long to enter, while insiders master the game. The epiphany surged through his mind like tidal waves, swiftly merging into Ning Chuan's instincts as if it had always been there. Soon after, the notification chimes stopped ringing. Ning Chuan's heart stirred as a luminous screen materialized before his eyes. One particular column showed dramatic changes. Bone-crushing slaughter technique, perfect, progress 33%. Ning Chuan could barely contain his excitement. This breakthrough to perfection realm was countless times easier than those of the previous two martial arts. Opposite side. Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face showed astonishment as she asked, "You entered an epiphany state when fighting me earlier?" Though phrased as a question, her tone carried absolute certainty. Thinking of Ning Chuan's past experiences from the records, Bai Xiuxiu could think of no other explanation besides enlightenment. Sort of. Ning Chuan smiled. He wasn't lying. After the Thousand Bones slaughter technique advanced to the subtle realm, enlightenment indeed came in an instant. Bai Xiuxiu pondered briefly before saying, "Since your Thousand Bones slaughter technique has reached the subtle realm, I'll employ other offensive martial arts in the upcoming battle." "No problem." Ning Chuan stomped his foot fiercely, closing the distance in an instant. "By the way, Instructor Bai, let me remind you, my Thousand Bones slaughter technique isn't at the subtle realm level." Ning Chuan grinned broadly. Before the words had even finished, he raised his arm and swung his fist. His target remained Bai Xiuxiu's chest. He has mastered 9 unarmed martial arts disciplines. Without a doubt, at least one must be an expert-level S-class combat skill. Can't afford to be careless. Boom! A thunderous crack reverberated across the arena, deafening to the ears. Fist of lightning. Still the state of perfection. Ning Chuan's fist suddenly accelerated with blinding speed, like a streak of lightning cutting through the sky. The oppressive fist wind caused ripples to spread across Bai Xiuxiu's chest, expanding from small to large in concentric circles. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The incoming charged fist was far faster than she had anticipated. She was completely unprepared. It was already too late to raise her arms in defense. Just as Ning Chuan's fist grazed Bai Xiuxiu's robe, she abruptly unleashed her restrained strength. A crimson surge of primal force flashed outward with a thunderous boom, sending Ning Chuan flying backward. Ha! After being thrown back over 10 meters, Ning Chuan landed and raised his fist to inspect it. Bai Xiuxiu must have withheld the full force of her original power. His skin remained flawless and unharmed. Yet, Ning Chuan wasn't certain whether it was just his imagination. Bai Xiuxiu's crimson force seemed oddly mutable. When first encountered, it felt nothing but soft and warm before abruptly turning icy and unyielding, launching him backward with a staggering force. Watching Ning Chuan's movements, Bai Xiuxiu, despite her years of military discipline and unshakable resolve, couldn't suppress a flare of embarrassed indignation. This is the inevitable emotion for women. But the next moment, Bai Xiuxiu's embarrassment was instantly drowned by a torrent of shock. According to the investigation report from the Martial Arts Alliance, sudden enlightenment, under normal circumstances, can elevate martial arts by at most 2 realms, with breakthroughs of 3 realms being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet Ning Chuan leaped directly from the 2nd realm of proficiency to the 6th realm of perfection. Has anyone in Federation history ever achieved such a feat? Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath to calm herself and said, "Your thousand bones execution technique has reached the perfected realm, far surpassing what I anticipated. I concede this match. If we were to compete again." Bai Xiuxiu was confident she could win, as she still had several advanced forms of unarmed combat yet to demonstrate. But losing means losing. She wouldn't make excuses to shirk responsibility. Hearing this, the onlooking crowd boiled like scalding water. Ning Chuan has won again. Bai Xiuxiu was also knocked off her feet by the challenger he picked. "My name is Lu Feng. For some reason, my right eyelid keeps twitching today, as if some great calamity is about to befall me." "Ha, it's not that exaggerated. The breathing technique course doesn't require physical movement. The perfected thousand bone slaying technique, can it reign supreme? Now what do you have to say about that?" Numerous female students glared at the trainees who had mocked Ning Chuan earlier. Those offenders exchanged awkward glances, unable to offer any further rebuttal. There was no other way. Ning Chuan's ability to suddenly comprehend the thousand-bone slaughter technique proves his unquestionable talent in barehanded martial arts. Still got careless. Shouldn't have said those words before the final results came out. "My apologies, I admit my mistake. Ning Chuan isn't just a deity descending the mountain. Ning Chuan is the eternal god." One student chuckled awkwardly. The others followed suit, offering apologies one after another. "Ning Chuan is amazing, even more incredible than the Dragon King. From this day forward, God Ning shall be my unwavering faith for life." Ning Chuan paid no heed to such words. He had never cared about outsiders' opinions. A lone traveler fears neither verbal attacks nor slander, though when the noise became too grating, he'd simply silence it with his blade. Ning Chuan looked ahead and asked, "Instructor Bai, how many points can I earn?" Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment before saying thoughtfully, "Defeating me, coupled with mastering the thousand bones killing technique to perfection, 500 points. Achieving an epiphany on the spot to break through 4 realms, 1000 points. Plus, since this isn't your first epiphany and your talent is exceptional, an additional 500 points as a reward. A total of 2000 points. Upon hearing this amount, Ning Chuan's heart swelled with joy. It was enough for Fengming Sanxian's breakthrough to the subtle realm. The crowd erupted instantly like boiling oil. Everyone is buzzing about it. Not because Ning Chuan achieved high scores. After the previous few tests, people have gotten used to that. What astonished them was one particular sentence Bai Xiuxiu said. This wasn't Ning Chuan's first epiphany. Song Shiyu stared at Ning Chuan in disbelief, asking tightly, "You've had epiphanies before?" Ning Chuan nodded slightly. "There have been a few occasions. An epiphany in martial arts rounded down, wouldn't that count as his epiphany?" "Damn, not just once." Song Shiyu couldn't help but swear, then immediately asked, "What does enlightenment feel like?" "Yeah, Brother Ning, tell us about it. I've never experienced enlightenment before." "Brother Ning, do you have some special trick or something? I really wish I could have an enlightenment breakthrough too. Martial arts cultivation is just too difficult." Numerous students chimed in agreement, gazing at Ning Chuan with eager eyes. "Enlightenment isn't as wonderful as you imagine. There are no free lunches in this world." Ning Chuan pondered for several seconds before sighing emotionally. "Enlightenment is like a besieged city. Those outside are desperately trying to charge inside." At this point, Ning Chuan heaved another sigh and paused momentarily. "People inside the city want to run out?" An impatient student urged, "Does enlightenment come with some kind of price?" Bai Xiuxiu also pricked up her ears nearby. Her understanding of enlightenment was limited to what she'd read in books. Never experienced it personally. Ning Chuan's rhetoric about the besieged city struck her as quite novel. "No." Ning Chuan shook his head and grinned. "City folks sure know how to have fun. Absolute blast." Bai Xiuxiu. Student. Double entendre, this guy really knows how to play. Exactly. I really want to punch him, but I can't beat him anyway. How infuriating. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, the morning combat class officially concluded. The news of Ning Chuan's victory over Bai Xiuxiu quickly spread throughout the base, shocking numerous employees. 3 classes, 3 instructors, without exception, all were defeated. Such achievements were astounding. Nothing like this had ever happened since the establishment of the Mountain and Sea Elite Training Camp. In private, many staff members reached a unanimous consensus about Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, like a god descended to earth. Chapter 73, your breathing technique realms aren't high, just proficient. You're all at the foundational realm, so no problem there. 2 p.m. Cultivation class. First class, everyone, hello there. Liu Feng tapped the lectern and said with a laugh, "Fortunately, I don't have to compete with students in my course, otherwise last night, I would have had to flee by carrying trains on my back." The classroom erupted in laughter as everyone understood the implication behind his words. Unlike the previous 3 instructors, only Bai Xiuxiu fared slightly better, at least she hadn't made any outlandish boasts. The other 2 died socially beyond dead. Ning Chuan smiled silently. These 4 instructors at the training camp, not to mention their strength, their personalities alone were all quite good. When the classroom quieted down a bit, Lu Feng said, "This lesson, I'll tell you about breathing techniques, but before that, I have a question for you. Does anyone among you know the true nature of strength that flows like a fountain? Fong said. Strength surges like a spring, a hallmark of high-level awakening. Literally speaking, it means power gushes forth like a spring, circulating within the body in perfect harmony and unity. When one's physical strength reaches a certain standard, wouldn't the phenomenon of power gushing forth naturally occur? A burly student asked curiously. Lu Fan looked at him with concerned eyes and said, "This has nothing to do with the level of physical strength. Some of you practice S-grade breathing techniques." At the peak of awakening level 6, his punch force exceeded 2,000 kilograms, surpassing even those at awakening level 7 who practiced D-grade and C-grade breathing techniques. But why isn't there a sensation of power surging like a spring? The students exchanged glances upon hearing this. Confirmed. No idea. Ning Chuan was also quite curious. Qingshan No. 1 High School had never taught anything like this. Force bubbling like a spring is an external manifestation, fundamentally caused by a certain substance. Lu Fang didn't beat around the bush and explained directly. This substance was known as blood qi in ancient times. In the awakening realm, the first 6 stages involve successively tempering bones, tendons, skin, flesh, and internal organs. Upon reaching the 7th stage of awakening, the body begins to generate blood qi. After the Federation was established, rapid scientific advancements led to the analysis of blood qi's properties, which the academic community renamed as potential factor. After listening to Lu Fang's words, the students began to chatter among themselves. Ning Chuan seemed lost in thought. "Instructor Lu, does more potential factor mean more unlocked potential?" One of the students raised his hand and asked. Lu Fang chuckled. "For martial practitioners, it's more fitting to call it vital essence. It carries more feeling. However, you're not wrong. To some extent, vital essence represents a person's potential. During the awakening realm, this might not yet manifest clearly. But once one becomes a true martial artist, the gaps begin to show and grow increasingly wider." Lu Fang spoke unhurriedly. All warriors are referred to by this general term. Their specific levels are categorized into 9 ranks, starting from the first rank with the 9th being the highest. Beyond that are knights, divine generals. How can one increase blood qi? Many students stared at LV Fang, their gaze tense. LV Fang pondered before responding. "This brings us to breathing techniques. The higher the level and realm of one's breathing technique, the more refined the cultivation, and the more blood qi the body will generate." He paused briefly before adding, "Among these factors, the most crucial is the realm of the breathing technique. Don't you dare look down on it. The same breathing technique, differing only in mastery level, produces nearly identical fist strength when tempered, but the blood energy cultivated within the body varies by leagues. Between foundational and perfected states, the disparity in blood energy is at least 20-fold. Hearing this, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Iron Ox strength technique he had previously practiced was like this. Once reaching the subtle level, it had no effect on enhancing fist strength. But the dragon elephant ancient scripture didn't conform. The higher the realm, the stronger one's physical fist power became. The basic realm, at the peak of awakening stage 9, only has around 6,000 kilograms of strength. The perfect realm, at the peak of awakening stage 9, can effortlessly toss aside a massive cauldron weighing 18,000 kilograms. My high school is really something. Why didn't they teach me about blood qi when it's such crucial knowledge? One student complained discontentedly. Lu Fang smiled and said, "The reason is simple. I didn't want to hold you back. The realms of breathing techniques are extremely difficult to advance. Think about it. What level have each of you reached with your breathing techniques?" "That's exactly it. I practice the S-rank breathing technique, the grade 8 strength art, and I'm still stuck at the foundational realm." "You're doing alright. My A-grade breathing technique is also at the foundational level. Same as before. After 12 years of practicing the breathing technique, I still haven't even reached the proficient level." The crowd buzzed with chatter. Finally, a startling truth was discovered. They are this group of top-tier geniuses. Only Song Shiyu alone has mastered the S-grade breathing technique to a proficient level. As for A-grade breathing techniques, only 2 have achieved that level. The remaining students are all at the foundational stage. "Wait, didn't Ningshin just speak?" someone shouted, and many students turned their heads to look at Ning Chuan. Song Shiyu sat nearby, grinning as he said, "Ningshin, everyone's quite curious. Why don't you say something?" "Mastery realm." Ning Chuan stood with his back straight as he spoke indifferently. Song Shiyu pursed her lips hard with disdain. How infuriating. He's showing off again. With a tranquil fist force of 2,100 kilograms yet still not promoted to the high-level awakening stage, his breathing technique must undoubtedly be S-rank. Is there any martial art he isn't skilled in? This is only at the awakening 6th stage. By the time Ning reaches the peak of the 9th stage, he'll definitely achieve subtlety. The students engaged in lively discussions among themselves, sharing heartfelt reflections filled with profound emotions. In terms of martial arts, Ning Chuan's dominance over them was absolute, leaving no room for survival. Let's get back to the main topic. Lu Feng pressed his hands down, signaling the students to quiet down, and said, "There are two crucial stages in vital energy cultivation. First, the period before reaching the advanced awakening stage. The more thoroughly the body is tempered by breathing techniques, the more vital energy it generates, making future cultivation much easier." Hearing this, Ning Chuan frowned slightly. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was still about 30 percentage points away from reaching the subtle realm. It would still require over half a year of time, but at his current cultivation speed, in just one more month he would advance to the late-stage awakening realm. I simply must drink the 100-beast nutrient. Ning Chuan shook his head silently to himself. Without the enhancement of the 100-beast nutrient, the progress of his dragon elephant ancient scripture cultivation would drastically slow. By then, half a year won't be enough. On the podium, Lu Feng continued explaining, the second stage involves breaking through from the ninth stage of awakening to becoming a first-grade martial artist, which requires condensing blood chi into a seed of primordial force. The more blood chi you have, the higher the quality of the primordial force seed will be. However, I must warn you, don't waste years improving your breathing technique just for the sake of a bit of blood chi. Below the night level, human potential diminishes with age. This is precisely why the academy doesn't teach knowledge like blood chi. Lu Feng swept his gaze across the students, delivering his solemn admonishment. Remember the ancient saying, if a man hasn't become a warrior by 20, he'll never become a knight in this lifetime. The atmosphere among the trainees grew noticeably heavier. Song Shiyu pondered for a moment before raising his hand and asking, Instructor Lu, are there any other methods to enhance one's vital energy? There are indeed a few, such as supernatural abilities. Liu Feng deliberately glanced at Ning Chuan. The trainees all turned their gazes toward the bewildered Xiaxi. It's not the ice-type ability that Xiaxi possesses. Liu Feng waved his hand dismissively and smiled. It's actually a physical-type ability, though most people prefer to call it a special constitution. After all, a water-type physical enhancement sounds like some new spa treatment at first glance. How could it compare to the mighty oceanic battle physique in terms of grandeur? Lu Feng cracked a joke, drawing bursts of laughter from the group. Then, growing serious again, he explained, the reason special physiques enhance blood chi is because their growth potential far surpasses that of ordinary people. Even if you cultivate S-grade breathing techniques and reach the peak of the awakening realm, your punching power would only hover around 5,000 kilograms. There are indeed some formidable special physiques capable of delivering punches exceeding 10,000 kilograms. Many cadets listened with restless hearts. A mere 1,000 kilograms difference in punch strength creates an immense advantage. Otherwise, S-grade breathing techniques wouldn't be treasured by all factions like priceless jewels. By the way, the instructor from this morning's class has a special constitution, the Lotus Flame Battle Body. Lu Feng said. Before becoming a first-rank martial artist, her punch strength was 9,500 kilograms. The words hung in the air. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Ning Chuan remained calm, unfazed by the revelation. Once he reached the peak of his ninth stage awakening, even half his punch strength would likely surpass by Xiaoxiu's.